Beep, beep, beep in the villa. Mubai lay silently on the bed, an oxygen mask covering his face. The life support machine beside him emitted sporadic sounds, with the lines indicating his vitality showing little fluctuation. Mubai, if you die, don't come looking for me. I'm doing this for your own good after all. You're no different from a corpse now. Before the bed stood an exquisite woman, softly murmuring as she slowly reached toward the life support machine. It was evident that she intended to disconnect it. Sensing the impending approach of death, Mubai felt an overwhelming surge of anxiety within. A sudden car accident had left him in this incapacitated state. Despite possessing immense wealth, he had become a mere vegetable. He could hear the sounds from the outside world, yet his body remained unresponsive. Driven by an intense will to survive, Mubai's fingers twitched ever so slightly. However, no one noticed this movement. Lu Rian's attention was drawn away by the sudden opening of the door. A young man entered, frowning as he said, "Rian, why are you still hesitating at this point? Is that voice Zhao Su? What's he doing here? What does he mean by that?" Mubai's heart sank upon hearing Zhao Zu's voice. The ensuing conversation ignited a fiery rage within him. This guy is an orphan if he dies. You will be the sole legal heir to his estate. As Zhao Su spoke, a glint of greed flickered in his eyes as he wrapped an arm around Lu Rian's waist, grinning. "I've waited 5 whole years for this day. 5 years. Do you know how I've endured these 5 years?" As Zhao Su continued his discourse, he shamelessly groped Lu Rian. She rolled her eyes and retorted, "I recall you seemed quite thrilled watching the videos of me and Mubai." On the surface, Lu Rian had been Mubai's girlfriend since university. However, in reality, Zhao Su was her first love. Their every action was a scheme to seize Mubai's substantial fortune. To that end, Zhao Su had gone so far as to create opportunities for them, personally placing Lu Rian in Mubai's bed. Once they were married, it was finally time to reap the rewards. Thus, the car accident ensued. A mere hobby, yet you seem to enjoy it, don't you? Zhao Su tilted Lu Rian's delicate chin, narrowing his eyes slightly. "What's the matter? You're not truly falling for this guy, are you?" It's your incompetence at work." Lu Rian playfully pushed Zhao Su away, frowning. "If you had just killed him outright, we wouldn't have to go through all this trouble. Who knew this guy would have such a strong constitution? Surviving such a severe accident." Zhao Su scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at Mubai on the bed, a cold glimmer flashing in his eyes. "But today, even if the king of heaven himself comes, he shall not escape death." As the words fell, Zhao Su directly reached out and removed the oxygen mask from Mubai's face. Lu Rian showed no intention of intervening. She merely crossed her arms and quietly observed the scene. Mission accomplished. From this day forth, this fellow's everything shall belong to us. Thinking of the splendid life ahead, Zhao Su excitedly lifted Lu Rian and kissed her directly. "Why the rush? Let's change rooms. Sharing a space with a corpse seems rather ominous, don't you think? Isn't it because you're simply too enticing, my darling?" Their voices gradually faded into the distance, leaving Mubai seething with rage. It was only now that he realized these two had been plotting against him since the very first day they met. Yet at this moment, he found himself utterly powerless. With the oxygen removed and his already feeble breaths growing weaker, he felt an overwhelming sense of suffocation engulf him. Within mere seconds, his consciousness began to blur. Just then, a grand portal suddenly materialized in the sky above Blue Star. Remarkably, it was visible from every hemisphere. Even in his dire state, Mubai's mind was flooded with images of that portal. Instantly, air raid sirens blared across nations, as if they were facing a formidable enemy. Shortly thereafter, a mysterious voice emanated from the portal, resonating in the minds of all. "Congratulations, Blue Star has been selected to participate in the multiverse game. The universal traversal will officially commence in 30 seconds. A gentle reminder, game-related information has been stored in your minds. Please recall it at your convenience." This enigmatic announcement plunged the entire Blue Star into a frenzy. "I can really see the information about the multiverse game in my mind. This is incredible. Universal traversal? Everyone will enter the game world from scratch? So tense I wonder what the multiverse game entails. Those wealthy elites should be the ones to worry. Ha ha ha, exactly. Once in the multiverse game, it makes no difference who you are. After years of gaming, It's finally time for us players to rise. I hope to awaken a powerful talent skill. I don't need an SSS rank, at least an S rank would suffice. According to the information released by the multiverse, the probability of awakening an S rank talent is merely 1 in 10 million, so perhaps it's best not to dream. Inside the villa, the two, poised for battle, froze in disbelief. I don't know how to play games, what should we do? Lu Rian furrowed her brows, her expression quite grim. Zhao Su, in a fit of rage, exclaimed, "I've worked for 5 years on this. I was just about to become a billionaire, and you're telling me we have to start from scratch?" The universal traversal into the game world was undoubtedly a bolt from the blue for the two, who were on the verge of acquiring Mubai's entire fortune. The multiverse game had no recharge options. Everyone would have to begin anew. Based on the sudden influx of relevant information in his mind, the two were acutely aware that they possessed no advantages whatsoever. As long as there is breath left, one can enter the myriad realms of the game. Recalling the data in her mind, Lu Rian abruptly raised her head. Could Mubai also be able to enter? A fleeting look of panic crossed her face as she spoke. Zhao Su, noticing her reaction, sneered. In his current physical condition, even if he manages to enter, he would be nothing but a useless wretch. After the crossing, the Myriad Realms game would scan each player's bodily data, generating initial attributes with a maximum score of 10. Given Mubai's present state, his attributes were all too predictable. Thus, Zhao Su paid him no mind. His only hope now was to awaken a formidable talent. In a hazy state, Mubai sensed the emergence of certain information within his mind. Myriad Realms game? Crossing over? A profound sense of suffocation intensified. Yet at that moment, Mubai felt as though he had grasped the last straw of hope. Like a flickering light in the darkness, he mustered his remaining strength, yearning to enter the Myriad Realms game. 30 seconds felt like an eternity to Mubai. What sustained him was an unquenchable fury and a deep-seated hatred for Lu Rian and Zhao Su. The events of the past replayed incessantly during those 30 seconds, akin to a spinning lantern. Just as Mubai's life hung by a thread, the majestic portal in the sky finally responded. Buzz, a dazzling golden light burst forth, and billions of light beams descended from the heavens, enveloping every individual on Blue Star with precision. In the next moment, the light dissipated and all of humanity on Blue Star vanished without a trace. In the dim, desolate world, a celestial hall floated amidst the void. Mubai lay within the hall, his eyes tightly shut. Huff! The heavy sound of his breathing echoed throughout the celestial hall, signifying that he had escaped danger. Awakening was merely a matter of time. Welcome, Blue Star players, to the Myriad Realms game. Commencing bodily data scan. As the system's prompt resonated, a golden beam descended from above, sweeping across every inch of Mubai's skin. Scan complete, generating initial panel. Buzz in an instant, the golden beam vanished, and Mubai's fingers twitched suddenly. Then, he abruptly opened his eyes, greedily inhaling the air. Huff, this is indeed real. As he took in his surroundings in astonishment, his eyes sparkled with a euphoric sense of survival. The previous suffocating sensation still lingered in his heart, instilling a sense of dread. Lu Rian, Zhao Su. The mere thought of those treacherous individuals caused Mubai to grit his teeth in rage. He had nearly fallen victim to their machinations, with his vast fortune poised to be seized by them. However, the arrival of the Myriad Realms game had now granted him the opportunity for vengeance. Next comes the awakening of the talent, I presume. Mubai inhaled deeply, a glint of determination flashing in his eyes. I hope my luck will not be too poor. Having not opened his eyes for an extended period, Mubai found himself momentarily disoriented. Fortunately, the colors and radiance within the stellar hall were not blinding. Before long, the system prompt echoed once more. Character panel has been generated, commencing talent awakening. Every player entering the multiverse game automatically awakens a talent within the stellar hall, ranging from the lowest F grade to the highest SSS grade, classified into 9 tiers. The multiverse game does not specify the criteria for talent awakening, however. It is evident that possessing a formidable talent is essential for rising to prominence within the game. Soon, the system's notification granted Mubai a significant surprise. Talent awakening complete. Congratulations, player, for successfully awakening the exclusive Scrade talent promotion. Scrade, a look of ecstatic joy lit up Mubai's eyes. According to the information provided by the multiverse game, the probability of awakening in Scrade talent is a mere 1 in 10 million. He never anticipated awakening such a powerful talent. Talents below the Scrade are collectively referred to as ordinary talents, signifying that many players can awaken identical talents. Conversely, talents above the Scrade are categorized as exclusive talents, which means promotion is a unique skill that only Mubai possesses, rendering it impossible for others to awaken it. Promotion, Scrade exclusive talent skill, which consumes a portion of one's lifespan, can permanently elevate any skill by 1 tier, with the highest effect applicable to Scrade skills. The first 3 uses incur no cost. Any skill? Mubai paused briefly, but before he could ponder further, the system prompt chimed again. Upon entering the game, your identity is that of a descender. Please confirm your name in the game. In the multiverse game, all NPCs are genuine beings, and humans from Blue Star have collectively traversed to that world, becoming data within the system. As for the means of returning to Blue Star, the multiverse game does not disclose that information. Mubai contemplated for a moment and declared by Yi. Name confirmed. Welcome, player by Yi, to the multiverse game. Please select your profession. With a hum, dozens of beams of light descended from above. Each beam contained a figure identical to Mubai, each representing a different profession. These figures embodied the foundational professions within the multiverse game, categorized into 4 primary types: physical, magical, defensive, and supportive. Professions such as warrior, archer, thief, martial artist, mage, and priest were all present. The game also features some hidden professions, though these cannot be selected upon character creation. Typically, players choose the profession that best aligns with their awakened talent. However, with Mubai's talent being promotion, it can be applicable to any profession: warrior or mage. Mubai pondered, stroking his chin as he scrutinized the distinctions among various professions. However, he soon realized he was overthinking. The figure before him was inexplicably vanishing. Detected that the player's initial attributes do not meet the requirements, eliminating unselectable professions. The system's prompt caused Mubai's expression to change. In a mere few breaths, only one figure remained before him. Based on the player's initial attributes, the only selectable profession is necromancer. Profession selection successful. He was afforded no opportunity for choice. The remaining figure suddenly flickered with light and then seamlessly merged into his being. Concurrently, Mubai's hospital garb gradually transformed into a tattered linen robe. A faint aura of death began to permeate the air. Open the attribute panel. Observing his newly acquired attire, Mubai's face turned ashen. It was not that he disparaged the necromancer profession, but rather he was eager to ascertain just how abysmal his initial attributes truly were. Attribute panel player, Yi level, 00.00 profession, necromancer strength, 1 vitality, 1 agility, 1 mentality, 10 free attribute points, 0 gain 5 free attribute points upon each level up. Health points, 11 permanently unupgradable due to unknown reasons. Mana points, 200,000, 201 point of mentality, 20 points of mana. Attack power, 1 spell power, 10 physical defense, 1 magical defense. 5 different professions have varying attribute bonuses. Exclusive talent, promotion professional skills, summon skeleton level 1, scorch level 1 summoning space, 0-1 equipment, practice bone staff, tattered robe lifespan, 1 year. Damn it, why is it like this? Gazing at his pitiful attribute panel, Mubai found it hard to accept. All 4 basic attributes, save for mentality, languished at a dismal 1. It was no wonder he could only transition to the necromancer profession. Other classes, even mages and priests, require vitality and agility exceeding 2 points. Typically, the foundational attributes of an ordinary person would fluctuate around 5, yet Mubai had become an extreme anomaly. His mentality maximized while the rest lay in ruin. The limit on his health points was permanently fixed at 1 due to an unknown cause. With merely a drop of health, he would perish at the slightest touch. How could one possibly continue in such a state? Moreover, with only a year's lifespan remaining, despair began to creep into Mubai's heart. It seemed the Infinite Realms game had merely pulled him back from the brink of death without addressing his underlying issues. Mubai could not help but sigh. Indeed, while the Infinite Realms game possessed the capacity to assist, it bore no obligation to do so. Yet, he felt an unyielding bitterness, as though hope had been granted only to be snatched away. This stark contrast was far more unbearable than outright despair. A lifespan of merely 1 year? Gazing at his own panel attributes, Mubai gritted his teeth. Since there is no retreat, I shall fight with all my might. This grade skill of promotion can only be applied to grade skills at its highest level thus. Upon promotion, could it perhaps extend to S-grade skills? Contemplating this, Mubai took a deep breath, his thoughts focused. Grant me a consecutive promotion of promotion 3 times. Chapter 3. The Addiction of Bugs. Prompt. Continuously promoting exclusive talent skills 3 times requires a total consumption of years of life. Insufficient remaining lifespan. You possess 3 opportunities for consumption without cost. Do you confirm the utilization of all opportunities to elevate the exclusive talent skills to a higher tier? Good heavens! Does even the Myriad Realms game not know how many years of life it requires? It has simply provided 3 question marks. Upon hearing the system's notification, Mubai was taken aback, and a smile soon graced his face. As he had suspected, the exclusive talent could indeed be promoted. Moreover, upon promotion, the tier of the targeted effect would also rise. An S-rank talent, when promoted once, becomes SS rank and twice SSS rank. Would consecutive promotions thrice surpass SSS rank? The materials provided by the Myriad Realms game made no mention of such a tier existing. It is no wonder that the consumption was marked with 3 question marks. Perhaps even a Myriad Realms game could not have anticipated that someone like Mubai would gamble everything so recklessly. With a permanent life value cap of merely 1 point and only a year of lifespan, Mubai resolved to take a grand risk. After all, he could only live for a year at most. Should he win a gamble, the rewards would be monumental. With that thought, Mubai made his choice without hesitation, confirming the consumption of all opportunities. Yet, the system's notification did not immediately resound, seemingly stalling due to this audacious maneuver. Anxiety began to creep into Mubai's heart. If the gamble were to fail, he would have to face whatever came next without any plan. After a tense few minutes of waiting, Mubai suddenly felt a heart-stirring power erupt from within him. Boom, boom, boom. Instantly, 3 beams of light surged into the sky, stirring the pitch-black space outside the celestial hall. As the beams intertwined, various colors alternated and fluctuated. When all the radiance dissipated, the long-awaited system notification finally reappeared. Prompt: exclusive talent skill promotion successful. Continuously promoted to a higher tier. Congratulations, player by Yi has acquired the unique taboo-level exclusive talent skill, Cataclysm. He had won the gamble. Mubai clenched his fists, excitement radiating from him. Unique taboo level. The mere title sounded extraordinary. The exclusive talent skill signified that it was possessed solely by him. Did this uniqueness imply that Cataclysm was the only taboo-level talent within the entire Myriad Realms game? Eagerly, Mubai opened the talent description. Cataclysm. Unique taboo-level exclusive talent skill effects. 1. Promotion. Permanently elevate any entity by 1 tier, with no consumption. 2. Sublimation. Consume certain resources to permanently elevate any entity by 2 tiers. 3. Cataclysm. Consume a certain amount of lifespan to permanently elevate any entity by 3 tiers, while endowing it with the cataclysmic characteristic. Tier surpasses limits. Cannot be investigated, replicated, or plundered. Upon player by Yi's complete demise, it will vanish. The terrifying effects of Cataclysm left Mubai utterly astounded. To ascend a rank without any consumption is utterly astonishing. The goal of elevation has transitioned from any skill to any entity. This is quite preposterous. In the realm of the game, money, equipment, and skills are all entities. Even professions and one's very self. After scrutinizing the skill descriptions several times, Mubai inhaled sharply. Such a talent. Even the instigator himself found it to be excessively formidable. Wait a moment. Ascending a rank without consumption? Mubai suddenly had a revelation. His pupils widened in surprise, a look of ecstatic joy gracing his face. With a mere thought, he activated Cataclysm. Ascension target, Cataclysm. Exploiting glitches can indeed become addictive. However, this time his plans fell through. The radiant beam of skill Ascension did not manifest, and a cold system notification echoed. Saw the rank of this skill has exceeded limitations and cannot undergo Cataclysm. It seems I was too greedy. Mubai smiled faintly, not surprised by the failure of his ascension. If he were allowed to ascend infinitely, would the myriad realms of the game not collapse entirely? He harbored some vague conjectures in his heart. The myriad realms game must not have existed for long. Otherwise, such blatant bugs would not persist. Just as he was about to examine his other skills, the system notification sounded once more. Notice, your unique forbidden level exclusive talent Cataclysm has acquired new usage restrictions. Click to view details. Cataclysm. Unique forbidden level exclusive talent skill usage restrictions. Cannot affect this talent, cannot affect the player's body, cannot affect Cataclysm characteristics. Repeated use on the same target will override previous enhancement effects. Goodness. Mubai was left dumbfounded. He had indeed shot himself in the foot. Not only did he fail to ascend, but he also incurred 4 additional usage restrictions. It seems the Myriad Realms game has patched this bug. However, he was not entirely without gain. Noticing the last sentence in the skill description, Mubai's eyes gleamed. Can use the Cataclysm effect once without consumption. He had anticipated the limitations on Cataclysm. If it could be reused without overriding the enhancement effects, would it not allow him to elevate all low-level entities to the highest tier without cost? Such thoughts were unrealistic. Now, with an opportunity to utilize the Cataclysm effect without consumption, Mubai felt thoroughly satisfied. Aside from his talent and body, this was the only worthy aspect left to enhance. Gazing at his dismal attribute panel, Mubai focused his thoughts and once again activated Cataclysm. Notice, to elevate the profession Necromancer by 3 ranks requires the consumption of 100,000 years of lifespan. Insufficient remaining lifespan. You possess 1 opportunity to use the Cataclysm effect without consumption. Do you confirm the use of this opportunity to elevate the profession Necromancer to a higher rank and bestow upon it the Cataclysm effect? 100,000 years of lifespan. This exaggerated cost left Mubai wide-eyed. However, the notion of using it without consumption naturally made it more valuable. The ranks of professions differ from skills. Based on the information in his mind, within the realm of the Myriad Worlds game, there exist 3 tiers of professions. Ordinary professions, hidden professions, and unique hidden professions. Uncertain of what would transpire after a consecutive advancement thrice, he pondered whether it would mirror the cataclysmic talent, elevating him to the status of a singularly forbidden profession. Suppressing the excitement bubbling within, Mubai inhaled deeply and made his choice. He confirmed the consumption of this opportunity. A hum resonated as the cataclysmic talent activated, and Mubai felt himself enveloped by a mysterious force. Immediately thereafter, a series of system notifications echoed in his ears. Notification: your profession, Necromancer, has successfully ascended to a higher tier. Congratulations, player by Yi has transitioned to the exclusive hidden profession, Master of Death. Your attribute growth has undergone alterations. You have acquired a new skill, Lifelink. You have learned a new skill, Summoning Amplification. You have obtained the exclusive item, Book of Death. Your exclusive hidden profession, Master of Death, has gained a cataclysmic effect. Click to view details. Chapter 4. Entering the game, Skills of the Death Overlord. The multiverse game will officially commence in 10 seconds. Players, please prepare accordingly. 10-9-8. Due to the excessive time consumed by the promotion of his talent, Mubai found himself with no opportunity to examine the newly acquired skills. However, he reassured himself that reviewing the skills after entering the game would suffice. With a fleeting glance at his slightly altered attribute panel, he readied himself for the game. His attributes had not increased. Rather, his mana capacity had risen from 200 to 600. His spell power had also transformed to 30 points. Furthermore, the free attribute points awarded upon leveling up had surged from 5 to 15. Evidently, The attribute enhancements and growth of the Death Overlord were thrice that of an ordinary necromancer. Without considering equipment attributes, this amounted to 9 times that of a conventional class. Such formidable strength was indeed befitting of a hidden, exclusive class. Thoughts of Lu Ruyin and Zhao Su flashed through his mind, and a glimmer of coldness flickered in Su Mubai's eyes. The multiverse game was perilous. In a novice village, protective mechanisms were in place, and death would merely result in a loss of level. Yet, upon stepping beyond the novice village, each death would not only incur a level loss, but also a 10 reduction in lifespan, with a minimum deduction of 10 years. This meant that if a player had less than 10 years of remaining lifespan, death would render them unable to resurrect. Of course, the multiverse game also harbored treasures capable of extending lifespan, but players would need to explore and discover such items themselves. The distance between the 3 before their crossing was not vast. According to the information provided by the multiverse game, they might not be in the same novice village. But once they exited, they would undoubtedly find themselves in the same city. Su Mubai could scarcely contain his eagerness to locate the two, eager for them to experience the despair he once felt. As the countdown concluded, a burst of white light engulfed the starry sky hall, and Su Mubai felt a fleeting sensation before he found himself in the novice village. Welcome, Blue Star players, to the multiverse game. You are in Novice Village number 9527 of the Dragon Empire. We wish you a safe journey ahead. The system's voice resonated above the Novice Village, and with flashes of white light, players continuously materialized around Su Mubai. Well, how do you play this game? Is there a handsome guy to teach me? I have an early morning class. Why was I forced into this? Let me go back. Haha, don't even think about returning to Blue Star. Better ponder how to survive here. LOL, datification. The fantasies I had while reading novels have finally come true. We all start on equal footing. This time, I shall rise. Equal footing? Buddy, you're mistaken. Have you heard of advanced talents? I awakened an S-class talent right from the start. This wave is bound to take off. Hey, do you still need accessories for your legs? Brother, take me along. I'm a D-cup healer with ample healing power. A B-class talent, mage, seeking a party. The air was rife with the chatter of players. The abrupt emergence of the multiverse game had forcibly drawn everyone into this digitized realm. Some individuals are restless, some are lost, some are exhilarated, and some are despondent. For those who possess nothing and are unencumbered by attachments, the multiverse game is evidently a life-altering opportunity. However, it is clear that returning to Blue Star is no longer an option. Players began to disperse from the arrival square, drawing upon their prior gaming experiences to engage with NPCs in the novice village, seeking to undertake quests. Yet, the situation proved to be far more challenging than they had anticipated. Each NPC within the multiverse is a genuine entity. Unlike the mechanical task givers of games from Blue Star's past, Su Mubai did not succumb to the tide of players. Instead, he stood quietly for a moment, observing, before turning to exit the village. Time waits for no one, and with merely a year of lifespan at his disposal, he must expedite his leveling and seek treasures to extend his life, rather than squander time in the novice village hunting for low-level quests. It would be far more efficient to venture outside the village to slay monsters. By the time Su Mubai reached the entrance of the novice village, more than 10 minutes had elapsed. During this period, numerous players had passed by him, already engaged in combat with the wild creatures beyond the village. His agility attribute, a mere 1 point, resulted in a rather unimpressive movement speed. In the multiverse game, identical attributes manifest differently across various professions. For physical classes, increasing agility enhances movement speed, attack speed, and critical hit rates. Professions such as archers and rogues can also gain a slight boost to their attack power. Conversely, for magic-based professions, agility not only enhances movement speed, but also marginally increases casting speed, among other benefits. Notably, attributes such as evasion and accuracy do not exist here. The multiverse game is a data-driven reality where hitting an enemy or evading an attack relies solely on 1S reflexes. Of course, increasing agility will also contribute positively to 1S reaction time. Thus, Su Mubai perceives agility as an indispensable asset for any profession. Fortunately, the freedom attribute points of the Deathlord class are sufficiently high. Once he reaches level 1, Mubai will be able to catch up to the average player. As he journeyed, Mubai reviewed all of his skills. Summon skeleton, F, level 1, active skill. Summons a weak skeleton to fight for you. Casting time, 3 seconds. Cooldown, 30 seconds. Mana cost, 20 points. The skeleton's attributes are enhanced by the player's spirit attribute. Burn, F, level 1 active skill. Unleashes the soul's fire to scorch the target, inflicting a total of 150 spell power as magical damage over 5 seconds. Attack range, 30 meters. Casting time, 2 seconds. Cooldown, 5 seconds. Mana cost, 10 points. This is a skill inherent to the Necromancer, representing the most basic F-level skills. The skeleton summoned by the Necromancer will persist indefinitely as long as it remains alive. It can be retracted into the summoning space at will. Until he learns to expand his skills, the summoning space only accommodates 1 slot, meaning the Necromancer can only summon 1 skeleton at a time. Thus, in the early stages of the game, the Necromancer class is, in fact, quite weak. Typically, those who choose this profession are players endowed with a natural affinity for summoning. However, Mubai is no ordinary Necromancer. He is a wielder of the exclusive hidden class, Death Sovereign. Life Link, A, level 102, active skill. You can link to a summoned undead creature, sharing life points with it. Instant cast, with a cooldown of 10 seconds. This skill alleviates Mubai's concerns regarding his maximum health. As long as the summoned undead remains, he is shielded from the threat of sudden demise. Summon Amplification, S, passive skill, no level. Casting time for summoning skills is reduced by 50. Cooldown time is halved. Attributes of summon creatures are enhanced by 50. And the summoning limit is raised to 500. The second skill boasts an S rank, a noble percentage enhancement skill. Such abilities grow increasingly potent as the game progresses. Furthermore, Mubai has acquired a unique item, Grimoire of Death, class exclusive day and night, offhand item, non-droppable, indestructible, and non-tradable. Level 0 follows the character. Attributes unlocks after reaching level 1. Special effect activates after reaching level 10. This is a tome of rules, accessible solely to you. Upon meeting certain criteria, you may learn the exclusive skills of the Death Sovereign from its pages. Presently, the Grimoire holds no attributes, but its description suggests that it is indeed extraordinary. However, Mubai lacks the requisite level to unlock its potential, as his gaze falls upon the calamity attributes bestowed by his class advancement. He cannot help but draw in a sharp breath, his pupils widening in astonishment. Truly, it is deserving of its title as the only forbidden level talent, frighteningly formidable. Chapter 5. Some attacks are painful to witness. Occupation, Death Sovereign, exclusive hidden profession. Cataclysmic traits 1. All skill effects are doubled. 2. Level insufficient, not activated. 3. Level insufficient, not activated. The cataclysmic traits bestow upon Mubai's profession 3 additional attributes. Although only 1 is currently activated, it is already sufficiently formidable. The concept of having all skill effects doubled is nothing short of terrifying. Mubai can hardly contain his eagerness to test his newfound prowess. While he still has the opportunity to upgrade his existing skills without any cost, he intends to leave the village entrance before taking that step. After all, it is not yet the time to appear invincible, and revealing too much in public would be unwise. With this thought in mind, Mubai brandished his practice bone staff and unleashed his skill. Summon Little Skeleton. In the next moment, a pale gray vortex suddenly materialized beside Mubai. Subsequently, 2 skeletons, each standing at 1.5 meters, emerged side by side from the vortex. Clack, clack. Within the hollow eye sockets of the 2 skeletons flickered faint flames of spirit as they stood quietly at Mubai's flanks. As an F-grade skill, the summoned skeletons were naturally not very powerful. Their bones were chalky white, riddled with numerous cracks. Even the iron swords they wielded were corroded and full of gaps. Mubai even suspected that these 2 would disassemble at any moment. However, as the saying goes, one should not judge by appearances. Though their form, may be ostentatious. It is the attributes that truly matter. Instant release. Mubai's eyes brightened, astonished by the doubling effect of the cataclysmic traits. Not only had the number of summons doubled, but the original 50 cooldown reduction had also escalated to 100. Furthermore, the summon little skeleton skill was now devoid of cooldown time for Mubai. Would their attributes also be doubled? With a flicker of thought, Mubai opened the attribute panel for the little skeletons. Little skeleton, strength, 20 vitality, 20 agility, 20 mind, 20 health, 200 attack power, 20 physical defense, skills, the most basic little skeleton, barely qualifying as a skeletal warrior after enhancement. The attributes of the two little skeletons were identical, underscoring a singularly unadorned word: powerful. According to Mubai's 10 points in mind, the summoned little skeletons should have only possessed a mere 5 points in every attribute. Such attributes, devoid of occupational bonuses or skills, were akin to those of an ordinary player. Now, under the dual enhancement of summon amplification and the cataclysm, the attributes of the two little skeletons had quadrupled. Even more astonishing was that as long as there was space in the summoning realm, Mubai could continue to summon them indefinitely. He could summon up to 10 little skeletons simultaneously. The formation of a catastrophic army was imminent. My friend, your talent must be at least A grade, right? A voice broke through, and Mubai paused briefly, turning to see the source. A warrior player approached, wielding a long sword, his gaze lingering thoughtfully on two diminutive skeletons. A-grade summoned minions, mused Mubai with a slight smile as he glanced at the player's ID, Night Wanderer. At this nascent stage of the multiverse game, very few could conceal their identities. The skeletons summoned by the warrior were not only more numerous, but also larger than those of other necromancers, which naturally drew attention. Shall we form a party to level up together? I also possess A-grade talent. Our collaboration would surely expedite our progress. Night Wanderer raised his long sword, extending an invitation to Mubai. He was not alone. A gathering of players had amassed at the village entrance, all seeking companions for their journeys. While the novice village served as a training ground for players, the monsters within were far from trivial. Even the most basic of foes, the ground chicken, possessed the capability to eliminate a solitary player. Ground chicken, level 1, health, 100 attack power, 10 physical defense, 5 magical defense, 5. Could it really be that someone might struggle against a chicken? In a mere 10 seconds, Mubai witnessed dozens of white lights flickering to life outside. It was evident that some players were indeed faltering against the ground chicken, without exploiting any glitches. A single attack from such a creature could potentially vanquish Mubai 10 times over. Yet, at this moment, he found no challenge in it. Politely declining Night Wanderer's invitation, Mubai focused his thoughts and, shielded by his two skeletons, stepped out of the novice village. The surroundings were alive with the fervor of battle, as players valiantly engaged the ground chickens. Mubai also noted that the skeletons summoned by conventional necromancers were merely around 1 meter tall, resembling diminutive figures. Why did I choose a tank class? This chicken pecks painfully, he lamented. No more complaints. Let us dispatch this chicken. Goodness, its attack power exceeds mine. Alas, a level 0 player is bested by a level 1 chicken. He resolved to return to the village to seek a crafting profession, muttering to himself, "Let whoever desires to fight do so. Look at that Mubai. How are his summoned skeletons so much taller than mine? He must have awakened a superior talent." Another day of envy for the lucky ones oblivious to the chatter around him. Mubai noted that the ground chickens near the village entrance had already targeted their adversaries. He had no intention of stealing kills. Instead, he directed his skeletons toward the distance. After meticulously exploiting such a significant glitch, who would bother with level 1 monsters? The game featured an integrated mini-map, which players could summon at any moment, displaying a translucent panel in the upper right corner of their view. Utilizing the map, Mubai swiftly departed the territory of the ground chickens, venturing into an area inhabited by level 2 monsters. Red-eyed rabbit, level 2, health, 150 attack power, 15 physical defense, 7 magical defense, 7 be cautious of its leap. It can strike where it hurts. The number of players in this region had significantly dwindled. At this stage, the only individuals daring to venture here to slay monsters, aside from players with awakened talents of a level or above, are small, well-organized teams. Perhaps it is also due to the allure of the red-eyed rabbit, which enjoys targeting the unwary. Mubai has already witnessed 2 tank players curled up on the ground, having been overwhelmed. The myriad realms of the game are indeed a reflection of reality, with a palpable sense of pain at 100%. Just the sight of it causes him to involuntarily draw a sharp breath. Any man would naturally fear such attacks. Fortunately, he does not need to engage directly. With a slight twitch of his lips, Mubai advances while commanding 2 skeletal minions to begin clearing the monsters. In the absence of a player army, his desire to access higher-level maps will inevitably attract some red-eyed rabbits. In the myriad realms, there is no concept of green-named monsters. Once one steps outside the village, the wilderness is rife with red-named foes. Particularly, the piercing gaze of the red-eyed rabbits, fixated upon the players, is enough to send shivers down one's spine. However, the skeletal minions, devoid of any vital parts, brandish their rusted iron swords fearlessly and charge straight at the red-eyed rabbits. -13, -15, the red-eyed rabbit, feeling the sting, howls as it suddenly lunges at one of the skeletal minions. -11, the skeletal minion, of course, is impervious to pain and responds with a mechanical swing of its sword. For such low-level monsters, Mubai finds no need to meticulously maneuver the minions. To put another way, he never has such a necessity. Why bother with intricate maneuvers? A straightforward combination of quantity and quality yields far superior results. Now distanced from a novice village, Mubai raises an eyebrow and wields his bone staff once more. Summon Skeleton Minion, Chapter 6. The currency of promotion, a pale gray whirlpool emerged, from which 2 diminutive skeletons brandishing weapons stepped forth, joining the fray against the red-eyed rabbit. How could such a meager level 2 monster withstand the blows of 4 skeletons with attributes surpassing its own? In mere seconds, the red-eyed rabbit met its demise, leaving behind a lifeless form and a gleaming copper coin. A barely perceptible white light infiltrated Mubai's being, coinciding with the system's notification. Defeated level 2 red-eyed rabbit. Receive an additional 50 over-level bonus, experience points 3. It appeared that ascending to level 1 was not a daunting task. Mubai cast a glance at his attribute panel, noting a slight increase in the experience section, now at 3. This indicated that by vanquishing 33 more red-eyed rabbits, he could achieve a level up. The 4 skeletons advanced, relentlessly slaying the obstructive red-eyed rabbits. Mubai refrained from Kistingburn, opting instead to conserve his mana entirely for the skeletons. The damage from burn was simply too negligible, even with the occupational disaster trait enhancement. It could only inflict 90 points of magical damage within 5 seconds, not accounting for the monster's magical defenses. In comparison to Summon Skeleton, the cost-effectiveness of this skill paled significantly. Nevertheless, Mubai promptly cast Life Link on one of the fully healed skeletons, for with only a single point of health, carelessness could lead to its demise. With a flick of his bone staff, Mubai was astonished to discover he had simultaneously linked 2 skeletons. Beneath his health bar, 2 faintly red health bars materialized, each representing double the health of the skeletons. Health, 1-1, Lifelink 1, 400-400, Lifelink 2, 393-400. Goodness. I almost overlooked the doubling effect of the skill. Raising an eyebrow, Mubai silently commended the occupational disaster trait. At this moment, the 4 skeletons had already dispatched several red-eyed rabbits, bringing Mubai's experience points to 21. However, the red-eyed rabbits were rather miserly, dropping nothing but a few copper coins. In the game of all worlds, the currency was categorized into gold coins, silver coins, and copper coins, with a 100-fold difference between each tier. According to the information in his mind, there seemed to be even higher-grade currencies within the game, although they were clearly inaccessible in the early stages. Mubai glanced at a few players nearby, suppressing the urge to convert copper coins into disaster promotion, and continued onward with the 4 skeletons. He refrained from summoning additional skeletons to avoid drawing undue attention. Summoning 4 skeletons was already sufficient to intimidate onlookers. It wasn't until Mubai's figure gradually faded from view that the player teams on the red-eyed rabbit's territory began to discuss among themselves. Look at him, casually leveling up. Being a necromancer is simply delightful. Delightful? Please, take a look at the skeletons I've summoned. Can they even be compared to Bayez? Who told you to choose the necromancer class without any summoning talents? That Bai must have at least an S-class talent. How formidable. It is estimated that his prowess ranks among the top in the novice village of number 9527. With such a rapid leveling speed, he is certain to ascend the leaderboard, and the results will soon be revealed. By the way, when will the level rankings be announced? Tomorrow. Congratulations to player Bai Yi for reaching level 1. Attributes 1, skill points 1, free attribute points 15. Not long after entering the area with level 3 monsters, a flash of golden light indicated that Mubai had leveled up to 1. The increments of 1 to attributes and skill points are enhancements that every player receives upon leveling up. However, in terms of free attribute points, due to the occupational bonus from the Death Sovereign class, Mubai receives 3 times the amount of free attribute points compared to ordinary players with each level gained. At this rate, even without utilizing catastrophe, he would swiftly become a formidable presence among players. After a moment of contemplation, Mubai allocated 4 points to agility, subsequently assigning all remaining points to his intellect. Strength held little value for him, and as for constitution, he deemed it unnecessary. After all, one could only possess a single drop of health permanently. Who would invest in that attribute? Finally, the area was devoid of other players. Surveying his surroundings, Mubai broke into a grin. He deliberately steered clear of other players while progressing forward. Additionally, given the current scarcity of players capable of training in the level 3 monster area, only the silhouettes of level 3 wildcat monsters remained. At this moment, Mubai had summoned 10 little skeletons, fully utilizing his summoning capacity. After distributing his points, his intellect attribute had risen to 22. The stats of all summoned skeletons also reflected these changes in real time, with their attributes rising to a balanced and unpretentious 44 points. However, the path of Mubai's extraordinary journey had only just begun. Opening the 20-slot inventory that new players receive, Mubai scoffed. The drop rate of low-level monsters in the Myriad Realms game was exceedingly low. Throughout his journey, he had yet to acquire a single piece of equipment. Even copper coins did not drop from every monster. He decided to test whether copper coins could directly be upgraded to silver coins. With 12 copper coins in hand, Mubai concentrated. Catastrophe. Target, 12 copper coins. Prompt, please select upgrade tier. First tier, second tier, third tier. Second tier. Mubai wanted to ascertain the resources required for upgrading copper coins to the second tier. Prompt, to elevate 12 copper coins. A total of 1 silver and 20 copper is needed. Insufficient resources, upgrade failed. Such a minimal cost? Mubai raised an eyebrow. If the value of the copper coins post-upgrade aligned with his expectations, then indeed, this cost was remarkably low. The outcome would reveal itself upon attempting the upgrade. Shaking his head, Mubai activated Catastrophe, once more targeting the 12 copper coins in his possession. This time, however, he opted for the first tier upgrade. Prompt, do you confirm the upgrade of 12 copper coins to the first tier with no consumption? Confirm. Cancel confirm. With a thought, the copper coins in Mubai's hand shimmered with a soft glow. You have acquired 12 ancient copper coins. Shouldn't the promotion to the first tier involve silver coins? What is this ancient copper coin? Staring at the somewhat darker-hued coin in his hand, Mubai found himself momentarily taken aback. Ancient copper coin, a discontinued currency with an indeterminate value in the eyes of certain collectors of antiquities. It is estimated to be worth 10 copper coins. With a twitch of his lips, Mubai stowed the ancient copper coin back into his backpack. Not only had he failed to achieve currency appreciation, but his backpack had also been encumbered by this item. However, Mubai was not overly disheartened. With the Cataclysm talent at his disposal, making money would be a simple endeavor. Furthermore, since the ancient copper coin existed, it might prove useful at some point in the future. The backpack can also be upgraded. observing the remaining 19 slots in his novice backpack. Mubai's eyes gleamed as he activated Cataclysm once more. Notification. Please select the tier for promotion. First tier, second tier, third tier. First tier, notification. Do you confirm the promotion of the novice backpack to the first tier without any consumption? Confirm. Cancel confirm. You have obtained a large backpack. Large backpack contains 50 slots. Continuing, Mubai's gaze fell upon the bone staff in his hand. Before embarking on his leveling journey, he intended to upgrade everything he could. After all, with no cost involved, it would be foolish not to take advantage of the opportunity. Chapter 7. Comprehensive Promotion. The Death Scriptures. Upon vanquishing a level 3 lynx, an additional 50 experience bonus is bestowed, granting 5 experience points. As Mubai activated the Cataclysm to enhance his equipment and skills, the 10 little skeletons executed their movements without pause. 5 of them formed a small squad, relentlessly hunting the obstructive lynxes. Utilizing Cataclysm did not necessitate halting his momentum. Once his agility surged to 6 points, Mubai's movement speed returned to normal. Thus, the skeleton squad advanced further while simultaneously clearing out enemies. By repeatedly employing Cataclysm, Mubai effectively obscured the skill's visual effects. Otherwise, the resplendent beam of light when enhancing advanced skills would be excessively conspicuous. You have acquired a common equipment, bone staff. You have acquired a common equipment, linen robe. In the realm of the myriad games, equipment is classified into 10 tiers: inferior, common, black iron, bronze, silver, gold, dark gold, epic, legendary, and mythical. The equipment initially bestowed upon players is of the most inferior quality, merely serving as decoration, primarily to prevent exposure and facilitate the casting of skills, as many abilities require a weapon to wield. With the elevation of these 2 items to the common tier, Mubai finally possessed some noteworthy attributes. However, their utility was limited, merely marginally increasing his spell potency and physical defense. The true augmentation of his prowess lay in the advancement of his skills. Your F-grade skill Summon Skeleton has successfully advanced to E-grade skill Summon Skeleton. Summon Skeleton E, Level 1, Active Skill. Summons a skeleton to fight on your behalf. Casting time, 3 seconds. Cooldown, 30 seconds. Mana cost, 40 points. The skeleton's attributes are enhanced by the player's mental attributes. This time, the 10 skeletons engaged in battle did not receive immediate enhancements. It appeared that skills needed to be re-summoned post-advancement. Mubai did not rush to summon anew. Instead, he continued utilizing Cataclysm to elevate his remaining skills. Your F-grade skill burn has successfully advanced to E-grade skill burn. The name of burn remained unchanged, yet its damage escalated from 150 to 200, and the mana cost adjusted to 20 points. Now the pivotal moment arrived. A glimmer of brilliance flickered in his eyes as Mubai selected his next skill. Your A-grade skill Life Link has successfully advanced to S-grade skill Life Share. Life Share S, passive skill, no level. Skill effect. You share health points unidirectionally with all summoned undead creatures. Astounding. Gazing at the straightforward description of Life Share, Mubai could not suppress an exclamation. Not only had an active skill transformed into a passive one, but the targets of sharing also encompassed all summoned entities. The transition from A-grade to S-grade represented a profound metamorphosis. Such a skill effectively granted the player an additional S-grade talent, a feat nearly unattainable in the early stages of the game. However, Mubai was undeterred by conventional limitations. Moreover, when considering the catastrophic nature of the profession alongside the skill of summoning amplification, the value of life sharing manifests as significantly superior to that of an ordinary player's S-grade talent. After all, players who have awakened such talents cannot summon as many entities. Gazing at the newly displayed health bar beneath his life points, the staggering figure exceeding 8,000 starkly contrasted with the 1-1 health status. At this moment, even Mubai felt somewhat monstrous. A permanent 1-hit point? So what? My secondary health bar approaches 9,000, and this is still a spellcasting profession? Even an S-grade tank would weep in self-reproach for cheating. A smile curled at the corners of Mubai's mouth as his gaze settled on the final skill. Catastrophe, Target, summoning amplification. Your S-grade skill summoning amplification has successfully ascended to SS-grade skill death summoning. Death summoning. SS, passive skill, no level. Skill effects, 1. Casting time for summoning skills reduced by 75. 2. Cooldown time for summoning skills reduced by 75. 3. Attributes of summoned creatures enhanced by 100. 4. Summoning space limit increased tenfold. The effects of death summoning have doubled. Not to mention, Mubai is now one step closer to achieving the goal of summoning the Plague Legion. Summoning space, 1020. Unfortunately, the summoning space is merely a statistic rather than a tangible entity, rendering the use of catastrophe for free summoning impossible. With a thought, Mubai retrieved the Book of Death from his inventory. It was time to elevate this item. As his level ascended to 1, the attributes of the Book of Death were activated, albeit revealing only a basic attribute of spell power 10. It appeared woefully inadequate for a piece of exclusive equipment. Mubai promptly equipped the Book of Death in his offhand, gripping a skeletal staff in one hand while holding the ancient tome exuding a deathly aura in the other, finally resembling a necromancer. Catastrophe. Target, Book of Death. This time, the activation of Catastrophe took noticeably longer than before. Although the special effects were suppressed, Mubai still sensed a chilling presence. Just as he believed the Ascension had failed, the cold sound of the system notification echoed in his ears. Your exclusive item Book of Death has successfully ascended to the Book of Deathly Scriptures. Book of Deathly Scriptures, class-specific, night and day. Special item non-droppable, indestructible, non-tradable. Can be summoned or retracted at will level. 1. Follows character, basic attribute. Spell power 15 special effect. Unlocked after level 10. This is a book of rules. Only you may peruse it, and upon meeting the requirements, you may learn exclusive skills of the Master of Death from within. Is it true that it merely increased by 5 points of spell power? Mubai furrowed his brow, scrutinizing the attributes of the Book of Deathly Scriptures several times before finally discerning the subtle difference in wording. Originally a book of laws, it has now transformed into a book of rules. It appears that the true strength of the Death Codex can only be discerned after one's own level has been elevated. Observing the transformation of the Death Codex from a secondary item to a special one, Mubai concentrated, and the Death Codex instantly glimmered with a faint light, becoming an inscription imprinted upon the back of his left hand. To his astonishment, he discovered that the secondary slot in his equipment bar had magically become available. Moreover, the increase in spell power granted by the Death Codex remained intact. The ability to equip an additional secondary item alone rendered this advancement worthwhile. With this unexpected delight, Mubai speeded forth. After fully utilizing Cataclysm, his strength had transformed dramatically compared to before. Thus, his journey of leveling up officially commenced. Allocating his sole skill point to summon skeletons, Mubai brandished his bone staff. A slightly larger pale gray vortex emerged, and 2 skeletal soldiers stepped forth from within. Following the skill enhancement, the summoned skeletons appeared significantly more robust, their bones no longer stark white, but rather possessing a subtle sheen. The fissures on their surfaces had diminished, and their weapons were now devoid of any chips. They finally exuded a semblance of intimidation. Chapter 8. The Terrifying Surge after utilizing the ability 10 consecutive times. A mere 400 mana points had been consumed. For Mubai, whose mana capacity soared to 1320 points, this posed no burden whatsoever. In no time, a total of 20 skeletons stood orderly by his sides. The sole drawback was the eclectic assortment of weapons they wielded: swords, knives, spears, and staffs, lacking only ranged weaponry, presenting a veritable medley. Skeleton, strength, 87, constitution, 87, agility, 87, mentality, 87, health, 870, attack power, 87, physical defense, 44, skill, heavy strike, level 2. Swings the weapon to strike the target, inflicting 155 physical damage, with a cooldown of 30 seconds. The most ordinary of skeletons, a low-tier entity among undead beings. Such attributes were undeniably luxurious at this stage. Should a necromancer manage to summon a single skeleton of this caliber, it would undoubtedly become an object of fervent admiration among players. Yet, Mubai commanded an impressive 20 skeletons. Due to the summoning space's limit of 20, the previous 10 smaller skeletons had automatically disintegrated. The summoning space not only dictated the upper limit of summoned beings, but also allowed the necromancer to withdraw summoned entities at will. Health, 1-1, health sharing, 34,800, 34,800, 870 20 skeletons class catastrophe trait doubled. Glancing at his health bar, Mubai felt a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Now, he was eager to attempt another idea. If successful, his combat prowess would surge once more. The more he contemplated, the more exhilarated he became, his gaze fixated on the 20 freshly summoned skeletons as he concentrated his thoughts. Catastrophe. Target, 20 skeletons. First order. Prompt. Do you wish to confirm the override of the previous effect and upgrade the skill summoned skeletons? Cancel. Disappointed, Mubai shook his head. It appeared that within the judgment of the catastrophe talent, these skeletons and the skill were intertwined. Although he had failed to exploit a bug once again, he remained quite content with his current strength. Consulting the map to ascertain his direction, Mubai waved his hand decisively. Let us depart. Crack, crack, crack. The sound of bones grinding against one another echoed as the skeletons instinctively divided into several small squads, commencing their slaughter. With an agility of 87, their speed far surpassed that of the level 3 wildcats. -79, -82, -126. The wildcats ahead scarcely had time to react before being swiftly dispatched by various weapons. 3 skeletons attacking simultaneously could obliterate a single wildcat. With comprehensive enhancements, Mubai's forward momentum surged significantly. Simultaneously, the system's notifications announcing experience gain flooded the screen. Defeated a level 3 wildcat, receiving an additional 50 over-level bonus, experience points for 5. Upon slaying a level 3 mountain cat, an additional 50 experience bonus is granted, yielding an increase of 5 experience points. While the majority of players engage in a fierce struggle against the relentless ground chickens, Mubai's journey of leveling up resembles a leisurely stroll. The only factor that hampers his progress is his own agility. In this region, 20 skeletons roam as if they inhabit a deserted land. Observing his rapidly ascending experience bar, Mubai quietly calculates the experience required for the next level. Transitioning from level 0 to 1 necessitates merely 100 points, while advancing from level 1 to 2 escalates to 300 points. At present, the experience gained from low-level monsters aligns with the numerical values of their levels. This suggests that future levels will undoubtedly become increasingly arduous. However, Mubai remains unperturbed, for his automated grinding is exceptionally formidable, even without deliberately seeking out monsters. As he exits the mountain cat's territory, a golden light envelopes him. Congratulations, player by Yi. You have ascended to level 2. Attributes 1, skill points 1, free attribute points 15. Leveling up is this effortless. Throughout, aside from his initial summoning of skeletons, he has not lifted a finger. Even the copper coins that drop are retrieved by a skeleton, which subsequently presents them to him. He allocates 4 points to agility, with the remainder dedicated to spirit. The newly acquired skill points, of course, are utilized to enhance the level of summoned skeleton. The E-grade summoned skeleton possesses attributes equivalent to 60 of his spirit attribute. For every level increase in the skill, the skeleton's attributes rise by an additional 10. Coupled with the enhancement from his spirit attribute, the skeletons summoned by Mubai now boast a staggering total of 147 points across their attributes. This remarkable increase is due to his current low level, allowing each advancement to bestow substantial enhancements upon the skeletons. Mubai consults the map, confirms his direction, and issues commands to the skeletons. This area is still not his destination. Beyond the territory of level 4 and 5 monsters lies the entrance to the first and only dungeon of the novice village. That is where he intends to hone his skills. Almost effortlessly traversing through the regions occupied by level 4 and 5 monsters, Mubai, accompanied by his legion of skeletons, swiftly arrives at the dungeon entrance. It manifests as a swirling portal, measuring 2 meters in length and width, nestled within a valley. Beside the portal stands a towering stone tablet inscribed with 4 characters, Foggy Forest. This marks the inaugural dungeon for players, regardless of which novice village they hail from. Mubia's ambition is to secure the first completion of this dungeon, not just for the 95-27 novice village, but for all novice villages. Observing his experience bar at 93, he refrains from rushing into the portal, opting instead to patiently wait for 2 minutes. Soon, a golden light flashes once more. Congratulations, player by Yi. You have ascended to level 3. Attributes 1, skill points 1, free attribute points 15. Just as he finishes allocating his points, a skeleton approaches, cradling over a dozen copper coins in its hands. Among the coins rests a pair of shoes. Finally, a drop of equipment has been achieved. Mubai raised an eyebrow, stowing the copper coins into his backpack. After inspecting the attributes of this ordinary equipment, he immediately utilized Cataclysm. Prompt: please select a promotion tier. Tier 1, Tier 2, Tier 3. Tier 1. Prompt: do you confirm the promotion of the cloth shoes to Tier 1 without any cost? Confirm. Cancel. Confirm. You have acquired black iron-grade dual-layer cloth shoes. Dual-layer cloth shoes. Shoes cloth armor level 5 black, iron-grade durability 30-30 armor, 6 movement speed 2, double-layer protection for added peace of mind. Although Mubai could not yet wear the level 5 equipment, he anticipated that once he reached level 5, he would finally have shoes to wear. Indeed, the world game is rather stingy. Aside from a tattered robe and a practice staff, the initial equipment was utterly lacking. He did not even possess a pair of undergarments. Mubai could feel the cool breeze upon his exposed skin as he moved. Fortunately, melee players start with a 2-piece outfit, or else he would certainly be exposed during battles. There should be a place in the novice village to acquire undergarments. But Mubai was too apathetic to seek it out. He simply cherished his carefree and unrestrained spirit. With a wave of his hand, he summoned all the skeletons back into the summoning space and slowly extended his hand to touch the portal before him. The existence of the Misty Forest was designed to help players further acclimate to the world game. There were no specific requirements to enter. As long as one could arrive, they were welcome. Dying in the instance would cause a loss of only 10 of the experience points at that level. The leveling difficulty in the early stages was not particularly high, and it was likely that player teams would soon arrive here. After all, there were some players with advanced talents. While their progress may not match Mubai's, they would undoubtedly advance more rapidly than average players. Prompt: treasures exist within the Misty Forest, but it is also fraught with peril. Are you sure you wish to challenge this alone? Indeed, this was a 5-person mini-instance, typically requiring cooperation among various classes to succeed. However, it was clear that Mubai did not need such assistance. A party? Could they match the strength of his 20 skeletons? Prompt: please select the instance difficulty. The mini-instances in the world game offer 4 levels of difficulty, ranging from easy to hard, normal, hard, nightmare, and hell. Hell level. Given the substantial advantage he possessed, Mubai naturally decided to explore the highest difficulty. After all, dying would only result in a 10 loss of experience points. Yet, glancing at his exaggerated shared health bar, he suddenly felt that the hell difficulty might not be as daunting as it seemed. With a hum, as Mubai made his choice, the swirling portal rippled with waves. Its color shifted dramatically, transforming from its initial white to a deep black. At that moment, the portal resembled a ferocious beast ready to devour. Without hesitation, Mubai stepped boldly through it. Prompt: you have entered the hell-level Misty Forest. As darkness enveloped him, the next instant, Mubai found himself within a fog-laden forest. The pervasive mist surrounding him significantly diminished his field of vision, reducing it to scarcely a quarter of the external world. The entire forest was eerily silent, allowing Mubai to distinctly hear the rhythm of his own breath. Yet, he sensed an overwhelming aura of danger lurking in every corner. For a typical player squad entering the Misty Forest, the primary task would be to navigate their way through. Mubai was no exception. However, he had no intention of seeking the path himself. With a mere thought, he summoned the spatial portal. in a flash of white light. 4 squads of skeletons appeared in perfect formation before him. The 40 flickering blue flames of their ethereal souls danced gently, instantly infusing the misty forest with an air of terror. Chapter 9. The misty forest of wilderness, navigating through the forest and vanquishing foes. With a mere thought, 4 squads of skeletons swiftly set forth to explore in 4 directions. The soft clattering of their bones echoed distinctly in the stillness of the misty forest. Following a level increase, the skeletons experienced a significant enhancement in their attributes. Their agility, soaring to an impressive 215 points, rendered them remarkably swift. Observing their bones jostling as they moved, Mubai feared that these creatures might inadvertently disassemble themselves. Fortunately, such a calamity did not occur in this digitized realm. As long as a single drop of health remained, their combat prowess was intact. In an instant, the 4 squads of skeletons vanished from view, and the surrounding mist began to swirl. Mubai narrowed his eyes slightly, sensing the presence of the skeletons in his mind. Soon, information flooded his consciousness. Within a 100-meter radius, he could manipulate the summoned undead at will. Beyond this range, the connection would sever. Mubai was uncertain how to enhance this ability, but he speculated that an ordinary necromancer would likely lack such extensive control at this stage. His knowledge of the exclusive hidden class, Death Ruler, and the myriad of information within the vast universe was still quite limited. The multiverse dwarfed Blue Star in size. The novice village was merely a starting point. The future plague army would begin its ascent from the hellish depths of the misty forest. A breakthrough. The skeletons relayed their feedback to Mubai, brightening his eyes as he commanded all skeletons to head northward. As he approached, the system issued a notification. Defeated the level 8 elite monster, Misty Treant. Receive an additional 50 experience bonus for defeating an enemy of a higher level. Experience points 60. Was the experience from elite monsters 5 times that of ordinary ones? Watching his experience bar rise from 0 to 2, Mubai nodded in satisfaction. With only 50 monsters needed to level up, it should not take long. However, the experience required for leveling was increasingly substantial. Upon arriving at the battleground, he found only the severed remains of 2 Treants. The skeletons had already resumed their explorations. Thanks to the passive ability of life sharing, he did not need to leave skeletons behind for his protection. Bending down to collect 3 fallen copper coins, Mubai leisurely admired the scenery as he ventured deeper into the misty forest. Having found the right direction, he naturally encountered more monsters. Defeated the level 8 elite monster, Misty Treant. Received an additional 50 experience bonus. Experience points 60. Defeated the level 8 elite monster, Misty Python. Received an additional 50 experience bonus. Experience points 60. Almost every 10 seconds, Mubai's experience points surged. This was still due to the vastness of the misty forest and the sparse distribution of monsters. At last, he caught up with the main force and beheld the status panel of the elite monsters. Fog Tree Spirit, level 8, elite, health 3,600, 3,600, attack 74, physical defense 60, magical defense 40, skill, entanglement, beware of every tree around you. They may strike at any moment. Fog Tree Python, level 8, elite, health 3,000, 3,000, attack 108, physical defense 52, magical defense 30, skill, strangulation. It is said that the Fog Tree Python delights in games of binding. One wonders if you can withstand it. The Fog Forest is a level 5 dungeon, where the hellish difficulty elevates the monsters' levels by 3, all of which are elite entities. These elite creatures possess health points that surpass those summoned by Mubai skeletons, yet their attributes fall short. Although the coordination of the skeletons is far from perfect, they pose little challenge when besieging their foes. Fixating on a Fog Tree Python, Mubai brandished his bone staff and murmured an incantation. 2 seconds later, a wisp of ethereal blue flame shot forth, instantly merging with the Fog Tree Python's form. Burn -98, -101. Each second, a damage figure of around 100 flickered above the python's head. Upon reaching level 3, Mubai's spell power soared to a remarkable 156 points. with 46 points of mental strength deriving from the triple enhancement of the Death Sovereign class, constituting the majority. An additional 18 points stemmed from the Death Codex and the Bone Staff. In the myriad realms of the game, equipment undergoes a transformation every 5 levels. Thus, the attributes of the Death Codex will only change at level 5. After 5 seconds, Burn inflicted just over 500 magical damage on the Fog Tree Python. While this may seem considerable to an ordinary player, it pales in comparison to the output of 20 skeletons. Nevertheless, Mubai demanded un deterrent, persistently casting Burn to augment his damage output. Although he possessed no potions for mana recovery, his current mental attributes allowed him to regain 46 mana points every 5 seconds during battle, a figure thrice that of an average necromancer. Upon defeating the level 8 elite monster, Fog Tree Python, an additional 50 level-up bonus is granted, yielding 60 experience points. Another system notification chimed, prompting a subtle smile from Mubai. A reward has appeared. The drop rate in hellish dungeons is indeed far superior to the outside world. Having vanquished only a dozen monsters, he had already acquired a piece of equipment. Furthermore, it was a black iron grade item. Python belt leather armor level 5 black iron grade durability 30-30 armor 9 constitution 2. Imagine being girded by a giant serpent. Regrettably, it was a piece of leather armor. Observing the equipment description, Mubai's lips twitched slightly. It is uncertain what twisted sense of humor governs the Myriad Realms game, as every piece of equipment bears such a soul-stirring description. The game categorizes equipment into cloth armor, leather armor, chainmail, and plate armor. Generally speaking, low-level equipment is only subject to level requirements, yet each class can only don corresponding armor types. The Death Sovereign is derived from the Necromancer. Thus, it also belongs to the cloth armor profession. Though it may not be of immediate use, it can still fetch a decent price. With a mere thought, Mubai activated Cataclysm on the Tree Python belt. You have acquired a bronze-level equipment, Tree Python belt. The name remained unchanged. Yet, all attributes experienced a notable enhancement. In comparison, bronze-level equipment is approximately 50 superior to black iron equipment of the same tier. However, the additional attributes still amounted to just 1. Casually tossing it into his backpack, Mubai continued to assist the skeletons in exterminating foes. What he truly desired was not equipment, but skill books. The Misty Forest, serving as the inaugural dungeon of the Novice Village, is a haven for players to acquire both equipment and skill tomes. Naturally, the drop rate at hellish difficulty is significantly higher. As golden light flashed, Mubai had already reaped 3 pieces of equipment and 2 skill books. Congratulations, player by Yi. You have leveled up to level 4 with attributes 1, skill points 1, and free attribute points 15. You have obtained black iron level equipment, wooden magic wand. You have obtained black iron level equipment, serpent fang dagger. You have obtained black iron level equipment, tree python leather armor. You have acquired E-level skill book, entangle. You have acquired E-level skill book, strangulate. Of the 5 items, only the wooden magic wand would be usable by Mubai once he reached level 5. After utilizing Cataclysm to upgrade all equipment and skill books by 1 tier, he promptly stashed them away. By the time this dungeon run concluded, other players would likely begin their own expeditions, providing a perfect opportunity to sell to them. However, Mubai harbored concerns regarding the financial status of his fellow players, as he was acutely aware of the drop rates in the myriad realms of gaming. Even with his prowess, his total wealth barely amounted to 3 silver coins. Surely, players tackling the dungeon would gather funds? Shaking his head, Mubai continued to direct the skeletons further into the depths of the misty forest. Following his level up, the skeletons' attributes reached 292 points, further accelerating their monster-clearing speed. Were it not for the sparse monster density in the misty forest, Mubai's leveling pace would have increased even more. Upon encountering the first boss, his level finally ascended to 5. During this period, his gains were indeed considerable. With the addition of the double-layer cloth shoes and wooden magic wand, he had a total of 5 pieces of equipment at his disposal. Moreover, he possessed a skill book belonging to the Necromancer. Yet, it was this seemingly lowly skill that amplified his already extraordinary power several-fold. Chapter 10. The Misty Tree Serpent King, equipped with his gear, Mubai focused his thoughts and summoned his newly enhanced attribute panel. Attribute panel, player, by E. Level, 5-1. 28, class, Lord of Death, agility, 51, mentality, 108, health, 1-1, mana, 6,480, 6,480, spell power, 409. Note: unimportant attributes are omitted. Exclusive talent, Cataclysm, unique forbidden level. Class skills, summon skeleton E. Burn E, summoning space expansion D. Life sharing S. Death summoning SS, summoning space, 2100 equipment. Wooden wand, emerald robe, emerald belt, emerald pants. Double-layered cloth shoes, class exclusive, death codex, lifespan, 1 year. The 5 pieces of equipment collectively enhance his mentality by 13 points, a modest improvement for Mubai. What surprised him most was that the significant boost did not derive from the death codex, but rather from a low-level skill of the necromancer. Summoning space expansion, originally an E-level skill book, had been upgraded to D-level after Mubai utilized Cataclysm. Summoning space expansion, D, passive skill, no level, summoning space 2. For an ordinary necromancer, this merely meant the ability to summon 2 additional skeletons. However, for Mubai, the effect of this skill was akin to that of an SS-level skill. With the enhancement of the class's Cataclysm characteristic, the effect was doubled, raising the summoning space by 4. Coupled with the boost from Death Summoning, Mubai's summoning space limits soared to a terrifying 100. This was an alarming progression down the path of absurdity. Gazing at his formidable attribute panel, Mubai could not help but gasp in astonishment. Who could have anticipated that a low-level skill could yield such considerable enhancement? Perhaps there were even more astonishing possibilities. With a contemplative squint at this summoning space expansion skill, Mubai felt a compelling idea arise within him that he needed to explore. Once a skill book is learned, does it still count as the same entity? With this thought, Mubai concentrated. Cataclysm. Target. Summoning space expansion. Notification. Please select the promotion tier. First tier, second tier, third tier. Taking a deep breath, Mubai silently resolved. First tier. However, the ensuing system notification doused his enthusiasm with cold water. Notification. Do you confirm the consumption-free override of the previous promotion effect? Confirm. Cancel, cancel. A flicker of disappointment crossed his eyes. It seemed that the Myriad Worlds game had effectively sealed off any exploits. The inability to exploit bugs was indeed disheartening. With a sigh, Mubai turned his attention to the changes in the Death Codex. The Tome of Death class-specific, Eternal Night, special, item indestructible, non-tradable. Summonable at will level, 5, follows character, base attributes. Spell power 75, all attributes, 25 damage to undead creatures increased by 100. Your summons also benefit from this enhancement. Special effect. Unlocks at level 10. This is a rulebook, accessible only to you upon meeting the requirements. You may learn the exclusive skills of the Death Overlord from it. The level 5, Tome of Death, has already begun to display its brilliance. The mere attribute boost of 25 is sufficient to drive all players into a frenzy at this stage. As for the double damage against undead creatures, it holds little immediate value, as there are no undead maps or dungeons in the novice village of number 9527. The inscriptions on the back of his left hand shimmered as the Tome of Death materialized instantly. Mubai attempted to open it again, but found himself unable to do so. Must it be level 10 to peruse? Frowning slightly, he retracted the Tome of Death and waved his wand to cast Summon Skeleton. A pale gray vortex emerged, and 2 skeletons stepped forth, swiftly joining the ranks of his skeletal minions. Skeleton, Strength, 583, Vitality, 583, Agility, 583, Spirit, 583, Health, 5,835,830, Attack Power, 583, Physical Defense, 292, Skill, Heavy Strike, E, level 5. Swings weapon to strike the target, dealing 175 physical damage, cooldown 30 seconds. An exceptionally robust individual. Its strength far surpasses the limits of ordinary skeletons. Mubai gazed at the formidable skeletons surrounding him, and then glanced at the boss and its two minions not far ahead, his expression turning curious. Before him lay three massive tree serpents. The central one coiled nearby like a small hill. Misty Tree, Serpent King, level 8, silver rank boss, health, 88, 000, 88, 000, attack power, 327, physical defense, 136, magical defense, 98, skills, strangulation, devour, toxic spray, earthquake. Are you certain you are prepared to face this behemoth? It devours its victims without leaving a trace. Misty Tree, Serpent Guard, level 8, enhanced elite, health, 8, 358, 350, attack power, 198, physical defense, 72, magical defense, 60, skill, strangulation, the army of the Misty Tree Serpents, tasked with security duties. Also known as the Guard. In the myriad realms of the game, minions are categorized into 4 levels: normal, enhanced, elite, and enhanced elite. Enhanced elites, aside from their health and skills, are not significantly weaker than low-tier bosses in other aspects. The boss ranks correspond to equipment levels, ranging from black iron to mythic, encompassing a total of 8 tiers. Beyond possessing greater health and skills, all boss-level creatures have the ability to regenerate health during combat, although the recovery is modest. At a rate of 1 every 5 seconds, this singular trait means that should the player's damage output falter, the hope of vanquishing the boss becomes utterly bleak. To defeat the Mist Tree Python King, the party must exceed a damage per second of 176, a formidable challenge for a 5-member team. Without members endowed with formidable talents, the likelihood of overcoming the Mist Tree Python King is nearly non-existent. Moreover, it is merely the first boss of the Misty Forest, indicative of the hellish difficulty ahead. However, for Mubai, it posed no challenge whatsoever. In addition to health and skills, the skeletal army he summoned utterly overwhelmed the boss before him. Deciding to proceed without hesitation, Mubai commanded his skeletal legion to advance. Simultaneously, he waved his wand and summoned 2 additional skeletons. The Mist Tree Python guards reacted instantly, unleashing long, forked tongues as they charged at the skeletal horde. What awaited them was the relentless barrage of the skeletal army. The 2 guards, large in stature, absorbed the full brunt of the assaults. -892, -901, -1,788. A series of damage figures flashed, interspersed with a couple of critical hits. How could their limited health withstand such devastation? By the time the Mist Tree Python King raised its head, the bodies of the 2 guards had already stiffened. Chapter 11. Crushing and Triggering Announcements. Upon vanquishing the level 8 elite monster, Misty Tree Python Guardian, an additional 50 level-up bonus is granted, yielding 180 experience points. 2 system notifications echoed, yet Mubai remained indifferent. With a flourish of his wand, a wisp of ethereal blue flame shot forth, striking the head of the Misty Tree Python King, heralding the commencement of the ensuing onslaught. -288, faced with 24 skeletal warriors. The Misty Tree Python King's eyes glimmered ominously as it emitted a warning hiss. However, it was of no consequence. The skeletal legion adhered solely to Mubai's commands, launching a barrage of attacks upon the boss. With a pained hiss, the Misty Tree Python King opened its cavernous maw, swallowing 1 skeleton whole. Simultaneously, its massive form ensnared another skeleton. Yet, such an assault was far from lethal for the skeletal warrior, which boasted a staggering 830 hit points. The remaining skeletal warriors continued their relentless assault, each wave of attacks draining nearly 10,000 hit points from the Misty Tree Python King. What further deepened its despair was the sight of a human in the distance, who casually waved his wand and summoned 2 more skeletons. As the gatekeeper boss of a hellish 5-man dungeon, the Misty Tree Python King could scarcely fathom that one day it would be besieged by over 20 skeletal warriors. It should, in fact, be grateful for its comparatively modest size and health. Otherwise, it would be contending with 100 skeletons. With a resounding rumble, witnessing its health plummet like a waterfall, the Misty Tree Python King unleashed its ultimate attack. It raised its tail high and struck the ground with rapid succession. In an instant, shockwaves radiated outward, causing the very earth to tremble beneath Su Mubai's feet, rendering all his skills unusable. Concurrently, the Misty Tree Python King expelled a torrent of green energy, aimed squarely at Su Mubai. As a silver-tier boss, its intelligence was evidently not lacking. It recognized that these skeletons were under the control of this human. If it could eliminate him, the threat would be effortlessly resolved. Just as the venom was about to descend upon Su Mubai, a glint of cunning flashed in the Misty Tree Python King's eyes. Foolish human, once poisoned, your demise is inevitable. However, the outcome left the Misty Tree Python King utterly astonished. The venom indeed struck Su Mubai, yet he seemed unfazed. -938, -196, -196. A series of damage numbers emerged above Su Mubai's head, accompanied by a lingering poison effect lasting 30 seconds. Such damage would be fatal for a level 5 player, yet to Su Mubai, it was inconsequential. He had summoned a total of 26 skeletons, and their shared health pool had already surpassed 300,000. Even standing there to endure the Misty Tree Python King's assaults posed no challenge. A level 5 player possessed over 3 times the health of an 8-level silver boss. Who could possibly contest this logic? The earth trembled, yet the turmoil was far from over, as the Mist Tree Python King met its demise at the hands of over 20 skeletons wielding their blades mercilessly. Even the devouring skill it had initially unleashed had yet to conclude. The skeletons that had been consumed emerged from the serpent's maw, and barely a fifth of its health bar had diminished. Upon vanquishing the level 8 silver boss, the Mist Tree Python King, you gain an additional 50 experience bonus, totaling 400 experience points. The experience awarded by the boss was bountiful, propelling Su Mubai's newly leveled experience bar to an astonishing 73. After reaching level 5, the experience required for advancement surged dramatically, necessitating a staggering 20,000 points. This level seemed to represent a minor watershed, where players would gradually begin to diverge in their progress. Nonetheless, in Su Mubai's eyes, leveling up remained a breezy endeavor. This was largely due to the quintupled number of skeletons he could now summon. The system notifications continued unabated. Congratulations on being the first player in a 95-27 novice village to solo a boss. You are rewarded with a basic soulstone 1 and gold 1. Congratulations on being the first player in a 95-27 novice village to solo a silver boss. You are rewarded with basic soulstones 5 and gold 5. Notice, an announcement for the novice village is about to commence. Would you like to hide your name? No. Su Mubai raised an eyebrow and made his selection with conviction. In the next moment, the mysterious voice that had once heralded Blue Star's selection reverberated throughout the 95-27 novice village. Announcement from 95-27 novice village. Congratulations to Bai Yi for being the first player to solo a boss. This is a public notification, encouraging all players to learn from him for substantial rewards. 3. Announcement from 95-27 novice village. Congratulations to Bai Yi for being the first player to solo a silver boss. This is a public notification, encouraging all players to learn from him for substantial rewards. 3. The consecutive 6 system announcements ignited fervor among all players in the 95-27 novice village. In an instant, the chat channel was ablaze with excitement. Soloing a boss? A silver one at that. What a preposterous notion. In the face of this unexpected announcement, countless players were left agape, struggling to fathom that such an accomplishment was possible. Was the disparity between players truly so vast? Gazing at the ground chicken and red-eyed rabbit before them, many players stood frozen in disbelief, swiftly succumbing to the ground as lifeless corpses. Being slain by a ground chicken was a blow to one's spirit, while falling to a red-eyed rabbit was a dual assault on both body and psyche. Who is this Bai Yi? I am eager to uncover the nature of his extraordinary talent. It must be at least an S rank, perhaps even SS rank. Otherwise, it would be unfathomable for him to have soloed a silver boss so swiftly. The game of myriad realms is woefully imbalanced. I struggle to defeat mere minions, while others are slaying bosses with ease. Why is that fair? Is there truly such a thing as absolute fairness? One must resign to fate. Before my reincarnation, I toiled like a beast. I never imagined I would merely be cannon fodder in this new life. Countless messages flooded the screen, all expressing profound astonishment at this revelation. Many formidable teams began devising strategies to seek out Mubai, eager to recruit him into their ranks. Many individuals are seizing this opportunity to recruit in the chat channels. In the level 4 monster zone, a small team is efficiently dispatching the lesser creatures. Their prowess is evidently far superior to that of ordinary players. Was it necessary to single-handedly defeat a boss to trigger an announcement? Had I known, I would have let Maple Leaf face that black iron-level boss alone. In the center of the team, a well-fed middle-aged man expresses some grievances. Who could have known? However, there will surely be other chances. Maple Leaf swiftly thrusts his spear, instantly annihilating the wild creature before him. The damage exceeding 400 points clearly indicates his remarkable awakening talent. Bending down to collect the fallen copper coins, Maple Leaf casually hands them to the well-fed man. His expression grave. This white knight is stronger than I am. A silver-level boss, I am presently no match for him. Are you implying that his talent is SS level? The man, known as wealthy beyond measure, receives the coins with astonishment gleaming in his eyes. Maple Leaf has awakened an S-level talent, yet White Knight surpasses him. Indeed, it is highly probable Maple Leaf nods, and it must be a combat-oriented SS-level talent. Uncle, do you think this White Knight would agree to join us? Another teammate steps forward, addressing Wealthy beyond measure. It appears that the leader of this squad is not the S-level talented Maple Leaf, but rather the unassuming Wealthy beyond measure. I shall extend an invitation and see. Wealthy beyond measure replies with a slight nod, leaving his words unfinished. Yet, his expression reveals a sense of confidence in the endeavor. Chapter 12. The Soul Stone. Freebies bring joy. As the announcement concluded, Mubai noticed his communicator ringing incessantly. The friend requests surged from 0 to an overwhelming 999. He had anticipated this, but the rapidity took him by surprise. With a mere thought, he rejected all friend requests and set his profile to disallow additions through search. In comparison to these individuals, his primary concern lay with the rewards recently distributed by the system, summoning forth 2 new skeletons. Mubai deftly commanded his skeletal legion to continue their exploration while he perused his backpack. Soon, a look of sheer ecstasy illuminated his face. The function of the Soul Stone was indeed as he had envisioned. Beginner Soul Stone, special item upon absorption, it will extend life by 30 days. Note, regardless of whether the Beginner Soul Stone is stored in your backpack or warehouse, it will incur a loss of 1/10 upon your demise, with a minimum loss of 3 days. Is this the item that can prolong life? The Beginner Soul Stone, perfectly round and no larger than an infant's fist, radiated a soft white glow. Life expectancy was Mubai's foremost concern. He had presumed that discovering such treasures in the early stages would be arduous. Yet he had acquired them with such ease. Merely defeating the Mist Tree Python King had yielded him 6 Beginner Soul Stones. That equated to a full 6 months of life. Had the affluent elites of Blue Star known, they would have surely gone mad with desire. However, in this era of universal transmigration, the landscape had changed. Those individuals were now just ordinary players among the masses in the world of games. To obtain Soul Stones in the early stages of the game meant being the mightiest entity in various novice villages. For me, this is not merely an extension of 6 months of life. Gazing at the Beginner Soul Stone in his hand, a smile danced upon Mubai's lips. Cataclysm. Target, Beginner Soul Stone. Hint, please select the promotion tier. First tier, second tier, third tier. Second tier. Though Mubai was aware that his funds were likely insufficient, the recent windfall of 6 gold coins compelled him to take a chance. What if? Hint, to elevate a Beginner Soul Stone requires a total of 10,000 soul coins. Insufficient resources, promotion fail. Well, there goes any chance. The gold coins were insufficient even for the qualification to promote the Soul Stone. Soul coins? Mubai murmurith, contemplating the notion of a higher currency. Such a commodity would only be imaginable in the novice village if triggered by a system announcement. Chuckling softly, He shook his head and, with a thought, activated Cataclysm once more. This time, he opted to promote the Soul Stone in his possession to the first tier. Having learned from the experience of copper coins being promoted to bronze coins, he dared not promote all the beginner Soul Stones at once. Should anything go awry, he would have nowhere to lament. Hint: do you confirm the promotion of one beginner Soul Stone to the first tier without consumption? Confirm. Cancel confirm. You have obtained a middle-level Soul Stone. Intermediate Soul Stone, a special item that, when absorbed, will extend one's lifespan by 120 days. Note: regardless of whether the intermediate Soul Stone is kept in the backpack or the warehouse, it will incur a loss of 1/10 upon death, with a minimum loss of 12 days. From the two tiers of Soul Stones, it is evident that upon a player's demise, not only must they forfeit 1/10 of their lifespan, but they must also sacrifice 1/10 of their Soul Stones. The thrill of acquiring items without cost is indeed addictive. Mubai, emulating past experiences, decided to elevate all 5 remaining primary Soul Stones in his backpack to intermediate. However, he refrained from immediate absorption, opting instead to retain them for the time being. 6 intermediate Soul Stones would merely extend his lifespan by 2 years, still falling short of surpassing the 10-year mark. Even if he absorbed them all, he would not withstand the penalties of death upon exiting the novice village. It would be wiser to conserve them, perhaps within the year. He might acquire enough soul coins to further enhance these Soul Stones. The sound of bones clattering approached as several skeletons emerged, clutching items dropped by the Mist Tree Python King. With the infernal difficulty level and a first kill bonus, the Mist Tree Python King generously yielded a plethora of items. Besides the system rewards, this was Mubai's first encounter with a monster that directly dropped silver coins. A total of 30 silver coins. Additionally, the Mist Tree Python King dropped 5 pieces of equipment and 2 skill books. Among these, 4 were of silver grade, while 1 was a backpack. The remaining items comprised various materials for crafting in secondary professions. After a cursory glance, Mubai waved his hand, promptly upgrading all the items. Reinforced snake-skin backpack, contains 100 slots. Venomous ring. Ring accessory level, 5 gold, grade durability, 100 spell power, 30 agility, 10 spirit, 10 spell skills, have a certain chance to inflict 150 points of poison damage, with a maximum trigger of once every 10 seconds. If you can't defeat them, poison them. Each player can equip up to 5 backpacks. And upon equipping the reinforced snakeskin backpack, Mubai expanded his storage space to 150 slots. Items like Soul Stones can stack up to 100 per slot, ensuring ample space for the time being. Aside from the venomous ring, the other 3 pieces of equipment were physical in nature, which Mubai promptly tossed into his backpack, planning to sell any unnecessary items after exiting the dungeon. As for the 2 skill books, they were merely D-grade before promotion. The Mist Tree Python King was a silver-grade boss, indicating that high-level skills are not easily obtained in the myriad realms of this game. Players who awaken advanced talents at the onset indeed enjoy significant advantages in the early stages. Unfortunately, neither of the skill books pertained to the Necromancer class, prompting Mubai to grimace as he stored them away. Just as he was about to summon a skeleton again, he suddenly paused. Observing the Summon Skeleton skill, Mubai focused his thoughts. Cataclysm. Target. Summon Skeleton. Prompt. Please select a promotion tier. Level 1, Level 2, Level 3. Level 2. Prompt. Do you confirm the consumption of 5 gold coins to overwrite the previous promotion effect and elevate the skill of summoning skeletons to a higher tier? Indeed, it is quite expensive. Upon glancing at the price of 5 gold coins, Mubai furrowed his brow. He suddenly felt a twinge of regret for promoting those 2 skill books earlier. Summoning skeletons is an F-grade skill, and even after its elevation, it would only reach D-grade. To think that such a modest advancement would require a full 5 gold coins. The 2 skill books he had just promoted were C-grade skills. How could today, as players, possibly afford that? If he were to sell them at a low price, it would undoubtedly result in a significant loss. The myriad realms of the game do not concern themselves with the player's initial lack of funds. In its judgment, the elevation of an F-grade skill indeed necessitates such an expenditure. Money can always be earned back. Gritting his teeth, Mubai chose to confirm. With the Cataclysm, talent, Making money was a breeze for him. Furthermore, the skill of summoning skeletons represented nearly all of his current combat prowess. With sufficient gold, he naturally decided to elevate it. In the next moment, the icon for summoning skeletons in the skill bar underwent a noticeable transformation. Chapter 13. Born Leaders. The icon, once adorned with a solitary skull, has quietly transformed into two. One skull stands to the left, the other to the right. While the latter remains largely unchanged, the former now boldly wields a bow and arrow. Your F-class skill, Summon Skeleton, has successfully evolved into a D-class skill, Summon Skeleton Soldier. Summon Skeleton Soldier, D, level 6 active skill, summons a skeleton warrior or skeleton archer to fight on your behalf. Casting time, 3 seconds, cooldown time, 30 seconds, mana cost, 200 points. The attributes of a skeleton are enhanced by the player's mental attributes. Finally, a ranged skeleton. Upon reading the skill description, Mubai was filled with elation. The expenditure of 5 gold coins proved exceedingly worthwhile. Despite the skeleton army's swift defeat of the Mist Tree Python King, it was merely due to the boss's considerable size. Against a smaller boss, the skeleton army would not achieve such rapid success. To land a hit on the boss would necessitate a queue. Now, with the addition of the skeleton archer, the army's composition is no longer monotonous. Summon Skeleton Soldier. Mubai waved his wand, invoking the skill. A low hum resonated as a pale gray vortex materialized, from which emerged a skeleton warrior and a skeleton archer standing side by side. Their bones gleamed with a discernible luster. The skeleton warrior brandished a bone sword that glimmered with a chilling light, seemingly a standard weapon. The skeleton archer carried a quiver on its back and held a bone longbow nearly as tall as itself, with ethereal blue flames flickering in its eye sockets. Skeleton warrior, strength, 637, constitution, 637, agility, 637, health, 7,644, 7,644, attack power, 956, physical defense, 319, skill, heavy strike, E, level 6, delivers a powerful blow to the target, inflicting 175 physical damage. Cooldown time, 30 seconds. The skeleton, having transitioned to a warrior class, experiences a significant enhancement in strength. Skeleton archer, strength, 637, constitution, 637, agility, 637, health, 6,370, attack power, 764, physical defense, 319, skill, double shot, E, level 6. Instantly fires 2 arrows, delivering a double strike to the target, with each arrow causing 90 physical damage. Cooldown time, 30 seconds. The skeleton, having transitioned to an archer class, experiences a significant enhancement in agility. Mubai adorned himself with the venomous ring, augmenting his mental attributes by 10 points. The attributes of both types of skeleton soldiers remained unchanged compared to before, even their innate skills still classified as E-level. However, post-class transition, both exhibited notable attribute enhancements. The skeleton warrior's attack power surged by 50, and its health increased by 20. As for the skeleton archer, while its panel lacked data on attack speed or movement speed, it was evident from the description that it surpassed the former in swiftness. Gazing at their attributes, Mubai nodded in satisfaction. His army of the undead finally resembled something formidable. Autonomous combat. With a mere thought and a command issued, the two entities promptly set forth, one leading and the other following. Initially, the skeletal archer exhibited a significantly swifter pace, yet it soon deliberately decelerated, allowing the skeletal warrior to surge ahead. Before them, the previous 20-odd skeletons had discerned the correct path, engaging with the creatures of the dungeon. Defeated an 8-level elite goblin, receiving an additional 50 over-level bonus, experience point 60. Before long, Mubai's experience bar began to fluctuate. He proceeded towards the battlefield at a leisurely pace, remaining active along the way. With each swing of his wand, he summoned 2 skeletal soldiers. Even after exhausting his considerable mana pool of 7,080 points, he could not fully occupy the summoning space. Without potions, Mubai could only await the automatic recovery of his mana. Fortunately, with sufficiently high mental attributes. It was not long before the original 20 skeletons were completely replaced. Summoning space. 100-100, a formidable legion was formed, comprising 40 skeletal warriors and 60 skeletal archers, marching boldly into goblin territory. Goblin, level 8, elite, health, 2,800, attack power, 96, physical defense, 58, magical defense, 45, skill, throwing. These green-skinned diminutive beings are the indigenous inhabitants here, attacking any creature that enters their domain. The goblins possessed slightly lower health compared to the earlier monsters, yet their attack power was greater. Nevertheless, before the skeletal army, they posed little threat. The skeletal warriors dispatched 3 goblins with a mere 3 strikes, while the skeletal archers eliminated 1 goblin with 4 arrows. The latter's attack speed surpassed the former by approximately 30, resulting in higher overall damage output. Upon employing their skills, the goblins were utterly defenseless. The dense fog that enveloped the forest proved ineffective against the overwhelming numbers of the skeletal legion. A designated skeleton diligently collected the items that dropped. Once the summoning space was filled, Mubai found himself unexpectedly rendered a mere bystander, with nothing left to do. In a dungeon set at hellish difficulty, Mubai had inadvertently transformed the experience into a leisurely excursion. He decided to open the chat channel, perusing for noteworthy information whilst keeping pace with the main force. The chat channel is one of the fundamental features of the Infinite Realms game. Currently, Mubai could access only the nearby and the 9,527 Novice Village channels. Should he form a party, an additional squad channel would become available. At that moment, the 9,527 Novice Village chat was still rife with discussions concerning the White Knight. Many remained astonished by the announcement of Mubai's solo defeat of a silver-tier boss, and speculation abounded regarding the rewards he might have received. Quickly skimming past this information, Mubai soon stumbled upon some intriguing updates. A sword to the throat. Recruiting for a party requiring A-grade talent or above. Seeking to explore the misty forest after reaching level 5. Grand ambitions. I am preparing to establish a guild for ambitious endeavors, seeking to explore infinite realms together. Those interested may contact me. Black-headed turtle. Who are you, my friend? Are you trying to recruit players in the game? Great ambition. Is an S-class talent sufficient? In response to the skepticism, Great Ambition promptly showcased his talent. Natural Leader. Exclusive S-class talent skill allows you to establish a guild for free. Guild members receive a 20 boost in experience points, a 20 increase in monster drop rates, and a 20 augmentation in attack power and spell strength. The stronger the overall power of the guild, the greater the enhancement to your abilities. Black-headed turtle. Brother, dear brother, I want to join. I am not lost. Great Ambition. I've added you as a friend. Please accept it swiftly. The talent introduction posted by Great Ambition did not elaborate on how the guild's overall strength would enhance his abilities. However, this talent possessed immense allure for other players, leading countless individuals to desire membership. Mubai was also somewhat astonished. Indeed, there existed a plethora of talents in the myriad realms. At that moment, a pinned message suddenly appeared in the chat channel, capturing everyone's attention. Wealthy beyond measure. Brother Baiyi, may I kindly request you to accept my friend application? I have urgent matters to discuss. Chapter 14. Lavish Wealth, Luringia. Whose subordinate is this? They actually have the funds to pin a message. Lurini, I just checked. Pinning a message costs 1 gold coin. Is Fu Jiatian Xia really that wealthy? Onlookers, I have toiled for so long, grinding monsters, and I don't even have 100 copper coins. This prodigal is using a whole gold coin to pin a message. On tu biaye, Fu Jiatian Xia. Would you be interested in joining my Baiyi Guild? The position of vice president is yours for the taking. The pinned message from Fu Jiatian Xia instantly stirred a tempest in the channel of Novice Village number 9527. For a time, its prominence even eclipsed the prior announcement triggered by Baiyi. Even Hong Tu Ba Yi rushed to recruit him, clearly captivated by Fu Jiatian Xia's extravagant display of wealth. While 1 gold coin may not hold significant value later in the game, the realm of Wanjia had only recently commenced. Should it have been Baiyi possessing such wealth, the crowd would not have been overly astonished, as system rewards likely yield gold coins. However, the sudden emergence of Fu Jiatianxia suggests that his talents may be inherently linked to wealth. Such an individual is precisely the kind of person Hong Tu-Ba Yi seeks to enlist. In his estimation, with Fu Jiatianxia's addition, the Ba Yi Guild would undoubtedly ascend swiftly within the realms of Wan Jie. Yet, following the announcement, Fu Jiatianxia fell silent. Observing this, Hong Tu-Ba Yi furrowed his brow, a flicker of malice flashing in his eyes as he coldly remarked, "Humph, refusing to acknowledge my presence? Once you leave the novice village, don't fall into my hands. As for Ba Yi," he mused, "I shall see just how formidable you can be. Even if you possess an SS grade talent, you're no match for my Ba Yi Guild." Looking at the two friend requests he had sent, which had vanished without a trace, Hong Tu-Ba Yi's expression darkened. Initially, he had been a vagrant in Blue Star, residing at the very bottom of society. However, upon awakening the S-grade talent of Natural Leader within the Starry Sky Hall, Hong Tu-Ba Yi began to regard himself as the chosen one of the Wan Jie game, a protagonist of this world. He had not fully disclosed the nature of his talent in the chat channel. What others did not know was that the Natural Leader talent could be enhanced, provided the guild's overall strength was sufficient. Theoretically, his talent could ultimately evolve into an SSS-grade ability. Envisioning the scene of himself leading the guild to dominate the realms of Wan Jie, a smile involuntarily crept across Hong Tu-Ba Yi's face. In his mind, whether by Yi or Fu Jiatianxia, they would either join the Ba Yi Guild or fall victim to his pursuit. There was no third option. Though he harbored such thoughts, Hong Tu-Ba Yi refrained from making any hostile remarks in the chat channel. His formidable talent made him somewhat arrogant, yet did not completely cloud his judgment. He understood that his talent required time to mature. Until then, he would allow the two to frolic for a while longer. With this in mind, Hong Tu-Ba Yi opened his friend request list and approved numerous requests en masse. The Ba Yi Guild had no restrictions on recruitment. All were welcome. The more individuals there are, the stronger the overall strength of the guild becomes, resulting in more significant feedback. Once the guild reaches full capacity, it will not be too late to begin the selection process. The dominant player force in the number 9527 Novice Village is swiftly rising to prominence. Within the Misty Forest dungeon, Mubai gazed at the top message from Wealthy Beyond Measure, a flicker of astonishment passing through his eyes. What a remarkable display of wealth to pay 1 gold coin for a pinned message. After enhancing his skills, he could only pin a message once. Could it be that there exists a talent that provides initial funding? Intrigued, Mubai opened his friend request list and found the application from Wealthy Beyond Measure. Previously, he had opted to reject all requests, yet he could still see the accompanying message from the other party. Wealthy Beyond Measure. Brother Ba Yi, are you interested in joining my team? If you do, I will cover all your equipment and skills, and I will also provide you with a signing bonus of 100 gold coins. 100 gold coins. Upon reading this message, Mubai's pupils constricted sharply. This sum of money is undeniably a fortune in the novice village. His curiosity about the talent of Wealthy Beyond Measure grew exponentially. Was this not the ideal collaboration opportunity? A smirk played at the corners of Mubai's lips as he promptly sent a friend request to Wealthy Beyond Measure. Although he had no intention of joining the other S team, he was indeed interested in making a trade. With such a wealthy player in the novice village, he need not worry about low prices for quality items. It seemed that Wealthy Beyond Measure had been monitoring the friend request list. Almost instantaneously upon Mubai's application, the request was accepted. Soon after, a message arrived. Wealthy Beyond Measure. Brother Ba Yi, what do you think? Our team already has a member with an S-class combat talent, so you need not worry about being a burden. Without delay, the other party sent another message. Wealthy Beyond Measure. If you feel the signing bonus is insufficient, how about 200 gold coins? However, I must confirm that you possess an SS level talent. How wealthy could this individual possibly be? Mubai felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth, sensing that Wealthy Beyond Measure treated money as mere numbers. To speak of 200 gold coins as casually as if they were 200 copper coins was astonishing. After a moment's reflection, Mubai replied, Ba Yi, is your talent related to money? Wealthy Beyond Measure. To be candid, money is just a number to me. Once you sign the contract to join my team, feel free to ask for anything you desire. As he replied, Wealthy beyond measure immediately revealed part of his talent. Treasure God, SSS level exclusive talent skill. Skill effects 1. Money Tree. Can shake the money tree once daily to randomly obtain 1 to 999 gold coins, with a certain probability of acquiring special treasures. 2. Wealth Accumulation. The currency you carry increases by 1 daily. 3. No loss. Upon death, you will not drop any gold coins or items. 4. 5. Despite not being able to see the subsequent 2 effects, the talent of Wealthy beyond measure left Mubai utterly astounded. He never anticipated that within the small confines of the novice village 9527, there lay such hidden talents. Aside from himself, a player adept at exploiting bugs, there emerged a guild master with extraordinary abilities and now, a player who had awakened an SSS level talent. According to the information provided by the multiverse game, the probability of awakening an SSS level talent is roughly 1 in a billion. Even when considering those talents that are capable of growth. The total number of Blue Star players possessing such talents does not exceed 20. The likelihood of encountering one in the novice village 9527 is astoundingly low. This was also the first time Mubai had witnessed the effects of an SSS talent. Setting aside the low guarantee and special treasures of the money tree, the influx of wealth is undeniably extraordinary. Though may first seem modest, the compounding effects are truly formidable. It is no wonder that the wealthiest would claim that money is merely a number to them. With a talent like God of Wealth, he is entirely justified in making such a statement. However, like the previous guildmaster, this individual likely remains oblivious to the existence of talents that can replicate or even plunder others' abilities within the multiverse. Otherwise, they would not so brazenly expose their talents, even partially. While it is understandable to seek alliances with someone as skilled as Mubai, such behavior borders on foolishness. Nevertheless, this is of little concern to Mubai, for he would never engage in such folly. What matters to him are the equipment and skills in his inventory. He has finally found a worthy buyer. Chapter 15. Uncle, why are you not smiling? In the realm of elite monsters, the affluent team has ventured to this point. Unlike the grand ambitions of establishing a massive guild, the goal of the affluent team is to create a compact yet formidable elite squad. Presently, the team comprises merely 4 members, yet each is a paragon of skill. Apart from Xiao, the S-rank talent holder, the other 2 members also stand out among A-rank talents. In the grand scheme of the affluent team, once they exit the novice village, the threshold for recruiting new members will be elevated to S-rank. With his formidable financial resources, they're destined to forge one of the most elite teams across all realms. All members joining the team must sign a contract, an agreement generated by the game that binds all players. This is why the affluent team spares no effort in investing in all its members. Although his talent is of SSS rank, it does not currently enhance his combat prowess. To establish a foothold in the multiverse, he must assemble his own team. Bai, who triggered the system announcement, is precisely the target he wishes to recruit from the novice village 9527. After sharing a portion of his talent effects with Bai, the affluent team squinted slightly, a smirk gracing his lips. He was confident that by revealing his talent, he would undoubtedly attract the other party. For even the most potent talents require financial backing. With sufficient funds, growth will undoubtedly accelerate considerably. The only price to pay is joining his team. Who could resist such a lucrative offer? However, in the next moment, the smile on the affluent team's face froze. Bai, I'm sorry, but I prefer to act independently. The youngest and only female member of the team tilted her head in confusion and asked, Hey, uncle, why are you not smiling anymore? Mallow heel. Away, the shield-wielding warrior twitched his lips and promptly changed the subject. Xiao sheathed her weapon, approached the affluent team, and furrowed her brow. He declined? Yes. The affluent team replied with a wry smile and a nod. He simply could not fathom why. Even after revealing his SSS rank talent, the other party would still refuse. Just as he was about to pursue the matter further, Bai sent another message. Bai, are you interested in making a deal? Affluent team, What kind of deal? Upon reading this, the affluent team instantly felt intrigued. He was now left with only his wealth. His first encounter with the money tree had yielded over 500 gold coins. Such a substantial fortune, at this stage, was difficult to spend. Although there were NPC shops within the novice village 9527, the best items available were merely ordinary equipment and common consumables. Bai must have obtained some valuable items after soloing a silver-level boss. Bai, I have a batch of unused equipment and skill books. Your team could certainly benefit from them. A batch. Wealthy beyond measure felt a sudden tightening in his pupils and promptly replied. Wealthy beyond measure, how many? I want them all. White Knight. More than you can imagine. Once I finish my tasks, I will inform you of the trade. Wealthy beyond measure. Excellent. I shall await Brother White Knight's notification. Upon closing the chat window, a smile returned to Wealthy beyond measure's face. In his perspective, familiarity breeds comfort. As long as they established a connection, opportunities to foster a relationship would abound. He could not fathom that there could exist individuals capable of rejecting wealth. Even in this digitized multiverse gaming realm, money remained the most significant element. Maple Leaf, soon you shall possess exquisite equipment. Wealthy beyond measure suddenly patted Maple Leaf's shoulder, causing the latter to pause momentarily. Yet before he could speak, a cry from Cotton Candy broke the silence. Maple Leaf, hurry! A boss has spawned here. It's a bronze level. Away chimed in excitedly. Before them stood a robust wild boar, its size a full circle larger than the surrounding creatures. Wild boar leader, level 5, bronze level boss, health, 23,800, 23,800, attack power, 205, physical defense, 81, magical defense, 62, skills, tier, brutal charge, wild trample. This creature is no pushover. Wealthy beyond measure's eyes sparkled with excitement as he turned to Maple Leaf. Do you feel confident? It should be manageable, Maple Leaf replied, a glimmer of excitement flashing in his eyes as he fixated on the wild boar leader, eager to engage. Having seen White Knight on television, he yearned for that captivating sensation of being in the spotlight. No matter the cost, this boss must be defeated. Wealthy beyond measure traded all his health restoration potions to Maple Leaf. To ensure their success, he instructed the other two to hand the potions over to Maple Leaf and then nodded at him, saying, You may withdraw from the team. He then turned to Away, his expression serious. Away, stay vigilant. We cannot allow anyone to disturb Maple Leaf. This time, we must secure the system announcement. Rest assured, I understand, Away replied, nodding firmly as he scanned the surroundings with his shield raised. Cotton Candy, gripping her staff tightly, also appeared somewhat anxious. Bang! Maple Leaf transformed into a streak of light, his weapon striking like a dragon as he engaged the wild boar leader in combat. Minus 986. A significant critical hit was registered. The wild boar leader, in pain, let out a roar, its glimmering tusks lunging toward Maple Leaf. Unfazed by the boss's counterattack, Maple Leaf deftly sidestepped the assault and retaliated with another thrust. His prominence in Wealthy beyond measure's eyes stemmed not only from his awakened S-rank talent, but also from his extensive combat experience. The fierce battle between one man and one boar commenced, while the other three remained on alert. Simultaneously, a boss had also spawned in the level 4 monster zone. Within a mere few minutes, the Dominance Guild had recruited hundreds of members, most of whom were still in the level 1 to level 3 areas. However, Home to Bay remained utterly indifferent to this. He recruited individuals with a carefree attitude, relentlessly seeking to fill his ranks. President, there's a boss here, a member of the guild exclaimed, instantly capturing everyone's attention. Do not engage. Wait for me to arrive. A glimmer of determination flashed in Home to Bay's eyes as he hurried to the designated coordinates. Mountain Cat Leader, Level 4, Black Iron Grade Boss, Health, 10,500, 10,500, Attack Power, 132, Physical Defense, 63, Magical Defense, 48, Skills, Pounce Claw. Be cautious of its claws. The president has arrived. Upon seeing Home to Bay's arrival, the guild members turned their gazes towards him. He relished this adulation, akin to a celestial body surrounded by stars, and greeted everyone with a smile. Brothers, secure the periphery. I shall confront this foe alone. The system announcement has triggered for Bai Yi, and our Bei Guild shall do the same. Observing the substantial enhancement of his attributes, Hong Tu Bei, brimming with confidence, unsheathed his sword and charged towards the mountain cat leader. This battle would establish his dominance. Chapter 16, Is it true that I perished without even glimpsing the foe? Defeated an 8-level silver tier boss, Goblin Chief, receiving an additional 50 experience bonus, totaling 400 experience points. Congratulations to player Bai Yi for ascending to level 6. With attributes 1, skill points 1, and 15 free attribute points. The sudden system notification, accompanied by a fleeting flash of golden light, left Mubai in a state of bewilderment as he beheld his unexpected elevation in rank. How could this be? I didn't even catch sight of the boss before meeting my demise. A quantitative change leading to a qualitative transformation, especially considering that the skeletons he summoned were far from feeble. Apart from their health and skills, each skeleton's attributes surpassed those of the silver tier boss. Based on the distribution of skeletons in his mind, Mubai was certain that less than half of those who participated in vanquishing the Goblin King were accounted for. Alas, invincibility can be a lonely existence. With a sigh, Mubai was suddenly engulfed by an overwhelming sense of solitude from the lack of worthy adversaries. He speculated that even a solitary skeleton could rival a player endowed with S-class talent. Such formidable combat prowess left him pondering the absence of challengers in the novice village. After all, this was a result of a unique hidden profession combined with the effects of S-class and SS-class skills, a feat beyond the reach of any S-class talent player. Defeated an 8-level elite monster, Goblin Warrior, receiving an additional 50 overlevel bonus, totaling 180 experience points. Defeated an 8-level elite monster, Goblin Warrior, receiving an additional 50 overlevel bonus, totaling 180 experience points. The notifications of experience acquisition continued to flash as the Skeletal Legion, having slain the Goblin Chief, pressed onward without pause. The skeletal warriors, wielding bone swords, advanced in formation, while the 60 skeletal archers behind them unleashed a volley that could extinguish the lives of all goblin warriors in a single round. Mubai leisurely followed behind the main force, consistently accepting various items delivered by the skeletons tasked with sweeping the battlefield. Within the dungeon, aside from summoning skeletons, his most arduous task had been to reap the rewards from various drops. Now, he found himself indifferent to the loot dropped by minor monsters, as even after their enhancement, they amounted to little more than bronze-tier items. Such trifles were better suited for selling to the affluent. After processing all the items, Mubai finally examined the spoils from the Goblin Chief. This creature had yielded a total of 6 pieces of equipment, all remaining at the silver tier. In addition, there were 3 skill books and some materials, along with silver coins. The skill book drop rate in the Misty Forest was notably high, evidently aimed at equipping players with an array of skills through this dungeon. Choosing a hellish difficulty setting, such rewards were indeed to be expected. However, all 3 skill books were of D grade, and the solitary book on necromancy held little significance for Mubai. Reinforced Bone Shield, C, Level 1. Active skill that summons a skeletal shield to absorb damage. Shield value, 300-100 spell power. Instant release, lasting 60 seconds. Cooldown of 60 seconds. Mana cost of 100 points. Regarding this skill, Mubai had no inclination to learn it. In the early stages of the game, each player could only acquire a maximum of 20 skills, which included passive abilities. With the existence of the S-grade skill, Life Sharing, he found no appeal in the C-grade, Reinforced Bone Shield. Even with his nearly 500 points of spell power, this skill only offered a mere 800 points of shield value, rendering it utterly meaningless to him. He did, however, possess 2 usable pieces of equipment, which he promptly donned. Veil of Mist, Cloak Accessory Level 5, Golden Gray Durability, 100 physical defense, 28 magical defense, 20 constitution, 10 spirit, 10 upon equipping. It reduces one's presence and mitigates hate effects. Wear it, and you shall be the most striking figure. This cloak was adorned in a green hue with black stripes. Were it not for the added 10 points to his spirit attribute, Mubai would have been disinclined to wear it. The equipment dropped by this dungeon predominantly featured green as the primary tone. Fortunately, in the Infinite Realms game, players could opt to conceal the appearance of headgear. Otherwise, the helmets dropped here would fetch a meager price. Boss Emblem. Emblem accessory level 5 golden grade durability. 100 health, 200 mana, 400 spell critical hit chance, 5 upon achieving a critical hit with your spells. You will gain a buff, Spirit 20, lasting 10 seconds, non-stacking. A symbol of identity. In the Infinite Realms game, players could equip a total of 10 primary pieces of gear, divided into main hand weapon, offhand weapon, headgear, torso, shoulder, wrist, gloves, belt, pants, and shoes. Additionally, they could equip 6 accessories, including 1 cloak, 1 necklace, 2 rings, and 2 other accessories. Items such as masks, emblems, and charms fell under the category of other accessories. Players familiar with the game know that the drop rate for ordinary armor is the highest, followed by weapons, while accessories are the rarest to obtain. True to the hellish difficulty level, 2 bosses had dropped 2 accessories. With delight, Su White adorned the boss emblem, and now boasted 3 pieces of golden grade equipment. The sight would undoubtedly leave other players astounded. He allocated his attribute points as follows: 4 points in agility and 11 points in spirit, and directed his skill points towards summon skeleton soldiers. The 3-dimensional attributes of the skeleton warriors and archers had once again seen an enhancement. With the advent of his class, these 2 types of skeletons no longer possessed any spirit attribute. However, under the influence of class bonuses, the attack power of the skeleton warrior had surpassed the remarkable threshold of 1,000 points. The experience points required for leveling up were increasingly substantial. Glancing at his experience bar, the daunting figure of 50,000 elicited a furrowed brow from Su White. Although the skeleton legion was formidable, the sparse density of monsters in this locale posed a challenge. After all, it was merely a small 5-person dungeon, and the number of monsters would not be excessive. Fortunately, the upcoming foes were all enhanced elite-level entities, and rather than diminishing, Su White's leveling speed had seen an increase. This is attributed to solo play, as the experience points gained in a team are significantly diminished. Additionally, the experience lost upon death in dungeons often results in players not only failing to level up, but also incurring experience losses during their initial forays. Nevertheless, for the sake of acquiring equipment and skill tomes, the Misty Forest remains an insurmountable hurdle for all players. Half an hour later, Su Mubai noticed that his experience bar had ceased to progress, and all skeletons began to converge upon a single coordinate. Simultaneously, a roar echoed from the depths of the Misty Forest. A horde of bones? How dare you trespass on my territory? Have those accursed necromancers returned once more? The voice was laden not only with fury, but also with an inexplicable hint of fear. Just then, a tremendous crash resounded, causing Su Mubai's pupils to constrict. He was astounded to see that the health of all skeleton warriors had abruptly halved. Quickly, Su Mubai regained his composure. This must be a skill mechanism of the boss. Only a dungeon boss would inflict such exaggerated percentage damage at a low level. Otherwise, given the health and attributes of the skeleton warriors, even a final boss of the Dark Gold tier would be incapable of such a feat without hesitation. Su Mubai rushed towards the designated coordinates, eager to catch a final glimpse of the ultimate boss. However, an unexpected system notification caused him to halt in his tracks. Chapter 17. The Final Boss. Hint: a multitude of skeletal soldiers evokes long-buried memories in the Goblin King. Hint: these torturous recollections drive the Goblin King into a frenzied state, enhancing all attributes by 50. Hint: the exit of the Misty Forest is sealed. Only by vanquishing the Goblin King can one escape the dungeon. Hint: defeating the Goblin King within 2 minutes will trigger a hidden storyline in the Misty Forest dungeon. As the 4 system alerts resonated through the air, the mist enveloping the Misty Forest began to convulse violently. A flash of light flickered above, revealing glimpses of magical inscriptions. The dungeon's exit had been barred. Su Mubai paused momentarily, astonished that the skeletal army could trigger a hidden narrative from the Goblin King's previous roar. It was apparent that this place was connected to certain necromancers. A thrill coursed through him. If the hidden story involved necromancers, there must be valuable treasures he could acquire. Swiftly, Su Mubai made his way to the location of the Goblin King. Before him stood an exceptionally robust goblin, towering at nearly 3 meters, significantly larger than its ordinary kin. With a protruding belly, it wielded a battle axe, engaging fiercely with the skeletal army. Bang, 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 whoosh. Minus 862, minus 903, minus 1,756, minus 666, minus 649, minus 1,308. The Skeletal Legion fought with remarkable synergy. The frontline skeletal warriors took turns assaulting while the rear-line archers unleashed a rain of arrows. Despite the Goblin King's frenzied state, he was steadily pushed back by the formidable skeletal army. To Mubai's astonishment, this creature was a named boss. Goblin King, Reggie, frenzied state, all attributes enhanced by 50, level 8, gold tier boss, health, 266,218, 327,000, attack power, 843, physical defense, 312, magical defense, 270, skills, thunderstrike, stomp, heroic leap, summon goblin warriors, berserk. Reggie's long-sealed, painful memories have driven him into madness. Only by exterminating all intruders in the misty forest can he find respite. Beware, even upon resurrection, he will relentlessly pursue you. In his frenzied state, Reggie was an invincible presence for players at this stage. With a staggering health pool of 327,000, he would regenerate 270 health every 5 seconds. Should the damage per second fall below 654, no harm could be inflicted upon him. A 5-man squad, facing a 3-level disadvantage coupled with defenses around 300, would struggle endlessly to defeat this foe. You filthy, decaying insects! Just the scent of your presence nauseates me. With a thunderous roar, Reggie raised his battle axe and brought it crashing down to the ground. Boom! A sudden flash of lightning enveloped a vast area of 30 meters in an instant. Minus 1,580, minus 1,580, minus 1,580. A cascade of blood-red numbers erupted, causing the health bars of all skeleton warriors to plummet dramatically. Such damage was sufficient to obliterate players at this stage of the game. Even a level 5 tank, clad in silver grade armor, would find it exceedingly challenging to withstand the boss's subsequent onslaught. Furthermore, this was a horrifyingly expansive area of effect attack, capable of annihilating an entire squad in a heartbeat. However, for the skeleton warriors whose health exceeded 8,000 points, this was merely a trivial concern. Mubai's gaze sharpened, and with a flourish of his wand, he summoned 2 fully operational skeleton warriors once more. He then pointed his wand forward, unleashing a wisp of ghostly blue flame. Burn! The damage inflicted by the burn was modest, yet it signified the commencement of a full-scale assault. The foremost 7 or 8 skeleton warriors raised their bone swords and struck down heavily upon Reggie. Heavy strike, clang! The bone swords collided with armor, producing a symphony of clashing metal as the formidable strength of the skeleton warriors forced Reggie backward. Minus 1,422, minus 1,398, minus 2,880. In an instant, Reggie's health plummeted by over 10,000 points. Yet, this was merely the beginning. The leading skeleton warriors swiftly retracted their swords and gracefully repositioned themselves, allowing another 7 or 8 skeleton warriors to advance. Heavy strike, clang! Simultaneously, the skeleton archers in the rear acted in perfect unison, drawing their bone bows taut to the fullest. Double shot, 60, bang! All the skeleton archers released their tensioned bowstrings almost in synchrony, as glistening arrows soared into the sky. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The deafening sound of arrows slicing through the air broke the mist that shrouded the battlefield. The deluge of arrows traced elegant arcs through the air, transforming Reggie into a pincushion. Minus 444, minus 451, minus 502, minus 968. A staggering 120 damage numbers flashed across the screen as this volley of double shots obliterated more than 50,000 points of Reggie's health. The alternating, heavy strikes from 40 skeleton warriors had yet to conclude when the skeleton archers launched their second wave of assault. Although they lacked the double-shot skill, each arrow fired now carried slightly enhanced damage. Faced with the relentless barrage of heavy strikes, Reggie found himself steadily retreating, his mind spinning from the onslaught. This succession of attacks was entirely orchestrated by Mubai. Had he allowed the Skeleton Legion to engage in autonomous combat, such seamless coordination would have been unattainable. This marked his first experience commanding a large army in battle. Though it was mentally taxing, he felt a thrill coursing through him. In a mere 10 seconds, Reggie's health dwindled to half. He suddenly swung his battle axe, forcing back several skeleton warriors, and then roared towards the heavens. "Warriors of my clan, shatter these filthy bones into fragments for your king." Buzz as his words faded, a swirling portal materialized, and 10 goblins of human stature charged forth, weapons in hand. These goblin warriors bore slight differences from those encountered previously. Their pupils were filled with blood vessels, and their arm muscles bulged, resembling Reggie closely. Had the little monsters gone mad as well? Mubai focused intently, and indeed, it was true. Goblin warrior, madness state. All attributes increased by 50. Level 8. Enhanced elite, health, 13500, 13500. Attack power, 279. Physical defense, 105. Magical defense, 93. Skill, powerful strike, a rare warrior among the Goblin clan. They heed only the commands of the Goblin King. Reggie certainly did not lack the stature of the final boss in a hell-level dungeon. Suddenly summoning 10 enhanced elite monsters during battle would be enough to exhaust any player team, even without the madness state. Moreover, his battle intelligence was not to be underestimated. Seizing the moment while the Goblin warrior blocked the skeleton warrior, Reggie abruptly turned to Mubai, his pupils brimming with hatred and madness. "Damn necromancer! I have led my kin to hide in the misty forest. Why won't you leave me be?" In the midst of his words, Reggie suddenly leaped high, covering dozens of meters in an instant, raising his battle axe aloft, and crashing down towards Mubai. Heroic leap. Since you have come, do not even think of leaving. Warriors, crush them. Chapter 18, not a chance. Are you truly attempting a solo kill? It remains a mystery why Reggie harbors such intense animosity towards the necromancer, which renders the skeleton warriors utterly incapable of drawing his ire. Perhaps it is the case that the boss in the myriad realms of the game possesses exceptional battle intelligence, understanding the principle of capturing the leader before the followers. In any event, Reggie has fixated on Mubai, leaping heroically across a distance of several dozen meters, his battle axe descending with ferocity. Alas, the outcome was entirely contrary to his expectations. Bang! The axe struck its target, forcing it to stagger backward. 2164. A critical hit of over 2,000 points manifested above the opponent's head. Yet, astonishingly, the health bar of this human remained unscathed. Immediately, the nearest skeletal archer advanced, staunchly positioning itself between Mubai and the boss. 10 skeleton warriors rushed in, surrounding Reggie once more, denying him the chance to continue his assault on Mubai. Ouch! That stings. Mubai rubbed his shoulder, grimacing in pain. Although the damage exceeding 2,000 was trivial in the context of shared health points, the attack undeniably landed upon him. The sensation of pain in the game was a full 100. A swift resolution was imperative. Rubbing his impacted right shoulder, Mubai's gaze sharpened. Despite the absence of visible wounds due to data representation, he still felt a lingering ache. Clang! Clang! Reggie found himself embroiled in a fierce struggle. Even with his prowess, he could hardly contend against the overwhelming number of skeleton warriors. The remaining skeletons, with the support of the archers, swiftly dispatched 10 goblin warriors before turning their attention to Reggie. Such a formidable horde of skeletons within a 5-person instance was akin to wielding a cheat code. What of the hellish difficulty? Even a golden tier boss was but chaff before the scythe. In the blink of an eye, 30 seconds had elapsed, and Reggie's health had plummeted to 20. No, this king shall not be defeated. A look of terror crossed Reggie's face, followed by a surge of crimson light enveloping his form. In the next moment, his stature expanded dramatically, his pupils turning a deep crimson. Notice, Goblin King. Reggie has entered a berserk state, increasing attack power by 50, attack speed by 50, while reducing both defenses by 50. Necromancer. I shall never again be your slave. In his berserk state, Reggie's height soared to 5 meters, his attack power eclipsing that of the skeleton warriors, reaching an exaggerated 1265 points. Coupled with the 50 increase in attack speed, his overall damage surged more than twofold. In the face of Reggie's newfound might, Mubai merely cast a dispassionate glance. The battle had already reached its conclusion, for the skills of the Skeletal Legion had cooled down completely. Just as Mubai prepared to finish off Reggie, the voice of the system announcement echoed in his ears. Announcement from Novice Village number 9527. Congratulations to Hongtu Bay for being the first player to solo kill a Black Iron Tier boss. This is a formal announcement, encouraging all players to learn from this achievement in pursuit of bountiful rewards. X3, as the announcement concluded, another followed immediately. Announcement from Novice Village No. 9527. Congratulations to Maple Leaf for becoming the first player to single-handedly defeat the bronze level boss. This is a formal notice, and we hope that all players can learn from this accomplishment to reap substantial rewards. Indeed, it was expected that someone else would claim the honor. Mubai felt no surprise. When the system announcement was triggered earlier, he had anticipated this outcome. The rewards for single-handedly defeating the Black Iron and Bronze level bosses were no longer within his reach. For players endowed with S-class talents, vanquishing bosses of these tiers is hardly a formidable challenge. Furthermore, he found himself within the hell-level Foggy Forest dungeon, where the lowest tier boss was already silver level, making it impossible for him to compete with others. However, to exit the dungeon prematurely for these two rewards would be a decision fraught with folly. Each hell-level dungeon can only be attempted once per week, and the initial single-kill rewards for Black Iron and Bronze-level bosses pale in comparison to the first completion of a hell-level dungeon. After all, Mubai had not anticipated such a significant enhancement in his abilities prior to entering the dungeon. His sole intention had been to secure the first completion of the hell-level dungeon as swiftly as possible. With this thought, Mubai glanced at Reggie, who was struggling like a cornered beast, and a smile crept upon his lips as he focused his thoughts. The foremost skeleton warrior immediately raised its bone sword and brought it down with great force. Heavy strike, -1,611, -1,609, -3,258. At the same moment, the skeleton archers released their bowstrings. Double shot. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A torrential rain of arrows descended upon Reggie. -597, -601, -599, -1,208. This round of attacks obliterated Reggie's remaining life points. His pupils fixated on Mubai, slowly losing their color. His inflated form gradually reverted to its original state. Crashing down with a thunderous thud, defeated the level 8 golden level boss Goblin King. Reggie, earning an additional 50 experience bonus. Experience points 43200. Congratulations to player Bai for leveling up to level 7. Attributes 1, skill points 1, free attribute points 15. Congratulations on becoming the first player in Novice Village number 9527 to single-handedly defeat a golden level boss, rewarded with 12 beginner soul stones and 12 gold coins. Notice, an announcement will soon be made in Novice Village. Would you like to hide your name? Do not hide. From now on, there is no need to ask. Mubai raised an eyebrow. The beginner soul stones awarded for defeating the golden level boss exceeded his expectations by 2. After allocating his attribute and skill points, Mubai's gaze fell upon Reggie's lifeless body, momentarily taken aback. Nolut? Could this be related to a hidden plot? The subsequent system prompt soon alleviated his uncertainty. In the level 4 monster area, during the ongoing duel with the mountain cat head, an increasing number of players gathered here. However, they were all barred from entry by members of the guild to prevent any harm to the boss. These players paid little heed to the chat channel, initially expressing some grievances. Upon learning that joining the Dominance Empire would confer various buffs, the majority eagerly chose to become a part of it. When the announcement echoed that the Dominance Empire had single-handedly vanquished a Black Iron level boss, guild members rushed to offer their flattery. The president is incredible. Surely, he is the foremost expert in the 9,527 rookie village. They proclaimed. That Bai merely stumbled upon the silver-level boss by chance. Indeed, had the president found it first, Bai would never have triggered the announcement. Amid the praise, the dominance empire remained indifferent. He gazed excitedly at a low-level soul stone nestled in his backpack, nearly bursting into laughter. This was a treasure that could extend one's life. Without the Wanjie game, he would never have had such an opportunity. In that moment, his resolve to dominate the Wanjie solidified further. He firmly believed that the Wanjie game was the turning point of his life. Yet, before this exhilaration could linger, another announcement abruptly froze his smile. Announcement from 9527 Rookie Village. Congratulations to Maple Leaf Whisper for becoming the first player to single-handedly defeat a bronze-level boss. X3 Maple Leaf Whisper is simply fortunate. President, let us send someone to search for a gold-level boss. A member, noticing the change in the president's expression, hurried to offer comfort. However, his words only caused the corners of Dominance Empire's mouth to twitch. He was acutely aware of his own capabilities. While he might stand a chance against a bronze-level boss, a silver level was beyond his reach. As for a gold-level boss, was that a suggestion for him to meet his demise? Glaring at the speaker, Dominance Empire opened his mouth to respond, but the system announcement sounded once more. Announcement from 9527 Rookie Village. Congratulations to Bai Yi for becoming the first player to single-handedly defeat a gold-level boss. This is a formal notification encouraging all players to learn from him and reap generous rewards. X3 this time. Everyone exchanged bewildered glances, and the atmosphere fell into a profound silence. No way, we were merely boasting. You actually took it down? Chapter 19. The Unforeseen Boss. Bai Yi. The repeated system announcements caused Hong Tu Bai Yi to narrow his eyes slightly. He suddenly realized that he had previously underestimated this individual's combat prowess. How could someone so swiftly slay a golden-level boss? What kind of talent had been awakened? An SS level? Or perhaps an SSS level? At this thought, Hong Tubai Sapupin Gunstit Sapi. His previously inflated ego gradually returned to normal, though he was reluctant to admit it. He was acutely aware that he was no longer a match for Bai Yi. However, he was not alone. Observing his own talents and glancing around at his guild members, Hong Tu Bai Yi reignited his fighting spirit. Brothers, let's level up quickly. Our next goal is to achieve the first clear of the initial dungeon. As he spoke, he opened the guild member list and began meticulously selecting teammates. He aimed to assemble a formidable team to secure the first clear of the dungeon. Only then could the Bai Yi Guild leverage the system announcement to establish a formidable reputation in the 9527 Novice Village and attract more players. With the guild's overall strength increasing, his own power would also rise. What about Ye's strength? Could one individual truly stand against an entire guild? Few from Fu Jiatianxia also heard the system announcement triggered by Mubai. Marshmallow and Away were momentarily stunned, unsure of how to respond. Feng Xiao looked up at the sky, tightened his grip on his spear, and slowly spoke. His strength is indeed terrifying. Just moments ago, he had exerted all his might in a duel against the wild boar leader, consuming over 10 potions in the process. He had not expected his opponent to be capable of single-handedly defeating a golden-level boss. No worries, the Wanjie game has only just begun. There will be ample time to catch up to Bai Yi. Fu Jiatianxia patted Feng Yi Xiao's shoulder and chuckled. Besides, with me around, your rate of advancement will surely surpass his. This was indeed true. Recalling Fu Jiatian Xia's extraordinary talent, Feng Yi Xiao's mild. Regaining his confidence, he hoisted his spear onto his shoulder and addressed the group. Let us go. It's time to check out the first dungeon. I've just found a new teammate. Once he arrives, we shall set forth. What class? Fire Elemental Mage. Tip. You have defeated the Goblin King, Reggie, within 2 minutes, successfully triggering the hidden plot, Reggie's Nightmare. Tip. The difficulty of the Misty Forest dungeon has been elevated to disaster level. Is disaster level above hell level? Mubai murmured, summoning 2 fully restored skeletons to replace the previously injured skeletal warriors. At that moment, Reggie's corpse began to undergo changes. Wisps of gray energy emerged from his 7 orifices, swiftly coalescing into a small vortex. As the mist enveloping the entirety of the misty forest rapidly converged towards the vortex. Flowing into it, simultaneously, scenes began to flicker through the mist. The images depicted the past of Reggie and the goblin tribe. Once, they were the enslaved servants of a cadre of necromancers. All goblins, including Reggie, were confined within cages. Each day, many goblins were subjected to various experiments, which, as expected, were intimately connected to death. Reggie bore witness to the relentless demise of his kin. Until one fateful day, these necromancers succeeded in summoning a skeleton from the diminutive remains of a goblin. A skeleton of rather small stature. Was this not the very minor skeleton the necromancers had initially conjured? Mubai paused in surprise. Was it true that this small skeleton had once been a goblin? A flurry of images raced through his mind, yet it seemed much was missing from the narrative. For reasons unknown, the necromancers abruptly vanished, and did not return for an extended period. Seizing the opportunity, Reggie led his kin to escape their confines and sought refuge in the misty forest. The scene abruptly halted, as all the mist was drawn into a swirling vortex. Bang! Reggie's corpse suddenly erupted, leaving behind only his skeletal frame. In the next moment, he rose anew, the hollow sockets of his eyes ignited with a ghostly blue flame. This goblin king, having eluded his fate for so long, ultimately succumbed to the destiny of becoming undead. Skeleton King Reggie, frenzied state, all attributes increased by 50, level 10, dark gold grade boss, health, 1-800-0001, 800-000 attack power, 4, 215, physical defense, 780, magical defense, 675, skills, summon skeleton warrior, summon skeleton archer, summon skeleton mage, undead aura, thunderous strike, undead trample, undead leap, frenzy, deathly aura. One of the most successful creations of the ancient necromancers, he was never meant to exist in this realm. Roar! The soul flames within Reggie's eyes flickered violently as his gaze pierced through the ranks of skeletons, fixating intently on Mubai. Boom! With a fierce grip, he crushed the 10 fallen goblin warriors lying on the ground, shattering their remains. The resultant 10 bones soared before him, swiftly reconstituting into a colossal bone sword. The sword shimmered with a chilling light, enveloped in wisps of pale, gray, deathly energy, exuding an aura of mystery and immense power. Hiss observing Reggie's newly revealed attributes. Mubai could not help but gasp in astonishment. Was this truly a boss that should appear in a novice village? With a staggering health pool of 1-800-000, it implied an average regeneration of 600 health points per second. Coupled with that terrifying attack and dual defenses, how could novice players possibly contend with such a foe? Even if level 10 marked a significant threshold, the magnitude of this escalation was utterly absurd. Did the myriad realms of gaming truly not consider whether anyone could vanquish this entity? Then, Reggie's subsequent actions caused Mubai's pupils to constrict sharply. Roar! He raised the bone sword high and howled to the heavens. In the next instant, 3 pale, gray vortices manifested simultaneously. Shortly thereafter, 3 battalions of skeletons emerged in formation. Although the total number amounts to merely 15, their formidable presence surpasses that of the 100 skeletons summoned by Mubai. Skeleton Warrior, level 10, summoned creature, health, 60,000, attack power, 780, physical defense, 264, magical defense, 216, skill, heavy strike LV10, a valiant warrior, empowered by the aura of the deceased. Gains a 20 enhancement in all attributes. Skeleton Archer, level 10, summoned creature, health, 36,000, attack power, 624, physical defense, 160, magical defense, 120, skill, double shot LV10, an accurate archer, empowered by the aura of the deceased. Gains a 20 enhancement in all attributes. Skeleton Mage, level 10, summoned creature, health, 24,000, spell power, 840, physical defense, 100, magical defense, 240, skill, Fireball LV10, a powerful mage. Empowered by the aura of the deceased, gains a 20 enhancement in all attributes. The Reggie Bone sword pointed directly at Mubai, emitting a hoarse voice. Let all enemies become undead like us. Chapter 20. The terrifying Reggie, the only hope. A legion composed of 3 skeletons clashed with the skeletal army summoned by Mubai. However, their sole advantage lay in their health points. Even with the blessing of the undead aura, their attributes fell short compared to Mubai's formidable skeleton legion. What troubled Mubai the most was Reggie himself. This boss's statistics were exceedingly formidable, leaving Mubai with a sense of uncertainty for the first time. As soon as they made contact, Reggie effortlessly shattered a skeletal warrior with less than half its health remaining. Mubai's expression grew grave, with a flourish of the ink demon staff. He summoned 2 more skeletal warriors to engage. The ensuing battle would hinge on who could summon faster, him or Reggie, who struck with alarming swiftness. The sheer power of Reggie's attacks was overwhelming. Observing his dwindling mana, Mubai furrowed his brow. Although he had just leveled up and replenished his mana, it was clear that if this continued, he would exhaust his blue resource without any hope of defeating Reggie. Amidst his contemplation, a sudden system announcement sent a chill down his spine. Alert! The hidden plot of Reggie's nightmare has officially commenced. The protection of a novice village is now invalidated. Upon death, you will lose 10 lifespan with a minimum loss of 10 years. What? The hidden plot could even nullify the novice village's protection? Mubai felt his heart sink, and his expression darkened significantly. With only a year of life remaining, even a single death would be catastrophic. Furthermore, the exit of the dungeon had been sealed. This meant that unless he vanquished Reggie, his journey across the myriad realms would come to a premature end. Crush them, Reggie bellowed, raising his sword high before bringing it down with tremendous force. Undead stomp. Boom! The ground quaked, and all skeletal warriors within a 30-meter radius suffered a sudden 50 reduction in health. It was that percentage-based damage skill. Mubai sighed in relief. Fortunately, this skill had not been enhanced. In the next moment, the bone sword in Reggie's grasp crackled with lightning as he unleashed a downward strike. Thunderous strike. Boom! Minus 9,527. Minus 10,086. Minus 10,001. This devastating blow instantly annihilated 6 skeletal warriors. Damn it! Mubai's brow furrowed deeply as he commanded his skeletal legion to retaliate. The skeletal warriors executed a heavy strike simultaneously, colliding with Reggie. Meanwhile, the skeletal archers released their arrows, but their targets were not Reggie. Rather, they aimed at the 15 summoned skeletons. These nuisances had to be dealt with first before Mubai could focus on the boss. Simultaneously, Mubai continued to retreat, distancing himself from Reggie's range of the undead leap attack. He then waved his wand, summoning additional skeletal warriors. Next, he needed to concentrate on controlling the frontline skeletons to buy himself some precious time. After leveling up to level 7, his mental attributes had risen to 152 points. Coupled with the attributes from the boss emblem, his mana cap now reached 9,560 points. Each use of Summon Skeleton Soldier required a cost of 200 mana points. Even with a restoration of 152 mana every 5 seconds during battle, he could summon only 50 to 60 times at most. 60 times, which equates to 120 skeletal warriors. As the calculations raced through his mind, Mubai couldn't help but furrow his brow. It was insufficient, far from enough. Upon becoming the Skeleton King, Reggie's defensive capabilities were exceedingly high. Neither the skeletal warriors nor the skeletal archers could inflict substantial damage upon him. While maneuvering the frontline skeletal warriors to evade Reggie's attacks, Mubai contemplated swiftly. Yet, no matter how he computed, the likelihood of victory in this battle seemed almost non-existent, unless the skill Summon Skeleton Soldiers could be upgraded once more. His sole hope now rested upon the formidable catastrophic attributes this skill could provide. The effects of the occupational catastrophic attributes lingered vividly in his memory. With this thought, Mubai promptly opened his backpack. Intermediate life, soul stones, 18, each one increasing lifespan by 120 days, 18 of them amounted to nearly 6 years. However, before enhancing the Summon Skeleton Soldier's skill, Mubai attempted another endeavor. Catastrophe. Target: intermediate life, soul stones, tier 3. Prompt: do you confirm the consumption of 100 years of lifespan to override the previous enhancement effects and elevate the primary life soul stones to a higher tier? Confirm. Consume 100 years of lifespan. Cancel. A full 100 years of lifespan was far beyond his means. Even 10 years of lifespan was currently a luxury for him. This terrifying consumption illustrated that once life soul stones surpassed the advanced tier, the enhancement would indeed be considerable. It would be prudent to first assess how much lifespan the catastrophe skill required. Hopefully, it would not exceed 6 years. With a sigh, Mubai concentrated and activated Catastrophe once more. Target: Summon Skeleton Soldiers. Prompt: please choose the enhancement tier. Tier 1, Tier 2, Tier 3. Tier 3. Prompt: do you confirm the consumption of 5 years of lifespan to override the previous sublimation effects and elevate the skill summoned small skeletons to a higher tier? Confirm. Cancel. Phew. Thankfully it was sufficient. Mubai breathed a sigh of relief. He had yet to absorb the life soul stones, so he had to cancel first. Since ascending 3 tiers would grant additional catastrophic attributes, he feared he might not have enough lifespan. As it turned out, even with the additional catastrophic attributes, the lifespan required for low-level skills was not excessively high. Without hesitation, he directly absorbed 15 intermediate life soul stones. The life soul stones shimmered with brilliance, transforming into a vibrant green light that melded into Mubai's being. On his attribute panel, the lifespan section immediately reflected change. Lifespan: less than 6 years. Subsequently, he selected Summon Skeleton Soldiers again and activated the Catastrophe talent. Prompt: once this skill is upgraded to level C, 3 branches will emerge. Summon Skeleton Warriors, Summon Skeleton Archers, and Summon Skeleton Mages. Please select the direction you wish to upgrade. There are branches? Mubai was momentarily taken aback. Even at level D, he could choose to summon 2 types of skeletons. He had not expected that upon advancing to level C, he would instead be limited to summoning only 1. Nevertheless, he swiftly made a decision. In the present day, confronted by the terrifyingly powerful Reggie, choosing either an archer or a mage could easily lead to disaster. Thus, selecting a warrior seemed the most prudent course of action. Summon the skeletal warrior. In the next moment, Mubai felt as though something was draining from within him. Notification: you have lost 5 years of lifespan. Lifespan: less than 1 year. The icon for the skill also underwent a transformation. The 2 original skeletons gradually merged, coalescing into a singular, noticeably sturdier skeleton. The bone sword in the skeleton's grasp shifted from a one-handed sword to a 2-handed greatsword. Your F-grade skill, Summon Small Skeleton, has successfully evolved into C-grade skill. Summon Skeletal Warrior. Summon Skeletal Warrior. C. Level 8, active skill, summons a skeletal warrior to fight on your behalf. Casting time: 3 seconds. Cooldown: 30 seconds. Mana cost: 300. The skeletal warrior's attributes are enhanced by the player's mental attributes. The skill retained its previous level, with a 50 increase in mana consumption. However, what Mubai valued most was the added evolution characteristic. As his gaze fell upon the evolution attribute, a look of ecstatic delight spread across his face. Chapter 21. The Abnormal Catastrophic Traits. Catastrophic Traits. The maximum health of a skeleton warrior is increased to 500, and its attack power is enhanced by 100. Such a succinct description left Mubai utterly astounded. Such a terrifying enhancement appeared on a mere C-grade skill. Is this reasonable? Does the catastrophe consume 5 years of life excessively? No, it is astonishingly cheap. This C-grade skill is likely stronger than most S-grade talents. Mubai couldn't help but exclaim, his gaze once again falling upon the formidable Reggie, a subtle smile gracing his lips. In a matter of seconds, Reggie had slain 7 skeleton warriors, and his health had barely diminished. The next moment, his health was fully restored. Even the 15 skeletons he summoned had only lost 2 of their number. This was a result of Su Mubai's summoned creatures benefiting from Death's sacred text, which enhanced damage to undead beings by 100. The terrifying nature of a dark gold boss in a frenzied state was evident. However, at this moment, Su Mubai felt no trace of anxiety on his face. Calmly waving his wand, a whirlpool of light gray hue, larger than before, swiftly took form. In the next instant, two robust skeleton warriors wielding colossal swords emerged. The massive swords glinted ominously as the skeleton warriors donned standard armor, standing nearly 2 meters tall, with ethereal blue flames flickering in their eye sockets, exuding a formidable presence that far surpassed that of the previous skeleton warriors. Skeleton warrior, strength 930, vitality 930, agility 930, health 69,750, 69,750, attack power 3720, physical defense 930, skill heavy strike LV8, heavy strike E, level 8. Swings the weapon to strike the target, inflicting 185 physical damage. Cooldown time 30 seconds. Catastrophic traits. Maximum health increased to 500. Attack power increased by 100. The valiant warrior sees a substantial enhancement in all attributes. The lavish stats of the skeleton warrior momentarily left Su Mubai speechless, despite his prior mental preparation. The earlier silver-grade boss, Fog Tree Python King, had only 88,000 health, yet the health of the summoned skeleton warriors was nearly 70,000. Even more astonishing was the attack power. Even Reggie, the dark gold boss, could not reach such heights without the benefits of his frenzied state. With an array of potent skills and the accumulation of catastrophic traits, such terrifying skeleton warriors were birthed. Remarkably, he could summon a full 100 of these skeletons at present. Su Mubai suddenly realized that what he had initially perceived as monstrous was merely the beginning. Ever since he unlocked the unique forbidden talent, catastrophe, through exploiting a bug, he had embarked on an invincible path. Eliminate that fellow. With a mere thought, the two skeleton warriors charged toward Reggie, dragging their colossal swords behind them. Two colossal swords carved deep ravines into the land of the misty forest. With an impressive agility attribute of 930 points, the skeletal warriors, despite their class providing no enhancements in this regard, still possessed remarkable speed. The foremost skeletal warrior swiftly maneuvered aside as two skeletal champions raised their heavy swords and struck fiercely at Reggie. The latter clearly felt the imminent threat. The flames of his soul flickered in his eyes as he brandished his enormous bone sword to block the impending blows. Critical hit, too. Clang, clang. The resounding clash of metal echoed through the misty forest, and the sheer force of the attack sent Reggie staggering back several steps. A hint of astonishment resonated within the flames of his soul, his gaze fixated on the two formidable skeletal adversaries that had suddenly emerged. He had utterly failed to withstand their assault. Minus 12,504, minus 11,988, two damage figures exceeding 10,000 appeared, and they were not critical hits. It was the skeletal warrior's terrifying offensive power, augmented by the Death Codex, that resulted in such exaggerated damage. I am a skeleton king. Reggie steadied himself, roaring in retaliation as wisps of faint gray death energy enveloped his form, swirling around him. Notification, Skeleton King. Reggie has activated Death Aura, increasing his power by 20 and reducing damage taken by 20, lasting for 10 minutes. The system's notification sounded, and Su Mubai smirked. Bosses were indeed different. A single buff could last for 10 minutes. Were it a player, such an effect would scarcely last a minute. Nonetheless, it was futile. With a cold smile, Su Mubai allowed the two skeletal champions to engage, while leaving a few skeletal warriors to assist. The remaining skeletal legion unleashed their full firepower, promptly annihilating the skeletal minions summoned by Reggie. Subsequently, Su Mubai wielded his wand once more, summoning two additional skeletal champions to the fray. Just as Reggie had begun to regain control, he was greeted with two more heavy strikes. Minus 9,764, minus 19,526. Before long, Su Mubai had summoned 10 skeletal champions. United in their efforts, Reggie found himself thoroughly suppressed. No matter how he struggled, he could not breach the encirclement of the skeletal champions. All of his summoned skeletons fell, and the 60 skeletal archers redirected their aim, unleashing a deluge of arrows. -672, -663, -681, -657. A multitude of damage figures erupted, instantly draining over 40,000 points from Reggie's health. Mubai continuously summoned new skeletal champions to replace those with diminished vitality. For every 2 summoned, Reggie received 2 heavy strikes in return. Ever since Mubai upgraded the skill Cataclysm, Reggie's fate had been sealed. Even if he unleashed all his skills, it would hold no significance. With merely 300 points of mana, he could summon 2 skeletal champions boasting nearly 70,000 points of health. What could he possibly counter with? Even if Reggie managed to summon 15 more skeletons, they would merely serve as playthings for the skeletal champions. Before long, Reggie's health dwindled to a mere 360,000 points. Upon entering a frenzied state, the Skeleton King, Reggie, experienced a significant enhancement in his attack power and speed, yet his defenses plummeted. In this state of madness, Reggie became utterly consumed by his rage, neglecting all semblance of defense as he swung his colossal bone sword with reckless abandon, relentlessly striking at the skeleton warriors besieging him. However, this reckless aggression proved futile, hastening his demise without yielding any tangible results. The skeleton warriors summoned by Mubai were incapable of engaging fully in combat. For every one that fell, another, fresh and unscathed, took its place. Reggie's last desperate efforts were ultimately in vain, as his health dwindled at an alarming rate. With the final barrage of skills unleashed, a torrential rain of arrows decisively concluded Reggie's second life. He plunged his massive bone sword into the earth, an expression of defiance lingering in his gaze as the soul fire within his eyes began to fade. This king shall not accept defeat. And in an instant, the colossal form of Reggie collapsed to the ground, scattering a multitude of items around him. A radiant golden light ascended, as Reggie's substantial experience points propelled the recently leveled Mubai to yet another level. Simultaneously, a series of system notifications resonated in his ears. Chapter 22. What kind of monster is Bai Yi? Defeated the level 10 Dark Gold boss, Skeleton King, Reggie, and received an additional 50 experience bonus, gaining 270,000 experience points. Congratulations to player Bai Yi for reaching level 8, with all attributes 1, skill point 1, and 15 free attribute points. A staggering 270,000 experience points propelled Mubai's experience bar to a remarkable 92 of level 8. As he approached level 10, the experience required for advancement in the myriad realms of the game increased significantly. Ascending from level 8 to 9 demanded a substantial total of 200,000 experience points. Nevertheless, Mubai remained unfazed. For him, leveling up was a matter of effortless progression. His primary concern lay in the forthcoming rewards. Congratulations on becoming the first player in the 9527 Novice Village to solo a Dark Gold boss, rewarded with 40 beginner soul stones and 60 gold coins. Notice, an announcement for the Novice Village is imminent. This time, the system did not prompt him to conceal his name. 40. A glimmer of joy flickered in Mubai's eyes. After utilizing Cataclysm, this represented over 13 years of life. The higher the rank of the boss, the more substantial the rewards for a first solo kill. Compared to the 40 beginner soul stones, the 60 gold coins seemed almost trivial. What kind of rewards awaited for an epic boss? Mubai felt a sense of anticipation. However, he sensed that an epic boss likely did not have lower-tier counterparts. To achieve future first kill announcements, one would require not only strength but also considerable fortune. The system's notification was not yet finished. Congratulations on completing the Misty Forest dungeon in the 9527 Novice Village for the first time, rewarded with 5 random level 1 attribute gems and 5 gold coins. Congratulations on conquering the hell difficulty of the Misty Forest dungeon for the first time in the 9527 Novice Village, rewarded with 20 beginner soul stones and 20 gold coins. Notice, an announcement for the Novice Village is imminent. In the myriad realms of the game, Equipment for 10 major body parts could be embedded with gems. However, the minimum requirement for embedding was golden-grade equipment. The higher the equipment tier, the greater the number of gems that could be embedded. Level 1 attribute gems could enhance the corresponding attribute by 10 points. For ordinary players, fully embedding their equipment with gems would significantly boost their attributes. Yet Mubai furrowed his brow. Why was it labeled as hell difficulty? He had clearly passed a catastrophe-level challenge. The system notification abruptly halted, as if it had encountered an error. In the valley outside the misty forest, players who leveled up quickly had already congregated. The population of the 9,527 novice village reached tens of thousands, and those who managed to arrive here were the cream of the crop among players. A healing class, level 4, ready to go. B-class talent shield warrior seeking a group, absolutely formidable. Buying a few mana potions, message me with your price. Exchanging E-class spellbooks for rogue skills of the same level. Some individuals are in search of companions, while others are preparing for their forthcoming expedition into the dungeon. The arrival of a certain team instantly captivates everyone's attention. Is it the renowned Bai Yi Guild? The illustrious Hong Tu Ba Yi has also arrived, seemingly determined to achieve the first completion of the Misty Forest. Should we consider joining the Bai Yi Guild? Their talent enhancement effects are simply irresistible. Let us proceed. The Hong Tu Ba Yi strides confidently at the forefront, basking in the envious gazes of onlookers. As inquiries about joining the guild arise, he offers a subtle smile, designating a recently promoted elder to manage new recruits. Meanwhile, he assembles a carefully selected quartet of skilled players, ready to delve into the mysteries of the Misty Forest. As they approach the dungeon's portal, the group's pace comes to an abrupt halt, prompted by a chorus of astonished gasps. Look, these fellows are clad in complete sets of equipment. Even if purchased from the system shop, a full set of level 5 gear must have cost a considerable sum. Don't you think? Just observe the individual at the center of the squad. Fu Jia Tian Xia. It's no wonder, then, one can only ponder the depths of his wealth. Upon hearing this name, Hong Tu Ba Yi pauses and turns to gaze. Their eyes meet in the air, yet there is none of the tension one might anticipate. Instead, Hong Tu Ba Yi offers a slight smile, seemingly having forgotten the earlier embarrassment of being overlooked in the chat channel. I have long admired your reputation. Shall we engage in a wager? Oh, what does President Hong Tu wish to wager upon? Fu Jia Tian Xia approaches the dungeon portal with interest. Injit bi Hong Tu Ba Yi Setaleng. Although it is merely S rank, it possesses the capacity to enhance a guild's overall combat strength. Such a talent is undoubtedly rare. A glimmer of determination flashes in Hong Tu Ba Yi's eyes. Let us wager on who can achieve the first completion of the Misty Forest. What shall be the stakes? Fu Jia Tian Xia narrows his eyes slightly. My talent paired with your financial prowess is a match made in heaven. It would be a pity not to collaborate. If I secure the first completion, your guild shall join mine. And if we achieve it first, in that case, the Bai Yi Guild will lend you full support in a singular endeavor. 3 endeavors. Agreed. Hong Tu Ba Yi exudes an air of confidence, believing that his team's attack power has been augmented by 20, leaving no room for defeat. Fu Jia Tian Xia, 2, harbors no doubts about his own victory. An SSS-level talent is far more than mere wealth. Simultaneously, both place their hands on the portal, yet before they can select the dungeon's difficulty, an unexpected system announcement causes them to freeze in their tracks. Announcement from Novice Village No. 9527. Congratulations to Bai Yi for achieving the first completion of the Misty Forest dungeon. We hereby announce this to encourage all players to learn from him and reap substantial rewards. Hong Tu Ba Yi's expression darkens dramatically. He had only just arrived at the entrance of the dungeon when the first clear was unexpectedly claimed. Wasn't the wager he had just made now a mere jest? Contemplating this, he turned to the wealthy figure beside him and spoke gravely. Since the first clear at normal difficulty has been claimed, let us attempt the hard mode. Before he could finish his sentence, the system announcement reverberated throughout the Novice Village. Announcement from Novice Village No. 9527. Congratulations to Bai Yi for achieving the first clear of the Hell-level dungeon, the Misty Forest. This is hereby announced, and we encourage all players to learn from him to reap bountiful rewards. 3. Announcement from Novice Village No. 95-27. Congratulations to Bai Yi for becoming the first player to solo the Dark Gold level boss. This is hereby announced, and we encourage all players to learn from him to reap bountiful rewards. 3. In that moment, silence enveloped the valley. A flash of light signaled the departure of the illustrious team, vanishing into the vortex without uttering a word, as if in a hasty retreat. He felt confident about the hard mode, and perhaps there was a slim chance for the nightmare mode, but hell level. What a farce. Was this truly a difficulty that could be conquered on the first day of the game? He couldn't even contend with the gold level boss, let alone the dark gold level boss. What kind of monster was this Bai Yi? Uncle, shall we not enter? Cotton Candy tilted her head, glancing at the wealthy figure. Let us not rush. The first clear has already been claimed, so we ought to wait. The wealthy figure slowly shook his head, deciding to wait for Mubai to emerge from the dungeon before entering for a trade. Given that the latter had conquered the hell-level difficulty, he must possess numerous valuable items. Once adequately equipped, there remained a possibility for their party to clear the nightmare mode. As for the hell level, better to refrain, for the dark gold level boss was not to be trifled with. Chapter 23. New Skill, Death Drain Feedback. After a full half-minute, the long-awaited system notification finally echoed once more. Congratulations! You're the first player in the Blue Star region to complete a catastrophe-level dungeon solo. You have received an S-rank skill book for your Class 1 and an epic-grade equipment for your Class 1. Notice, an announcement will soon be made in the Blue Star region. Mubai was astonished. The bountiful rewards exceeded his wildest expectations. Yet, upon reflection, such rewards were indeed warranted. Had he not secured several first kills to gather the lifespan of the Cataclysm skill, even he would have struggled against Reggie, who had transformed into the Skeleton King. As the very first player in the Blue Star region to conquer such a catastrophic dungeon solo, he was wholly deserving of these accolades. With a heart brimming with excitement, Mubai opened his inventory to inspect the rewards he had obtained. Death Drain Feedback, S, Level 105, Active Skill. Skill Effects, 1. Drain, absorb death energy from corpses and store it, with a maximum of 5 per single target. Cooldown of 30 seconds, no consumption, and a maximum casting distance of 50 meters. Death Energy, 0-80, Level 10. 2. Feedback, instantly restore one's own health or mana, which can also be used to enhance a summoned entity, with a cooldown of 30 seconds, consuming 1 to 80 points of death energy. 1 point of death energy restores 100 points of health or 100 points of mana. 2 points of death energy enhance the target's primary attribute by 1 for 60 seconds. Learning requirement, Master of Death. Mubai recalled the potion data shared in the chat channel. Currently, in the Novice Village, the most one could purchase was a potion that restored a mere 500 points of mana, with a usage cooldown of 60 seconds. This was utterly insufficient for him. Now, with this skill, Mubai no longer needed to worry about mana consumption. Moreover, this ability could also be utilized to enhance the primary attributes of his summons. This was undoubtedly a divine skill. Without a moment's hesitation, Mubai selected the skill book and activated the Cataclysm talent. Promotion to Tier 1. An S-rank skill, with Mubai's current resources and lifespan, could only be acquired through sheer effort. Notice, do you confirm the promotion of the skill book Death Drain Feedback to Tier 1 without consumption? Confirm. Cancel confirm. You have obtained the SS-rank skill book Death Drain Feedback. Upon promotion, the name of the skill remained unchanged, yet its potency had doubled. No, it could be said to have quadrupled. The upper limit of death energy had increased to level 20, and the effects of both feedback abilities had also been doubled. With a mere thought, the skill book transformed into a beam of golden light and entered his forehead. You have learned the new skill Death Drain Feedback. Immediately after acquiring the skill, Mubai turned his gaze towards Reggie's corpse, focusing his thoughts. Notice, you have successfully drained 320 points of death energy from the dark gold-grade boss, Skeleton King, Reggie's body. Notice, the death energy you have stored has reached its limit. You may continue to drain after consumption. After being drained of its vitality, Reggie's corpse evidently lost its luster, becoming pallid. Cracks even appeared on the bones, as if they would shatter with the slightest touch. So much, Mubai was somewhat astonished. He had initially thought that a level 10 Dark Gold boss would yield a mere 100 points of vitality, which would have seemed commendable. To his surprise, it had filled his reserves entirely. Perhaps this creature, being an undead entity, possessed a more concentrated essence of death. Mubai stroked his chin, silently speculating. Upon mastering his skills, the catastrophic attributes of his profession instantly activated, doubling the cap on his vitality to an impressive 320 points. Although the feedback description remained unchanged, the effects were similarly amplified upon usage. This meant that he could now expend a single point of vitality to restore 400 points of mana. Furthermore, it could be utilized to enhance a summoned creature's primary attributes by 2. If he were to consume 320 points of vitality at once, he could augment the skeletal warrior's strength by a staggering 640 within 60 seconds. The combination of an SS grade skill with the catastrophic attributes was nothing short of terrifying. Mubai had gradually acclimated to his increasingly formidable abilities. With a slight smile, he shifted his gaze to another reward. This must be the first epic-level equipment in the Blue Star region, he thought. His eyes gleamed as he beheld the robe quietly resting in his bag. The robe was predominantly black, as profound as the endless night, adorned with faint gray inscriptions. These inscriptions emitted a soft glow, intertwining as if forming a mysterious magical array, imparting a sense of mystique and power. Whispers of the Dead robe, upper garment cloth armor level, 10 to 60, scales with player level, increasing every 5 levels. Maxing out at level 60. Epic item unidentified regrettably. It still required identification. Mubai sighed and averted his gaze. The identification fee for epic-level equipment was undoubtedly substantial. However, recalling the wealthy patron eagerly awaiting to purchase his items, he felt a sense of relief. He decided to wait until after identification to use catastrophe to avoid inflating the costs and incurring a loss. After upgrading the 5 level 1 gems and 60 basic soul stones, Mubai closed his bag and approached Reggie's corpse. He opted not to let the skeleton do the work, wanting to witness the spoils himself. The first Dark Gold boss in the Blue Star region. Coupled with the inaugural completion of a catastrophic dungeon, what treasures might it yield? Just as Mubai was reveling in his bountiful rewards, the players in the Blue Star region received their first district-wide announcement. Blue Star District Announcement. Congratulations to the player by Yi of the Dragon Empire for becoming the first individual to successfully complete a catastrophic dungeon in the Blue Star region. This announcement serves as a testament for all players to learn from him to obtain generous rewards. The announcement echoed 10 times, and after a brief moment of silence, the entire Blue Star region erupted in commotion. What the hell? Our novice village hasn't even conquered the ordinary level dungeon. How could he possibly have completed the catastrophic one? A catastrophic level isn't the highest difficulty akin to the infernal level? Has he perhaps discovered a concealed lower-level dungeon? It must be so. Otherwise, how could the Huaxia people possibly surpass us, the White Eagles? Cheating. This White Knight is undoubtedly resorting to foul play. The above reflects the discourse among the White Eagle players. Upon entering the myriad realms, their empire is designated as the Holy Hall Empire. This world is referred to as the Forbidden Land of Deities, implying a place where divine beings are barred from entry. The game of the myriad realms encompasses not only players from Blue Star. According to the information that has manifested in the minds of all players, countless races from the cosmos have been simultaneously drawn into this game. The human race, in comparison to certain formidable races, finds itself at a distinct disadvantage, which is why it has been relegated to the Forbidden Land of Deities. Only by augmenting one's strength to a certain level can one escape this forbidden realm and partake in the true game of the myriad realms. The Forbidden Land of Deities is surrounded by oceans on all sides, with a vast continent at its center where players from various nations coexist, albeit from different countries. Among the factions on this continent, the two most powerful entities are the Divine Dragon Empire and the Holy Hall Empire. Chapter 24. The shock of the world's top experts in the Holy Empire at the first novice village. Within the hell-level difficulty Misty Forest, Felix brandished his staff. unleashing a fiery orb the size of a basketball that struck the goblin chief with precision. Boom! A staggering critical damage of -1968 erupted, and the goblin chief let out a piercing scream before collapsing to the ground. A golden light flashed, signaling Felix's ascent to level 6. A silver-gray boss was nothing to be feared. A confident smile graced Felix's lips. Next up is the final boss. Surely no one can surpass my progress. Just as he was about to collect the spoils from the fallen boss, Felix's pupils widened in shock. Blue Star Region announcement. Congratulations to the player by Yi of the Divine Dragon Empire. 10 disaster level? What kind of difficulty is this? No, this is utterly impossible. How could a person from Huaxia be stronger than me? Felix shook his head frantically, unable to fathom the ongoing regional announcement echoing in his ears. He possessed the strongest SSS grade talent. How could anyone possibly be so far ahead? Yet this was an announcement from the multiverse game, and it was undoubtedly a fact. Felix had no choice but to accept that there was indeed someone who had significantly surpassed him. Bai, you will not remain ahead forever. A glint of cold determination flashed in Felix's eyes as he pocketed the Goblin King's drops and ventured deeper into the misty forest. He was resolute that he would eventually outpace Bai Yi. After all, his SSS talent only grew stronger as the game progressed. Nanny, are Huaxia players really that formidable? They have cleared a disaster-level dungeon that surpasses the hell-level difficulty. It is terrifying. Such a challenge is unheard of. Do you think the Huaxia players will attack the Sakura Kingdom in the future? What should we do? Fear not. When the time comes, we shall join forces with players from the Eagle Nation and others to eliminate the Divine Dragon Empire first. Upon hearing the announcement, the players of the Sakura Kingdom were engulfed in concern, although they had always refused to acknowledge it. They understood deep down that the animosity between the two nations could never be resolved. Even in the Blue Star, once Huaxia rose to power, they would undoubtedly seek vengeance. Moreover, this was the realm of the multiverse game. If Huaxia players became powerful, the Sakura Kingdom would surely be their first target. Here, there are no laws or international agreements. In the gaming world, strength reigns supreme. With a vast population, Huaxia would naturally possess an advantage. But this could also provoke a coalition among other players. Their only path to survival lay in forming alliances with players from other nations as soon as the borders opened, targeting the Divine Dragon Empire before they could grow too powerful. In the Sakura Kingdom, at the 1414th Novice Village, the hell-level difficulty Misty Forest remained unchanged. Above the corpse of the Misty Tree Python King hung a bright moon. This was clearly not a product of the Misty Realm, but a manifestation of the talent known as moon reading. He dared to adopt this name as his ID precisely because he had awakened the related SSS grade talent. Upon hearing the announcement regarding the Divine Dragon Empire, the pupils of Tsukiyomi noticeably contracted. Bai Yi, you shall not rise to prominence. There is an ancient saying in Huaxia, a tree that stands out in the forest is bound to be uprooted by the wind. It seems you do not grasp this principle at all. With such ostentation, prepare to be targeted by all players. A cold smile lingered on his lips, as Tsukiyomi appeared unfazed by the potential threat Bai Yi posed to the Sakura Kingdom. In his eyes, there was no need for intervention. Surely, there would be others within the Divine Dragon Empire who would challenge Bai Yi. One must occasionally concede that although the Sakura people may be base, their understanding of Huaxia far surpasses that of neighboring nations. For instance, the Styx. No, in the Forbidden Land, the realm of the Stick players is known as the Kioria Kingdom. How dare Bai Yi be the first to trigger the all-region announcement? In terms of gaming, our Stick Nation should rightfully claim the top spot. This Bai Yi must be one of our own. He simply happened to be in Huaxia when the multiverse game descended. Indeed, to be the first to activate the all-region announcement surely indicates he is one of us. Even amidst a universal traversal, the Stick Nation remains incapable of shedding its penchant for thievery. This time, they even hope to usurp Bai Yi's nationality. In the Kioria Kingdom, Mubai Village 444, the descendant of the sun drew back his bowstring and swiftly released 3 arrows. -672, -701, -1,288. The 3 damage figures appeared almost simultaneously, depleting the last vestiges of the mist, tree, Anaconda King's health, causing it to crash to the ground. Yet, the descendant of the sun did not hasten to collect the fallen loot. Instead, he slowly raised his gaze towards the mist above. The rolling broadcast of the all-region announcement echoed in his ears, and devoid of any expression, he murmured, "Bai Yi, having conquered the disaster-level dungeon, you have now earned the right to be my rival." In contrast to the foreign lands, the chat channels in the various newbie villages of the Divine Dragon Empire were much more vibrant. Although the Imperial channel had yet to be activated, it did not hinder players from engaging in fervent discussions within their respective newbie village channels. Bai Yi is incredible. He has cleared the disaster-level dungeon so quickly. I don't even know how to enter it. I wager 5 dimes that Bai Yi's talent is undoubtedly SSS level. Oh dear, Bai Yi is too high profile. He doesn't even know to conceal his name. Our Divine Dragon Empire is bound to face misfortune. Just wait, we will surely be targeted by other nations. Where's your so-called rationalist? Even if he concealed his name, would the system not still reference the Divine Dragon Empire? You don't understand. There will certainly be those within our own nation who will oppose him. Given Bai Yi's prowess, why should he fear opposition? If you have the ability, go clear the disaster-level dungeon yourself, instead of wallowing in envy. Bai Yi is the one who secured the first all-region announcement for the Divine Dragon Empire. I state this plainly. If anyone dares to target Bai Yi, I shall be the first to object. Who are you, buddy? Your dissent means nothing. The discussions among the various novice villages were fervent. Some rallied in support of Mubai, while others deemed his refusal to conceal his name as ostentatious. Such is human nature. No matter the course of action, it is impossible to satisfy everyone. Yet, the opinions of these individuals held little significance. In the Dragon Empire, at Novice Village number 8888, a thunderous roar erupted. The Golden Tier boss, Goblin King Reggie, swung his battle axe, channeling a furious storm of thunder as he struck downwards. However, his attack failed to inflict any damage. San Chi Ching Feng, wielding his sword with one hand, perfectly parried the boss's skill. Were there other players present, they would undoubtedly exclaim in disbelief. Yet for San Chi Ching Feng, such feats had long become routine. In his eyes, Reggie's assault was riddled with flaws. Were it not for the boss's substantial health pool, the encounter would not have taken so long. With a swift counterattack, he thrust his sword, inflicting over 1,000 points of damage to Reggie, causing San Chi Ching Feng to narrow his eyes slightly. Bai Yi, what kind of talent have you awakened? How could you possibly be so formidable? After battling Reggie for several minutes, he was acutely aware of his current limits. Faced with a dark gold tier boss, he knew he stood no chance of victory. While combat skills are valuable in the myriad realms of the game, this was ultimately a data-driven world where attributes reign supreme. With San Chi Ching Feng's current damage output, even if the dark gold boss simply stood still and refrained from countering, he would be unable to secure a kill. Not even with an SSS tier talent could he succeed. If the enemy's healing outpaced his damage, what hope did he have? Thus, San Chi Ching Feng felt an overwhelming shock within. What kind of talent could enable Bai Yi to attain such terrifying combat prowess in such a brief span? Chapter 25. A match made in heaven in the Dragon Empire at the Novice Village number 9526 when the Myriad Realms game descended. Lu Ruyin and Zhao Su found themselves fortuitously assigned to the same Novice Village due to their close proximity. Even more fortunate was the fact that both of them awakened an extraordinary S-class talent. Spoiler alert. These two will perish upon leaving the Novice Village, without a trace of hesitation. At this moment, they had just vanquished a Goblin Chief, a black iron level boss of ordinary difficulty. As they prepared to seize the opportunity for the first clear of Novice Village number 9526, they were abruptly stunned by a sudden announcement that echoed throughout the region. This White Knight is truly remarkable. Zhao Su expressed his astonishment at the speed of the completion, his words laced with envy. White Knight, why does this name strike me as familiar? Meanwhile, Lu Ruyin furrowed her brow slightly, lost in thought. Familiar? Zhao Su's eyes brightened at her words. Ruyin, think carefully. Could it be someone who pursued you in the past? If that's the case, what? Are you intending to throw meat him? Lu Ruyin shot Zhao Su a glare, clearly aware of the man's thoughts. The two of them enjoyed indulging in twisted games, one prone to infidelity, the other with a penchant for betrayal. Indeed, a pair of fated lovers. Initially, Su Mubai was merely a pawn in their playful antics. What of it? Zhao Su, devoid of embarrassment, unabashedly chuckled. You weren't exactly wronged, were you? When you were with Su Mubai, you enjoyed years of wealth and glory. At this point, a flash of anger crossed his face. It's all this damn Myriad Realms game's fault. Just as I was about to reach the pinnacle of my life, I have to start all over again. Su Mubai. Lu Ru Yin murmured the name, as if recollecting something. Suddenly, she covered her mouth with her hand, her voice trembling as she exclaimed. That was the name he always used in the game. What? Zhao Su's countenance shifted, but he quickly regained his composure, shaking his head. Impossible. Su Mubai should be dead. I was the one who pulled the plug. There must be others who would choose the name White Knight. It has to be a coincidence. Lu Ruyin nodded at his words, but still voiced her concern. What if it truly is him? What if that guy Su Mubai has returned? Zhao Su frowned, his eyes darting around before he suddenly broke into laughter. Isn't that a good thing? A good thing? We conspired against him. If he finds out, it would be disastrous. Lu Ruyin was somewhat perplexed. Are you foolish? At that time, he was already a vegetable. How could he know? Zhao Su Vito. Only we are aware of this matter. As long as you don't speak of it, and I don't either, that kid will remain oblivious for life. With this, Zhao Su's grin widened as he pulled Lu Ruyin closer into his embrace. If this White Knight is not Su Mubai, you must find a way to entice him. If it truly is Su Mubai, then it will save us much trouble. Given the fervor with which that lad admires you, all it would take is a mere beckoning of your finger, and he would undoubtedly present you with splendid gifts. You perverse creature, Lu Ruyin teased, her eyes glinting with a hint of mischief, clearly having accepted Zhao Su's proposal in her heart. Ha, with our charm. No matter who he may be, he is but a mere prey to be ensnared. The two exchanged knowing smiles, resolute in their decision. Once they exited the novice village, their immediate quest would be to seek out Bai Yi. Little did they know, Su Mubai was already privy to everything. While they sought Bai Yi, Su Mubai sought them as well. Their intentions aligned seamlessly, promising a thrilling dual pursuit. In the Dragon Empire, within the confines of Novice Village 9527, the fog that blanketed the forest had been wholly absorbed by Reggie, ushering in a long-awaited radiance. Dappled sunlight filtered through the dense foliage, casting its warmth upon the earth, breathing life into the once desolate woods. Su Mubai, oblivious to the system announcements, busied himself with gathering the items dropped by Reggie. With his increasingly formidable prowess, triggering announcements was destined to become a frequent occurrence. A district-wide announcement was merely a trivial matter. After all, to slay you twice without yielding something worthwhile would be utterly unacceptable. Rubbing his hands together, Su Mubai slowly reached towards Reggie's remains. The bones, having absorbed a vast amount of death energy, had indeed become fragile. At the slightest touch, they crumbled into shards, revealing a plethora of dropped items. A bountiful explosion of loot. His eyes brightened at the sight of the scattered treasures, and he began to collect them. You have acquired 10 gold coins and 38 silver coins. You have obtained 10 level 1 attribute gems. You have acquired 3 level 1 critical strike gems. You have received 5 pieces of golden tier equipment. Why are they all level 5 gear? Su Mubai frowned slightly at the level of the 5 pieces of equipment. Logically, a level 10 boss should drop level 10 gear. Glancing over the attributes of the 5 items, he promptly stowed them away in his backpack. The subsequent items, however, caused his brow to unfurl in delight. You have obtained the dark gold tier equipment, the necklace of the fallen. You have acquired the dark gold tier equipment, the shadow boots. You have received the dark gold tier equipment, the skeletal greatsword. You have obtained the dark gold tier equipment, the skeletal heavy armor. For pieces of dark gold tier equipment, all of which were level 10. It appeared that the earlier level 5 gear had originally been dropped by Reggie prior to his transformation into a wraith. However, these items required identification before their attributes could be revealed. Thus, Su Mubai refrained from hastily using Cataclysm to exploit the situation, instead gathering everything into his backpack. Currently, he found his haul rather unsatisfactory. Although he could not identify the 4 pieces of gear, their types were apparent. Besides the necklace of the fallen, which was an accessory, the other 3 were plate armor, of no use to him. Surely something of quality must be forthcoming. With a deep breath, Mubai turned his attention to the remaining 5 ancient tomes and a smooth crystal orb, preparing to examine his final acquisition. You have acquired the C-level skill Book Summon Skeleton Warrior. You have obtained the C-level skill Book Summon Skeleton Archer. You have received the C-level skill Book Summon Skeleton Mage. You have attained the B-level skill Book Aura of the Undead. You have acquired the B-level skill Book Thunderous Strike. Goodness, it seems he has nearly secured all of Reggie's skills. Out of 5 skill books, Mubai can learn 4. However, he feels a slight hesitation, as 3 of the Summon Skeleton skills occupy 3 skill slots, which seems rather wasteful. Yet, these 3 skills are indispensable for a necromancer. Just as Mubai is lost in thought, a system notification chimes in. Notice, you simultaneously possess the skill books for Summon Skeleton Warrior, Summon Skeleton Archer, and Summon Skeleton Mage. Would you like to fuse them into a Summon Advanced Skeleton? Fusion. Mubai's eyes sparkled with excitement as he decisively chose to fuse. The 3 skill books transformed into radiance, merging into one. Soon, a brand new skill book materialized in Mubai's hands. Chapter 26, Haroon's Crystal Ball. You have acquired a C-level skill book that summons advanced skeletons. Upon the amalgamation of 3 skill books, the outcome remained a mere C-level skill, albeit with the capacity to select the type of skeleton summoned with each invocation. The casting time, mana consumption, and cooldown duration remained unchanged, mirroring that of Mubai's summoning of skeleton warriors, and displayed no alterations. In fact, the fusion of skills resulted in a slight diminishment of power. Originally, within 30 seconds, 3 advanced skeletons could be summoned. Now, only 1 could be called forth. The sole advantage lay in it occupying merely 1 skill slot. Mubai was unperturbed. With an SS-level skill of Death Summon, his summoning abilities were devoid of cooldowns. With a mere thought, he opted to learn the skill. Notification. You have acquired the new skill to summon advanced skeletons. The original skill to summon skeleton warriors will be overwritten. Alas, upon hearing the system's notification, Mubai's expression soured. Summon skeleton warriors has been overwritten? Was the cataclysmic trait still intact? Before he could access the skill details, another notification chimed in. Detected an unknown entry exceeding the limitations of the skill. Complete overwrite failed. Unknown entry retained. Summon advanced skeletons. C. Level 1, active skill. Summon a skeleton warrior, skeleton archer, skeleton mage to fight on your behalf. Casting time, 3 seconds. Cooldown, 30 seconds. Mana cost, 300. Cataclysmic trait, 1. The health cap of the skeleton warrior is increased to 500, and attack power is enhanced by 100. 2. Unlocked 3. Unlocked, the advanced skeleton stats are augmented by the player's mental attributes. Few it is fortunate that it has been retained. Observing the skill description, Mubai breathed a sigh of relief. Truly, it is a talent that transcends limitations, as even the system could not entirely override it. The 2 other unactivated cataclysmic traits likely correspond to the skeleton archer and the skeleton mage. To unlock them, one must utilize Cataclysm on the skill Summon Advanced Skeletons. Overriding the original skill signifies that Mubai has another opportunity for a free enhancement. Selecting the newly acquired skill, Mubai focused his thoughts. Cataclysm. Target. Summon Advanced Skeletons. Notification. Please select the tier for advancement. Tier 1, Tier 2, Tier 3. Click to view details. The myriad realms of the game appear to be in a constant state of refinement. Now, after employing Cataclysm, an option to view details has been added to the prompt. Option 1. Advance to B-level skill, Summon Advanced Skeletons, with no cost. Option 2. Elevate to A-level skill, Summon Elite Skeletons, costing 10,000 gold. Option 3. Cataclysm to S-level skill, Summon Skeleton Legion, at the expense of 1,000 years of lifespan. Tier 1. There was no choice to be made. whether it was 10,000 gold or 1,000 years of life. Su Mubai possessed none of these. What alleviates worries? Only the prospect of a free upgrade. Your C-level skill to summon advanced skeletons has successfully advanced to B-level. The name remains unchanged, and the summoned skeletons are still the same 3 types. However, the summoning has evolved from conjuring 1 at a time to invoking 3 simultaneously. The mana cost has increased to 1,000 points. Even low-level necromancers, despite acquiring this skill, can hardly utilize it more than a few times, as not everyone possesses the formidable mana reserves of Su Mubai. After the original skill was superseded, all skill points were refunded, and Su Mubai promptly allocated all 8 skill points to summon advanced skeleton. This skill was instantly elevated to level 9, with the skill icon now adorned with a max symbol, indicating that the skill can only be enhanced to level 9 at most. In the myriad worlds of the game, players receive 1 skill point upon each level up. However, the number of skill points required for upgrading skills varies according to their tier, as does the maximum level attainable. Based on Su Mubai's observations, skills below a rank require merely 1 skill point for each upgrade, while a rank necessitates 2 points, and S rank demands 5. Once Death Drain feedback ascended to SS rank, the required skill points for upgrading increased from 5 to 10. As for the higher tier SSS rank skills, Su Mubai remains uncertain, but it is likely that a minimum of 20 skill points is required for each advancement. The substantial consumption of skill points for upgrades suggests alternative means of acquiring them beyond leveling up. Su Mubai's talent, Cataclysm, allows him to retain the original level of skills, thus conserving a significant number of skill points. However, in the early stages, refraining from upgrading skills merely to save points may prove counterproductive, as the effects of SS rank skills are beyond comparison to those of S rank. There are still 2 skill books dropped by Reggie. Thunderstrike is a skill for warrior classes, which Su Mubai cannot learn. Yet the other book, Aura of the Undead, presents a substantial enhancement for him. You have learned a new skill, Aura of the Undead. The skill book transformed into a radiant beam and flew into Su Mubai's forehead, causing a faint gray halo to manifest beneath his feet. With a mere thought, the halo instantly vanished, though its effects persisted. This is a passive aura skill that, akin to Reggie's usage, enhances all attributes of allied undead creatures by 20. Upon examining the skill description, Su Mubai focused his thoughts. Cataclysm. Target, Aura of the Undead. Prompt. Please select an upgrade tier. First tier, second tier, third tier. Click to view details. First tier. Without needing to check, Su Mubai was well aware that he could not afford such an upgrade, and he decisively opted for the advancement. Your B-rank skill, Aura of the Undead, has successfully advanced to a rank, Advanced Aura of the Undead. Advanced Aura of the Undead, A, passive skill, enhances all attributes of allied undead creatures by 30. Range of effect, 500 meters. Although the attribute enhancement has only increased by 10, the range has surged from 100 meters to an impressive 500 meters. This already surpasses the maximum distance Su Mubai can control his summoned entities. Furthermore, with the augmentation from his class's Cataclysm trait, this range expands to an astonishing 1,000 meters. With a resonant hum, Su Mubai waved his wand, and instantly a 3-meter-tall, pale gray vortex materialized beside him. His mana plummeted by 1,000 in an instant, and 6 skeletons emerged sequentially from a swirling void. Their forms were identical to those conjured by Reggie, yet their aura exuded an even greater intensity. However, Su Mubai refrained from hastily inspecting the attributes of the skeletons. He knew that upon equipping, the attributes of the 3 types of skeletons would undergo a significant enhancement. Observing them now would yield no meaningful insight. His current objective was to completely fill the summoning space. Given the incompleteness of the disaster traits, the skeletal warriors were evidently much more formidable. Nonetheless, Su Mubai could not solely summon skeletal warriors. The constraints of spatial collision meant that an excessive number of skeletal warriors would hinder their overall combat potential against a boss. Ultimately, he resolved to adopt a ratio of 4:3 for his composition. Subsequently, the items dropped by Reggie were reduced to mere materials and the crystal ball, which captured Su Mubai's utmost attention. You have obtained dark gold grade material, Deathly Bone 10. You have obtained dark gold grade material, Remnants of Souls 10. He did not rush to upgrade these two materials, but rather placed them directly into his backpack, his focus entirely on the final crystal ball. In a fleeting moment, Mubai seemed to perceive a fleeting shadow within the crystal ball. You have acquired the quest item, Harlan's Crystal Ball. The instant he grasped the crystal ball, a system prompt resonated in his ears. Notification. Chapter 27. Can task items be promoted? Tip. Consider whether to accept the task of Heron's Legacy. Please note that this is an epic level task of considerable difficulty. Proceed with caution. Accept. The crystal ball of Herons will partially lift a seal and temporarily become your equipment. Decline. The crystal ball of Herons will soar away, seeking its next destined owner. Is this the reward for uncovering hidden plot lines? Mubai gazed at the crystal ball in his hand. The phantom he had just witnessed felt like an illusion, devoid of any discernible peculiarity. However, given that this pertained to an epic-level task, it certainly could not be merely a trivial piece of equipment. Naturally, Mubai was unwilling to forego the opportunity to acquire such an item without cost. If he, an experienced player, could not complete this epic-level task, who else could? Just as Mubai was poised to accept the task, an unexpected thought surged in his mind. Could Cataclysm affect task items? If so, what alterations might the task undergo? Once this notion took root, it burgeoned uncontrollably within him. It was worth a try. Opportunities to encounter epic-level tasks were not frequent, yet the thought of not attempting brought him a sense of dissatisfaction. Taking a deep breath, Mubai focused his thoughts. Cataclysm. Target. Heron's Crystal Ball. Tip. Please select the promotion tier. Tier 1, Tier 2, Tier 3. Click to view details. It truly works. Mubai's eyes gleamed with excitement. The talent of Cataclysm was astonishingly formidable, capable of forcibly enhancing even task items. He eagerly examined the details. Option 1. Promote to task item, Dylan's Crystal Ball, no cost. Option 2. Sublimate to task item, Crone's Crystal Ball, costing 100 million soul coins. Option 3. Cataclysm to task item, Elijah's Crystal Ball, costing 100,000 years of lifespan. Has the task itself been directly altered? Mubai stared, astonished, at the three distinctly different task items. He had anticipated that Cataclysm could forcibly elevate the tier of Heron's Crystal Ball, but he never imagined it would manifest in such a manner. And was the final option serious? Following an epic promotion, one would attain legendary status, and through sublimation, one would reach mythical status. If Cataclysm could elevate it by 3 tiers, would it not surpass mythical level? What level would that even be? A staggering 100,000 years of lifespan, precisely akin to the costs incurred during the initial Cataclysm profession. This implied that the Death Sovereign class also transcended mythical existence. A glimmer of excitement flashed in Mubai's eyes. He increasingly anticipated the special effects of the Death Codex after reaching level 10, along with the new skills he could learn from it. However, before that, he should first accept the task. Tier 1. As Mubai made his choice, the crystal ball in his hand suddenly began to twist. In the next moment, the entire crystal ball blurred momentarily. When it regained clarity, some changes were evident. This time, he could distinctly see a phantom within the crystal ball. It was a fearsome, frosty dragon. You have obtained the quest item, Dylan's Crystal Ball. As the quest item transformed, the system notification chimed once more. Notice. Do you accept the quest, The Lament of Dylan? Please be aware that this is a legendary quest of unimaginable difficulty. Consider your decision carefully. Accept. Dylan's Crystal Ball will release a portion of its seal and temporarily become your equipment. Decline. Dylan's Crystal Ball will vanish into the void, seeking its next fated wielder. With determination for the legendary quest, Mubai decisively chose to accept. Notice, you have accepted the legendary quest, The Lament of Dylan. Due to your insufficient level, please elevate your level to 30 within 1 month to unlock the first phase of the quest. Please note, if you fail to initiate the quest in time, you will lose Dylan's Crystal Ball. As the system notification concluded, the crystal ball in Mubai's hand suddenly erupted with a brilliant radiance. Minutes passed, and the light gradually receded, revealing wisps of pale, gray death energy swirling around the crystal ball. Dylan's crystal ball. The true name of the item will be revealed after the seal is lifted. Gem offhand level 0, 200 legendary item durability, 1000 equipment requirements. Quest the Lament of Dylan must be present base attributes. Level 5, spell power 50. All attributes 20, health 1000, mana 2000 affixes, 1. Spell critical hit 30, critical damage 52. Sealed state, effect unknown 3. Sealed state, effect unknown skills. Sealed state, special. Unlocked upon entering the first phase of the quest. Quest item, automatically disappears upon quest failure. Aside from the base attributes and the first affix, all others remain sealed. Yet, even these attributes far surpass those of similarly ranked dark gold equipment. Moreover, it was acquired without cost, which Mubai did not mind in the least. After its promotion, the Death Tome became a special piece of equipment that does not occupy an equipment slot. Mubai promptly equipped the crystal ball in the offhand slot. In the next moment, Dylan's crystal ball shrank slightly, orbiting around Mubai's left hand with a gentle rotation. Gazing at the multitude of unidentified equipment in his inventory, Mubai nodded in satisfaction. This expedition had yielded results beyond imagination. After summoning 100 high-level skeletons, Mubai waved his hand, drawing them all into the summoning space before turning to step into the portal that led out of the dungeon. It was Bai Yi, finally encountering the real person. Yet he was not as extraordinary as imagined. Mubai had expected him to possess 3 heads and 6 arms. The experience required after level 5 was substantial. How had he leveled up so quickly to reach level 8? If one could clear a disaster-level dungeon alone, they could level up just as swiftly. He was even more handsome than anticipated. Mubai couldn't help but wish to be his girlfriend. What a foolish thought. Bai Yi is mine. It remains uncertain whether the esteemed Bai Yi will establish a guild. Given his prowess, it is likely that many would rally to his call. However, I surmise he may refrain, as he lacks the exceptional talent required for grand ambitions. The establishment of a guild may serve little purpose other than to hinder progress. In a flash of light, Mubai's figure materialized before the dungeon's portal. Gasps of astonishment, envy, and a hint of bitterness echoed around him. Yet no one dared to approach too closely. The relentless stream of system announcements vividly illustrated Mubai's formidable strength. Although death in the novice village incurs no loss of lifespan, the consequences of level reduction and pain are very real. The intricacies of Mubai's character remain a mystery. Should one inadvertently provoke his ire, the ramifications could be dire. Brother Bai Yi, you have finally emerged, came a voice resonating with wealth. Mubai turned, a subtle smile gracing his lips. It appears that a benefactor has arrived. Chapter 28. It seems your funds are insufficient. No wonder the team of the wealthy elite has refrained from entering the dungeon. They have been awaiting the arrival of the esteemed Bai Yi. With these 2 titans joining forces, it appears that the first completion of the difficult level by the Dominance Guild may well slip through their fingers. However, it remains uncertain. The Magnificent Ambition team has been engaged in the dungeon for quite some time. Can the Affluent team catch up with their progress? Is it possible that the goal of the wealthy elite is to conquer the nightmarish level? As the players observe the interaction between the acknowledged strongest and wealthiest individuals of the 95-27 novice village, whispers began to circulate among the crowd. Have you been waiting for me? Mubai inquired, raising an eyebrow. The wealthy elite waved his hand and chuckled. Not for long. He then glanced at the increasing number of players surrounding the dungeon and frowned slightly. Shall we find another location for our transaction? No need, Mubai replied. Summoning 10 skeletal warriors with a flourish, creating a clear space beside the dungeon's portal. Let us conduct our business here. I am pressed for time. Gulp. The moment the skeletal warriors materialized, a chorus of gasps echoed around. All present were taken aback, with many rubbing their eyes in disbelief as they beheld the towering figures of the 10 newly summoned skeletons. Subsequently, everyone, including Feng Yi Xiao, regarded Mubai as if he were a monster. Although they could not discern the specific attributes of the skeletal warriors, they could see the health bar's 6-digit life points. Was he summoning 10 bosses? The impact of the skeletal warriors was no less astounding than the previous district-wide announcement. This revelation reinforced the players' understanding that the Infinite Realms game is a veritable world. The disparities among players here mirror those in reality. Although they entered the game simultaneously, their strengths could differ drastically. While some lost their resolve, many others yearned to grow stronger. The latter did not linger, swiftly forming teams to delve into the dungeon. A lack of innate talent does not preclude one from rising to the status of a top-tier expert. The game is rife with opportunities, even without superior talent. One may still seize the chance to alter their fate. Bai Yi, your strength is indeed terrifying, remarked the wealthy elite, casting a meaningful glance at Mubai as he surveyed the imposing skeletal warriors. He was certain that the other S talent must be of SSS rank. Otherwise, such power would be unattainable. At the same time, a hint of confusion flickered in the wealthy elite's mind. How could two players with SSS rank talents emerge from the humble 95-27 novice village? Was there something extraordinary about this place? It was not unreasonable for him to ponder such things. Who could have anticipated that Mubai's talent was a product of a bug exploit? Originally, he possessed only S rank, while the true SSS rank talent in the 95-27 novice village belonged solely to the wealthy elite. If one were to speak of uniqueness, the 9,527 novice village boasted a considerable number of S rank talent players, including Mubai. There were 4 in total. It is your talent that inspires envy. Mubai smiled, vividly recalling the memory of the SSS rank talent known as God of Wealth. If this contraption were to be paired with one S-own enhancement, it would be truly invincible. However, Mubai harbored no intentions of assembling a team. In his perspective, as long as the mechanism of benefiting without cost remained, no matter how wealthy one was, ultimately, all riches would find their way into his pocket. The two individuals, each with their own thoughts, exchanged a knowing smile. And Mubai candidly stated, I possess quite an abundance of items. Are you certain you can accommodate them all? Rest assured, absolutely no problem, replied the affluent one, brimming with confidence. He was left with little but wealth. Let's commence forthwith. Mubai remained non-committal, promptly retrieving a plethora of equipment and skills from his bag. These were merely the spoils he had acquired from lesser monsters. After utilizing the disaster mechanism, they were nothing more than black iron and bronze-grade gear along with D-grade skill books. Nonetheless, for the affluent one, these were rare treasures at this stage. Upon reviewing the specifics of the equipment and skill books, the affluent one discerned that his counterpart must have more valuable items yet to be revealed. However, he refrained from pressing further and simply remarked, Brother Bay, name your price. I shall take them all. Presently, this 5-member squad was merely the beginning. He aspired to establish an elite team of around 100. These equipment and skill books were precisely what he urgently required. The pricing was as follows: black iron grade equipment for 5 silver coins, bronze grade for 20 silver, and D-grade skill books for 20 gold. Mubai perused some information within the chat channel and proposed what he deemed a fair price. The value of black iron and bronze grade equipment would surely appreciate in the future, yet players at this moment lacked sufficient funds, rendering them less valuable. Furthermore, being low-tier equipment, they were not particularly stable in value, and he was disinclined to dwell on it. However, skill books were an entirely different matter. D-grade skill books were not something that players of the current stage could easily acquire. Absent a first clear, only hell-level dungeons would yield such skill books. Moreover, unlike equipment, skills remained valuable regardless of their level. Thus, while the price he set was far from what current players could bear, it was not exorbitant. Excellent. The affluent one nodded without hesitation, proceeding to propose a trade to Mubai. 10 pieces of black iron-grade equipment, 6 pieces of bronze-grade equipment, plus 4 D-grade skill books, totaling 81 gold and 70 silver. Haggling? Such a notion was non-existent. To him, forging a connection with Bay through this transaction was paramount. In comparison, a few extra or fewer coins were trivial matters. Mubai was taken aback by the affluent one's promptness and regarded him with surprise. The latter completed the transaction, grinning as he spoke, Brother Bay, now you must unveil the truly valuable items, right? After all, Bei is the one who first conquered the disaster-level dungeon. How could your spoils be so meager? Indeed, there are valuable items, but you may not be able to afford them at present, Mubai replied, a knowing smile gracing his lips as he once again retrieved a batch of equipment from his bag. In terms of strength, I undoubtedly cannot compete with you. But when it comes to wealth, I was about to proclaim my affluence to the world when I suddenly fell silent. Beside me, Away's eyes widened in astonishment, and he could not help but exclaim, C-grade skill book, and so many pieces of golden tier equipment. The cotton candy and the newly joined fire element mage, who struggled to rise, were left speechless in shock. At this moment, they couldn't even fathom encountering golden tier equipment, let alone silver tier. As for C-grade skill books, they were the rarest of items at this stage. To behold such treasures, Bai had remarkably produced a whole array of them. This included a total of 7 pieces of golden tier equipment and 5 C-grade skill books. With these items, their chances of succeeding in nightmare-level dungeons would significantly increase. Even Feng Yi Xiao was taken aback, as there were 2 pieces of equipment and 1 skill book within this trove that he could utilize. After the initial shock, a peculiar expression crossed his face. He gently tugged at Fu Jiatian and whispered, "It seems your funds are indeed insufficient." Fu Jiatian se lips twitched. Though reluctant to admit it, he acknowledged the truth in the statement. A moment of embarrassment flickered across his face as he looked at Mubai, his mouth opening without knowing how to articulate his thoughts. Observing this, Mubai offered a slight smile and waved his hand, saying, "No worries. You can take these items for now, and you may settle the outstanding amount tomorrow." Players can establish contracts through the system, so Mubai felt no apprehension regarding the possibility of the other party defaulting. Upon hearing this, the expressions of Fu Jiatian and the others brightened instantly, and their admiration for Mubai's sword. However, Mubai's intentions extended beyond mere generosity. This was merely the beginning. Chapter 29. Are you certain you can surpass my completion speed? The equipment and skill books just acquired were merely items dropped by 2 silver tier bosses. The truly valuable treasures remained quietly nestled within his backpack. The level 10 dark gold equipment dropped by Reggie and that skill book were assets Mubai certainly would not consider selling at this moment. These items would only fetch a decent price once he had ventured beyond the novice village. However, those few pieces of level 5 golden equipment, once upgraded, could still be sold to the affluent. Yet, Mubai's ambitions extended far beyond mere gold coins. Given the straightforward nature of Brother Bai, I too shall refrain from being overly coy. How much do you propose? Upon learning that any shortfall could be settled the following day, Fu Jiatian instantly regained his confidence. The weapon was priced at 30 gold coins, the plate armor at 40 gold coins, other equipment at 20 gold coins each, and those 4 skill books at 100 gold coins apiece. As for this particular skill book, Mubai withdrew 1 skill book and continued. I'll offer you a special price, 500 gold coins. That's rather steep. Even Fu Jiatian, who was not financially constrained, was momentarily taken aback by Mubai's quotation. The level 5 golden equipment and C-tier skill book were such that their true value could only be realized in his possession. Other players simply could not muster such a sum. However, this matter relied heavily on the principle of supply and demand. They were in urgent need of this equipment and skills. Thus, neither party was truly at a disadvantage. Anyone familiar with gaming understands that acquiring exceptional equipment and skills early on provides a significant advantage. In a short while, level 5 golden equipment would be virtually worthless. All players had entered the game simultaneously. Henceforth, there would be no new players to consider. While he found the prices generally acceptable, the last item was undeniably exorbitant. 500 gold coins? For a discount price? Was he genuinely taking him for a fool? Fu Jiatian's perspective shifted dramatically upon viewing the skill description. Resurrection, C. No level requirement, active skill. Can revive a targeted player out of combat, reducing their death penalties by 50, excluding lifespan. Casting range, 50 meters. Casting time, 5 seconds. Cooldown, 60 seconds. Mana cost, 300 points. Learning requirements, priest class. This was a resurrection skill. Even if it could not be utilized in combat, it was still a revival. Was 500 gold coins excessive? It was, in fact, a tremendous bargain. After level 5, advancement became increasingly arduous, and dying once would result in a level loss. With the resurrection skill, the penalties were significantly mitigated. Cotton Candy gazed at the skill with sparkling eyes. As a priest, acquiring the skill would undoubtedly elevate her status within the team. Fu Jiatian Xiao waved his hand. So, that totals 80 gold coins, correct? I will take it all. With that, he initiated a trade with Su Mubai, placing 580 gold coins on the table. Brother Bai Yi, I will pay 580 gold coins now, and the remaining 500 tomorrow. Is that acceptable? A contract materialized between the two, and Su Mubai glanced at it before giving a slight nod. You have successfully entered into a contract with a player wealthy beyond measure, who has pledged to complete the subsequent transaction within 24 hours. Should there be any breach of contract, the offending party will incur a penalty interest of 10 of the contract amount daily until the contract is fulfilled. This penalty will be directly deducted from the player's inventory, with the system retaining a 50 service fee. Upon completion of the transaction, Wealthy Beyond Measure immediately began distributing equipment and skill books. This action was intentionally designed to demonstrate to Su Mubai that joining his team would undoubtedly be advantageous. Su Mubai glanced at Wealthy Beyond Measure with keen interest. If memory serves, the first effect of the God of Wealth, talent allows one to shake a money tree once daily, randomly receiving between 1 to 999 gold coins. Is this individual so confident that he will obtain over 500 gold coins tomorrow? Perhaps it is the remaining 2 effects of the God of Wealth, talent, that bolster his assurance. Before long, the group acquired equipment and skills suited to them, their faces alight with uncontainable excitement. Wealthy Beyond Measure, sporting his signature smile, turned to Su Mubai and expressed gratitude. Thank you, Brother Bay. With these items, our chances of conquering the nightmare-level Misty Forest have significantly increased. Oh, is that so? Su Mubai replied with a subtle smile that hinted at deeper implications. Are you certain you can surpass me in clearing it? This remark instantly froze the smiles on the faces of Wealthy Beyond Measure and his companions. Just moments before, they were jovial. Now, they were left in a state of dismay. How could I have overlooked this detail? Although Bay had already achieved first clears in Hell and Catastrophe levels, he could certainly secure the first clear for the Nightmare level as well. What did they possibly offer to compete for that honor? Realizing this, Wealthy Beyond Measure and his companions wore expressions of discomfort, feeling as though they had been outmaneuvered. The hot-tempered player, known for his difficulty rising in the morning, shot a furious glare at Su Mubai. Just as he was about to speak, his companion, Maple Leaf Whisper, restrained him with a shake of the head. Wealthy Beyond Measure quickly regained his composure, gazing intently at Su Mubai with a forced smile. Brother Bay, this jest is hardly amusing. Please, share your terms. Ah, he has taken the bait. Su Mubai had no intention of re-entering the Misty Forest. Having reached level 8, the Nightmare-level minions and bosses were merely level 7. Not only would he not gain any level advantage, but he would also suffer a 50 reduction in experience points. Rather than waste time in this dungeon, he preferred to focus on leveling up. However, he was unwilling to forego the first clear reward of the primary soulstone. The terms were simple. All primary soulstones from the first clear shall belong to me. Maple Leaf Whisper had triggered a system announcement before, and Su Mubai was confident they understood the significance of the soulstone. Upon hearing this, the group suddenly grasped the situation. It became clear that the soulstone was Bay's true objective. For a moment, Wealthy Beyond Measure and his companions found themselves in a quandary. The primary soulstone, while capable of extending life by 30 days, held limited appeal for anyone other than Su Mubai. Wealthy Beyond Measure, being the eldest among them, appeared to be around 40 years old. In the short term, their need for the soulstone was not as urgent as Su Mubai's. Yet, it was undeniably an item that could prolong one's life, although one must agree to obtain the first kill reward. What significance remains in securing this achievement if all the reward's soulstones are to be claimed by Su Mubai? Naturally, Su Mubai anticipated such a scenario. His gaze fell upon Fingye Xiao Xiao as he suddenly inquired, "Might I ask how many soulstones are awarded for slaying a bronze-level boss?" Fengye Xiao was momentarily taken aback, clearly unprepared for Su Mubai's unexpected question. Yet he responded, "2. Have they been absorbed yet?" "Not yet." "I see." Su Mubai's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as he pinched his chin, continuing, "Let us engage in another transaction. I assure you that you will secure the first kill of the nightmare-level Misty Forest, and you will possess the strength to tackle hell-level difficulty. The stipulation is that you include those 2 soul stones. What say you?" Faced with Su Mubai's escalating demands, Fu Jia Tianxia and Fengye Xiao felt no anger. Rather, they eagerly exclaimed, "Deal." This eagerness was spurred by Su Mubai's presentation of 5 pieces of equipment, 5 pieces of dark gold-level gear. Chapter 30. The Cataclysm Revisited. Newbie Village number 9527, Green Pastures. Su Mubai reclined on the grass with his hands under his head, a blade of dogtail grass clenched between his lips, leisurely soaking in the tranquility of the moment. A gentle breeze caressed the landscape, stirring the clouds above, while warm sunlight bathed him in a serene glow. It appeared as though Su Mubai was merely resting, yet in truth he was diligently leveling up, his efficiency surpassing that of all other players. Several dozen meters away, a skeletal battalion surged across the meadow like a bulldozer, relentlessly sweeping away various wild creatures. Though their actions slightly marred this picturesque scene, they incessantly fueled Su Mubai's experience bar. Defeated a level 10 wild buffalo, received an additional 50 level-up bonus, experience points 30. Defeated a level 10 elite prairie wolf, received an additional 50 level-up bonus, experience points 150. Defeated a level 10 enhanced elite prairie dire wolf, received an additional 50 level-up bonus, experience points 450. This was a zone populated by level 10 monsters, one of the few high-level wilderness maps within the newbie village. At every moment, wild creatures fell to the skeletal army, converting into experience points for Su Mubai. Although the majority were ordinary monsters, their sheer numbers were overwhelming. During this phase, competent players were engrossed in conquering the Misty Forest dungeon. This entire advanced map had been monopolized by Su Mubai. Were other players to witness this spectacle, they would undoubtedly be incensed. Why must everyone toil so hard to level up, fearing counterattacks from wild monsters, while he reclines and levels up with such ease? Is this fair? Whether or not it was fair was of little concern to Su Mubai. He was merely aware that he was on the verge of reaching level 9. 40 skeletal warriors continuously drew aggro, while the remaining skeletal archers and mages unleashed a torrent of damage, slaying monsters with the effortless finesse of slicing through vegetables. Soon, a golden light ascended from Su Mubai's form. Congratulations to player Bai Yi for reaching level 9. Attributes 1, skill points 1, free attribute points 15. One more level, and he could depart from the newbie village. Su Mubai opened his eyes, gradually sitting up, and allocated his free attribute points as per usual. As for the skill points, he chose to reserve them, primarily because he currently had no skills to enhance. Several passive skills lacked levels and required no investment. Death Drain Feedback necessitated 10 skill points to level up, which rendered any investment meaningless. The damage from the burn skill was too feeble, and it might be replaced in the future. Thus, Su Mubai opted to retain his skill points. He wondered where the appraiser had gone. Glancing at the 758 gold coins in his backpack, Su Mubai furrowed his brow. After concluding his transaction with the affluent merchant, he had not proceeded directly to Green Pastures, but had first returned to the newbie village. The primary purpose of his return was, of course, to appraise his equipment. However, he was utterly taken aback to discover that the appraisal shop in newbie village number 9527 was inexplicably closed. After inquiring at nearby shops, it became evident that the appraiser believed no one in the novice village could acquire the items requiring identification. Thus, he set off to gather inspiration. This fellow, in addition to being an appraiser, was also an artist. His destination for inspiration was the verdant pastures. Consequently, upon his first return to the city, Su Mubai purchased merely a few sets of fitting undergarments and a scroll to return. As for the other items sold in the village, they held no utility for him. The vast expanse of the green plains left him wondering where that individual had wandered off to for inspiration. Su Mubai pursed his lips, but nonetheless stood up, brushing off his trousers. This was primarily because the surrounding wild monsters had been completely eradicated by the skeletal army and had yet to respawn. He had no intention of moving, just to seek out the appraiser. It would suffice to wait until he left the novice village to seek identification. After all, the equipment was all level 10, which he could not yet equip. Accumulating 500,000 experience points would take a considerable amount of time. From level 9 to 10, there were no dungeons available for players to grind. The only way to level up was to slay numerous monsters in the wilderness. Su Mubai calculated that, excluding a few elite monsters and enhanced elite monsters, he would need to traverse the plains multiple times to level up by defeating the wild buffalo. Changing to a monster-rich location, Su Mubai found a flat boulder to recline upon, casually crossing his legs as he continued his leveling journey. The Skeletal Legion immediately engaged in battle, with 40 skeletal warriors continuously drawing aggro, preventing any wild monster from breaching their defenses. However, the rate of leveling felt rather sluggish. Observing the frequency at which the experience bar fluctuated, Su Mubai contemplated, and his gaze settled on the skill summoning space expansion. Now that he had amassed some wealth and a considerable number of life soul stones, he pondered whether it would suffice for promotion or transformation. With this thought, Su Mubai focused his mind. Transformation. Target. Summoning space expansion. Prompt. Please select the promotion tier. Tier 1, Tier 2, Tier 3. Click to view details. Option 1. Overwrite the original promotion effect. Repromote to D-grade skill, summoning space expansion, no cost. Option 2. Overwrite the original promotion effect. Elevate to C-grade skill, summoning space expansion, cost 100 gold coins. Option 3. Overwrite the original promotion effect. Transform to B-grade skill, summoning space expansion, cost 20 years of lifespan. 20 years. Gazing at the cost required for transformation, Su Mubai's lips twitched. A B-grade skill was certainly not worth such a lengthy lifespan. But the transformative properties were indeed valuable. If his lifespan permitted, he would undoubtedly choose transformation. Silently calculating his life soul stones, Su Mubai's eyes brightened. It seemed he truly had enough. Including the 2 he exchanged from Maple Leaf's Whisper, he now possessed a total of 65 life soul stones. After benefiting from the promotion, 1 intermediate life soul stone would extend his lifespan by 120 days, which meant 65 stones would translate to 800 days, exceeding 21 years. Although the level of the skill, summoning space expansion, was not particularly high, the enhancement it provided to Su Mubai was substantial. Without further deliberation, he absorbed all the life soul stones, extending his lifespan to 22 years. As the life energy from 65 intermediate soul stones coursed through his body, Su Mubai distinctly felt a wave of refreshing clarity wash over him, unable to suppress a soft, pleasurable hum. This sensation was infinitely more exhilarating than any fleeting moment he could recall. The intoxicating feeling of an extended lifespan was truly entrancing. With a sigh of wonder, Su Mubai resolutely made his decision. Catastrophe Stage 3. Prompt. Do you confirm the consumption of 20 years of lifespan, overriding previous enhancement effects, and expanding the skill of summoning space to a higher tier? Confirm. Cancel. Confirmation. The vitality he had just gained vanished before he could fully savor it. Prompt. You have lost 20 years of lifespan. Lifespan. Less than 3 years. Your E-rank skill summoning space has successfully upgraded to B-rank skill summoning space expansion. Chapter 31. The Beginner's Skill Book, An Unexpected Occurrence. Summoning Space Expansion, B. Passive Skill, No Level, Summoning Space 8. After upgrading to a B-level skill, the description of Summoning Space Expansion remains straightforward. Even with a 2-tier increase, it merely adds 8 summoning spaces. However, for Su Mubai, this enhancement is astonishing. First, due to the catastrophic nature of his profession, the skill's effect doubles from 8 to 16. Subsequently, with the reinforcement of Death Summon, Su Mubai's summoning space limit reaches an astonishing figure. Summoning space, 340, but that is not all. What intrigues Su Mubai even more are the additional catastrophic traits. Catastrophic traits. 1. The controllable range of summoned creatures increases to 500. 2. Upon the death of your summoned creatures, they can resurrect in a fully occupied summoning space, with each individual creature able to trigger this once per hour. This marks the third time Mubai witnesses a catastrophic trait, and he is once again astounded. Each of the two traits is nothing short of extraordinary. The first significantly expands the range of his skeletal control to a radius of 500 meters. In terms of coverage, this is not merely fivefold, but rather 25 times. The second trait effectively enhances the number of Mubai's skeletal army. With his catastrophic trait, he need not fear specific boss skills that can eliminate him in a single area attack, even if all his skeletons are wiped out at once. He can immediately activate the summoning space, replenishing his forces in an instant. Unless a multitude of skeletons perish within an hour, his combat capability remains unscathed. This dramatically accelerates his leveling speed. A flicker of joy crossed Mubai's eyes as he waved his wand to summon the skeletons. But a pale gray vortex opened, and 6 skeletal warriors emerged, moving in perfect unison. Draw the aggro and engage the enemies. Notify me when you find humans. Following Mubai's command, the soul fire in the eye sockets of the skeletal warriors flickered, and they brandished their great swords, joining the ranks of the monster-slaying brigade. With the expanded control range, the operational area of the skeletal army increased significantly, allowing Mubai to remain in his position for the time being. Mubai continuously waved his wand, summoning 6 advanced skeletons each time. After employing death absorption feedback 3 times, expending 75 points of death energy to restore his mana, he finally filled the summoning space. This time, he did not adhere to the 4-3-3 ratio for summoning, as too many skeletal warriors would hinder his effectiveness against the boss. Ultimately, Mubai summoned 100 skeletal warriors, distributing the remaining 240 spaces evenly between skeletal archers and skeletal mages. After upgrading death absorption feedback to SS level, the maximum casting range increased to 100 meters. However, Mubai could utilize it up to 200 meters. Even lying still, he could absorb death energy from the corpses of distant wild monsters. The maximum number of targets reached 20. Yet, the amount of death energy that these ordinary monsters could provide was limited. Tip: you have successfully extracted 2 points of death energy from the corpses of 20 ordinary wild bulls. Tip: you have successfully extracted 2 points of death energy from the corpses of 18 ordinary wild bulls and 2 elite prairie wolves. Aside from a boss, both elite monsters and enhanced elite monsters yield death energy points equivalent to those of ordinary monsters. However, what is most abundant here are the corpses. Mubai extracts energy every 30 seconds, quickly replenishing his death energy. Next comes the simple yet monotonous phase of lying idle to gain experience. Every 10 minutes or so, 2 skeletons arrive to present items dropped by wild monsters. Mubai, uninterested in this trash, promptly upgrades everything and tosses it into his backpack to gather dust. According to the information in his mind, there exists an auction house in the Imperial City where the novice village is located. When the time comes, selling everything at the auction will yield a substantial profit. A legion of 340 skeletons, with their formidable attributes, launched a devastating assault on the wild monsters in the grassy expanse. Even the boss struggled to make a ripple against Mubai's skeletal army. Defeated the level 10 Black Iron boss, the Bull Chief, receiving an additional 50 experience bonus, earning 1950 experience points. Defeated the level 10 Bronze boss, the Prairie Wolf leader, receiving an additional 50 experience bonus, earning 6,000 experience points. The equipment and skill books dropped by these 2 bosses were rather ordinary, lacking anything useful for a necromancer. However, one book caught Mubai's eye. Beginner Skill Book increases skill points by 1 upon use. Is this item exclusive to wild bosses? Upon receiving the Beginner Skill Book from the skeletal archer, Mubai contemplated briefly and came to a realization. If dungeon bosses also dropped such items, their value would plummet. After all, ordinary difficulty dungeons can be repeated many times each day. In that case, it wouldn't be long before such items became commonplace. Conversely, wild bosses are rare and elusive. This beginner skill book was dropped by the Bronze Prairie Wolf leader, indicating it is the minimum tier required. Mubai picked up the skill book, his mind racing. Cataclysm. Target. Beginner skill book. Tip. Please select the upgrade tier. Tier 1, Tier 2, Tier 3. Click to view details. Option 1. Upgrade to intermediate skill book. No cost. Option 2. Elevate to advanced skill book. Cost 2,000 gold. Option 3. Cataclysm to perfect skill book. Cost 1,000 years of lifespan. Wait, does this thing have such a high cost? The expenditure for upgrading the beginner skill book genuinely astonished Mubai, especially the perfect skill book, which astonishingly required the sacrifice of 1,000 years of life. How many skill points would one need to offset such a cost? Although curiosity tugged at him, Mubai could not afford it. Shaking his head, he decisively chose to upgrade. Upon confirmation, the book in hand became somewhat more exquisite. You have acquired a mid-level skill book 1. Mid-level skill book. Upon usage, it increases skill points by 5. After utilizing it without cost, the effect was instantly amplified 5-fold. In the next moment, the skill book transformed into a beam of golden light, merging into Mubai's mind. You have used a mid-level skill book 1. Skill points 5. Current available skill points 6. Still insufficient to level up. Death drain feedback. Mubai closed the panel and continued to relish the exhilarating sensation of rapidly accumulating experience points. However, the feedback resonating in his mind compelled him to rise. A skeletal warrior conveyed a message. He had encountered the human Mubai had mentioned. At this stage, it was unlikely that any players would venture here. Therefore, this human was likely the appraiser from the novice village 9527. What a long distance to travel. What could possibly be so appealing in this desolate place? Sensing the location of the skeletal warrior, Mubai curled his lip and turned to walk in that direction. It was nearly at the very edge of his controllable range. After taking just a few steps, Mubai abruptly halted, a grave expression crossing his face. Alert! Your skeletal warrior has perished. Alert! Catastrophic feature triggered. Your skeletal warrior has fully revived in the summoning space. This skeletal warrior cannot be resurrected again within 60 minutes. Chapter 32. The peculiar appraiser was instantly vanquished. Mubai's pupils constricted sharply. In the blink of an eye, the health bar of the skeletal warrior, which had been nearly full just a moment ago, was utterly depleted. How could such an exaggerated force manifest in a beginner's village? Equipped with the Dylan's crystal ball, his mental attribute had soared to an impressive 196 points. Coupled with the enhancement from the aura of the undead, the skeletal warrior's life force had reached a terrifying level of over 150,000. Such vitality was so effortlessly obliterated, though he did not witness the demise of the skeletal warrior. The feedback resonating in his mind made it abundantly clear that the skeletal warrior had been utterly defenseless at the moment of its fall. Could an appraiser possess such formidable strength? A flicker of astonishment passed through Mubai's eyes, casting doubt upon whether this individual was indeed the appraiser he sought. He halted his steps, refraining from advancing further. Who could ascertain whether those ahead were friend or foe? Previously, there had been instances in the dungeon where the protective measures of the beginner's village had faltered. What if they failed once more? The adversary's capability to annihilate the skeletal warrior rendered the size of his legion inconsequential. In that moment, Mubai found himself regretting the acquisition of the skill Cataclysm, summoning space expansion. If only his remaining lifespan exceeded 10 years, he would not have to tread so cautiously. The sudden demise of the skeletal warrior rang alarm bells for Mubai. This unforeseen occurrence struck him like a heavy hammer upon his heart, deflating his increasingly inflated sense of invincibility. He came to a stark realization. His dominance at the player level did not equate to invulnerability in the multiverse of the game. Merely within the Forbidden Zone, there existed numerous NPCs capable of effortlessly extinguishing his life. With this thought, Mubai decisively turned to retreat in the opposite direction. Simultaneously, under his command, the skeletal legion began to hastily distance themselves from that coordinate. Henceforth, he resolved to maintain a lifespan of no less than 10 years. With a lingering sense of dread, Su Mubai made a silent vow. The Cataclysm talent was indeed extraordinarily powerful. However, his foremost priority remained his own survival. The soul stones he acquired next must first be utilized to replenish his lifespan. Enhancing equipment and skills could be postponed, for life itself was paramount. Yet, Murphy's Law imparted a lesson to Su Mubai. The more he wished to evade the encounter, the more inevitable it became. No sooner had he turned than a languid voice echoed from behind. "Kid, not bad at all. You managed to summon so many brittle bones." Upon hearing this, Su Mubai's steps faltered. It was not a matter of choice to halt. Rather, the individual had already positioned themselves before him. A middle-aged man with flowing silver hair stood there, sharp brows and bright eyes. Garb in a tattered silver robe adorned with an eye symbol formed from intricate runes upon his chest. Could he truly be the appraiser? Su Mubai recognized the emblem from his visits to the appraisal shop, yet he had not anticipated such a flamboyant entrance. Which appraiser in a beginner's village could fly? Moments ago, this individual approached with an air of confidence, interrupting any semblance of tranquility that Su Mubai had managed to cultivate. "I rarely find myself in a good mood, enjoying the breeze, and you've completely shattered it." The middle-aged man glared at Su Mubai before continuing, "Now, tell me, how do you intend to make amends? Was this a robbery?" Su Mubai was momentarily taken aback, then cautiously suggested, "Would monetary compensation suffice?" As he spoke, he retrieved 100 gold coins from his backpack. "Do you think I am in need of your paltry sum?" The man scoffed, and without any visible movement, the coins vanished into thin air. Su Mubai felt a lightness in his hand and glanced at the man's tattered robe, unable to suppress a smirk. "Doesn't it seem so? You're practically advertising your financial woes." Yet, with the coins taken, Su Mubai felt a semblance of relief. Losing money was preferable to losing one's life, and the longing for a longer existence grew ever stronger. "What does that look in your eyes?" The middle-aged man followed Su Mubai's gaze to his own robe, his face flushing with embarrassment as he retorted, "This is merely the result of my artistic endeavors. I am not short of funds." With a grand gesture, he waved his hand, and his robe transformed into a pristine garment, clearly a new attire. Noticing that the man bore no overt hostility, Su Mubai scrutinized him more closely. Huaijian, level 95, 27. Novice village appraiser, painter, level, health points. A good swordsman is not one who aspires to be merely an appraiser. The scant information gleaned left Su Mubai speculating that Huaijian also possessed the identity of swordsman. "I am not unreasonable. If you pay me 100 gold coins, I shall gift you this painting," Huaijian proclaimed, producing a canvas and casually selecting the top artwork to hand to Su Mubai. "My creations are not for everyone, so relish your good fortune. Is there more to gain?" Su Mubai eagerly accepted the scroll. "You have received a painting from Huaijian 1. However, after a mere glance, he dared not look further, swiftly stowing it away in his backpack. He feared that if he continued to gaze upon it, he would be unable to suppress his laughter. Good heavens! Even a 3-year-old could surpass your artistic ability. Wolves attacking cattle. Soul painter, Huaijian. Why not take a moment to appreciate it?" Huaijian frowned at Su Mubai's reaction. "You can't possibly fail to appreciate my wolves attacking the cattle, can you? Forgive the misunderstanding, esteemed elder. I intend to savor it gradually. It is only in tranquility that one can truly grasp the essence of your creative spirit." Su Mubai stifled his amusement, uttering insincere words. Appreciate it? He would rather never lay eyes on such a thing again. It was utterly blinding. "Ha! You have a discerning eye." Huaijian's spirits lifted at the compliment, and he extended his hand, saying, "Today I am in high spirits. Do you have anything in need of appraisal? Present it, and I shall evaluate it for free." In truth, he uttered this merely in passing. Only equipment of dark gold grade or above requires identification. Even if this young man possesses such prowess, it is impossible to acquire such high-tier items in the novice village. "Really?" Su Mubai's eyes brightened, as he had not anticipated such a fortunate circumstance. Without hesitation, he retrieved the 4 pieces of level 10 dark gold equipment that Reggie had dropped. At this moment, Huaijian had already retracted his hand and continued, "If there are none, then it doesn't matter. Just as he spoke, his eyes suddenly widened, and he snatched the equipment from Mubai's grasp. "Wait, you actually have them?" he exclaimed. "Let me see. Is this the little skeleton draped in green skin from the misty forest?" As he gazed upon the 4 pieces of equipment, Jian came to a sudden realization and scrutinized Mubai more closely. His skills were commendable, and his luck was quite remarkable. Shifting his gaze away, Jian's hand shimmered with silver light as he gently waved over the 4 items, murmuring incantations. Mubai initially assumed it was some sort of identification spell, but upon listening more intently, he could not help but roll his eyes. 100 gold coins to identify 4 pieces of equipment. This time, I truly feel taken advantage of. Chapter 33. The skeletal set and the necklace of the dead. Amidst Jian's murmurs, the shadow boots erupted with a resplendent dark golden glow. Gradually, the entire pair of boots appeared to be shrouded in a veil of shadows, exuding an air of mystery. Under normal circumstances, merely possessing this equipment would cost you 100 gold coins. Jian waved his hand dismissively, and the shadow boots floated effortlessly into Mubai's grasp. Shadow boots. Type: footwear armor type. Plate level requirement: 10 rarity. Dark gold durability. 200 equipment requirements. Strength 80. Constitution 50. Physical defense 75. Magical defense 5 health. 800 strength. 20 constitution. 20 agility. 10 movement speed. 10 attached skill. Shadow step. Slip into the shadows, increasing movement speed by 60 and reducing damage taken by 10 for 30 seconds, with a cooldown of 10 minutes. Wearing it automatically grants the skill Ghost Dance. Indeed, as a level 10 dark gold piece of equipment, its attributes are undeniably impressive. However, it is a plate armor, which Mubai cannot don. These 2 pieces of equipment possess commendable attributes, forming a minor set. As Jian's voice resonated, he identified 2 additional pieces while Mubai was inspecting the properties of the shadow boots. Skeletal heavy armor. Type: upper body armor type. Plate level requirement: 10 upgradable. 3 rarity. Dark gold durability. 200 equipment requirements. Strength 100. Constitution 80. Physical defense 180. Magical defense 120 health. 1200 strength. 25 constitution, 25 physical damage reduction, 100 points melee damage reflection, 100 points attached skill. Skeletal armor. Summon skeletal arms to encase oneself, enhancing the damage reduction and reflection effects of the skeletal heavy armor by 300 for 30 seconds, with a cooldown of 10 minutes. Skeletal set. 1/2 set effect. Attack power 10. Physical defense 10, inactive. The exposed bone spurs leave enemies with no means to counter. The skeletal heavy armor features an additional upgradable attribute, allowing players to collect sufficient materials to seek a blacksmith for enhancement. Each upgrade elevates the equipment's level by 5, meaning this exquisite dark gold armor can ascend to level 25. Furthermore, equipping both the skeletal heavy armor and the skeletal heavy sword activates the set effect. Skeletal heavy sword. Type: 2-handed sword level requirement: 10 upgradable. 3 rarity. Dark gold durability. 200 equipment requirements. Strength 120 attack power. 288 strength. 50 attack includes 30 splash damage. Attached skill. Power strike. Attacks have a certain probability of dealing triple damage. Skeletal set. 1/2. Violence is the ultimate aesthetic. The attributes of this heavy sword are straightforward, yet formidable. With an impressive attack power of 288 and an additional 50 points of strength, it provides a significant enhancement for players at level 10. Moreover, it possesses a 30 splash effect and the powerful passive ability of Strong Strike, which undoubtedly classifies it as a rare and exceptional piece of equipment. Mubai could already envision the tremendous commotion these 3 items would cause at the auction house once he exited the novice village. This was without considering any upgraded attributes. Once he utilized Cataclysm to obtain them for free, they would transform into 3 pieces of epic gear. However, Mubai did not rush to upgrade. He intended to assess the situation after leaving the novice village. The decision to upgrade would depend on the financial capabilities of other players. In this regard, Su Mubai pinned his hopes on the affluent and influential figures in the game. The former needed no further elaboration, while the latter's talents would likely enable the rapid assembly of a vast guild, thus amassing substantial funds. This equipment suits you quite well, Huai Jian said, stretching lazily as he tossed the final piece of gear to Su Mubai. It was a necklace composed of tiny bones, with a miniature skull as its pendant. Necklace of the Dead. Necklace accessory level 10 dark gold, item durability, 200 equipment requirements. Spirit 100 spell power, 80 health, 500 mana, 1000 spirit, 30 constitution, 10 agility, 10 attack, carries a curse effect, reducing the target's dual defenses by 100 points. Summoned creatures can also trigger this effect. Attached skill, undead, reduces the impact of fear-based negative statuses by 50. The dead fear nothing. At last, he had acquired a usable exceptional piece of equipment. Although not upgradable, the attributes of Necklace of the Dead were quite impressive. Su Mubai's eyes gleamed as he discreetly stowed the Necklace of the Dead into his backpack. Acquiring it for free was certainly the plan, but he would have to wait until Huai Jian departed. The NPCs in the game were akin to real people, and Su Mubai did not wish to reveal his capability to upgrade equipment in front of him. Well, to obtain 4 pieces of dark gold equipment here. You are indeed fortunate, Huai Jian remarked, preparing to turn away. Make sure that pile of bones of yours doesn't disturb my artistic endeavors again. Observing this, Su Mubai quickly called out, Senior, wait a moment. What? Do you still have dark gold equipment that needs appraisal? Huai Jian glanced at Su Mubai, a fleeting expression of regret crossing his face. Damn it, he shouldn't have agreed to give this kid a free appraisal. He was a loss. Hand it over. I keep my word. I'll appraise everything for you today for free. There are no dark gold items left. I told you. There's no way this shabby place has so many dark gold items. Upon hearing this, Huai Jian burst into laughter, since there are no items. What do you want to do? Speak quickly. Don't waste my time. Although there are no dark gold items left, I still have 1 piece of equipment that requires appraisal. Su Mubai sheepishly scratched the back of his head and retrieved a robe from his backpack. Not dark gold. Then what is the point of appraising it? Though Laozi is merely a part-time appraiser, he possesses knowledge of items below the dark gold tier. At this moment, Huai Jian abruptly fell silent. He seized the robe and scrutinized it closely before raising his gaze to regard Su Mubai with an expression akin to that of encountering a monster. His tone laced with astonishment. Is it possible that this desolate place actually harbors an epic-grade equipment? The item Su Mubai had just revealed was none other than the robes of the Whispering Dead, a reward bestowed for completing a disaster-level dungeon solo. Had it not been for the activation of the Blue Star region announcement, such an item would undeniably be absent from a novice village. What fortuitous luck! Su Mubai smiled, his eyes gleaming with anticipation as he inquired, Senior, is this appraisal also complimentary? From Huai Jian's previous murmurs, it was evident that the cost of appraising equipment was not insignificant. Dark gold grade items cost 100 gold coins. Surely, epic grade items must reach into the thousands? Naturally, Su Mubai wished to seize the opportunity to save a considerable sum. If I say it's free, I shall not charge you, Huai Jian declared. Upon hearing this, Su Mubai's expression brightened. Yet in the next moment his smile faltered. Huai Jian tossed the robe back to him, chuckling, Unfortunately, my appraisal skill is too rudimentary to evaluate such an item. Su Mubai was utterly dumbfounded. So, you can only appraise dark gold-grade equipment? I am merely here in the novice village as a part-time worker. Is it unreasonable that I cannot appraise epic-grade items? Huai Jian regarded Su Mubai with a knowing look and shrugged his shoulders. Su Mubai suddenly felt a profound sense of reason in his words, leaving him speechless. Observing Su Mubai's expression of disappointment, Huai Jian pondered for a moment and then spoke. Youngster, would you like to learn the art of appraisal? Chapter 34. Senior, please wait. Such a delightful opportunity exists. Su Mubai's eyes sparkled at the mention, and he promptly nodded, expressing his eagerness to learn. If he mastered the art of appraisal, he could undoubtedly assess epic-level equipment without relying on others in the future. However, there was a tuition fee to consider. Huai Jian raised an eyebrow, regarding Su Mubai with a bemused smile. How much? Su Mubai glanced at the 658 gold coins in his backpack, feeling a pang of uncertainty. Assessing a piece of dark gold equipment required 100 gold coins. How much would it cost to learn the appraisal skill? Jian slowly raised his open palm. 500? Su Mubai ventured, though he held little hope in his heart. Players could possess a primary profession and a secondary one, such as blacksmith, alchemist, or tailor. The appraiser was also a secondary profession, yet it was a hidden one. While he doubted it would be so inexpensive, he had only that much money in his bag, and anything more would be beyond his means. To his surprise, Jian nodded affirmatively. Yes, 500. He then flipped his palm, revealing an ancient coin inscribed with archaic symbols. Continuing, but it's not an ordinary gold coin. It's this ancient gold coin. Ancient gold coin. The first batch of coins ever minted, which has sea circulation and holds no value. However, to certain collectors of ancient currencies, its worth far exceeds that of a common gold coin. Collect 500 ancient gold coins and contact me. I will teach you the art of appraisal then. Jian stated as he prepared to turn away, adding, best not to disturb my inspiration before you find what you seek. Notification. Jian has added you as a friend. You have accepted the hidden quest to collect ancient gold coins. Quest details. Collect 500 ancient gold coins for Jian. Quest reward. Obtain the secondary profession skill of beginner appraisal. A series of system notifications jolted Su Mubai back to reality. Ancient gold coins? This term struck a familiar chord with him. Suddenly recalling something, he opened his backpack and immediately spotted the ancient copper coin in the first slot. Ancient copper coin. A copper coin that has sea circulation, its value unknown. In the eyes of certain collectors, it should be worth 10 copper coins. What do they say? A journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. The copper coin had evolved into an ancient copper coin. Thus, the gold coin would naturally transform into an ancient gold coin as well. Watching Jian's departing figure, a glimmer of delight crossed Su Mubai's eyes, and he called out, Senior, please wait. Simultaneously, he concentrated his thoughts. Cataclysm. Target, 500 gold coins in the backpack. Evolve to the next tier. You have obtained 500 ancient gold coins. In the blink of an eye, an ancient gold coin, identical to the one Jian had just produced, appeared in Su Mubai's backpack, marked with a 500 in the lower right corner. What are you up to now? Do you truly believe? Jian turned back with a hint of impatience, but his words trailed off abruptly. In the next moment, he instantly appeared before Su Mubai, seizing the ancient coins cradled in his hands, examining them with keen interest. No. I. After confirming that all of these were indeed ancient coins, Jian found himself at a loss for words. Painting and collecting ancient coins were his two greatest passions. Although these items were not particularly valuable, their quantity was scarce. How could this young lad produce 500 of them at once, especially in this dilapidated novice village? Su Mubai handed over all 500 ancient coins to Jian with a slight smile. Senior, can you teach me the art of appraisal now? Jian stored the ancient coins away, for the first time scrutinizing the young man before him. He could comprehend the existence of epic-grade equipment, but ancient coins were certainly not typical fare for a novice village. Nevertheless, Jian refrained from inquiring about Su Mubai's source for such treasures, instead casting him a meaningful glance. You truly have surprised me, young man. Take them. You have completed the hidden task of collecting ancient coins and obtained the skill book for basic appraisal. This time, Jian did not linger, stepping forward and soaring into the air, leaving behind merely a parting remark. Young man, contact me again when you've gathered 10,000 ancient coins. I will have a surprise for you too. You have accepted the hidden task of collecting ancient coins too. Task description. Collect 10,000 ancient coins for Jian. Task reward, unknown. In the blink of an eye, Jian's figure vanished from Su Mubai's sight. It was uncertain whether he had recalled some urgent matter, for even the wind seemed to have been forsaken. Gazing at Jian's icon in his friend list, Su Mubai smiled faintly. Could this be considered establishing a relationship with a local? He harbored a vague sense that Jian was far from ordinary. Both his ability to soar through the air and his swift dispatch of a skeletal warrior with nearly 100,000 health points evidenced Jian's formidable strength. Such an individual could not merely be a part-time appraiser in the novice village number 9527. When might I attain such strength? Shaking his head with a smile, Mubai grasped the basic appraisal skill book, his mind focused. Cataclysm. Target, basic appraisal. Hint, please select a promotion tier. Tier 1, Tier 2, Tier 3. Click to view details. Option 1. Promote to intermediate appraisal, no cost. Option 2. Ascend to advanced appraisal, consuming 50,000 coins. Option 3. Cataclysm to master appraisal, consuming 500 years of life. Promote to Tier 1. You have obtained intermediate appraisal. Intermediate appraisal. Upon learning, you gain the sub-profession of intermediate appraiser. Upon promotion, the silver eyes depicted in the book appeared significantly more intricate. Without hesitation, Mubai proceeded to learn it. In the next moment, the book in his hands transformed into a beam of silver light, merging into his brow. Congratulations, you have transitioned to the hidden sub-profession of intermediate appraiser. You have acquired a new skill, intermediate appraisal. With the sub-profession acquired, Mubai's second panel was unveiled. Sub-profession panel, player, Bai, sub-profession, intermediate appraiser, skill, intermediate appraisal technique. Intermediate appraisal technique, 0, 10,000. As proficiency in the skill increases, the success rate of appraisals will slightly improve. Dark gold item appraisal success rate, 60 epic item appraisal success rate, 10 casting time, 5 seconds, cooldown time, 60 seconds. Mana cost, 1,000 points. Sub-professional skills do not occupy the player's skill slots. Mubai took out the robes of whispering death and initiated the appraisal. A hum resonated as his palm glowed with a silver light, slowly enveloping the robes of whispering death. After 5 seconds, the system notification sounded. Notification, appraisal failed. The failure was anticipated, and Mubai remained unperturbed, for he did not require personal effort to level up. The once verdant plains of Hawaii had now entirely transformed into Mubai's private garden. The skeletal army worked diligently within a radius of 500 meters, while Mubai reclined upon a massive stone. After a minute of waiting, he once again employed the appraisal technique on the robes of whispering death. Chapter 35. The necklace of the undead will and the robe of the death speaker after vanquishing a level 10 wild buffalo. An additional 50 bonus for defeating a higher level foe was granted, yielding 30 experience points. Similarly, the defeat of a level 10 elite prairie wolf resulted in an extra 50 bonus and 150 experience points, while the elimination of a level 10 enhanced elite prairie direwolf provided a substantial 450 experience points. The skeletal legion toiled tirelessly, and Mubai's experience bar steadily ascended, drawing him ever closer to the coveted level 10. After 4 consecutive attempts at appraisal, depleting a total of 4,000 mana points, he still found himself unsuccessful. This wretched appraisal technique, Mubai lamented, though he was acutely aware of the meager 10 success rate. Achieving a successful appraisal was undoubtedly a formidable challenge, particularly in the absence of any safety net. As he awaited the cooldown period for his skill, Mubai retrieved the Necklace of the Dead and focused his thoughts. Cataclysm. Target, Necklace of the Dead. Prompt, please select a promotion tier. First tier, second tier, third tier. Click to view details. Opting for the first tier, he dismissed the need to view further details, knowing that aside from acquiring it for free, he could not afford anything else. You have obtained the epic item, Necklace of the Undead Will. Necklace of the Undead Will, type, necklace, item level, 10 to 60, follows player level, increases every 5 levels. Maxing out at level 60. Epic item durability, 500 equipment requirements, spirit 150 base attributes. Level 10, spell power 120 health, 800 mana, 1500 spirit, 50 constitution, 15 agility, 15 attributes. 1. Spell power increased by 10. 2. Attacks inflict a multiple curse effect, reducing the target's dual defenses by 10, attack speed by 10, casting speed by 10, and movement speed by 10. Summons can also trigger this effect. Skill. Undead will passive effect. The impact of charm, fear, and hypnosis negative states on you is reduced by 80. Active effect. Remove 1 negative state of charm, fear, or hypnosis affecting you, and become immune to these 3 negative states for the next 5 seconds. Instant release, cooldown of 120 seconds. Undead will, unassailable. Such formidable strength for an epic item. What might the legendary and mythical tiers entail? This was Mubai's first encounter with the full attributes of an epic item, and he could not help but marvel. The transition from Dark Gold to Epic, though merely a first-tier promotion, had significantly amplified its overall potency, while the increase in base attributes was modest. The enhancements to the attributes and skills were considerable. With only 50 of the experience needed remaining, Mubai glanced at his experience bar and placed the necklace of the undead wool back into his backpack. The minimum level for this equipment was 10, and he was unable to don it just yet. However, given the Skeletal Legion's efficient monster-slaying pace, it would not be long before he could. With the appraisal cooldown complete, Mubai resumed his attempts to appraise the robe of the Death Speaker. After examining the attributes of the Necromancer's wool necklace, his anticipation for his first complete legendary-grade equipment grew immensely. Although Dylan's crystal ball is also a legendary-grade item, it remains sealed. Identification failed. Try again. Identification failed. With a mere 10 success rate, Mubai exhaustively depleted his mana without achieving success. Had the bug inadvertently drained his luck? Furrowing his brow, he replenished his mana with a consumable item and, after a minute, attempted the identification spell on the robe once more. This time, he distinctly sensed a difference. A silver glimmering hand gently swept across, and the robe gradually illuminated with brilliance. But in the next moment, the robe erupted in a tricolored radiance, causing the surrounding magical elements to tremble slightly. Successfully identified an epic-grade item. Identification skill proficiency 10. A mere 10 points. The advancement of this identification skill is indeed challenging. 10,000 points of proficiency imply that one must successfully identify 1,000 epic-grade items to upgrade to advanced identification. Mubai estimated that identifying dark gold-grade equipment would only yield an increase of 1 proficiency point. However, he had no intention of relying on proficiency to upgrade this skill. Wouldn't it be better to acquire it for free? In the future, acquiring a book on intermediate identification would allow him to directly obtain the advanced version. As for spending 50,000 gold coins to elevate it, was he made of money? Recollecting his thoughts, Mubai did not immediately check the attributes of the robe, but instead concentrated his mind. Cataclysm. Target, Whispering Dead's robe. Prompt, please select the promotion tier. Tier 1, Tier 2, Tier 3. Click for details, promoting to Tier 1. You have obtained the legendary grade item, Whisperer's Robe. A flash of multicolored brilliance vanished, and the first complete legendary grade equipment was now in hand. Whisperer's Robe, upper body cloth armor level, 10 to 120 legendary grade item durability, 1,000 equipment requirement. Necromancer class, Spirit 300. Base attributes, level 10. Physical defense 1, 50 magic defense, 300 health, 1,500 mana, 3,000 all attributes 50 affixes. 1. Spirit 10-2. All elemental resistance 10-3. Mana recovery rate increased by 100. Skills 1. Necromancer's Guardian. Passive skill grants a shield equivalent to 300 of your health, which resets every 30 minutes. 2. Whisper of the Dead. Active skill, upon activation, increases casting speed by 30 and allows for dual casting, lasting 30 seconds with a cooldown of 10 minutes. You are not hallucinating. This is indeed the Whisper of the Dead. Dual casting? Mubai gazed at the Whisper of the Dead skill, a flicker of confusion crossing his eyes. Does this mean he can use 2 skills simultaneously? As for Necromancer's Guardian, he dismissed it entirely. For other Necromancers, this passive skill may indeed be quite advantageous. However, for him, it merely translates to a shield that resets every 30 minutes, offering a meager 3 points. What purpose does that serve? It pales in comparison to the efficacy of a single shared life. Nonetheless, the Robe of the Necromancer remains formidable overall, as the complete attributes of this legendary equipment have not disappointed Mubai. The only drawback lies in its stringent requirements. While it can be donned at the minimum level of 10, it demands a mental attribute of 300 points from the player. This figure is one that the vast majority of players might not even attain by level 20. Even Mubai, at this juncture, possesses merely 196 points in his mental attribute. However, he harbors no excessive concerns about this, as donning a complete set of level 10 gear will allow him to easily meet this requirement. The sole issue now is that he has too few exceptional level 10 pieces at his disposal. Surely, there must be shops within the city that sell equipment? With a sigh, Mubai reluctantly turned his thoughts toward the NPC shops. His progress in the game has been so swift that acquiring gear from other players has become an arduous task. If all else fails, he can always embed gemstones. Having conquered the dungeon and with Reggie's contributions, Mubai now possesses 15 level 1 attribute gems and 3 level 1 critical strike gems. Although he only has 3 mental gems, he can acquire them without cost. Hint: please select the promotion tier, Tier 1, Tier 2, Tier 3. Click for details. Option 1. Promote to level 2 mental gem, no cost. Option 2. Sublimate to level 3 mental gem, consuming 100 gold per gem. Option 3. Cataclysm to level 4 mental gem, consuming 120 days of lifespan per gem. Chapter 36. The possibility of obtaining something for free twice. This marked the first occasion for Mubai to witness a lifespan depletion measured in days. Nonetheless, he still deemed the price of 120 days of life exceedingly steep. Gems could be synthesized. By locating a jeweler, one could combine 3 gems to create a higher grade gem, albeit with a minor processing fee. Naturally, the success rate of synthesis diminished with the gemstone's quality, which also depended on the jeweler's skill level. The substantial consumption associated with the 4th level catastrophe could solely be attributed to its catastrophic nature. After some contemplation, Mubai ultimately opted for the free acquisition. He decided to conserve his lifespan until it exceeded 10 years, drawing on the prior experience of swiftly defeating the skeletal warrior. As for gold coins, he had given Huai Jian 600, leaving him with only 158, which he intended to reserve for emergencies. You have obtained 3 level 2 spirit gems. Level 2 spirit gem, Spirit 20, can only be embedded in armor. In addition, Mubai upgraded all his remaining gems for free. Although they were of no immediate use, they could be sold for currency. Crit gems were evidently rarer than attribute gems, with the cost for sublimation and catastrophe escalating 5-fold. Level 2 crit gem, Crit Spell Crit 2, can only be embedded in the primary weapon, with only 1 gem allowed per item. The 3 level 2 spirit gems granted a total of 60 points in spirit, supplemented by the upgrade and the undead wool necklace, which sufficed. Meeting the requirements of the necromancer's robe left Mubai in high spirits. His gaze shifted towards the corpses of wild creatures several dozen meters away, and with a thought, he acted. Hint: you successfully siphoned 2 points of death energy from the corpses of 20 ordinary wild bison. As he leisurely replenished his death energy, Mubai was preparing to continue leveling up when a sudden message resonated in his mind. Approximately 500 meters to his right, a skeleton had discovered a treasure chest in the wild. Finally, this was more like it. Mubai rose with a smile, making his way towards the indicated coordinates. In a wilderness map that had not been previously explored, how could there possibly be no treasure chests? At last, he had found one. Wild treasure chests were immobile and could not be relocated. They could only be opened on the spot. Such chests were either concealed in obscure locations or guarded by formidable monsters. The higher the chest's level, the more powerful the guarding creatures. They were certainly not easily obtainable by players. The treasure chest, discovered by the skeletal warrior, fell into the latter category, surrounded by over a dozen prairie wolves and a wolf king that towered over the bison in size. This was a silver-level boss, and any other player would undoubtedly face a grueling battle if confronted with it. However, in the presence of Mubai's skeletal army, a mere silver-level boss accompanied by a dozen elite monsters was hardly a challenge. As Mubai approached, before he could even assess the Wolf King's attributes, 7 or 8 skeletal warriors surged forward. Critical hit, minus 15,195, minus 15,236, minus 30,410. A series of terrifying damage numbers flashed across the screen. and the Wolf King's health bar evaporated in an instant, resulting in its immediate demise. Meanwhile, dozens of fireballs and hundreds of arrows descended in an instant, unleashing a barrage upon the remaining prairie wolves. Minus 2,937, minus 2,908, minus 6,002, minus 6,096, 5981, minus 12,108. In a fleeting moment, the pack guarding the treasure chest fell victim to the terrifying onslaught of the Skeletal Legion. The extraordinary damage inflicted was closely linked to the contribution of Reggie's advanced undead aura. This skill, enhanced by professional traits, elevated the attributes of the skeleton army by an astounding 60. Defeated level 10 elite prairie wolf. Received an additional 50 bonus for overcoming levels. Experience 450 points. Defeated level 10 silver grade boss, Prairie Wolf King. Received an additional 50 bonus for overcoming levels. Experience 36,000 points. Observing the flood of system notifications and the experience bar surging nearly 10, Mubai was taken aback by his own prowess. A silver grade boss was dispatched with such ease? If he could find a few more treasures like this, would he not ascend to level 10 in no time? Alas! Silver grade bosses were evidently rare in the novice village. Dismissing this unrealistic thought, Mubai stepped forward. You have acquired 1 gold and 38 silver coins. You have obtained 1 level agility gem. You have received a basic skill book 1. You have obtained silver grade material, Wolf King's Fong 5. You have received silver grade equipment, Wolf King's leather pants. You have acquired silver grade equipment, Wolf King's leather jacket. You have obtained silver grade equipment, Wolf Fong dagger. You have received silver grade equipment, brutal pauldrons. Aside from the materials and the meager coinage, the loot from the Prairie Wolf King was rather sparse. The only items Mubai could utilize were a single piece of equipment and the basic skill book. Ascending a tier. With a mere thought, Mubai directly upgraded all these items to golden grade and effortlessly acquired the skill book to an intermediate level. Brutal pauldrons. Pauldron's cloth armor, level 10, golden grade durability, 100 physical defense, 28 magical defense, 35 spirit, 15 constitution, 15 spell power, 20 having seen legendary equipment. Mubai felt a lack of excitement towards golden grade items. He stowed everything away in his bag, planning to equip or sell them at level 10. With another thought, the intermediate skill book transformed into a golden light, merging into his forehead. You have used an intermediate skill book 1, skill points 5, current available skill points, 11 points. After a moment's hesitation, Mubai chose not to immediately upgrade the level of death drain feedback. Primarily, he was on the verge of reaching level 10 and wished to see if he could learn new skills from the Death Codex. It could wait until he reached that milestone. Having made his decision, Mubai's gaze fell upon the treasure chest before him. The chest was not large, entirely silver in hue, adorned with intricate engravings. You have discovered an unlocked silver-grade treasure chest. Do you wish to open it? The system provided a prompt, yet Mubai resolutely chose to decline. He wished to test his conjecture. Could the talent, Cataclysm, be applied to objects that do not belong to him? With this thought, Mubai took a deep breath, his gaze fixed upon the silver-grade treasure chest before him. And with a mere thought, he activated Cataclysm. Target, silver-grade treasure chest. Prompt, please select the promotion tier, Tier 1, Tier 2, Tier 3. Click to view details. Indeed, it was possible. A look of ecstatic joy spread across Mubai's face. The fact that the treasure chest could be promoted indicated that he could enjoy the benefits of upgrading the contents within it twice without any cost. After all, the treasure chest and its contents were not one and the same. Suppressing his excitement, Mubai clicked to view the details. Option 1. Promote to Golden Grade Treasure Chest. No cost. Option 2. Elevate to Dark Gold Grade Treasure Chest. Cost 2,000 gold coins. Option 3. Cataclysm to Epic Grade Treasure Chest. Cost 200 years of life. Although he was eager to discover the cataclysmic attributes that might be bestowed upon the chest, Mubai could not afford the cost. Reluctantly, he opted for the free upgrade. Tier 1 selected. In the next moment, the treasure chest before him radiated a blinding golden light, its surface flowing like water as the silver hue gradually faded, revealing a hint of gold. Moments later, The silver-grade treasure chest had completely transformed. Discovered an unlocked golden-grade treasure chest. Would you like to open it? Open. This time, Mubai confidently placed his hand upon the chest. It slowly opened amidst the golden light, revealing 2 items resting quietly within. A staff crafted from an unknown material lay beneath a yellowed parchment scroll. What could this be? Mubai, filled with curiosity, picked up the 2 items. Chapter 37. The Ultimate Matryoshka. You have acquired the Golden Grade equipment, the Withered Wood Staff. You have received a Golden Grade treasure map, X1. A treasure map. Mubai's eyes sparkled with delight as he eagerly examined it. Golden Grade treasure map. Following the map's guidance, you will discover a Golden Grade treasure chest. Hint. Would you like to use the treasure map? Upon usage, the treasure-seeking route will be marked on the system map. Please note, the final coordinates of this treasure map are located outside the novice village. Goodness, what a twist. Mubai rolled his eyes. Who would have imagined that a Golden Grade treasure chest could yield the coordinates to yet another Golden Grade treasure chest? If a player were to laboriously defeat the Guardian boss only to uncover such a triviality, wouldn't they be infuriated? However, for Mubai, the value of this treasure map was extraordinary. Should his hypothesis prove correct, the ultimate returns from this map could very well be legendary. With this thought, Mubai's eyes gleamed brighter, and he instinctively tightened his grip on the treasure map. Cataclysm. Objective: Golden Grade treasure map. Promotion achieved. You have acquired a dark gold grade treasure map, X1. Success. Mubai could not suppress his exhilaration, transforming the Golden Grade treasure map into a dark gold grade 1. He envisioned further elevating the eventual dark gold grade treasure chest to an epic grade. After opening the chest, he might even elevate the items obtained to a legendary grade. 3 victories in 1. Now, that is what one might call the ultimate Matryoshka. Before opening the treasure chest, Mubai could scarcely fathom that a mere silver grade chest could ultimately yield legendary grade rewards. In comparison, the Golden Grade Withered Wood Staff seemed almost insignificant. Nevertheless, Mubai decided to first enhance the staff to dark gold grade. After all, he was still wielding a level 5 bronze equipment, the wooden magic wand, which paled in comparison to the alluring dark gold grade Withered Wood Staff. Withered Wood Staff. Staff level 10 dark gold grade item durability. 200 equipment requirement. Spirit 100 spell power, 280 spirit 30 agility, 10 constitution, 10 upon triggering a spell critical hit. The casting time of the next skill is reduced by 1 second. Accompanying skill. Withered Wood Blossoms. Restores health to the target equivalent to 100 of your spell power. Instant cast. Cooldown time 120 seconds. Even the withered wood has its spring. Although this equipment may not be ideally suited for Mubai, having it is certainly better than not. After all, it boosts his spirit by 30 points. What more could one desire? Casually tossing the Withered Wood Staff into his backpack, Mubai picked up the dark gold grade treasure map and opted to use it. In the next moment, the yellowed parchment gradually dissolved, merging into the system map. Instantly, the smile faded from Mubai's face. Hint: the route has been marked, and the final coordinates are located in the wilds of Cherry Blossom Kingdom, near Quiet Pear City. Please proceed to Cherry Blossom Kingdom, Quiet Pear City, to commence your treasure-seeking journey. What is this? Mubai's expression shifted from mirth to dismay in an instant. Upon upgrading this wretched treasure map, it astonishingly led me abroad, according to the information provided by the myriad realms of the game. National borders shall not be open for the time being. The specific timeline for their unveiling will depend on the progress of players from Blue Star within the game. In other words, legendary rewards are temporarily unattainable. The anticipated ultimate nesting doll has only reached its first step, and now it cannot continue. Such a fleeting joy. As I watched the empty treasure chest slowly dissipate, Mubai smirked, seated himself, and resumed leveling up. After more than an hour, a golden light ascended. Congratulations, player by Yi. Your level has risen to 10, with attributes 1, skill points 1, and free attribute points 15. Notice, your level has reached the cap of the novice village. Please locate the village chief to teleport to the city associated with Novice Village 9527, where you shall no longer receive experience points. Congratulations on becoming the first player in the Blue Star region of the Myriad Realms game to reach level 10. You have earned the title leading ahead. Notice, a regional announcement for Blue Star is forthcoming. Due to reaching level 10, the leaderboard for Novice Village 9527 has been activated ahead of schedule. Notice, an announcement for the Novice Village is about to be made. A series of notifications echoed, leaving Mubai momentarily taken aback. Could being the first to reach level 10 truly trigger a regional announcement? What a delightful surprise. Leading ahead, while wearing this title, all experience gained from various sources is increased by 20. Players can possess multiple titles, but only one can be effective at any given time. Each title switch requires a cooldown of 30 minutes before it takes effect. Mubai's initial reaction was to utilize Cataclysm to gain an advantage. However, to his disappointment, this item, like summoning space, is merely an attribute, not a tangible entity, making it impossible for enhancement. Nevertheless, a 20 experience boost is commendable, adorning the title of leading ahead. Mubai waved his hand to retract the skeletal army back into the summoning space and retrieved a return scroll to the Novice Village. This was purchased during his previous return to the village for a mere 10 silver coins, quite affordable for him. As the white light flashed, Mubai's figure vanished from the verdant plains, leaving behind a field of unrefreshed monster carcasses. Simultaneously, the system announcement resonated. However, the content was not triggered by Mubai. Announcement from Novice Village 9527. Congratulations to the Dominance Guild for achieving the first completion of the Misty Land dungeon at a difficult level. This is hereby announced, encouraging all players to learn from them to reap generous rewards. 3 At the entrance of the Misty Forest, the Dominance Guild emerged from the dungeon with its members. The sound of the system announcement brought him great joy. At last, they had gained some recognition. While he was grinding through the dungeon, the Dominance Guild had not ceased its recruitment efforts. A few newly promoted elders tirelessly worked during this time, successfully increasing the guild's membership to the maximum limit of a level 1 guild, 3,000 members. This number nearly constitutes 1/10 of the entire Novice Village 9527. It is evident how immense the power of the Dominance Guild has become. Although the prowess of these players may not be formidable, they have nonetheless contributed significantly to the progress of the ambitious enterprise. Having successfully achieved the first completion of the challenging Misty Forest dungeon, their spirits soared. Preparations were underway for the impending assault on the nightmarish difficulty. Relishing the admiration from fellow players, the ambitious leader called out with enthusiasm. At that moment, 5 beams of white light flashed, and players such as Wealthy and Maple Leaves emerged from the dungeon's portal. The subsequent system announcement, however, darkened the leader's countenance. Announcement from Novice Village number 9527. Congratulations to player Wealthy, who led his team to achieve the first completion of the nightmare-level Misty Land dungeon. This is a formal announcement, encouraging all players to learn from him to reap substantial rewards. 3 In that instant, the ambitious leader felt as if he had been reduced to a mere jester. In disbelief, he gazed at Wealthy and the others, his voice low and incredulous. How could you possibly clear the nightmare difficulty so swiftly? Luck was on our side, Wealthy replied with a slight smile. The ambitious leader, upon hearing this, let out a cold huff, his gaze turning frosty. He had already gleaned from the guild chat why they managed to conquer the nightmare-level Misty Forest so quickly. It was all due to the enigmatic player, White Knight. The thought of losing the opportunity to secure the first completion in the nightmare difficulty ignited a fury within him. White Knight, with your gear and skills, why do you only sell to Wealthy? Do you assume that the president of the ambitious enterprise lacks funds? The recollection of White Knight's rejection of his friend request flashed in his mind, a glint of resentment flickering in his eyes as he mentally marked White Knight for later. Wealthy and the others, sensing the ambitious leader's gaze, furrowed their brows and turned to continue their dungeon runs. With the first completion already lost, their next endeavor would be to challenge the hellish difficulty. The ambitious leader also prepared to re-enter the dungeon, aiming for the same hellish challenge. Yet, the announcement that followed caused both parties to halt in their tracks. Chapter 38. Leaderboard. Far ahead Blue Star region announcement. Congratulations to the player by Yi of the Divine Dragon Empire for becoming the first player in the Blue Star region to reach level 10. This announcement is made with the hope that all players will learn from him to obtain substantial rewards. 10. The system announcement resonated through every novice village in the sacred Forbidden Land. The commotion it stirred was no less than the last. Players from various nations engaged in fervent discussions. How did he manage to level up? How could he possibly advance so swiftly? The game has only just begun, and he has already reached level 10, while I am still languishing at level 4. Is this even fair? The experience required to level up after level 5 is immense. Could Bai Yi be cheating? Hey, are you even listening to yourself? In the world of all realms, where would the cheats come from? Is it possible to report Bai Yi? I feel he is disrupting the balance of the game. Balance? What balance exists in this game? I take ages to defeat the same monsters, while the fortunate ones with awakened S-class talents can dispatch them with a single strike. Even if Bai Yi possesses SSS-class talent. What about other players who have awakened SSS-class talents? Why is it that every announcement seems to be triggered by Bai Yi? The players from various nations, who were the subjects of discussion, were equally bewildered. Felix from the Eagle Empire, Tsukuyami from the Sakura Kingdom, and the descendants of the Sun from the Korya Kingdom, including the renowned three-footed Qingfeng from the Divine Dragon Empire, were all stunned by this announcement in their respective novice villages. These top-tier experts glanced at their own levels, and a singular thought arose in their minds. How has Bai Yi managed to level up so rapidly? Why is he progressing so much faster than they are? Their levels stood uniformly at 7. Considering the experience increment required after level 5, reaching level 10 would take at least half a day. Previously, when Bai Yi first cleared a disaster-level dungeon, they could console themselves with the thought that perhaps it was merely bad luck that prevented them from triggering such a challenge. However, Bai Yi's rapid ascent was genuinely astonishing to them. With SSS-class talent, why is Bai Yi so far ahead? Is this reasonable? In the Divine Dragon Empire, Novice Village 9526, Zhao Su and Lu Ru Yin had successfully completed the first clear of a normal-level dungeon and were now tackling the hard-level Misty Forest. In their novice village, there was evidently no one with a more formidable talent. Otherwise, the first clear would not have fallen to the two of them. Not him again. Hearing the system announcement, Zhao Su narrowed his eyes slightly. Lu Ru Yin, what do you think the chances are that he is Su Mubai? How would I know? Lu Ru Yin rolled her eyes and then tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. A simple motion, yet it was imbued with such allure that Zhao Su found himself slightly bending forward. Regardless of whether he is Su Mubai, if I set my mind to it, I am certain I can win him over. Lu Ru Yin smiled charmingly, her voice brimming with confidence. Ha ha ha, I certainly believe in your charm, darling. Zhao Su chuckled and nodded in agreement. However, I still hope he is Su Mubai. That would make things much easier. If it were that fellow, he would undoubtedly comply with your every word. Why ponder so much? It would be wiser to upgrade swiftly and discuss matters after the novice village is released. With aspirations for a bright future, the two continued their journey of grinding through dungeons and leveling up. In comparison to other novice villages, the 9,527 novice village had an additional announcement. Announcement of 9,527 novice village. Player Bai Yi has reached level 10. Thus, the level leaderboard for this novice village is now prematurely opened. Level leaderboard of 9,527 novice village. First, Bai Yi, level 10. No affiliation second. Feng Yi Xiao Xiao, level 5. No affiliation third. Away, level 5. No affiliation fourth. Difficulty rising, level 5. No affiliation 5th. Wealthy beyond measure. Level 5. No affiliation 6th. Cotton Candy. Level 5. No affiliation 7th. Grand Ambitions. Level 5. Ambition Guild 8th. One Sword to the Throat. Level 5. Ambition Guild 9th. Turkey Flavored Crunch. Level 5. Ambition Guild 10th. Milky Snowflake. Level 5. Ambition Guild and Novice Village's level leaderboard displayed only the top 10. And aside from Bai Yi, all others were uniformly at level 5. Earning 20,000 experience points was no simple feat for them. The low difficulty of dungeons yielded insufficient experience, and experience was divided among team members. Naturally, without forming a team, they would be unable to clear the dungeons. The emergence of the leaderboard ignited intense discussions among players, causing the chat channel of 9,527 Novice Village to overflow. Bai Yi was nothing short of extraordinary, boasting a level double that of the others on the leaderboard. This was no trivial matter. The experience required to ascend from level 5 to 6 exceeded that of accumulating levels from 0 to 5. It was utterly astonishing. By the time I stepped out of the Novice Village, Bai Yi might already be at level 20. Perhaps even level 30 was not out of reach. The team wealthy beyond measure was impressively strong, outpacing the members of the Ambition Guild, who enjoyed a 20 experience buff. Of course, it was only natural for them to lead, having just cleared the nightmare-level Misty Lands, but they would likely be surpassed by the Ambition Guild soon. It was rumored that one sword to the throat possessed an S-class talent, and to think he had joined the Ambition Guild. What good was that? He was still only half the level of Bai Yi. Outside the dungeon portal of the Misty Lands, Grand Ambitions darkly closed the level leaderboard. It was one thing for Bai Yi to reach level 10 so swiftly, but to be overshadowed by the team wealthy beyond measure, despite their 20 experience boost, was utterly outrageous. Casting a glance at the team wealthy beyond measure, Grand Ambitions silently entered the dungeon. Bai Yi's rapid ascent to level 10 was astounding. Cotton Candy exclaimed in disbelief. Indeed, it was as if he were soaring through the skies. Away nodded in agreement. Previously, during a trade, the other party was at level 8 while they remained at level 5. Now, merely after grinding through one dungeon, they were still at level 5, while Bai Yi had already reached level 10. Was the upgrade truly so effortless for him? You may engage in leisure activities while I return for a moment. Rich beyond measure gazed at the 10 primary soul stones nestled within his backpack, retrieving the return scroll. Initially, he intended to postpone presenting these soul stones to Bai Yi. However, the incessant system announcements prompted a shift in his perspective. A player of Bai Yi's caliber warranted the establishment of a favorable rapport. Even if the individual chose not to join his team, a good relationship could facilitate the acquisition of valuable items. Unbeknownst to him, Rich Beyond Measure's mindset had subtly transformed, a change he himself failed to recognize. A flash of white light signaled the arrival of Su Mubai at the teleportation plaza of Novice Village number 9527. Upon hearing the announcement of Rich Beyond Measure and the Dominance Guild's completion of the dungeon, a smile crept across his lips. More soul stones. At that moment, another beam of light illuminated beside Su Mubai, revealing the rotund figure of Rich Beyond Measure. Bai Yi, my brother, here are the 10 primary soul stones as a reward for being the first to complete the dungeon. Do remember your old brother when you come across something good in the future. Rich Beyond Measure traded the soul stones to Su Mubai, his expression beaming with delight. Rest assured, the pricing will undoubtedly satisfy you. Notification: your contract with Rich Beyond Measure has been established. Su Mubai nodded slightly. As long as you possess the coin, quality items shall be yours for the taking. Contact me once you have exited the Novice Village. With that, he waved his hand dismissively and turned toward the village chief's abode. Neither the skeleton set nor the B-grade skill book, Thunderous Strike, were within Rich Beyond Measure's current financial reach. In a few days, the opportune moment to sell such items would arise. For now, the foremost task was to be the first player to emerge from the Novice Village. Chapter 39, East Sea City, Unveiling the Holy Codex of Death. The layout of Novice Village number 9527 is quite straightforward. Following the map, Su Mubai easily located the village chief's residence. This house bore no significant distinction from the other structures, and the village chief appeared to be an ordinary old man. His name so commonplace that it was easily forgotten. Li Shan, village chief of Novice Village number 9527 level. 10 health points, 2,000 AM. I did not expect a newcomer to ascend to level 10 so swiftly. Upon encountering Su Mubai, a flicker of astonishment crossed Li Shan's face. Village chief, I wish to depart from the Novice Village, Su Mubai stated directly, revealing his intent. Go ahead. In time, this sanctified realm shall become the dominion of you newcomers. Li Shan replied, his expression somewhat complex, before turning to walk towards the courtyard. Follow me. Before long, he led Su Mubai to a teleportation array. Our village is a part of East Sea City, one of the 10 principal first-level cities of the Divine Dragon Empire. and is also the most prosperous coastal city in the Empire, Li Shan explained, gesturing towards the teleportation array. Step inside. Your true journey begins in EC City. Thank you, village chief, Su Mubai acknowledged, stepping into the array. Contrary to his expectations, there were no initiation tasks nor any transportation fees. Li Shan simply activated the teleportation array. A blinding light enveloped him, and Su Mubai's figure vanished from the array. The tumultuous era of the sanctified realm is about to commence, and one wonders how many lives will be lost this time. Li Shan sighed deeply, turning back to his previous spot, awaiting the arrival of the next newcomer. His role as village chief did not involve issuing quests. His sole responsibility was to guide the newcomers out of the novice village. Meanwhile, the leaderboard of novice village number 9527 underwent a transformation. The name Bai Yi faded away, and Feng Yi Xiao ascended to the first position. This shift ignited discussions among the players. Clearly, the individual who activated the leaderboard had emerged from the novice village. The first true player to step into the sanctified realm had arrived. You have entered the first level city, East Sea City. Your respawn point has been switched to the East Sea City Resurrection Hall. It was a grand city, with towering buildings surrounding the teleportation square, stretching far beyond the eye's reach. In the streets of Far, pedestrians and carriages flowed like water, with numerous powerful beings riding their mounts. Although Su Mubai was the sole player within the city at that moment, the atmosphere remained vibrant and bustling. This scene served as a poignant reminder to Su Mubai that the sanctified realm was a tangible world. The locals here were not fewer than the humans from Blue Star who had traversed into this realm. If the humans from Blue Star were considered newcomers, having journeyed into a genuine gaming universe, then for the locals of the sanctified realm, they merely witnessed their world being digitized. From the very name of the multiverse game, it was evident that the two factions were not adversaries but would become allies. Stepping into the Forbidden Realm is merely the beginning, not the culmination. The myriad races of the universe stand as the true adversaries. In the expansive teleportation square, only Su Mubai stood at the center. After a brief pause, the anticipated system notification failed to resonate. Su Mubai couldn't help but voice his disappointment. Is that all? He had initially expected a reward for being the first to exit the novice village, but it appeared that none was forthcoming. Shaking his head in dismay, he donned all the gear he could wear. To his astonishment, even without embedding gems, his mental attributes had already surpassed the requirements of the Death Speaker's robe. Upon reaching level 10, the attributes of two of his equipment had notably changed. The first was the Dylan's Crystal Ball. Upon its upgrade to level 10, while the affixes remained unchanged, its foundational attributes experienced a significant enhancement. Base attributes, level 10, spell power 150, all attributes 50, health 2000, mana 4000. In terms of health and mana, it even exceeded the Death Speaker's robe. The other piece, of course, was the Tome of Death. With a mere thought, the inscription on the back of Su Mubai's left hand shimmered with a faint glow, manifesting the Tome of Death. The rotating Dylan's crystal ball on his wrist immediately dimmed, as if subdued. Tome of Death class exclusive, Twilight, special item non-dropped, non-damageable, non-tradable, summonable or dismissible at will level. 10. Follows character, base attributes, spell power 300. All attributes 100. Damage to undead creatures increased by 100. Your summoned creatures also benefit from this effect. Special effects. 1. Soul Drain. You, your summoned entities, and contracted beings will absorb a portion of the soul energy from targets you eliminate. The respawn time for wild creatures you defeat will double, while players you vanquish will endure double penalties, including a reduction in lifespan. Current soul points. 0. Spend 1,000 soul points to gain a second opportunity to unveil the Tome of Death. Second special effect unlocks at level 30. This is a tome of rules, accessible solely to you. Upon fulfilling requirements, you may learn exclusive skills of the Master of Death. The level 10 Tome of Death was worlds apart from its level 5 counterpart. The extent of the enhancement in base attributes exceeded Su Mubai's expectations. Even more astonishing were the newly unlocked special effects. The death penalty had doubled. From now on, Players killed by him would face severe repercussions. A direct level drop of 2 levels would be trivial. The critical issue was the immediate loss of 20 of their lifespan, with a minimum of 20 years. How fortunate for those 2 wretched souls. A glint of cold light flickered in Su Mubai's eyes. This special effect could not be disabled, significantly reducing the frequency with which he could eliminate Lu Ruyan and Zhao Su. At this stage, no one could significantly extend their lifespan, barring unforeseen circumstances. Su Mubai would only have the chance to kill them 4 times before the opportunity vanished. With a lifespan of 80 years, it is conceivable that the 2 may even find themselves indebted. According to the description following the soul points, Su Mubai realized he now had an opportunity to open the Book of Death. In this vast and desolate teleportation square, he was the sole player present. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Mubai reached out and opened the Book of Death. The pages revealed a pale gray hue, inscribed with ancient and enigmatic runes. Su Mubai could not comprehend a single character. Yet, in the next instant, these runes began to stir. They floated from the tome, transforming into a stream of information that surged into Su Mubai's eyes. In that fleeting moment, he felt an overwhelming and chilling power. Though he could not fully grasp its essence, he instinctively sensed that this power was named Death. After a considerable time, the Book of Death autonomously closed, reconstituting itself as a stream of light that adhered to the back of Su Mubai's left hand. Simultaneously, the system notification echoed in Su Mubai's ears. You have acquired a new skill, Death Gaze. Chapter 40. Will I be banned for this abnormality? Death Gaze, SSS, Level 1, 050, active skill. Gaze upon the target and incinerate their soul. Skill effects, 1. Inflicts 500 of spell power as true damage per second for a duration of 10 seconds. 2. The creature under gaze will be perpetually affected by fear. 3. All beings with a life level lower than yours will have their attributes forcibly reduced by 20 upon being gazed at. This effect is solely determined by life level and cannot be mitigated by any form of resistance. 4. Creatures slain by death gaze will endure excruciating torment, entering a state of weakness upon resurrection, with a 40 reduction in all attributes lasting for 12 hours. Instant release, cooldown time of 60 seconds, consuming 5 of maximum mana. After release, no continuous guidance is needed, with a maximum attack range of 100 meters. Wherever your gaze falls, death follows closely. The description of the Death Gaze skill left Su Mubai utterly astonished. Is this truly an SSS level skill? Inflicting 500 true damage per second, inducing continuous fear, and enforcing a 20 reduction in all attributes. Any one of these effects alone constitutes a formidable skill. Moreover, this ability can be released instantaneously, requiring no further guidance. It is simply absurd to think it activates with just a glance. Su Mubai cannot help but murmur. Is this not a divine skill that causes instant death with a stare? He found it hard to fathom any player capable of withstanding 500 of his spell power in true damage. Even more terrifying, in the bottom right corner of the skill image for Death Gaze, there was a small emblem, a humanoid silhouette, indicating that it was influenced by Su Mubai's class mutation characteristics. The effect is doubled, a staggering 10 times true damage per second, with an attack range of 200 meters. In this moment, Su Mubai could only exclaim, who else could compete? With Death Gaze, he finally had a means beyond merely relying on his skeletal army for damage. His only lingering question pertained to the description of the third skill effect. How was the life level determined? Su Mubai stroked his chin, a flicker of uncertainty crossing his gaze. Yet, he quickly shook his head. This matter could not be discerned merely by observation. With further use, clarity would naturally emerge. Furthermore, this was not the ultimate form of Death Gaze. Taking a deep breath, Su Mubai felt a twinge of anxiety. The anticipation of acquiring an SSS-level skill for free was second only to the thrill of exploiting a bug during character creation and the class mutation. Mutation. Target. Death Gaze. However, this time, the system notification that echoed in Su Mubai's ears was starkly different from before. Apologies. This skill has reached the limit of the divine forbidden zone and cannot mutate. To his astonishment, he had failed. Since discovering the bug-level talent of mutation, this was only the second time Mubai encountered such a scenario. The first occurred when he attempted to further evolve mutation, only to have the Myriad Worlds game rectify the bug. He vividly remembered the system prompt from that moment. Apologies. This skill tier has surpassed the limit and cannot undergo catastrophe. Despite 2 failures, the descriptions were vastly different. The limits of the sacred forbidden land. He scrutinized every word in the system prompt, forming a tentative hypothesis. It appeared that to elevate a skill beyond the SSS tier, one must venture outside the sacred forbidden land. Simultaneously, another question arose in his mind. Previously, while in the Misty Land, he had encountered 3 options when using catastrophe on Harlan's crystal ball. He had opted for a complementary upgrade, enhancing this quest item from epic to legendary. Thus, the second option must pertain to the highest tier, mythical. In this context, what about the 3 options? Items that transcend the mythical tier? What level would that be? Why can equipment surpass the mythical tier, yet skills remain confined to the SSS tier? Does the SSS skill tier, in fact, rank higher than mythical? A flurry of thoughts coursed through Mubai's mind, yet he could only make vague conjectures. Ultimately, it was futile. The SSS skill was, for the time being, the zenith of his capabilities. Without the possibility of a complementary upgrade, Mubai had no choice but to relent. However, due to the unique characteristic of occupational catastrophe, even with the same SSS skills, his effectiveness was twice that of other players. Although he only ascended from level 9 to level 10, the transformation in Mubai's prowess was nothing short of revolutionary. With his mental attributes meeting the requirements, Mubai donned the robe of a Death Speaker. A deep, enigmatic black robe enveloped his figure, adorned with subtle gray runes that imbued him with an air of mystery. A faint aura of death lingered, evoking a sense of caution in others. Mubai summoned his attribute panel to examine his extraordinary attributes. Attribute panel, player, Bai, level, 10-0, class, Death Sovereign, exclusive hidden class, secondary profession, intermediate appraiser, mental, 490, agility, 286, constitution, 261, strength, 211 health, 1-1, permanently unable to be increased for unknown reasons. Life sharing, 100 million, specific value, 100, 584000. The total health of all skeletons doubled. Magic points, 38,900, 1 point of spirit, 60 points of magic. Spell power, 2,497, 1 point of spirit, 3 points of spell power. Spell crit, 35, crit damage, 250, physical defense, 467, magic defense, 1825, elemental resistance, all types 10, exclusive talent, cataclysm, unique forbidden level, class skills, scorch E, summon advanced skeleton, B, summon space expansion, B, advanced undead aura, A, life sharing, S, death summoning, SS, death drain feedback, SS, death gaze, SSS, summon space, 340, equipment, brief, class exclusive, tome of death LV, lifespan, less than 3 years. Mubai trembled as he closed the attribute panel, utterly astonished by his exaggerated stats, rendered speechless. What manner of world is the Myriad Realms? Is this panel truly what a level 10 player should possess? His gear is still incomplete. Merely the Tome of Death and 2 legendary pieces of equipment have granted him an astonishing enhancement of 200 to all attributes. Initially possessing a mere 1 point, aside from the 4-dimensional upgrade upon leveling, his strength has now reached an impressive 211 points. With spell power nearing 2,500 and magic points absurdly surpassing 30,000. These figures pale in comparison to the terrifying number on the life-sharing health bar. The figure exceeding 100 million lingers in Mubai's mind, an indelible mark. The interplay of qualitative and quantitative changes culminates in an existence bordering on the bug level. All of this is attributed to the 2 cataclysm traits. Compared to skills in the Myriad Realms game, these traits are nothing short of a bug. He even harbors doubts. If there were a level 10 mythic boss, would its health bar exceed his own? Should this trajectory continue? Would I risk being stripped of my title in the Myriad Realms game? As this thought arose, Su Mubai's pupils constricted sharply. A flash of white light danced before him, and a silhouette emerged from the radiance. To his astonishment, among the arrivals, there exists one awakened to such power. Young one, you are both fortunate and unfortunate. Chapter 41. Situ Ji, the elderly man who suddenly appeared, was garbed in a robe, his white hair contrasting with a youthful visage. In his hand, he held an unremarkable staff that resembled a mere twig, devoid of any embellishments. Despite his simplicity, his mere presence instilled immense pressure in Su Mubai, akin to an ordinary person standing before an unfathomable ocean, vast and bottomless. Situ Ji, Lord of Donghai City, Elder of the Dragon Temple level. Health points. The highest authority in Donghai City. Having encountered the city lord before, Su Mubai hastily bowed his hand in respect upon seeing Situ Ji's information. This marked the second time he had come across an NPC whose identity could only be discerned through information. The first was Huai Jian. Yet, why would such a prominent city lord suddenly appear before him? The Dragon Empire boasted a single imperial capital, 10 primary cities, 81 secondary cities, and 1,080 tertiary cities. Apart from the imperial capital, all players from Huaxia were distributed across these cities, with Donghai City being one of the 10 primary cities. It was self-evident how high Situ Ji's status was as the Lord of Donghai. The second aspect of Situ Ji's identity, however, was entirely foreign to Su Mubai. The nature of the Dragon Temple was not recorded in any materials provided by the 10,000 Realms game. Nevertheless, he was acutely aware of Situ Ji's formidable strength. From his recent utterances, it was clear that he had come specifically to seek him out. Was it the unsettling power that had emanated when he opened the grimoire of death that had drawn him here? A flurry of thoughts raced through Su Mubai's mind as he conjectured the purpose of this visit. Situ Ji remained silent, scrutinizing Su Mubai from head to toe, his expression inscrutable, revealing nothing of his thoughts. After a prolonged moment, his gaze fell upon the back of Su Mubai's left hand, where the markings from the grimoire of death glimmered. He nodded slightly and remarked, "Indeed, it is the power of death." Simultaneously, a wave of pressure lifted from Su Mubai, and he felt a sudden lightness envelop him. Situ Ji before him now appeared as an ordinary elder, devoid of the previously overwhelming aura. "Lord, what is the power of death?" Su Mubai inquired, following the thread of the conversation. "It is a force of law. You are still too weak to comprehend it." "Even if I explained," Situ Ji replied with a smile, shaking his head as the staff in his hand transformed into glimmers of golden light and dissipated. At his words, Su Mubai's heart jolted. Law. He recalled vividly that prior to its ascension, Grimoire of Death was described as the Book of Death. Yet, the current Grimoire of Death unmistakably described itself as the Book of Rules. It seemed Situ Ji had not fully discerned all of his information. With this thought, Su Mubai's tension began to ease. "Little one, your emergence has indeed taken us old fellows by surprise. I wonder if I should deem you fortunate or unfortunate." Situ Ji cast a meaningful glance at Su Mubai and let out a faint sigh. "Why do you say that?" Su Mubai furrowed his brow. This remark had been uttered by his interlocutor upon their initial meeting and was now reiterated. "Fortunately, you have transitioned into a Dominion-level profession, a vocation that should not exist within the divine Forbidden Land." At this point, Situ Ji paused, shook his head, and continued, "Alas, you are the Death Sovereign. Taking that step will prove far more arduous than for other Dominion professions." "That step?" Su Mubai inquired. "It seems distant for you." Situ Ji waved his hand dismissively, his voice lowering as if he were speaking to himself. "Perhaps there will be a turning point by then." He then gazed upwards, his eyes deep and seemingly reflecting the cosmos. Su Mubai, puzzled, followed his gaze but could only see the setting sun. "Little one, grow swiftly. Time is fleeting for you." The descendants. As his words faded, a beam of white light enveloped him, and Situ Ji's figure vanished from sight. His visit felt akin to a special audience with Su Mubai, leaving behind only a few cryptic remarks and no tangible actions. However, after Situ Ji's departure, a rusted metal began to float slowly in the space he had occupied. What is this? Mubai mused, reaching out to grasp the metal. In the next instant, Situji's voice resonated directly in his ear. Little one, consider this my trial. Through it, I shall provide you with information pertinent to the Death Sovereign. You have acquired the quest item, Medal of the Forgotten. You have accepted the epic quest, Situji's Trial. Quest objectives: traverse the land of the Forgotten and achieve 100 exploration. Quest rewards: unknown. Failure penalty: none. An epic quest acquired effortlessly. Mubai was taken aback as he regarded the tarnished metal in his hand. He remained perplexed regarding Situji's true intentions. The notion that such a profession should not exist in the divine Forbidden Land implied the existence of other Dominion professions across realms. Was the journey of the Death Sovereign truly more arduous than others? Do other dominions possess cataclysm? Mubai raised an eyebrow, a glimmer of brilliance flickering in his gaze. Although he was a Death Sovereign, he bore the additional trait of cataclysm, and moreover, the Death Codex surpassed the original exclusive equipment of the Death Sovereign, the Book of Death, by a tier. Mubai harbored ample confidence regarding the future. He was merely at level 10, yet his attributes were already formidable. He could only grow stronger from here. Unbeknownst to him, he had already distanced himself from other players in the Blue Star and begun to engage with the top-tier experts of the divine Forbidden Land. His emergence as a formidable anomaly was destined to stir tremendous waves within this realm. Yet, Mubai remained unaware of this impending upheaval. His current objective was to enhance his strength and swiftly locate the pair of scoundrels, seeking vengeance before all else. The mere thought of Lu Ruyan and Zhao Su still existing in the world troubled Mubai's mind. He had merely advanced too swiftly. Within a short span, no one had managed to leave the novice village. Had those scoundrels lacked superior talents, it was uncertain how long it would have taken them. Reflecting on this, Mubai gazed at the medal in his hand. This moment was perfectly suited for the completion of his task. Medal of the Forgotten, a task item that, when used, will transport you to the Forgotten Realm. Usable only once, will automatically disintegrate after 4 minutes and 52 seconds. The description was straightforward, and the countdown continued to tick away. Was there not even a moment for preparation? Mubai was momentarily taken aback. He had initially intended to inlay some gemstones. However, it appeared that time was not on his side. The expanse of Donghai City was vast, and even with a carriage, for minutes would prove insufficient. With the previous experience of the treasure map in mind, Mubai chose not to exploit the upgrade of the Medal of the Forgotten. The trial set by Situji was to be undertaken within the Forgotten Realm. Who could possibly know where this upgrade would transport him? If the task were to fail due to the upgrade, it would be a regrettable loss. Mubai remained intrigued by the information regarding the Death Sovereign that Situji had mentioned. After a final glance at his attributes panel, Mubai focused his thoughts and activated the medal in his grasp. A brilliant white light enveloped him, and his figure vanished from the teleportation square of Donghai City. The first player to arrive in Donghai City, without having truly explored this bustling primary city, departed in haste. Chapter 42. The Skeleton Sea of the Forgotten Land. Hint: you have entered the Forgotten Land. Hint: the epic quest to the trial of Situji has officially commenced. Please traverse the Forgotten Land within 1 week and achieve 100 exploration. A week? Upon hearing the system's notification, Mubai furrowed his brow. Situji surely understands the formidable strength of a master-level profession. Yet, he has allotted merely a week for this task. This implies that, considering the catastrophic traits of this realm, it would require 2 to 3 days to navigate through. Although this time frame slightly exceeds his initial expectations, it remains within the realm of acceptability. Rather than immediately summoning his skeletal army, he took a moment to scrutinize his surroundings. The area seemed to have once been a quaint town, but now it lay in utter ruin, suffused with an air of decay. The landscape was desolate, as if forsaken by the world itself. Numerous graves stood ominously, casting a chilling aura. Scattered across the ground were many withered bones, evoking a sense of dread. Within his line of sight, no living creature could be found. The environment was eerily silent and barren. In the past, Had Mubai found himself alone in such a setting, he would have undoubtedly felt a pang of trepidation. Yet, after his transformation into the Master of Death, he found himself devoid of any aversion to this place. Coupled with his constant companionship of skeletons since entering the game, Mubai felt no pressure in this grim environment. The sole concern was the absence of sunlight, casting the surroundings into a dim haze that diminished his visibility by approximately 50. Current exploration progress. 0. Casting a glance at his exploration progress, Mubai lightly pointed his gnarled wooden staff. A 6-meter-wide, grayish portal opened within the summoning space. The robust skeletal warriors led the charge, wielding colossal swords, followed by a regiment of skeletal archers and mages, all emerging in disciplined formation. The synchronized clattering of bones resounded as 340 skeletons assembled in the Forgotten Land. Their arrival did not breathe life into this desolate realm. Rather, it intensified the already palpable aura of death. In the next instant, Mubai witnessed a scene that left him awestruck. The emergence of the skeletal army seemed to disturb the restless spirits of this land, causing the graves to tremble in unison. Pale skeletal hands broke through the earth, followed by heads, torsos, and limbs. In a matter of seconds, Mubai and his legion found themselves encircled. As far as the eye could see, it was a veritable sea of skeletons, densely populated with flickering souls of fire. Gasping, Mubai could not help but exclaim, "Surely, the entire town could not have transformed into skeletons." It was not an exaggeration. The sheer volume was staggering, stretching endlessly beyond sight. Skeleton level: 20 common health, 5,000 attack, 210 physical defense, 120 magical defense, 80 weak entities commonly found throughout the Forgotten Land. Though these skeletal creatures are merely ordinary foes with unimpressive attributes, the sight of thousands surging forth, their diminutive forms accentuated by the eerie blue flames of their souls flickering in their eye sockets, is enough to send shivers down one's spine. For so long, Mubai has been the one delivering beatings, but now he finds himself on the receiving end for the first time. However, it is merely a matter of visual impact. As soon as the encounter begins, the skeletal tide of the Forgotten Land starts to falter. The towering and robust skeletal warriors stand a full head above their adversaries, and with each swing of their massive swords, another skeleton is reduced to mere fragments. The damage numbers flash: 40580, minus 40,326, minus 81,220. Instant kills, nothing but instant kills. Not a single skeleton can withstand a single strike, even with the Death Codex, enhancing his damage against undead creatures. The sheer magnitude of the damage dealt by the skeletal warriors leaves him wide-eyed in astonishment. What? A regular attack dealing 40,000 damage? With one strike, the fallen skeletons still owe 7 lives. Although Mubai is aware of his own monstrous capabilities, he never anticipated reaching such extremes. Leveling up has left him feeling as though he has ascended to another realm. Muttering to himself, Mubai checks the attributes of the skeletal warriors for the first time after his level up. Skeletal warrior, enhanced by the high undead aura, attributes increased by 60. The following are the enhanced statistics: strength, 5,080, vitality, 5,080, agility, 5,080, health, 381,000, attack power, 20320, physical defense, 5080, skill, heavy strike LV9, heavy strike, E level 9, strikes the target with a weapon, dealing 190 physical damage, cooldown of 30 seconds. No wonder my shared health bar can exceed 100 million, Mubai realizes with clarity. Just these 100 skeletal warriors contribute 38 million, and with the profession's disaster traits doubling that, the shared health bar reaches a staggering 76 million. Such figures are overwhelmingly excessive, even for someone as formidable as him. 100 skeletal warriors form an impregnable wall, rapidly encircling to isolate the skeletal tide outside. Not a single straggler can breach their defenses. Swish, swish, swish. Boom, boom, boom. Soon after, the skeletal archers and mages at the center of the encirclement launch their attacks. minus 15,008, minus 15,214, minus 15,196, minus 30,888, minus 20,102, minus 20,096, minus 40,324. Still, they do not wield any skills, merely executing standard attacks, without the disaster traits. Their output is nearly half that of the skeletal warriors. However, they remain impressively potent. While the skeletal archers deal slightly less damage, their rapid firing rate compensates. The skeletal mages, when not casting fireballs, unleash a barrage of necromantic orbs with their bone staffs, striking at intervals of about 1-2 seconds, slower than the archers but swifter than the warriors. Skeleton archer, strength, 5,080, constitution, 5,080, agility, 5,080, health, 60,960, attack power, 7620, physical defense, 2540, skill, double shot, level 9, instantly fires 2 arrows, delivering a dual strike to the target, each arrow inflicting 99 physical damage, with a cooldown of 30 seconds. Skeleton mage, spirit, 5,080, agility, 5,080, constitution, 5,080, health, 40,640, spell power, 10160, physical defense, 1693, skill, fireball, level 9, conjures a fireball to attack the target, dealing 220 spell power in fire magic damage, with a casting time of 5 seconds and a cooldown of 30 seconds. Mubai's legion faced the skeletal tide in the land of the forgotten with overwhelming force. These level 20 common monsters could not even breach the defense of the skeleton warriors. Their bone sword struck but produced no damage numbers, as all attacks were completely resisted. There was no need to move. With each skeleton that fell, more would rush forward eagerly. Like moths drawn to a flame soon, heaps of bone fragments began to accumulate on the ground outside the encirclement. Mubai's system notification began to flood the screen, yet he frowned. Kill a level 20 skeleton. Gain an additional 50 level up bonus. Experience points 30. Remote activation. Additional experience points 6. Kill a level 20 skeleton. Gain an additional 50 level up bonus. Experience points 30. Remote activation. Additional experience points 6. Despite being level 20 monsters, the experience gained was akin to that from a level 10 wild bull. This might be attributed to the skeleton's inherent weakness. Individually, they hardly resembled level 20 adversaries. Their only advantage lay in their overwhelming numbers and relentless assault, allowing for rapid experience gain. The experience required to progress from level 10 to 11 had actually decreased slightly. Only 1 million experience points were needed. Mubai estimated that the skeletal horde here was more than sufficient for him to level up. One could only imagine the sheer magnitude of the skeletons. In the distant darkness, flickering soul flames danced, ready to fill the ranks of the fallen skeletons at the first opportunity. Mubai's skeletal army operated like workers on an automated assembly line, continuously vanquishing enemies and bestowing upon him a ceaseless stream of experience points. The source of his frown, however, lay in the newly activated soul drain effect of the Death Codex, which had inexplicably failed to take effect. He had already slain hundreds of skeletons, yet not a single soul point had been siphoned. Was it possible that these skeletons possessed no souls? A flicker of doubt crossed Mubai's eyes, and then he concentrated his gaze on a skeleton outside the encirclement. Death Stare, Chapter 43, The Forgotten Rod, Death Gaze. As Mubai focused his gaze, the skill was instantaneously activated. His aura underwent a profound transformation. A terrifying and commanding presence rose around him. Although there appeared to be no physical change, it evoked an unsettling sensation as if an unknown entity had descended. Minus 49,940. The soul fire within the skeleton's hollow eyes contorted in an instant, followed by a dreadfully pale number emerging from above its head. Killing a level 20 skeleton grants an additional 50 bonus for surpassing levels. Experience points 30. The first strike was enough to bring the skeleton crashing to the ground, utterly lifeless. Its form remained intact, devoid of any wounds. yet had become a hollow shell. This ghastly white skeleton was soon reduced to fragments under the trampling of other skeletons. But this was not the end. Death Gaze inflicted damage every second, lasting a total of 10 seconds. Although the first target had perished, the skill continued unabated. As Mubai's gaze shifted, the soul fires in the eyes of the remaining skeletons warped, and they too collapsed. Minus 124,850. Minus 49,940. Minus 124,850. Only after the 10th skeleton fell did the effects of Death Gaze cease. This skill was utterly extraordinary. Experiencing the release of Death Gaze firsthand, Mubai felt an exhilarating rush that pierced his very soul. At the moment he activated the skill, he sensed an innate ability to command everything around him. The lives and deaths of these skeletons lay entirely within his grasp. Before using the skill, he had anticipated its damage, yet upon witnessing the horrifying figures, he was momentarily taken aback. It surpassed even the damage inflicted by the skeletal warriors endowed with disaster traits. Rapid calculations flashed through his mind. With 2,497 points of spell power, Death Gaze, enhanced by his class characteristics, dealt tenfold damage per second. Coupled with Death Scripture, which amplified damage dealt to undead creatures by 100, it precisely equated to the figure of 49,940. The true damage was straightforward, devoid of any calculations for resistances or defenses. Currently, his spell critical hit rate soared to 35, and the critical damage was further elevated to 250 under the effect of Dylan's crystal ball. Among the 10 targets, for suffered critical damage exceeding 120,000. This was merely the fundamental damage effect of Death Gaze. The skill's true strength lay in its remaining effects. The SSS skill, bolstered by the class disaster trait, was indeed formidable. Regrettably, these skeletons were too feeble, dying the moment Mubai's gaze fell upon them, rendering it impossible to test the remaining effects of the skill. Instantly consuming 5 of his mana, Mubai concentrated and replenished it with 4 points of death energy. He then turned his attention to the scattered skeletal fragments. Absorb death energy. Notification. You have successfully absorbed 4 points of death energy from the corpses of 20 ordinary wild skeletons. The stored essence of death has indeed reached its limit. Further consumption is necessary to continue the extraction. The vitality of the undead creatures appears to be more abundant. Mubai's eyes gleamed with excitement. He had only expended 4 points of death essence, suggesting that this was not necessarily the maximum he could absorb. Nonetheless, it was still double what he had obtained from the carcass of the wild buffalo before. At that moment, Mubai suddenly recalled that he had 11 unused skill points. Initially, he intended to reserve them until reaching level 10 to see what new skills he could acquire. However, it would require a full 50 skill points to upgrade Death Gaze by 1 level, which was not feasible in the near term. Should he consider upgrading Death Drain feedback? Instead, after contemplation, he decided to wait a little longer. The Land of Oblivion was rife with undead, undoubtedly dropping skill books from necromancers. Perhaps he might discover a low-tier exceptional skill akin to Summoning Space Expansion here. With this thought, Mubai resolved to conserve his skill points. After all, upgrading a skill does not elevate its rank. Typically, a single level increase only yields a 10% enhancement. There was no need for haste. The Skeletal Legion continued its relentless slaughter. Within just a few minutes, Mubai's experience points surged from 0 to 27. The rate of advancement felt akin to riding a rocket, significantly faster than his previous endeavors on the verdant plains. This was because there was no need to seek out or engage monsters. The Skeletal Legion simply needed to remain stationary and execute a continuous assault. Upon entering the Land of Oblivion, Mubai experienced a sensation reminiscent of playing a mowing game. Despite having vanquished so many foes, the sea of skeletons showed no signs of diminishing, remaining densely clustered. However, Mubai's curiosity remained unresolved. Death Gaze incinerated souls. Being susceptible to this skill indicated that these skeletons possess souls. Moreover, the ethereal blue flames of the souls were undeniably real. Yet, why could Death Codex not extract soul points? What was amiss? This was the land of oblivion, where they had all been cursed in life. Their souls long since imprisoned here. Just as Su Mubai pondered this conundrum, an ethereal voice suddenly resonated beside him. Who? Su Mubai felt a chill run down his spine. He had not perceived how the entity had materialized. Me? Just a forgotten one. Let me think. Yes, Rod. That was my former name. You may address me as such. The ethereal voice echoed hauntingly, sounding both near and yet distant. Su Mubai abruptly turned to look, only to be astonished to discover that the voice belonged to a spectral entity. The figure retained a human semblance, albeit translucent and lacking substance, floating weightlessly in the air. The Forgotten One. Rod, Special Elite Soul Entity Level. 20 health points. 100, 000, 100. 000. Soul entities are immune to physical damage. As Rod's soul manifested, Su Mubai was astonished to discover that his exploration level had surged to 10. The individual before him was merely a special elite, which seemed utterly remarkable, having vanquished countless skeletons without any change in his exploration level. This sudden increase suggested that Rod was indeed a pivotal figure in the Land of Forgotten. With this thought in mind, Su Mubai inquired, "What is this curse you speak of? How can one unlock the soul's binding?" "Cursed. Yes, cursed. It is a dreadful curse. A terrifying curse." This question appeared to activate some hidden switch within Rod. His expression contorted in anguish as he clutched his head, repeatedly uttering these words. Su Mubai found himself momentarily taken aback. "Come on, my friend. You were fine until I asked. Why have you become this way?" He felt at a loss, merely observing Rod's distressing performance art. After a brief interlude, Rod regained his composure, his eyes brimming with despair, shaking his head at Su Mubai. "I forgot. You urged me to think deeply, to ponder." With that, he transformed once more into a broken record. Su Mubai, exasperative, rubbed his forehead and continued to await further revelations. Fortunately, he did not need to engage in battle himself. Had it been another player, they would have been overwhelmed trying to fend off the sea of skeletons while safeguarding Rod, which would have been a monumental task. From his years of gaming experience, Su Mubai understood that NPCs like Rod could also fall victim to the onslaught of skeletons. Although Rod was physically immune, who could say whether skeletal mages might appear? This time, Rod's contemplation seemed to stretch for an eternity. Just as Su Mubai's experience bar reached 43, Rod suddenly pointed decisively to the north. "I recall something. Over there. What lies there?" Su Mubai followed the direction of his finger, only to be met with, "I forgot." "Enough. I shall refrain from further questioning." Su Mubai rolled his eyes and raised his hand to interrupt Rod, fearing he would revert to his repetitive state. Given that there was only this singular clue, it was prudent to proceed and investigate further. He directed his focus northward, issuing commands to the Skeleton Legion. Instantly, the gruesome machine formed by the skeletons sprang into action. The outer circle of 100 skeletal warriors maintained formation and began their march northward. Although the number of skeletons was formidable, their strength paled in comparison to that of the skeletal warriors, who could not be hindered in their advance. The skeletal archers and mages within the encircled area also commenced their movement, while Su Mubai remained at the center, strolling leisurely. Following the interruption, Rod silently floated beside Su Mubai, clearly intending to accompany him to their destination. Chapter 44. The Soul Requiem Coffin, Half-Lich. As the Legion advanced relentlessly, the ground became increasingly littered with the fragmented bones of the fallen skeletons. Upon defeating a level 20 skeleton, an additional 50 experience bonus is granted, earning 30 experience points, with a distant leader effect yielding an extra 6 experience points. The pace of experience acquisition remained undiminished, as the outer circle of skeletal warriors formed a protective barrier, allowing the 2 primary damage dealers within to remain completely unaffected. With each pair of steps forward, they would methodically halt to unleash a coordinated assault before pressing onward again. The only source of irritation for Su Mubai was the inexplicable fact that these skeletons dropped nothing. They were the stingiest creatures he had ever encountered. It was one thing to offer paltry experience, but not even a single copper coin. Before long, Su Mubai realized his earlier estimations had been flawed. Glancing at the experience bar, which was nearing 80, and then at the seemingly endless sea of skeletons, he couldn't help but sigh. If only he possessed an AoE skill. Alas, there was no if only, as he lacked such an ability. Since entering the game, his experience had been painstakingly carved out from the skeletal horde. Are we there yet? Unable to contain himself, Mubai turned to inquire. Rod's gaze was vacant, yet he managed to reply, soon. Forget I asked. Mubai's brow twitched slightly as he continued to maneuver the skeletal legion forward. Congratulations to player by Yi for reaching level 11, with 1 to all attributes, 1 skill point, and 15 free attribute points. Even as golden light flashed to signify his level up, the destination Rod had spoken of remained elusive. Mubai frowned, scrutinizing closely. Surely, he was merely pointing aimlessly? Nevertheless, he provided a 10 exploration bonus, indicating his significance. At that moment, Rod's eyes suddenly sparkled. He abruptly raised his finger to point ahead. Right there. Mubai immediately followed his gaze and beheld a massive coffin standing upright. The coffin appeared to have been placed there for an extensive period, its exterior decaying, with half of the lid rotted away, revealing the faint outline of a corpse within. What was most peculiar was the absence of any skeletons nearby. The relentless tide of skeletal warriors seemed to deliberately skirt around that area. Mubai's eyes lit up with determination as he decisively commanded his legion to charge forward. Something was amiss in that spot, whether it be clues or a boss. He would welcome it all. As the skeletal legion neared the vicinity of the coffin, the surrounding sea of skeletons receded like a receding tide, swiftly vanishing into the dimness of the night, even the glow of the soul flames extinguishing. Were they truly that fearful of this place? Mubai raised an eyebrow, intentionally commanding one skeletal warrior to take a step back, distancing itself from the coffin. With a sharp clatter, the skeleton re-emerged from the distance, rushing towards this direction once again. I shall engage with you later. Discovering a pattern, Mubai grinned, exerting his control over the skeletal warrior to retreat. Indeed, the skeletal tide withdrew once more. Let me ascertain what manner of creature you are. Mubai turned to face the enormous coffin ahead, commanding a skeletal warrior to advance. Yet, before it could approach, a multitude of chains suddenly materialized from behind the coffin. The skeletal warrior promptly raised its colossal sword, bracing for an unforeseen event. However, in the next moment, those chains were firmly bound to the coffin itself. Hint: you have discovered a soul-locking coffin. Exploration increased by 2. Destroying the soul-locking coffin will yield an additional 3. Caution: destroying the soul-locking coffin will unleash a terrifying entity. Proceed with caution. Here, it is. Destroy it. Destroy it. As the system notification echoed, Rod became increasingly animated, pointing at the soul-locking coffin and incessantly urging Mubai to obliterate it. Do you dare to provoke me further? Mubai shot Rod a glare, and to his surprise, the latter fell silent. Only then did he scrutinize the coffin standing before him. Even without Rod's insistence, he was determined to dismantle this object, for his objective was a 100 exploration rate. Soul-locking coffin shield value: 1, 000, 0001, 000 physical defense, 1, 000 magical defense, 1, 000. Such statistics might require hours of effort for other players. Yet they were trivial before Mubai. However, due to the dimensions of the coffin, even though it appeared substantial to him, only 8 skeletal warriors could engage in the assault. At this moment, the significance of ranged firepower became apparent. Heavy strike, double shot, fireball, -36, 708, -35, 999, -36, 123, -6, 558, -13, 240, -6, 613, -21, 352, -20, 987, -42, 638. As the 8 colossal swords struck the chains, a deluge of arrows and fireballs rained down upon the massive coffin. The number of arrows was evidently more than double that of the fireballs. In an instant, the soul-locking coffin's health bar of 1, 000, 000 plummeted to 0. Boom! The entire coffin erupted violently, revealing the corpse within. To Mubai's astonishment, the chains remained unscathed, tightly entwined around the cadaver. This body had likely lain here for an extensive period, reduced to little more than skin and bones. Its face was entirely sunken, with the skull's contours clearly visible. "It's coming. It's coming out," Rod suddenly shouted like a madman, then turned and fled into the distance without a glance back. "Run! Run!" His voice echoed until it faded away. Mubai released his hands from his ears, utterly unperturbed by the prospect of leaving. "What nonsense! Isn't the boss here to offer warmth?" With a clatter, as the chains tightened relentlessly, the corpse finally showed signs of life. Its eyes snapped open, revealing hollow pupils. Soon after, 2 flickering flames of spirit ignited, and the body began to stir. The chains that once bound it now appeared as weapons, floating silently around its form. A chill swept through the air, and frost gradually cloaked the ground. "Intruder, you have disrupted my transformation." The corpse parted its lips, emitting a raspy voice, its ghostly blue gaze fixated intently on Mubai. In the next instant, the anger on its face vanished without a trace, replaced by a sinister grin. "Ah, what a potent aura of death. By absorbing the energy within you, my transformation will surely succeed. What grants you such confidence?" Mubai rolled his eyes dismissively and waved his hand lightly. In response, several skeletal warriors advanced, while those behind unleashed a torrent of firepower. The Forgotten Neil, Half-Frost Lich, level 20, Dark Old Boss, health 30000030000000, spell power 12, 800, physical defense 1, 500, magical defense 2, 100, elemental resistance. Ice 20 skills, Frost Spell Series, Undead Summoning Series, Shadow Curse Series. He seems intent on transforming into a lich, though it is evident that he has only succeeded halfway. As another Dark Old Boss, Neil's oppressive presence far surpassed that of Reggie. Even the skills he wielded belonged to 3 major series. However, it proved to be of little consequence. In the face of the current Mubai, Neil's performance paled in comparison to that of Reggie from before, even though his size was smaller than a coffin. At that moment, the skeletal army could not fully engage him. Nevertheless, the initial assault had already stripped away nearly 1,000,000 of his health points. Just moments into his appearance, before he could even pose dramatically, his health bar had already diminished by 1/3. At that moment, Neil was bewildered, suddenly realizing, to his horror, that he was completely surrounded. All around him stood the enemy. In that instant, he could scarcely discern who was closer to becoming a lich. Chapter 45. The terrifying effect of Death's Gaze. Who are you? How can you summon such formidable undead creatures? Neil's voice was laden with shock and fear, causing the chains surrounding him to tremble. He was acutely aware of the chains' power, yet he found himself utterly ineffective against the skeletal warriors before him. This indicated that the strength of these skeletal warriors surpassed his own mental prowess. How could this be? He was a half-lich, though only partially transformed. He was certainly not comparable to ordinary undead. Moreover, these were merely the most basic of skeletons. As he braced for the next wave of attacks, Neil momentarily lost his focus. He raised his hand to cast an ice shield, enveloping his entire body, while the soul fire in his eyes flickered violently as he chanted an obscure incantation. "Come forth, my servants." In the next instant, a pale, gray vortex materialized, for which a multitude of undead creatures surged forth. However, this multitude was relative to Neil. In total, there were merely 20 ghouls and 5 corpulent abominations. Ghouls, level 20, summon creature, health 150, 000, 150, 000, attack power 1, 580, physical defense 500, magical defense 420, skill, devour. These undead creatures always emit a foul odor. Abominations, level 20, summon creature, health 800, 000, 800, 000, attack power 1, 960, physical defense 800, magical defense 700, skills, hook strike, cloud of disease. This grotesque being is stitched together from various corpses. The appearance of the 25 summoned minions provided the remaining skeletons, who could not reach Neil, with new targets for their assaults. In the next moment, a deluge of arrows and fireballs rained down, and Neil's summoned servants, upon their emergence, were instantly transformed into mere pincushions. In light of Su Mubai's current strength, a mere level 20 Dark Old boss was hardly worth noting. "You are but a human. How dare you?" Before Neil could finish his sentence, Su Mubai's gaze sharpened, abruptly interrupting his words. Death's gaze. In an instant, the soul fire in Neil's pupils twisted violently. Notification: you have used Death's gaze on the Forgotten One. Neil, your life level has been determined to be higher than his. The system's notification echoed, causing Neil's attributes to plummet by 40. Originally, it should have been 20, but Su Mubai, being a top-tier player, had the ability to double the effect due to his catastrophic class traits. Neil's once mighty health pool of 3 million was instantly reduced to a mere 8 million. Not only that, but an expression of sheer terror engulfed his face. The azure glow in his hand dissipated in an instant, and his spell was abruptly interrupted. Neil appeared to behold some dreadful entity, emitting terrified shrieks as he scurried about like a headless fly amidst the ranks of the skeletal army. Minus 50,740, minus 126,850, minus 50,740. A series of grayish-white numbers continued to emerge, and upon reaching level 11, Su Mubai's spell power surged by 40 points, causing the damage of Death Gaze to exceed 50,000. He paused the assault. Observing the frenzied Neil, Su Mubai raised his hand to halt the Skeleton Legion's attack. He wished to witness the fear effect of Death Gaze and whether it would be mitigated when confronting a boss. The recent system prompt indicated that his life level surpassed that of a half-lich. However, the information provided by the Myriad Realms game explicitly stated that humans are a relatively weak race within the multiverse. Otherwise, beings like Neil would not aspire to transform into liches. Under such circumstances, Su Mubai could only surmise one possibility: that the Death Ruler profession had elevated his life level. True to his expectations, Neil was paralyzed by fear for a full 10 seconds. Even after Death Gaze concluded, he remained disoriented. Death, how could it be so terrifying? The incoherence of Neil's words revealed that even now, his body continued to tremble. The impact of soul incineration was evidently more profound than the skill description suggested. At the very least, an epic-grade boss could not withstand it for long. It took Neil an additional 3 seconds to regain composure, casting a fearful glance at Su Mubai. As a boss, he was utterly intimidated by a mere player. Eliminate him. Su Mubai had no intention of letting him escape. With a casual wave of his hand, the Skeleton Legion unleashed their full assault. With less than 1 million health points remaining, Neil was swiftly vanquished. You have slain the level 20 epic grade boss, the Forgotten One. Neil, earning an additional 50 experience bonus. Experience points 750,000 and an extra experience points 150,000 for a total of 900,000. As Neil fell, the experience bar of Su Mubai, who had recently leveled up, surged to 47. The experience required to progress from level 11 to 12 had risen to 2 million. The soul fire in Neil's eyes was extinguished, and the chains surrounding him gradually shattered, scattering with the wind. Su Mubai glanced at the items he had dropped and couldn't help but comment. It's one thing for minions not to drop loot, but even a boss is this stingy? Despite his disdain, Su Mubai collected the soul item Neil had dropped. It was an irregular metal shard, intricately engraved with complex runes. Exudino Ominuoha. You have obtained the epic grade item, Cursed Crown Fragment 1. A fragment? Su Mubai paused momentarily before examining the shard's attributes. Cursed Crown Fragment 1, 7 epic grade item. Collect all fragments, and the Cursed Crown will automatically restore itself. The bearer will be subjected to a curse, perpetually enduring the erosion of death energy. The instant he grasped the fragment, Su Mubai sensed a barely perceptible energy surge into his body. However, in his presence, this death energy felt virtually inconsequential, even less than the meager vitality drawn from the death absorption feedback. The latter, after all, is an SS-level skill which, if Su Mubai's conjecture is correct, should correspond to mythic-level equipment. How could a mere dark gold fragment possibly compare? Moreover, his profession is the Lord of Death. Death energy is merely a plaything. Nevertheless, Su Mubai finds the cursed crown quite intriguing. Shattered into 7 pieces, each a dark gold item, its restoration should yield epic-level equipment, right? At that time, he could effortlessly acquire yet another legendary artifact. With this thought, Su Mubai's spirit soared, and he no longer lamented the lack of loot in the Forgotten Lands. He wondered where Rod had wandered off to. As he maneuvered the skeleton army out of this area, the sea of skeletons closed in once more. Just as Su Mubai was about to search for Rod, the latter appeared on his own. Excellent. You have liberated Neil. Let us hasten to eliminate. Oh no, rather, let us rescue the next individual. Chapter 46. I am proficient in the skill you mentioned. Observing the inexplicable excitement radiating from Rod, Su Mubai refrained from elaborating further, merely casting him a knowing glance. Where's the next soul-locking coffin? In the next instant, Rod transformed into a mere echo, repeating, "Let me think." "Think, snap." Su Mubai, in exasperation, tapped his forehead and chose to disregard Rod, instead directing his skeletal legion to exit the area. This individual always took an eternity to ponder. Rather than waiting for him, it would be more prudent to engage in monster hunting to gain experience. After all, they were destined to confront the skeleton horde regardless. Although these common foes would drop nothing of value, their sheer numbers promised substantial experience points. Moreover, Su Mubai was genuinely curious about the extent of the skeleton population in this vicinity. Crack, crack, crack. As anticipated, the moment the skeletal warriors ventured beyond the area, the sound of bones clashing echoed nearby. Almost immediately, a multitude of ghostly blue flames materialized, and the previously dissipated skeleton horde surged forth once more. Adhering to their prior strategy, Su Mubai's skeletal legion encircled the adversaries, re-emerging as relentless killing machines. Defeated a level 20 skeleton, receiving an additional 50 experience boost, 30 experience points, an additional 6 experience points from the distant claim effect. Defeated a level 20 skeleton, receiving an additional 50 experience boost, 30 experience points, and additional 6 experience points from the distant claim effect. Moments later, Rod silently floated to Su Mubai's side, pointing in a particular direction, and suddenly exclaimed, "I remember now, it's over there." Su Mubai nodded, and with a thought, directed his skeletal legion to advance. Observing the unyielding tide of skeletons, Su Mubai sighed, "Ah, if only I possessed an AoE skill." What AoE skill? Rod's head suddenly peeked from beside him, his eyes gleaming with curiosity. Su Mubai was momentarily taken aback. This fellow was actually asking questions? He had always assumed Rod to be somewhat dim-witted, or perhaps simply lacking in spirit. With nothing better to do, Su Mubai took the opportunity to enlighten Rod. An AoE skill is one that can affect multiple targets simultaneously. After speaking, he couldn't help but shake his head, questioning why he bothered explaining it to him. However, Rod's subsequent words brought unexpected delight. "I think I know where to find such a skill book." "Where?" Su Mubai abruptly halted, turning to face Rod, his expression alight with joy. What he needed most at that moment was indeed an AoE skill. Rod's eyes grew vacant once more as he muttered, "Where could it be?" This time, Su Mubai exhibited remarkable patience, quietly awaiting Rod's deliberation. Minutes passed, and Rod's eventual revelation nearly shattered Su Mubai's composure. "Right, I remember that skill you mentioned." "Wait, buddy, you took this long to recall something you already knew?" Su Mubai's brow twitched slightly. He suspected that Rod was deliberately toying with him, yet he found no evidence to substantiate his doubts. Suppressing the urge to glare at Rod with lethal intent, Su Mubai managed to force a smile. "Could you teach me?" "Of course." Rod readily agreed. A wave of joy washed over Su Mubai. Perhaps he had misjudged this fellow, who might merely be somewhat foolish. "Then let us hasten the lesson, so I can save others." Facing Su Mubai's eager expression, Rod nodded solemnly, then slowly raised his hand. At last, he would acquire an area of effect skill. Su Mubai's eyes brightened, his heart swelling with delight. However, moments later, the anticipated system notification failed to materialize. Rod's hand lingered midair. His head tilted in confusion as he earnestly inquired, "How do I teach?" Death stare. Mubai seethed with frustration, turning to the sea of skeletons that surrounded them, unleashing his wrath upon the minions. Minus 50,740, minus 126,850, minus 50,740. I cannot eliminate this fellow. I still require him for subsequent explorations. This thought echoed repeatedly in his mind, allowing Mubai to restrain his impulse to retaliate against Rod. I shall manage it myself. Nevertheless, he no longer held hope for an area of effect skill. He left a parting remark, directing his skeletal legion toward the next coordinate. Yet, often when one ceases to fervently pursue something, it arrives effortlessly. Minutes later, Rod suddenly floated before Mubai, blocking his path. "I know how to teach you now," he exclaimed excitedly. In the next moment, his right hand glowed with a pale white light as he extended a finger to touch Mubai's forehead. Unfazed by any potential ill intentions, Mubai remained still, allowing Rod to continue. A shared life pool exceeding 1,000,000 health points was no jest. Ultimately, Rod's actions proved benign. His finger did not even breach the barely perceptible shield surrounding Mubai. This was due to the passive skill Undead Guardian inherent in the robe of the Necromancer, which granted a paltry shield value of merely 3 points when applied to Mubai. Then, at last, the long-awaited system notification resonated in Mubai's ears. "You have learned a new skill, Corpse Explosion." Corpse Explosion, C, Level 1, active skill, detonates the corpse or remains of a target, inflicting magical damage on all enemies within a 5-meter radius. Cannot be used on boss corpses. Damage: 10 of the target's health at the time of death, 100 spell power. Casting distance is 30 meters. Instant release, cooldown of 30 seconds, and consumes 300 mana points. While the damage of this skill was not particularly formidable, its sole advantage lay in its instantaneous activation. However, for Mubai, this was the only area of effect skill available for him to lure present. Moreover, he could exploit it without cost, could he not? A slight smile graced Mubai's lips as he focused his thoughts. Cataclysm. Target: Corpse Explosion. Notice: please select a tier for promotion. Tier 1, Tier 2, Tier 3. Option 1. Promote to B level skill, Advanced Corpse Explosion, no cost. Option 2. Sublimate to A level skill, Chain Corpse Explosion, cost 10,000 gold coins. Option 3. Catastrophize to S level skill, Eradicate Evidence, cost 1,000 years of lifespan. Ascending a tier. Spending money is out of the question. Mubai does not possess such wealth and can only acquire it for free. Your C-level skill Corpse Explosion has successfully promoted to B-level skill Advanced Corpse Explosion. Advanced Corpse Explosion, B, Level 1, active skill, detonates the target's corpse or remains, inflicting magical damage on all enemies within a 10-meter radius. Cannot be used on boss corpses. Damage: 15 of the target's life before death, 150 spell power. Casting range: 50 meters, instantaneous release, cooldown time, 30 seconds, mana cost, 600 points. Although the damage increase of Advanced Corpse Explosion is not substantial, the explosion radius has seen a remarkable enhancement. The radius has expanded from 5 meters to 10 meters, quadrupling the explosion area. Mubai directly allocated the skill points he had reserved to Advanced Corpse Explosion, leveling it up to its maximum. Immediately, the withered wooden staff in his hand shimmered with light. Simultaneously, a dull explosion reverberated through the sea of skeletons. Boom! Chapter 47. Ascending Ranks. The Cursed Crown reunites. The skeletal warrior stood resolutely at the outer circle, relentlessly slaying the relentless tide of skeletons. In the next moment, not far ahead, a recently fallen skeleton suddenly emitted a pale gray light, which was swiftly followed by a tremendous explosion. Boom! The shattered bone shards flew forth like bullets, instantly engulfing a vast area of 30 meters. Minus 18,062, minus 17,998, minus 36,984. An avalanche of damage numbers flooded the screen, clearing a significant portion of the front line of skeletons, leaving broken bones scattered everywhere. Killed a level 20 skeleton, received an additional 50 over level bonus, experience points 30. Effect applicable from a distance, additional experience points 6. Killed a level 20 skeleton, received an additional 50 over level bonus, experience points 30, effect applicable from a distance. Additional experience points 6. With just a single skill, Mubai was astonished to find his experience bar surging nearly 4. This meant that the recent advanced corpse explosion had instantaneously annihilated over 2,000 skeletons. Even though Mubai was aware of his own prowess, he was still taken aback by the outcome. He had just expended 10 skill points to elevate advanced corpse explosion to its maximum level. Upon upgrading, the skill's damage enhancement and cooldown duration remained unchanged. The sole improvement was the skill's range. With each level gained, the explosion radius increased by 0.5 meters, while the casting distance extended by 2.5 meters. At maximum level, advanced corpse explosion achieved an explosion radius of 15 meters and a casting distance of 75 meters. Coupled with the unique characteristics of his profession, the effective range reached an astounding 30 meters. Even without considering the damage boost from Death's Tome, it was sufficient to annihilate these skeletons. White Knight, you are truly formidable, praised Rod, pulling Mubai back to reality. He smiled quietly, refraining from a response, and continued to command his skeletal army forward. Every half-minute, a muffled sound reverberated ahead, and Mubai's rate of experience gain accelerated several-fold compared to before. He found himself tempted to remain and grind monsters here, as it would be challenging to find such a dense concentration of lesser foes elsewhere. However, after a moment's contemplation, he resolved to first explore the Forgotten Lands. For him, leveling up had never posed a challenge. With advanced corpse explosion at his disposal, the pace of the skeletal army increased significantly. Before he had even leveled up, Mubai arrived at the location of the second soul-locking coffin. The boss contained within this coffin, aside from its name, was almost indistinguishable from Neil, being yet another half-lich. Mubai, uninterested in wasting time, fixed a penetrating gaze upon it without waiting for any grandiose proclamations. Hint: you have used Death Gaze on the Forgotten, Carlos, determining that your life level exceeds that of the opponent. -1200000. What is this? A terrifying gray-white number appeared, causing Carlos to instantly cower. Trembling in fear, emitting anguish howls, his attributes were forcibly reduced by 40, leaving his maximum health at a mere 1.8 million. The Skeletal Legion unleashed their full firepower. Before the Death Gaze had concluded, this semi-lich was irrevocably reduced to a lifeless corpse. Defeated the level 20 Dark Gold boss, the Forgotten, Carlos, receiving an additional 50 experience bonus, gaining 750,000 experience points, with a subsequent bonus of 150,000 experience points. Congratulations to player by Yi for leveling up to level 12, with an increase in all attributes by 1, skill points by 1, and 15 free attribute points. A flash of golden light signified that Mubai had leveled up once more. He reached out to take the Cursed Crown fragment, obtained from the Skeletal Warrior. Glancing at his experience bar, level 12, 21, 67. To his surprise, the experience required to reach level 13 had not doubled. Instead, it had merely increased by 1 million, which he speculated was the case until level 19. His conjecture stemmed from a notion that whole number levels often represented a significant hurdle. The Skeletal Legion once again summoned a sea of skeletons, and Mubai turned to regard the returning rod. Indeed, this fellow had screamed and fled when the soul-lock coffin erupted. What would the next foe be? Let me ponder. The Forgotten Lands were perpetually shrouded in darkness, yet fortunately, the system's time function provided a reference. The sea of skeletons here was not as boundless as one might envision. After eliminating the fourth boss, Mubai eradicated the skeletal tide entirely. At this juncture in the Forgotten Lands, the ground was strewn with shattered bones. Each step Mubai took eliciting a crunching sound. Unbeknownst to him, these bone fragments were gradually sinking into the earth at a languid pace. The Forgotten Lands remained enveloped in perpetual gloom, obscuring the sun and causing one to easily lose track of the passage of time. Defeated the level 20 Dark Gold boss. The Forgotten, Volter, receiving an additional 50 experience bonus, gaining 750,000 experience points, with a subsequent bonus of 150,000 experience points. When Mubai received the 7th Cursed Crown fragment from the Skeletal Warrior, he glanced at the system time and was startled to realize he had lingered here for over 10 hours. His level had ascended from the initial 10 to a commendable 15. Throughout this duration, he had not taken a moment to rest. Yet, Mubai failed no vidinizvatsev. This was primarily because he had exerted little effort, especially after the skeletal tide had been annihilated, rendering even advanced corpse explosion unnecessary. He merely needed to stroll behind a skeletal legion. The map of the Forgotten Lands is indeed vast. As he picked up the final fragment, Mubai couldn't help but exclaim in awe. It was no wonder that Sidhu-ji had allotted himself a week to explore this place. Without the peculiarities of occupational disasters, he would have been unable to fully resolve the skeletal tide. Given the challenges of this map, the attributes of this item should be quite impressive. Gazing at the fragments in his hand, Mubai's eyes gleamed with a flicker of brilliance as he retrieved 6 additional pieces from his backpack. At that moment, Rod floated back from a short distance. Upon witnessing Mubai's actions, his pupils constricted sharply, as if recalling some terrifying memory. Suddenly, he clasped his hands over his head, and his entire ethereal form began to contort. After a brief moment, Rod regained his composure, his face etched with fear as he shouted at Mubai. "No, you will be consumed by it." Yet his warning came too late. The 7 shards had already coalesced in Mubai's grasp. A resonant hum echoed as a tricolored radiance surged forth, emanating the ominous aura of a cursed diadem into Mubai's hands. "It is finished." The terror etched on Rod's face deepened, and at that instant, the system prompt sounded. Chapter 48. The Forgotten, Franklin. You have acquired the legendary item, the Cursed Crown. Indeed, it is legendary, not merely epic. Mubai has managed to elevate all fragments through sheer cunning. While the likelihood of further enhancement is slim, one must still endeavor, mustn't one? Of course, this was done only after confirming that the name remained unchanged post-enhancement. Tip: successfully repaired the Cursed Crown. Current exploration level at 50. Mubai did not immediately inspect the attributes of the Cursed Crown, but rather gazed contemplatively at Rod. Of the 50 exploration level, 35 was derived from the 7 soul lock coffins, while 5 came from the Cursed Crown. Neither the overwhelming tide of skeletons nor the 7 bosses had contributed a scintilla of exploration value. Yet, Rod's appearance had augmented it by a full 10. Given his previous performance, he could be considered nothing more than a guide, incapable of providing such a substantial exploration boost. Unless, perhaps, his significance extended beyond that. With this thought, Mubai narrowed his eyes, fixating on Rod. The latter's expression contorted, his gaze fixated on the Cursed Crown in Mubai's grasp, brimming with terror. No, this cannot be. How could its power have escalated so drastically? I can sense the dense aura of death. Bai Yi, cast it aside quickly, lest you be eroded by the death aura and ultimately become, like them, a mere shell of your former self. Unfazed by the warning, Mubai showed no intention of discarding the Cursed Crown, remaining silent as he observed Rod's performance. He sought to uncover Rod's peculiarities. If his instincts were correct, this individual might very well be the final boss. Isn't that how narratives typically unfold? As for the death aura's erosion, Mubai had never been concerned. The moment the Cursed Crown was repaired, 2 system prompts echoed in his ears. Tip: you have been eroded by the death aura from the Cursed Crown. Tip: your stored death energy has reached its limit. Upon consumption, you may continue to absorb it. Any excess will not affect you. Eroded by death aura? Merely a supplement for my own skills. With this item, perhaps I shall no longer need to extract death energy from the corpses of lesser foes. Bai Yi, why are you still dawdling? Dispose of it at once. Mubai raised an eyebrow at the admonition. Why the pretense of ignorance now? Pretense? Rod was clearly taken aback, hastily responding. I have never feigned ignorance. Certain matters, truly thunderous rumblings interrupted Rod before he could finish, as the entire lost land trembled violently. Su Mubai's expression hardened, and the skeleton army swiftly assembled. Rod appeared to be agitated by the scene, his pupils clouding momentarily. In the next instant, a significant portion of the earth ahead collapsed, a thick wave of death aura emanating from the newly formed chasm. The ominous aura of the cursed crown awakened the Lich Franklin, who lay dormant beneath the depths of oblivion. As the system notification resonated, an exquisitely crafted coffin emerged from the cavern, hovering steadily in midair. This coffin, forged from an unknown metal, was adorned with esoteric magical inscriptions that instilled an unsettling chill. It is he. Indeed, it is he. The once dazed Rod's eyes widened in terror upon sighting the coffin, his pupils dilating dramatically. Trembling, he pointed at the coffin, his body quaking uncontrollably as he inadvertently retreated to the side of Su Mubai. He is the one who cursed us. He has transformed this place into a land of forgetfulness. I remember everything now. Gradually overcoming his fear, Rod's expression morphed into one of fierce rage, and he bellowed. My family, my friends, my kin, all perished at his hands. In his fervent declaration, Rod's spirit began to emanate a faint glow, and his status transformed. Mayor of Sunset Town, Rod's remnant soul, special elite spirit body level, 20 health, 100, 000, 100, 000 abilities, soul possession, enhances target's primary attributes by 20. Spirit body is immune to physical damage. Rod has regained his memories. He was once the mayor of Sunset Town, now the sole surviving remnant. Su Mubai, I implore you to aid me in vanquishing the beast Franklin. I am willing to sacrifice everything for this. Rod's desperate voice, accompanied by the sudden task notification, momentarily startled Su Mubai. This narrative defied conventional expectations. Could this individual truly be an ally? Will you accept the unique hidden quest of Rod's request? Quest objective: eliminate the Lich Franklin. Quest reward: unknown. Failure penalty: none. Regardless of whether the task was accepted, the formidable boss before Su Mubai would not be spared. He gazed deeply at Rod, nodding slightly. Very well. Thank you. Gratitude filled Rod's eyes, and his form began to grow increasingly transparent. Franklin is terrifyingly powerful. I shall do my utmost to assist you. As he spoke, Rod's spirit transformed into a beam of light, merging with Su Mubai. You have accepted the unique hidden quest of Rod's request. You have received the enhancement of soul possession. Your mental attributes increase by 20. At that moment, the coffin in midair opened, and two flames of soul ignited fiercely within Franklin's eyes. The intensity of those soul flames was unlike anything Su Mubai had ever witnessed. The forgotten Franklin, Frost Lich, level 20, injured state, level reduced. Epic boss, health, 35, 000, 000, 35, 000, 000 spell power, 48, 000 physical defense, 5, 000 magical defense, 8, 000 elemental resistance, ice 35, shadow 30, death 25. Skills: Frost series spells, Shadow series spells, Death series spells. Before you stands a true Lich, whose soul, though gravely wounded, should not be underestimated. Franklin appears exponentially more formidable than the previous 7.5 Liches combined. Beneath his fitted robe, there is no trace of flesh. He exists entirely in a skeletal form. His body remains entwined with chains, and in his grasp is a pitch-black staff, surrounded by a miasma of death, frost, and shadow. Could it be that this individual has somehow survived? The flames of the soul flicker within Franklin's eye sockets as a hoarse voice emerges. He is clearly referring to Rod. I sense the power of the restored cursed crown. Yet this power at this juncture. Franklin's voice falters, and he suddenly directs a piercing gaze towards Su Mubai. The flames in his pupils surging violently. Legendary? Ha ha ha. At last, there is hope for recovery. Franklin regards Su Mubai with utter disdain, casually beckoning. Return to me. My cursed crown, swiftly come back to your master. Immediately, his expression shifts dramatically, astonishment etched across his features. Impossible. How did you accomplish this? Chapter 49. The epic level boss was indeed formidable, yet ultimately futile. Franklin reached out to summon, but the cursed crown in Su Mubai's grasp remained unresponsive. Just as confusion and astonishment swept over him, he witnessed this human audaciously donning the cursed crown. This was inconceivable. It belongs to me. How could it fall under your control? Franklin was utterly astounded, struggling to comprehend why the cursed crown did not respond to his summons. Once something comes into my possession, it is irrevocably mine. A glint of fierce determination flashed in Su Mubai's eyes. With a mere thought, his skeletal legion advanced to besiege Franklin. Cursed crown, headpiece level, 10 to 120 legendary item durability, 1000 equipment requirement. Forsaken, Franklin, Death Sovereign can ignore this requirement. Forcibly equipping, it will restore the requirement after defeating the opponent. Base attributes, level 15, physical defense, 100 magic defense, 200 health, 2000 mana, 4000 all attributes, 75 affixes. 1. Spirit 10-2. Curse resistance 33. The wearer shall be incessantly eroded by the essence of death. Skills. Cursed power, passive skill. All your spells will carry a curse effect, randomly applying 2 curses to the target for 5 seconds, with a cooldown of 5 seconds. Curstoha, aura type skill, upon activation. All enemies within a 100-meter radius will have their speed reduced by 30, including but not limited to attack speed, movement speed, and casting speed. Consumes 200 mana per second, with no cooldown. Curse is an art. At this stage, no player other than Su Mubai could equip this item, which was precisely why Franklin was so astounded. You despicable thief. Franklin's eyes blazed with fury as he faced Su Mubai's skeletal legion, and his staff erupted with radiant light. Buzz 3 pale gray portals sprang open, summoning Franklin's undead army. It must be said, the grandeur of an epic-level boss far surpassed that of a dark gold-level boss. The legion he summoned matched Su Mubai's in numbers remarkably well. In addition to 300 skeletons, he summoned a squad of knights clad in black armor. Shadow Knight. Level 20. Summon creature. Health. 1, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 1, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0. Attack power. 9, 800. Physical defense. 1, 800. Magic defense. 1, 800. Skills. Shadow charge, shadow power. Shadow shield. A powerful undead creature, adept in both charging and defense. These knights, apart from their health, boasted attributes that nearly rivaled those of the dark gold bosses of the same level. Remarkably, Franklin summoned 10 Shadow Knights in a single instance. The strength of an epic-level boss transcended that of dark gold bosses, existing on an entirely different plane. I shall forge you into an entity akin to theirs. The flickering flame of the soul danced within Franklin's pupils, and the Shadow Knight, accompanied by 100 skeletal warriors, charged towards Su Mubai. In the next moment, the 2 skeletal legions collided with a resounding impact. Yet, the outcome diverged drastically from Franklin's expectations. A pale blue halo emerged beneath Su Mubai's feet, swiftly engulfing a radius of 100 meters. Cursed halo. The charging Shadow Knight's speed plummeted by 30, while Su Mubai's 100 skeletal warriors stood resolutely at the forefront, their massive swords cleaving down with unwavering strength, bracing against the onslaught of the Shadow Knight. Immediately following, a torrential downpour of arrows and fireballs descended upon them. With the casting and attack speeds diminished, Franklin's summoned legion noticeably lagged behind. Heavy strike, double shot, fireball, minus 83,594, minus 83,071, minus 168,126, minus 13,509, minus 27,274, minus 13,622, minus 27,658, minus 43,985, minus 43,233, minus 87,834. Terrifying damage numbers flickered as Franklin's summoned skeletal legion was decimated by nearly a quarter in an instant. Even the Shadow Knight suffered losses, with several of his kind falling. The reason for such an increase in damage was not solely attributed to the acquisition of a legendary-level piece of equipment, but also due to Mubai's elevated level. Upon reaching level 15, both his legendary items and the attributes of the Tome of Death received enhancements. The all-attribute bonuses from his 2 legendary items increased by 25 points each, while the Tome of Death surged by an impressive 50 points. Furthermore, coupled with the Cursed Crown and the infusion of Rod Soul, Mubai's mental attribute soared to 980 points, precisely doubling since his entry into the Land of Oblivion. Consequently, the Skeletal Legion, bolstered by his mental attributes, naturally experienced a similar doubling in their own stats. Regrettably, the restoration of the Cursed Crown did not allow for a nested effect, as the fragments were regarded as the same entity by the Cataclysm talent. However, Mubai had long since prepared himself for this eventuality and did not dwell on it excessively. The pressing matter at hand was to vanquish Franklin, the epic-level boss. Overwhelm. Annihilate. The moment the two sides clashed, Franklin sensed something amiss. He raised his hand to cast a supportive spell, but Mubai was evidently not inclined to grant him that opportunity. Before the first incantation could escape Franklin's lips, he was abruptly struck by a disquieting surge of power. In that instant, as a lich, he felt an overwhelming urge to kneel in submission. No, it is absolutely impossible. Before he could finish his thought, Mubai's gaze locked onto him. Death gaze. The soul flame within Franklin's pupils contorted grotesquely, and he suddenly dropped his staff, clutching his head with trembling hands as he plummeted from mid-air. Notification: you have used Death Gaze on the Forgotten One, Franklin, determining that your life level surpasses his. Minus 14 million. As the system notification echoed, a grayish-white 8-digit damage numeral appeared above Franklin's head, reducing his maximum health to a mere 21 million. With each passing second, another figure exceeding 100,000 in true damage emerged, while the occasional critical hit approached 300,000. Furthermore, 2 curses were simultaneously cast upon Franklin by Mubai's Gaze of Death. Notification: you have inflicted the Curse of Agony on the Forgotten One, Franklin, dealing shadow damage equal to 100 of your spell power each second, lasting 5 seconds. Notification: you have inflicted the Curse of Catastrophe on the Forgotten One, Franklin, increasing his critical hit chance by 30 for the next 5 seconds. Damage numbers continued to materialize above Franklin's head, leaving him utterly defenseless. The fear effect of Gaze of Death was something even this epic boss could not withstand, rendering him like a headless fly, flailing about in disarray. This skill did not require Mubai to maintain focus, as long as he desired. The effects of Gaze of Death would persist regardless of where his gaze wandered. After merely casting a glance at Franklin, Mubai redirected his attention to the corpse of the first fallen Shadow Knight. In the next instant, the Shadow Knight's body erupted in a cataclysmic explosion, engulfing a radius of 30 meters. Boom! Advanced Corpse Explosion. Chapter 50. The Skeleton Crushes the Bone Dragon. Is this justifiable? Advanced Corpse Explosion. Boom! Minus 610, 000, minus 1, 220, 000, minus 1, 220, 000. Thanks to the Shadow Knight's astounding health of over 1 million, Mubai's Advanced Corpse Explosion, enhanced by the characteristics of the class Disaster, inflicted horrifying damage on all skeletons within a 30-meter radius. Had it not been for the scattered positioning of the 2 types of ranged skeletons summoned by Franklin, a complete annihilation could have been achieved in this assault. Nonetheless, the majority of Franklin's summoned legion perished in the explosion, leaving fewer than 50 ranged skeletons remaining. As the effect of Death Gaze waned, Franklin instantly regained his clarity, the suffocating dread that had gripped him dissipating entirely. However, at this moment, he found himself utterly alone. Even his own health had plummeted by nearly 10 million due to the assault of the Skeleton Legion. Franklin health, 11, 980, 000, 21, 000. Who exactly are you? Franklin fixed his gaze intently on Mubai, the soul fire within his pupils flickering violently. The sensation that had previously sent shivers through his very soul was unequivocally the essence of death. Yet before him stood a mere human. How could he possibly wield a deathly power more refined than that of his own lich? "I am your father," Mubai snorted coldly, then shook his head. "Never mind, I certainly do not possess a son as hideous as you." Amidst the exchange, the assault of the Skeleton Legion showed no signs of abating. Over a dozen skeleton warriors steadfastly restrained Franklin, while the rear ranks of skeleton archers and mages unleashed a relentless barrage. Although their size prevented them from all striking Franklin simultaneously, each wave of their assault still managed to siphon nearly 1,000,000 of his health. "Human, you dare to insult the Great Lich!" Buzz enraged by the words. Franklin clenched his hand, his staff returning to him, a glacial blue shield manifesting around his form. Ice shield value 5,000,000. In comparison to his health, a shield value of 5,000,000 was modest, yet it was sufficient to absorb several waves of the Skeleton Legion's attacks. More importantly, with his shield in place, he had ample time to unleash more potent spells. I care not who you are. Today, you shall be buried in the land of oblivion." The soul fire within Franklin's eyes blazed fiercely, his aura surging dramatically. He then began to float slowly into the air, a terrifying wave of energy erupting from his being, engulfing the entirety of the land of oblivion. Rumble. Just as when he first made his entrance, the land of oblivion trembled once more. Subsequently, the fragments of the skeleton sea that Mubai had previously shattered seemed to respond to a call, soaring into the air. In that moment, the entire land of oblivion transformed into an ocean of bones. Countless skeletal fragments converged, the dense aura of death streaming from within Franklin, infusing these remnants. Soon after, these fragments coalesced beneath Franklin's feet. A colossal skeletal dragon, measuring several dozen meters in length, emerged from the miasma of death, unleashing a thunderous roar that reverberated through the air. "Carcass, eliminate this human. The power within him shall serve as our catalyst for resurrection." Skeletal Dragon, Carcass, mid-tier undead creature, level 20, injured state, level reduced. Epic boss, health, 80,000,000, 80,000,000, attack power, 42,000, physical defense, 10,000, magical defense, 6,000, elemental resistance, 30 against death. Skills, Bone Cage, Hellish Spikes, Deathstorm. Do not be alarmed. This creature is not a true dragon. Yet do not underestimate it, for the power of the skeletal dragon is hardly inferior to that of dragons of the same tier. Skeletal Dragon, Carcass has appeared. Current exploration rate 90. At that moment, the system notification echoed, and Mubai's gaze sharpened. Previously, when Franklin appeared, he had wondered why the exploration rate had only increased by 20. He had thought that defeating the boss would further elevate it. Little did he anticipate a second epic boss. Truly, the trials set forth by the Lord of East Sea City were exceedingly formidable. Observing the massive skeletal dragon descending towards him, Mubai could not help but reflect on the situation, though his expression remained unchanged. Crack, crack, crack. Carcass's dragon claw descended with unparalleled force. Yet, in the next instant, both he and Franklin were left astounded. Boom! A tremendous sound resonated as the skeletal warrior beside Mubai stepped forward, its form doubling in size in an instant. With a mighty swing of its colossal sword, it firmly blocked Carcass's strike. Not stopping there, the skeletal warrior surged forward, sending the massive Carcass flying away. Critical hit. -1, 102, 800. A staggering critical damage value erupted above Carcass's head, causing his body to uncontrollably soar through the air. What? This is impossible. How could a mere skeletal warrior possess the strength to overpower my Carcass? Franklin was utterly bewildered, the ethereal fire within his skull pulsating erratically. Such an occurrence was foreign to him. Is there anything else of value? Present it for me to see, Mubai said, arms crossed, smiling at Franklin. Meanwhile, the Skeletal Legion's assault continued unabated, and the enemy's shield value had dwindled to less than half. The skeletal warrior's ability to withstand Carcass was undoubtedly due to Mubai's enhancements. Death Drain Feedback. Notification. You have consumed all death energy, enhancing the targeted skeletal warrior's primary attributes by 640. The reason behind Mubai's buoyant mood lay in the forthcoming system notifications. Notification. You are being eroded by the death energy of the Cursed Crown. Death energy 10. Death energy 10. A faint stream of death energy flowed from the Cursed Crown, merging seamlessly into Mubai's being. With each passing second, the value of death energy stored in death absorption feedback increases by 10 points. A curse? The erosion of death energy? Is this not a veritable mobile power bank? The enhancement effect of feedback can last for 60 seconds, while the cooldown period is merely 30 seconds. Under normal circumstances, Mubai could only siphon death energy from a corpse twice within 60 seconds. Without a boss corpse, he would hardly accumulate a significant amount of death energy. However, with the Cursed Crown, everything is transformed. Now, in the span of 60 seconds, he can automatically restore 600 points of death energy. This means that Mubai is perfectly positioned to maintain a permanent enhancement of 600% to the primary attributes of two skeletal warriors. At this moment, one of these skeletal warriors is enjoying the full extent of this enhancement. With an increase in strength by 640%, it has reached a terrifying total of 75,184 points. Its attack power has even surpassed 150,000. When combined with critical strikes, critical damage, and the Death Testament's double damage to undead creatures, it has dealt a staggering damage value exceeding 1 million in a single blow. Chapter 51. The Flaw in Shared Life. The augmented skeletal warrior leaped high into the air, seizing the airborne bone dragon with ferocious might. In the next instant, the colossal dragon was hurled to the ground by the relatively diminutive skeletal warrior. Thud! The earth was instantly cratered upon impact, as the skeletal warrior descended with terrifying force, mercilessly pinning carcass down. Every time the dragon attempted to soar back into the skies, it was forcefully suppressed by the warrior's sword. The battlefield had now been divided into two distinct realms. Crack. On the other side, Franklin watched as cracks began to form in the ice shield. On the verge of shattering, he was compelled to descend from mid-air to avoid becoming a living target for the undead legion. Observing this, Mubai pointed his withered staff. Ignite, minus 2,568. The first level of Ignite dealt meager damage, but Mubai sought not mere harm, but rather the effect of the Cursed Crown. Notification. You have inflicted the Doom Curse upon the Forgotten, Franklin. After 5 seconds, it will deal 800 spell power as magical damage, with a chance to summon a Doomsday Guardian for 5 seconds. Notification. You have inflicted the Blood Poison Curse upon the Forgotten, Franklin. The target's life recovery effects are nullified for 5 seconds. Damn it, this is my Cursed Crown. Franklin was the first to be cursed by his own equipment. After all, although Mubai now donned the Cursed Crown, it had been forcibly appropriated prior to the defeat of Franklin. The moment the ice shield shattered, Franklin slammed his staff into the ground. Instantly, a wave of ice blue energy surged forth, engulfing a 100-meter radius around him. Ice Hell. Notification. You are affected by Ice Hell, reducing your movement speed by 30. Soon after, the soul fire in Franklin's pupils ignited once more. A jet of obsidian light erupted from the tip of his staff, striking Mubai's body in an instant. Death Ray. Minus 960,000. Ha ha ha. You have grown complacent. With your fragile human form, you are surely doomed by this death ray. Franklin cackled with a hoarse laugh, reveling in the success of his attack, but soon he was left dumbfounded. What? How much health do you possess? The human's health bar nearby showed no signs of depletion whatsoever. How is this possible? Mubai glanced at the shared life health bar, noting that the insignificant 960,000 damage barely registered a decrease. An epic level boss. Is this all you can muster? Shared life. You have actually mastered such a rare skill. Franklin recalled something as he perceived the shock in Mubai's soul fire. An S-level skill. Is it truly that astonishing? It seems even epic-level bosses have not encountered much in their existence. It appears I have exhausted my options. Shaking his head, Mubai gently waved his hand, Eliminate him. The Skeletal Legion immediately launched a fierce assault. Franklin, sensing the ebbing of life, hastily wielded his staff, a glint of malice flashing in his eyes. Though the sharing of life is powerful, it is not without its vulnerabilities. As death loomed, Franklin, enduring the relentless onslaught of the Skeletal Legion, suffered immense damage before finally unleashing his ultimate attack. Amidst a surge of tremendous energy, a blood-red rose pattern flickered into existence, enveloping the entire battlefield. Concurrently, Cacus let out a thunderous roar, brandishing his bony wings. Bone cage. With a series of cracking sounds, a prison of bones rose from the ground, ensnaring the skeletal warriors. Almost immediately, a deluge of bone spikes surged forth, targeting every entity on the battlefield. Bone spike hell. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Boom. In an instant, bone spike hell and the deathly withering erupted simultaneously. Minus 48,000, minus 48,000, minus 39,500, minus 31,862, minus 37,003, minus 38,987. Waves of damage erupted from above the heads of the Skeletal Legion. Mubai's pupils constricted sharply as he realized that his shared health had plummeted by a quarter in the blink of an eye. It is noteworthy that his current shared life total soared to an astounding 200 million points. In this moment, Mubai was abruptly awakened to the reality. Though life sharing is formidable, it remains merely an S-level skill, far from invincibility. Should someone unleash a powerful area of effect attack capable of annihilating all skeletons at once, he too would meet his demise. While the shared health bar had doubled due to the profession's disaster trait, this only pertained to the damage he personally endured. Thus, when he suffered harm, the shared life bar diminished, with the linked skeleton legion merely absorbing half of the damage. However, when the skeletons were harmed, the shared life value would decrease twofold. Observing the skeletal mage reduced to a sliver of health, Mubai broke into a cold sweat. Had it not been for his enhanced strength, the Skeleton Legion's health would have doubled compared to before. This joint assault from the two bosses would have obliterated all skeletons aside from the skeletal warriors. Although the presence of the skeletal warriors rendered the two epic bosses insufficiently threatening to Mubai's life, it served as a stark warning. He can no longer afford to be so careless. With a determined thought, Mubai promptly recalled 20 skeletal warriors into the summoning space. This was the method to counteract the large-scale area of effect attacks. The skeletons within the summoning space could still provide shared health, yet they would remain untouched by enemy AoE attacks. To eliminate the skeletons within the summoning space, one would need to attack Mubai, depleting his shared life bar entirely. The 20 skeletal warriors could offer him 480,000 shared life points, and with a single resurrection that amounted to 60,960,000, ample to contend with the two bosses before him. For the time being, Mubai could only utilize this method to cover the flaw in life sharing, having resolved firmly in his mind. Once he had explored the Forgotten Lands, his first order of business would be to amass sufficient funds to elevate life sharing to a new level. In this regard, Mubai had already begun to formulate a plan. Although he could not afford the third tier of disaster, he was confident that he could devise a means to acquire the necessary funds. More astonishing than Mubai was Franklin, who stood not far away. He stared in disbelief at the scene before him, momentarily at a loss for words. How could he and Carcass, an alliance, fail to vanquish even the summoned skeletal mage? What manner of monster was this human? Meanwhile, the skeletal warrior, fueled by its terrifying power, shattered the bone cage and once again subdued Carcass. At the same time, Mubai cast a chilling gaze in their direction, and that disquieting energy descended once more. Death gaze! Roar in that instant, Carcass let out a terrified screech, his wings flapping frantically as if he beheld some dreadful entity. Notification: you have used Death Gaze on the undead bone dragon, Carcass. Determining your life level exceeds that of your opponent. Minus 32 million. A pale, 8-digit figure appeared. Carcass's maximum life value plummeted by 40 in an instant. 2 curse effects were also affixed to its being. On Franklin's side, he found himself in dire straits. To his horror, he noticed that the skeletal warrior directly before him had doubled in size. Death drain feedback. Notification. You have consumed 300 points of death energy, enhancing the target skeletal warrior's primary attributes by 600. This time, neither party had the capacity to retaliate. Within less than a minute, having exhausted all means, Franklin succumbed to defeat before Carcass. Yet, as the system notification chimed, Mubai furrowed his brow. Chapter 52. Rewards for slaying an epic boss. Updated. You have obliterated the Forgotten One, Franklin's corporeal form, receiving an additional 70 experience bonus, totaling 75 million experience points. Congratulations to player by Yi for reaching level 16, with an increase of 1 to all attributes, 1 skill point, and 15 free attribute points. Congratulations to player by Yi for reaching level 17, with an increase of 1 to all attributes, 1 skill point, and 15 free attribute points. In a dazzling flash of golden light, Mubai's level surged directly to 17. However, he furrowed his brow, pondering corporeal form. The notification did not indicate the defeat of Franklin, but merely the destruction of his physical vessel. From Mubai's perspective, the experience gained did not align with the formidable challenge of an epic boss. It is worth noting that the skeletal warriors and shadow knights summoned previously yielded no experience. Moreover, the announcement for the first solo kill of an epic boss was conspicuously absent. This implies that Franklin had not been entirely vanquished. With his extensive gaming experience, Mubai quickly deduced that Franklin was a lich, and his soul must reside within a phylactery. Only by locating and destroying the phylactery could one truly eliminate a lich. But where could this phylactery be concealed? Gazing at the lifeless body that had dropped nothing, he stroked his chin thoughtfully. The remaining 10 of exploration likely pertained to discovering Franklin's phylactery. Roar! In the distance, the undead bone dragon, Carcass, suddenly let out a roar, interrupting Mubai's contemplation. His gaze sharpened as he turned to observe. It was the first reinforced skeletal warrior, having returned to its original state. Immediately, a system notification followed. Notification. Your stored negative energy has reached its limit. Consumption allows for continued absorption. It appears the first solo-slayed epic boss must be you. Observing Carcass's sudden resurgence, Mubai narrowed his eyes, a thought igniting in his mind. The second reinforced skeletal warrior charged towards Carcass, once again subduing it. Simultaneously, Mubai activated his skill anew. Death drain feedback. Notification. You have consumed all negative energy, enhancing target skeletal warrior's primary attributes by 640. This time, the resurgence belonged to the skeletal warrior. Its size swelled once more as it brandished its colossal sword, striking at Carcass. Critical hit. At that moment, the second skeletal warrior also arrived. Critical hit. 2 damage numbers in the millions emerged. Although Carcass felt no pain, it was still overwhelmed by the terrifying might of the 2 skeletal warriors, roaring in fury. In a one-on-one scenario, it was already at a disadvantage, but facing 2 adversaries, it was utterly bereft of resistance. Furthermore, given its substantial size, in addition to the 2 enhanced skeletal warriors, it had to endure the onslaught from the entire skeletal legion. Of course, it only needed to withstand the attacks of 320 skeletons, as 20 skeletal warriors remained within Mubai's summoning space. Despite this, Carcass remained utterly powerless. On the surface, he appeared to be on par with Franklin, even boasting nearly 1.5 times the health. However, in reality, the latter was far more formidable, relying solely on physical damage aside from his bone spikes, with his final skill, Death Storm, merely a different form of attack utilizing the same bone spikes. In contrast, Franklin, as a lich, possessed far superior capabilities compared to Carcass. A minute later, Mubai once again fixed his gaze upon Carcass, ensuring that this epic-level boss met his demise in a state of terror. Defeated the level 20 epic boss, Undead Bone Dragon, Carcass. Earned an additional 70 experience bonus, gaining 25 million experience points. Congratulations to player by Yi for leveling up to level 18, with attributes 1, skill points 1, and free attribute points 15. Congratulations to player by Yi for leveling up to level 19, with attributes 1, skill points 1, and free attribute points 15. Two beams of golden light flashed once more, and the substantial experience points propelled Mubai to an immediate level of 19 at 32.28. Indeed, the transition from level 19 to 20 proved to be a minor hurdle. Observing the experience required to reach level 20, Mubai displayed a knowing expression. Since level 10, the experience needed for each upgrade had only increased by 1 million. From level 18 to 19, it merely required 9 million experience points. However, to ascend to level 20, the requirement surged dramatically to 20 million. It appeared that within this vast game world, players awakening lower-tier talents were scarcely qualified to serve as fodder. Gazing at his experience bar, Mubai narrowed his eyes slightly. The disparity in levels within this game world would undoubtedly be more pronounced than anticipated. Those players awakening lower-tier talents, barring any extraordinary opportunities, would mostly end up as full-time life players. To keep pace with the mainstream's leveling speed, one would need at least a C level or even B level talent. This game world was even harsher than the real world. The experience points obtained from Carcass were precisely double that of Franklin, confirming Mubai's hypothesis. The remaining experience points and loot could only be acquired by destroying the life box. After allocating his free attribute points, the long-anticipated system notification finally resonated. Congratulations on becoming the first player in the Blue Star region to solo an epic level boss. Rewards: main attribute 100, skill points 50, intermediate soul stones 50. Notice: a public announcement for the Blue Star region is forthcoming. The difficulty of epic level bosses was exponential, and the rewards for achieving the first solo kill far surpassed those of dark gold level bosses. Both the 100 main attribute points and the 50 skill points were invaluable to any player. However, what intrigued Mubai the most was the impressive quantity of 50 intermediate soul stones. Although he had previously acquired a similar amount through fortunate means, starting with intermediate stones was altogether different. Gazing at the intermediate soul stones in his inventory, Mubai's mind stirred. Cataclysm. Target: 50 intermediate soul stones. Prompt: please select a promotion tier. First rank, second rank, third rank. Click to view details. Option 1. Ascend to Advanced Soul Stone with no cost. Option 2. Transcend to Soul Crystal, consuming 1,000,000 soul coins per piece. Option 3. Catastrophize to Soul Essence, consuming 1,000 years of life per piece. Gazing at this Soul Crystal and Soul Essence, Mubai felt a fiery desire, yet found it unattainable. Setting aside the notion of sacrificing 1,000 years of life, he was utterly unaware of what soul coins even were. With a resigned shake of his head, Mubai had no choice but to opt for a free acquisition. Ascend to first rank. You have obtained 50 Advanced Soul Stones. Chapter 53. Advanced Soul Stones. Mubai had already spent over 10 hours in the Land of Oblivion, a duration far exceeding his time in the Novice Village. Now, it was the second day since humanity from Blue Star had embarked on the multiverse game. The combination of data-driven mechanics and the exhilaration of exploring a new world had left many players sleepless, eager to level up and escape the confines of the Novice Village. However, they had grossly underestimated the difficulty of leveling up within a multiverse game. Particularly after reaching level 5, the experience points required for advancement left everyone astounded. Even the wealthiest players, known for their grand ambitions, had only managed to reach level 8, still some distance from level 9. They were among the strongest players in Novice Village 95-27, aside from Mubai. Yet it seemed they would need to grind for the better part of the day to finally exit. Nevertheless, some individuals were advancing at a pace surpassing theirs, having already arrived in their respective cities. Yet, such players were destined to be a rare breed, including the likes of San Chi-Ching Feng from the Huaxiao Empire and Felix from the Bald Eagle Empire, both of whom possessed SSS grade talents. At this juncture, only a few dozen players across Blue Star had managed to enter a city, meaning that on average, a city had hardly a single occupant. These individuals were at least of SS grade talent. Now, The first wave of elite players to leave the novice village were exploring their respective cities, eager to leverage their head start to acquire more information than the average player, while also seeking hidden quests within the cities. Once players left the novice village, dungeon markers ceased to appear on their minimaps. This indicated that there were no public dungeons within the multiverse game. Players in the top tier had to locate the entrances to dungeons themselves. Of course, those not in the top tier could wait for dungeon coordinates to be revealed before attempting to enter. However, a single misstep could lead to a series of misfortunes. If one merely waited for handouts, they would only fall further behind. As these elite players delved into their cities, a flurry of system announcements echoed throughout. Blue Star Region announcement. Congratulations to Bai Yi, a player from the Divine Dragon Empire, for becoming the first player in the Blue Star region to solo an epic level boss. This notice serves to encourage all players to learn from his example and reap generous rewards. The repeated announcement left all Blue Star players in utter shock. Particularly, the top-tier experts who had just entered the cities began to question their existence. Whether it was San, Chi Ching Feng, or Felix, all SSS grade talent holders stood frozen in disbelief. An epic level boss? How on earth had Bai Yi accomplished such a feat? Setting aside the sheer strength of such a boss, the most pressing question was where he had found it. They had tried various methods in the novice village, but hadn't even caught a whisper of clues regarding a dark gold level boss. Wait, my friends, we don't even know how to trigger a disaster level dungeon or where to find a dark gold level boss, and yet you've soloed an epic level boss? This announcement ignited an impulse among these SSS grade talent players to report the baffling situation. They even began to question whether the myriad realms of the game truly possessed cheats. Wasn't it said that an SSS level talent was the most formidable of all? How could Bai Yi be so far ahead compared to these elite players? Those who had yet to step beyond the novice village remained remarkably composed. Truly, Bai Yi was impressive. Yet another announcement had been triggered. After a night without hearing Bai Yi's announcements, one felt somewhat unaccustomed. This was far more comfortable. Would future announcements not be monopolized by Bai Yi? Strangely enough, I genuinely believe that might be the case. It matters not who triggers it. It is of no concern to me. After all, forging equipment also yields experience. And I intend to become a full-time blacksmith. Should you require assistance, please message me privately. What? Forging equipment can also grant experience? How was I unaware of this? It is not just forging. As long as one chooses to pursue a life profession full-time, successfully creating items will also yield experience, far more efficiently than grinding monsters for levels. Is such a thing truly possible? At this level, those who wish to practice may do so. I shall no longer serve. In the Dragon Empire, at the 9526 Novice Village, the 8th level Zhao Su and Lu Ruyin were fervently grinding monsters. Both possessed S-level talent, rendering them quite renowned among the players of this novice village. However, their primary goal at present was to swiftly exit the novice village and ascertain whether Bai Yi was indeed Su Mubai. Following the system announcement, Zhao Su felt invigorated. His monster grinding efficiency significantly heightened. His mind began to envision the future, standing atop the summit of the myriad realms. Akin to how he had previously laid claim to Su Mubai's inheritance on Blue Star. In their eyes, regardless of whether this Bai Yi was Su Mubai, as long as he was a man, he would inevitably succumb to the allure of Lu Ruyin, becoming a part of their new play. Unless that fellow was utterly indifferent to women. In the land of oblivion, Su Mubai gazed at the 50 high-level life stones in his backpack, unable to suppress a slight smile. High-level life stone, special item upon absorption, it will increase lifespan by 1 year. Note, regardless of whether you place the high-level life stone in your backpack or warehouse, it will incur a loss of 1/10 upon your death, with a minimum loss of 5 days. With these 50 high-level life stones, Su Mubai's lifespan crisis was finally resolved. With no leads on soul coins and the cost of sublimating one being a staggering 1 million, such aspirations were beyond reach for the time being. Therefore, without hesitation, Su Mubai absorbed all the high-level life stones. In an instant, these life stones shimmered, transforming into a rich green light that merged into Su Mubai's being. You have absorbed 50 high-level life stones. Lifespan increased by 50 years. Lifespan. Over 52 years, the substantial increase in lifespan afforded Su Mubai a remarkable sense of relief. At least he no longer needed to worry about untimely death. As for the players, he remained indifferent. His greatest concern lay with the locals of the sacred Forbidden Land. The experience of being instantaneously slain by a skeletal warrior lingered vividly in his memory. After all, this was a real world. Who could accurately predict the whims of fate and whether misfortune might befall him? As the air hummed, a circle of ethereal blue luminescence enveloped Su Mubai's form, and Rod's soul soared from within him, liberating itself from its parasitic state. Lord Baiyi, I am profoundly grateful for your vengeance on Sunset Town, Rod intoned respectfully. Bowing deeply, even his manner of address transformed. Only moments ago, in his possessed state, he had witnessed firsthand the terrifying prowess of this human. The dread Lich Franklin, who had annihilated the entirety of Sunset Town, found himself utterly powerless against this individual. Su Mubai waved his hand dismissively and inquired directly, "Do you know the whereabouts of Franklin's lifebox?" Upon hearing this, Rod's eyes gleamed with anticipation as he replied, "I can attempt to sense his soul's resonance. However, it will require some time. Please notify me once you feel it." Su Mubai nodded slightly and turned to the corpse of Carcass. The first epic-level boss promised to yield a bountiful harvest. Chapter 54. My apologies. I take back my previous statement. After a fierce battle, the land lay in disarray. The enhanced power of the skeletal warriors astonished even Su Mubai. The colossal corpse of the undead bone dragon, Carcass, lay motionless on the ground, the soul fire in its gaze extinguished forever. Beside its immense head, a small pile of items lay scattered. With the cursed crown in his possession, Su Mubai found himself lacking in death energy. Thus, he chose not to utilize death-drain feedback to siphon energy from Carcass's remains. Instead, he approached the dragon's head and began to examine his spoils. You have acquired 800 gold coins. You have acquired 20 level 5 attribute gems. You have acquired 10 epic materials, bone dragon skeletons. You have acquired 24 primary soul stones. Persistent notifications rang out, leaving Su Mubai momentarily stunned. So, it was only epic-level bosses that dropped primary soul stones? To extend one's life by merely 2 years after defeating a level 20 epic boss. Was this truly the case? The difficulty of the Wanjie game was simply outrageous. Although Su Mubai appeared to fight effortlessly, this was only due to his exceptional abilities. Even players endowed with SSS-level talents leading teams would suffer significant losses when confronting Carcass alone at the same level. Once out in Novice Village, a single death could cost a player a minimum of 10 years of life. Su Mubai surmised that it would be quite rare to witness throngs of players besieging high-tier bosses in the Wanjie game. In the past, players could simply throw their lives at a boss until it fell. However, in Wanjie, extensive preparations and thorough research into the boss's attributes were essential before daring to engage in high-tier boss hunts. Yet, for Su Mubai, this was a fortuitous circumstance. While others hesitated to slay certain bosses, he was undeterred. After stowing the items in his backpack, Su Mubai continued to survey his acquisitions. He soon found himself bewildered. Were the bosses of the Forgotten Lands truly so impoverished? After collecting the previous 4 items, all that remained on the ground was a fist-sized dragon skull. Regardless of its potential as equipment, it fell far short of Su Mubai's expectations. The earlier 7 Dark Gold half-lich bosses had at least contributed an epic-level piece of equipment. The worth of a single epic item far surpassed that of a dozen Dark Gold items. Yet here lay Carcass, the first epic boss to be slain. And this was all he yielded? A wave of disappointment washed over Su Mubai as he picked up the miniature dragon skull, only for his dismay to vanish in an instant, replaced by sheer delight. Oh, dear dragon, it seems my previous words were too hasty. I take back what I said. You are not impoverished at all. You have acquired the epic special item, Dragon Skull Pendant. Dragon Skull Pendant, epic special item upon use. You shall obtain the epic mount, Undead Bone Dragon. Though the Undead Bone Dragon is not a true dragon, it can still soar through the skies. Indeed, While Carcass did not drop a single piece of equipment, he bestowed upon all players the coveted treasure, a flying mount. One must ponder whether such an item is befitting of a level 20 boss. Mubai, clutching the dragon skull pendant, felt a mixture of joy and intrigue. An epic flying mount certainly seemed incongruous for the level 20 stage. This must be linked to the creature's grievous wounds. Mubai recalled the status panels of the two bosses. They were not truly of this level, merely reduced to 20 due to their injuries. Yet, this was of little consequence. What truly mattered was that he now possessed a legendary flying mount. Suppressing his exhilaration, Mubai focused his thoughts. Cataclysm. Target, Dragon Skull Pendant. Prompt, please select Enhancement Tier, Tier 1, Tier 2, Tier 3. Click to view details. Opting for Tier 1. He felt no inclination to peruse further details, as his choice was made in haste. As Cataclysm took effect, a chilling sensation surged through the Dragon Skull Pendant in his grasp. Gradually, enveloped in a kaleidoscope of colors, the pendant transformed into a palm-sized black and blue horn. The horn radiated an icy aura and a deathly presence, instilling a sense of foreboding. Yet, inexplicably, Mubai felt a strange affinity towards it. You have acquired the legendary special item, Frosthorn. Frosthorn, legendary special item below it. And you shall summon a legendary mount from the realm of the undead, the Frost Dragon. As a true high-tier undead, its power is beyond question. The joy of acquiring something for free is a delight only understood by those who have experienced it. With excitement gleaming in his eyes, Mubai placed the Frosthorn to his lips, inhaled deeply, and then suddenly blew the horn. The sound that erupted was both stunning and piercing, as though it transcended space itself, fading into silence after traveling a distance from Mubai. Almost immediately, he noticed his mana draining at an alarming rate of 2,000 points per second. Yet, he remained unconcerned. Although he lacked the 20 boost to primary attributes from Soul Possession, his current mana was nearing 70,000 points. Could this horn truly be blown for over 30 seconds? Soon, Mubai found himself proven wrong, as his mana approached depletion. In a moment of clarity, he focused his thoughts. Death drained feedback. Consuming over 170 points of death energy, his mana was instantly restored. The sound of the horn continued unabated. Fortunately, it merely required mana consumption rather than actual breath from Mubai, or he might have found himself gasping for air. Who would have imagined this item could be blown for 10 minutes? This would expend a staggering total of 120,000 mana. Were it not for the Curse Crown, his automatic charger, he might have been left wondering when he could successfully activate the Frosthorn. After all, without a boss's corpse, each draining would yield but a meager amount of death energy. Fortunately, there are no what-ifs. The Curse Crown has achieved a remarkable feat. As the final 1,000 points of mana were infused into the Frosthorn, it immediately radiated a brilliant light in Mubai's grasp. In the next moment, a formidable power surged forth, causing the Frosthorn to gradually disintegrate into a terrifying energy that shot skyward, reaching hundreds of meters. A resonant hum echoed as the space where the energy vanished became abruptly distorted. Subsequently, a faint gray portal slowly materialized, rapidly expanding to several dozen meters in length and width. What manner of energy is this? Mubai narrowed his eyes slightly, sensing the presence of death emanating from this faint gray portal. It felt strikingly similar to when he had learned Death Gaze through the Death Codex earlier. However, it was evident that a barrier existed within the portal, signifying that it was a one-way transmission gateway. A deep and resonant roar echoed from beyond the portal, causing Mubai's eyes to brighten with anticipation. His legendary mount was arriving. Chapter 55, The Terrifying Legendary Beast. A colossal head of deep azure emerged from the portal, followed by 2 dragon claws that supported the entrance. Subsequently, a frost dragon, nearly 100 meters in length, fully ascended from the portal. Its body was composed of countless black and blue bones, emanating an intense chill that caused the surrounding temperature to plummet. With wings unfurled, it obscured the sky. This frost dragon was even larger than the skeletal dragon, Cacus. From its roaring maw, a terrifying amalgamation of frost energy and the essence of death intertwined, as if it were ready to unleash a cataclysmic breath. The portal behind it began to close slowly, and the frost dragon's gaze fell upon Mubai, its wings thrumming as it plunged downward in an instant. Human, I cannot believe that the one who summoned me is such a weakling. The frost dragon's voice dripped with disdain and barely contained fury. Yet, almost immediately, the soul fire within its pupils flickered violently. What? You are? Buzz in the next moment, a beam of light cascaded from the heavens, enveloping the frost dragon entirely. Its voice abruptly ceased, as if this inexplicable power had eradicated its intellect. This spectacle left Mubai utterly astounded. So this is how the mount system in the multiverse game summons a creature from the realm of the undead and forcibly binds it to oneself? How utterly tyrannical. Mubai could sense that this frost dragon was immensely more powerful than he. Yet, under the rules of the multiverse game, it was rendered as defenseless as an ant. Wasn't he the entire blue star humanity transported into the game in the same manner yesterday? Who, then, is orchestrating the multiverse game? Mubai narrowed his eyes, lost in contemplation. However, he quickly shook his head with a smile. Given his current strength, what right did he have to know such things? Overthinking would only lead to unnecessary vexation. At the very least, the multiverse game had granted him a second chance at life. That was sufficient. With this thought, a fierce glint flashed in Mubai's eyes, and two figures emerged in his mind, a cold smile gracing his lips. I hope you emerge from the novice village soon. At this moment, the beam of light in the air gradually dissipated, and the frost dragon's form diminished significantly, before transforming into a black and blue radiance that integrated into Mubai's being. The notification sound from the multiverse game echoed in Mubai's ears. Your mount space has been activated. You have acquired a legendary mount, Frost Dragon, due to obtaining an epic class mount or higher. The Blue Star region's mount leaderboard has been activated in advance. Notice, an announcement for the Blue Star region is forthcoming. Blue Star region announcement. Congratulations to the player by Yi from the Divine Dragon Empire for acquiring a mount. The Blue Star region's mount leaderboard has been activated in advance. The shock from the earlier defeat of the epic class boss had yet to dissipate when the announcement for the Blue Star region resounded once more. This time, all players erupted in excitement. Nanny, why is it this by Yi again? Have all the experts from our Sakura Empire perished? Truly, he is the illustrious Benyo of our esteemed nation. Once the borders are lifted, he shall undoubtedly return. Is it possible that this Benyo is a progeny of the divine? I am but at level 5. And yet he has already acquired a mount. The esteemed Benyo is indeed formidable. May he soon unlock all the leaderboards. As players access the prematurely unveiled mount leaderboard, the chat channels of all novice villages fell into a momentary silence. Blue Star region mount leaderboard, first place. Benyo Frost Dragon, legendary mount, second place. None third place. None 100th place. None upon seeing the term legendary. A collective gasp echoed through the crowd, their eyes wide with disbelief. They had anticipated Benyo's prowess. His mount could not possibly be ordinary. Perhaps it was of epic caliber. After all, he had just single-handedly defeated an epic-level boss, which seemed plausible. But what on earth is a legendary mount? Could such an exalted beast be obtained merely 2 days into the game? The elite players who had already entered the city upon the conclusion of the all-region announcement hastened to exit and level up. They were resolute in their determination to keep pace with Benyo. However, to their astonishment, before they could even pass through the gates, he triggered another all-region announcement, unveiling the mount leaderboard ahead of schedule. How could they possibly compete now? Should they even aspire to rank on the leaderboard? If the second-place mount were merely of the dark gold or even golden tier, would they be celebrated or ridiculed for their efforts? This was indeed a dilemma. With expressions ranging from determination to anxiety, the top players unconsciously quickened their steps out of the city. They were far too behind Benyo and needed to accelerate their pursuit. What they did not realize was that Mubai's progress in the game was a pace they could never hope to match. Notice, please name your mount. Frost. Mubai casually selected a name and eagerly opened his panel to inspect Frost attributes. Mount space. 1-1 Frost. Base panel without aura, legendary mount, Frost Dragon, high tier, undead creature. Level 0, cannot exceed player level by more than 5. Loyalty 100, due to the influence of the Deathmaster profession. Loyalty will never decrease. Movement speed bonus, ground 100, aerial 500, rideable after reaching level 10. Health 12 million, mana 10 million, attack power 12,000, spell power 10,000, physical defense 10,000, magical defense 8,000, elemental resistances, ice 60, death 50, shadow 40, others 20. Skill, Frost Dragon Breath. As the level increases, additional skills will be automatically comprehended. Frost Dragon Breath inflicts ice damage equivalent to 200 of spell power within a 3-meter radius surrounding the target, accompanied by grievous wounds and burn effects, lasting up to a maximum of 10 seconds. The attack range, distance, and size are all contingent upon the entity's characteristics. It boasts an attack distance of 30 meters, a cooldown period of 120 seconds, and a mana consumption of 1,000 points per second. Despite the level being reset to 0 in the multiverse game, the opulence of Frost's attributes left Su Mubai in awe. Is it truly the case that a legendary creature at level 0 can be so extraordinarily formidable? In stark comparison to such a level 0 profile, the maximum of 10 points in attributes that human players possess upon entering the game seems utterly trivial. It is no wonder the multiverse game states that humanity is at a significant disadvantage compared to other races. Such a statement hardly diminishes their standing, but rather, it softens the reality. This is not merely a disadvantage. It is almost incomparable. Naturally, the Frost Dragon also holds a position of great power among the undead. Such high-tier undead beings are likely to be few in number, akin to players endowed with advanced talents. However, the latter require time to grow. Levels, equipment, skills, and professions must all develop before one can genuinely contend with formidable beings. With a thought, Su Mubai summoned Frost from his mount space. Chapter 56. A world of new discoveries. The space beside Su Mubai shimmered slightly, and as he activated the mount's spatial portal, a miniature frost giant dragon emerged from the gateway. Its roar, though still somewhat juvenile compared to before, resonated with the authority characteristic of a higher-order creature. Following the reset of the Myriad Realms game, the frost giant dragon had significantly diminished in size, with Su Mubai estimating its length to be around 3 meters. Frost, come here. Su Mubai softly beckoned the errant dragon, which resembled a wild stallion in mid-flight. In an instant, the little creature descended gracefully, lowering its neck and affectionately nuzzling Su Mubai's outstretched hand. Although it lacked the ability to speak, it emitted gentle hums that conveyed its affection for its master. The aura emanating from Su Mubai instinctively drew Frost closer. Despite its reduced stature, Frost's appearance remained imposing, with its blue-black skeletal frame exuding tendrils of icy blue mist that sent shivers down one's spine. Though classified as a level 0 entity, its combat prowess far surpassed that of the previous Skeleton King, Reggie. This exemplified the terrifying nature of higher-order undead beings. Must one reach level 10 to ride? Su Mubai mused as he caressed the dragon's head, a smile gracing his lips. I wonder if I could mount you directly like this? Frost tilted its head in confusion, clearly not comprehending its master's intentions. Yet, in the next moment, the flickering flame of its soul within its eyes surged with intensity, as if a tremendous power had suddenly descended upon it. Cataclysm. Target Frost. Notice, please select an upgrade tier. Tier 1, Tier 2. Click for details. Option 1. Upgrade to Mythical Mount Frost Giant Dragon King. No cost. Option 2. Ascend to Sacred Annihilation Mount Oblivion Dragon Emperor, consuming 10,000 soul crystals. Upon hearing the system's notification, an expression of ecstatic joy spread across Su Mubai's face. Indeed, it was possible. Frost had been summoned from the realm of the undead by the Horn of Frost, clearly marking it as a distinct entity. He had approached this with a spirit of experimentation, and to his delight, he could indeed benefit once more without cost. Gazing intently at the words Sacred Annihilation in Option 2, Su Mubai's focus sharpened. This represented a tier beyond the mythical, existing on par with the SSS level talents. Did it not? However, he had yet to fully grasp the concept of soul coins, let alone the newly introduced soul crystals. This new currency appeared to possess significantly greater value. Given the two options available, Mubai had anticipated this outcome. The Cataclysm Tier 3 would undoubtedly exceed the restrictions of the Forbidden Divine Realm, thus rendering it unfeasible for transformation. He chose to ascend to Tier 1. For such an inherently high-tier entity, Mubai had no alternative but to seize the opportunity presented to him. As he made his decision, Frost sensed a terrifying power enveloping it. This force rapidly enhanced its form. A dense swirl of black and blue luminescence coalesced into a massive cocoon of light, enveloping Frost entirely. Thud! Thud! The luminous cocoon harbors a terrifying energy, pulsating continuously, its resonant sound echoing throughout the forsaken expanse. Even Rod, who was with closed eyes attuning to the essence of Franklin's soul, was startled into turning his gaze. In the next moment, he beheld an unforgettable spectacle. A roar that struck at the very core of one's being erupted forth, and the blue-black light cocoon shattered instantaneously. Following this, the frosty, dual-winged creature, now exceeding 5 meters in length, surged skyward with a powerful thrust. Its overall appearance remained largely unchanged, save for its bones deepening in density, glimmering with a metallic sheen, while the chill enveloping its surface intensified. An overwhelming draconic majesty radiated from it, causing Rod, a soul entity, to tremble uncontrollably, stammering, a dragon of royal lineage. The frost giant? How on earth did Lord Baiyi accomplish this? The frost seemed to acclimate to its new form, diving sharply and plummeting toward the earth in an instant. Soon after, it lifted its head, its entire body aligning parallel to the ground as it raced along the surface. With each beat of its frosty wings, the air in its wake froze instantaneously, forging a lengthy path of ice. Moments later, the frost excitedly returned to Mubai's side, its wings folding against the ground, head bowed, and jaws slightly parted. It astonishingly articulated, "Thank you, Master, for elevating Frost's existence. I shall strive to perform well. Such opportunities may arise again." Mubai nodded slightly, and promptly painted a vivid picture of promise for his first employee. "Yes, Master." Frost, having just tasted the sweetness of acknowledgement, wholeheartedly believed in this, its eyes glimmering with excitement as it repeatedly pledged loyalty. Its voice, youthful yet devoid of any childishness, resonated with assurance. Mubai opened Frost's panel once more, eager to discern the true strength of a mythical creature. Mount Space, 1-1 Frost, basic panel without halo, mythical mount, Frost Giant Dragon King, high-tier undead creature, level 0, cannot exceed player's level by more than 10, loyalty 100, influenced by the Deathmaster profession. Loyalty never decreases. Movement speed boost, land, sea, air, 800, health, 240 million, 240 million, mana, 200 million, 200 million, attack power, 120,000, spell power, 100,000, physical defense, 100,000, magical defense, 80,000, elemental resistances, ice 80, death 70, shadow 60, others 40. Skills, Frost Dragon Breath, Dragon Majesty. Size reduction. Upon leveling up sufficiently, additional skills will be automatically comprehended. Frost Dragon Breath inflicts 500 spell power ice damage within a 5-meter radius around the target every second, accompanied by severe injury and burn effects, lasting up to 30 seconds. Attack range, 50 meters, cooldown time, 120 seconds, consuming 2,000 mana points per second. Attack range. Attack distance are proportional to size. Dragon Might. The overwhelming pressure of the Dragon King instills fear in all beings within a 1,000-meter radius, diminishing the attributes of creatures with a life level lower than that of the Frost Dragon King by 10 to 50. The lower the life level, the more potent the effect of intimidation. In cases where there is a significant disparity in levels between both parties, the effectiveness of Dragon Might will be diminished. Size reduction. the ability to reduce one's size to a certain extent, facilitating combat or allowing entry into otherwise inaccessible locations. Is this truly a mythic-level creature? Even Mubai, a player blessed with extraordinary skills, was astounded by the Frost Dragon's entirely new attributes. Its attack power and other capabilities had witnessed a staggering 10-fold increase, while its health and mana had surged by an astonishing 20 times. Observing the Frost Dragon's initial level possessing an impressive 240 million health points, Mubai couldn't help but find amusement in his previous thoughts. He had underestimated the situation, once believing that a level 10 with a shared health bar of 100 million was exceedingly abnormal, even worrying about being banned from the multiverse game. In contrast, upon reflection, he realized that, when compared to a mythic-level being like the Frost Dragon, he was merely at the beginning of his journey. Naturally, Mubai noticed the absence of level restrictions on riding. He turned to Rod and said, "Don't be anxious, continue to absorb the experience." With that, Mubai lightly pushed off the ground and leaped onto the Frost Dragon's back. Little one, take a flight and explore. Chapter 57, The Indestructible Fate Box Master. Hold on tight. As the words of Frost echoed, an icy chill rapidly coalesced along its exterior and formed a throne of black and blue ice, adorned with intricately carved bone-like armrests. "You certainly know how to make an entrance," Mubai remarked, raising an eyebrow as he seated himself upon the throne. Despite the apparent frostiness that enveloped it, he felt no chill upon taking his place. At the sound of his master's praise, a glimmer of joy sparkled in Frost's eyes. Upon feeling Mubai settle in, Frost beat its mighty wings and ascended into the sky. To soar through the skies has long been the dream of many a human. Riding on the back of a colossal dragon offers a sensation entirely distinct from that of flying in an airplane. Through the gaps in Frost's skeletal frame, Mubai gazed down at the swiftly passing scenery below, marveling at the experience. He pondered whether he would one day ride a true divine dragon. Although Frost appeared impressive, it could not hold a candle to the legendary dragons. During the flight, Mubai sensed a delicate shield enveloping him, perfectly insulating him from the rushing wind. No matter how swiftly Frost flew, he felt no pressure from the gale. Alas, the barriers of the land of oblivion prevented Frost from soaring beyond its confines. Meanwhile, in various novice villages, players were still reeling from the shock of the mount rankings when an even greater surprise struck. "Quick, look! Bai's mount has changed." What does it mean to have changed? We're still in a novice village, and he has swapped mounts already? Am I imagining things? Just moments ago, it was a legendary Frost Dragon, and now it has transformed into a mythic Frost Dragon King. How could his mount have advanced so swiftly? I seriously suspect we're not playing the same game as Bai. Indeed, if we're tackling hellish difficulty, then Bai must be on an uncracked version. Alas, it's a pity that hellish difficulty and the uncracked version exist on the same server. Please, spare me. I'll go level up right now. Don't compare yourself to Bai. Think of something uplifting. I just saw the previous boss, and he has only level 3. I heard he awakened an F-grade talent. How hilarious. Now that you mention it, I feel much better. If I can't compete with Bai, can I not even surpass those greedy capitalists? Here, their money holds no power. Mubai remained blissfully unaware of the player's reactions, and even if he were aware, he would not concern himself with it. Especially after witnessing the newly unveiled attributes of Frost, his perspective had vastly broadened. After several minutes of flight, Mubai quelled his curiosity and commanded Frost to descend. Upon returning to their original spot, Rod was still with his eyes closed, attuning himself to Franklin's soul aura. Has he not sensed it yet? Mubai furrowed his brow at the sight. Beside him, Frost's surface shimmered with an icy blue glow as it shrank to the size of a palm and flitted to Mubai's shoulder, tilting its head in inquiry. "Master, what is he doing? Help me locate a lich's fate box." "A lich? I can sense it. Where is it?" Upon hearing this, Mubai's eyes brightened, and Rod also opened his eyes, casting a resentful glance at Frost. "Goodness, if you could sense this, why didn't you mention it earlier?" Mubai had not anticipated that Frost possessed such a capability. With a wave of his hand, he summoned back the entire skeleton legion into the summoning space, and soon, Under Frost's guidance, they discovered Franklin's life box. Current exploration degree, 95. Franklin's life box, epic item durability, 1-000-001-000-000. This life-saving artifact was meticulously crafted during Franklin's peak, containing the essence of his soul's fire. As long as the life box remains intact, the Lich shall not perish. The Lich's life box is the ultimate safeguard, typically impervious to destruction. Shattering it would lead to the complete demise of the forgotten Franklin. Goodness, a durability of 1-000-000. Mubai was somewhat astonished. The durability of this life box was extraordinarily high. Legendary equipment usually only boasts a durability of merely 1-000. After spending considerable time here, his several pieces of legendary equipment had each lost only 1 point of durability. How long would it take to destroy something like this? Moreover, the life box was quite small, measuring merely 30 centimeters in length and width, rendering the Skeleton Legion unable to fully unleash their power. After contemplating, Mubai inquired, "Frost, can you attempt to destroy this item?" "I shall give it a try." Mini Frost nodded, channeling Frost Dragon Breath, and unleashed it towards the life box. Boom! The terrifying chill intertwined with the searing dragon breath, and the two opposing forces merged flawlessly, washing over Franklin's life box. However, this seemingly inconspicuous box remained unscathed, its durability not diminishing in the slightest. I refuse to believe this. A flicker of anger crossed Frost's face as his diminutive form transformed into a streak of blue-black lightning, his dragon claws striking towards the life box. Bang! A resounding thud echoed, yet the life box sustained no damage. Frost shook his somewhat numb dragon claws, looking at Mubai with a sense of grievance. "I apologize, Master. My level is too low to inflict harm." Experiencing a setback on his first attempt clearly disheartened him. As a mythical creature, he found himself powerless against an epic Lich's life box. Truly humiliating. Oh no, disgraceful for a dragon. Is it truly that resilient? Mubai furrowed his brow, calling back the dejected Frost, his gaze sharpening. Death Gaze. However, the usually effective Death Gaze failed to manifest its power this time. The life box was a sealed entity. Although it harbored the essence of Franklin's soul fire, it was merely a box, rendering Death Gaze ineffective. At that moment, Franklin's raspy voice echoed from within the life box, mocking, "Human, surrender. At your current state, you are incapable of destroying my life box." Franklin's tone brimmed with confidence. Even at his peak, an epic creature, he had reached a formidable level of 200. Though bewildered by Mubai's ability to form a contract with the Frost Dragon King, it was evident that this Dragon King was in its nascent state and posed no threat to the life box he had painstakingly crafted during his prime. "Lord Bai, allow me to take this on." Rod suddenly spoke, having remained silent since his arrival. It seemed he had reached a momentous decision. "You? A mere remnant of a soul. What can you possibly achieve?" Franklin's derisive laughter echoed, yet Mubai comprehended the underlying truth. Surely, this must be the prelude to a dramatic demise. No wonder such a formidable fate box existed. Indeed, a flicker of resoluteness flashed in Rod's eyes as he intoned, "You shall soon discover what I am capable of." As his words fell, a radiant azure light erupted from his being. In the next instant, the fate box began to tremble violently, eliciting a terrified exclamation from Franklin. "Insect, what have you done?" "Huh, I have merely awakened those kin you devoured." Rod's voice was laced with fury, intertwined with the exhilaration of impending vengeance. As the brilliance intensified, his soul form became indistinguishable from human shape, transforming into a sphere of energy that enveloped the entire fate box. "Lord Bai, we are grateful for all you have done," Rod proclaimed in his final utterance. To everyone's astonishment, the once indomitable fate box began to open of its own accord. Inside, a flickering flame of soul quivered, yearning for a chance to escape. Yet, before it could flee, Mubai's left hand illuminated with a pale gray radiance, and the holy grimoire of death materialized. "What is this?" "No." Franklin's despairing cry echoed as his soul flame was utterly consumed by the holy grimoire of death. Chapter 58. The Picky Frost Update. You have received 1,000 soul points. By vanquishing the level 20 epic boss, the Forgotten One, Franklin, you have additionally gained a 70 experience boost, amounting to an experience increase of 75 million points. Congratulations to player by Yi for leveling up to level 20, with an increase of 1 in all attributes, 1 skill point, and 15 free attribute points. Before Mubai and Frost could fully comprehend the situation, the soul fire of Franklin had already been entirely consumed by the Death Codex. It wasn't until a flash of golden light that Mubai regained his senses. He stowed away the Death Codex, with a hint of bewilderment in his eyes. Wasn't soul extraction supposed to absorb the souls of creatures he had slain? Without having engaged in battle, how had it directly absorbed the soul? Moreover, why hadn't the previous undead bone dragon's soul energy been absorbed? Mubai rubbed his chin, still somewhat puzzled. However, he quickly dismissed the matter from his mind. His journey across the myriad realms had only just begun, and he would eventually uncover the answers. At present, the most important thing was that he could once again peruse the Death Codex. Mubai did not hasten to open the Death Codex, for the system notification had yet to conclude. You have completed the Hidden Quest Rod's request, gaining 10 million experience points and 1,000 gold coins. Current exploration level, 100. You have completed the epic quest The Trial of Sidu G. Please return to EC City to receive your reward from Sidu G. Rod's request could only be considered a mere prelude, with rewards that were rather simple, just experience and gold. Regardless of this task, Franklin was an inevitable target for Mubai. Any additional gains were indeed a boon. However, Rod's lingering soul had completely dissipated in order to unlock the fateful box. As the system notification came to an end, the experience bar from Mubai's recent level up surged significantly, reaching 46. The experience required to ascend from level 20 to level 21 had only increased by 2 million, totaling 22 million. Simultaneously, a portal appeared beside him, adorned with a countdown of 10 minutes. This was clearly the portal to return to EC City. 10 minutes? That should suffice. Mubai glanced at Frost perched upon his shoulder. Previously, in his quest to reach level 20, he had allocated experience acquisition solely to himself at a rate of 100. Now that he had achieved level 20, he wondered how far ahead he was compared to other players. It was time to elevate this creature's level as well. A mythical being, once matured, would become a formidable force. Yet, upon observing the experience required for Frost to level up, he was taken aback. Frost, level 0 experience, 0, 10. 0, 0, 0. Experience can be increased through the consumption of various materials, with ice-type materials yielding the highest conversion efficiency, followed by death-type materials. 100 times. He vaguely recalled that players required only 100 experience points to progress from level 0 to level 1. However, upon contemplating the terrifying attributes of Frost, Mubai suddenly felt that the requirement of 100-fold experience was somewhat insufficient. Initially, he had intended to distribute the experience points evenly in the future, but it now seemed unnecessary. Mubai resolved to continue enjoying the experience exclusively for himself, while Frost would rely on devouring materials for upgrades. After all, he could effortlessly obtain materials of varying levels, ensuring that Frost's progression would be swift. This approach would also not hinder his own advancement. Though he had already significantly outpaced other players, in Mubai's heart, they were never his rivals. His goal was to elevate his level at the fastest pace possible, acquiring the strength to establish himself in this forbidden land. With that thought in mind, Mubai retrieved the materials dropped by Reggie from his backpack, Deathly Bones 10 and Soul Residue 10. Both were dark gold tier materials, which Mubai had yet to utilize for his ascension. Frost merely glanced at the two types of materials before speaking. Master, these materials are far too lowly for me. They hold no value. A touch of surprise flickered across Mubai's brow. The discerning eye of a mythic creature indeed held high standards, deeming even dark gold materials unworthy. What about epic tier? A thought crossed Mubai's mind. Cataclysm. Target. Deathly Bones. Note. Please select the tier for Ascension. First, second, third. Click to view details. Upon inspecting the cost for sublimation, Mubai discovered that each deathly bone required 10,000 soul coins, a currency he lacked. Reluctantly, he proceeded to utilize this soul residue along with it. You have obtained epic tier material, Dragon Bone 10. You have obtained epic tier material, large soul residue 10. Not stopping there, Mubai again produced the 10 dragon bones dropped by Carcass. Cataclysm. You have obtained legendary tier material, giant dragon bone 10. Beside him, Frost watched this miraculous scene with eyes wide open, the flames of soul within her orbs dancing wildly. Was this the power that her master had previously bestowed upon her? It was simply extraordinary. Are these useful? Mubai inquired, gesturing toward the pile of materials. Frost nodded vigorously. Indeed. Master, are these all for me? Rest assured, there will be plenty more in the future. Just as Mubai's smile began to bloom, Frost reverted to her original form and swiftly devoured all the materials in one gulp. This entire process took less than a second. The next moment, Frost shrank again, perching on Mubai's shoulder, and let out a contented burp. Burp, thank you, Master. I will need some time to digest. Was that action a tad too swift? Mubai remarked, his lips twitching. Very well, take your time. Gazing at Frost's experience bar, which was pulsating with activity, Mubai then turned his attention to the location of the fate box. After the soul fire of Franklin was absorbed by the death's holy scripture, the fate box appeared to have lost its power and disintegrated into a pile of gold coins and items. These are the items revealed by Franklin. Mubai immediately noticed the pitch-black staff and the corner of an exquisite skill book peeking out from the pile of gold coins. Chapter 59, Abundant Harvest. You have acquired 1,200 gold coins. You have obtained 20 level 5 attribute gems. You have acquired 3 level 5 critical strike gems. You have obtained 3 level 5 damage gems. You have received 10 epic grade material, Millennium Ice Crystal. You have acquired 24 beginner soul stones. Franklin and Carcass collectively contributed 2,000 gold coins to Mubai. However, the gold coins were merely the least valuable among the items they dropped. Perhaps due to Franklin being a magic-type boss, the majority of the attribute gems he dropped were the mental attribute. This, in fact, was a stroke of good fortune for Mubai. Yet, what piqued his interest the most were the subsequent items. After collecting the heap of gold coins, 3 final items remained on the ground. In addition to the pitch-black staff and the exquisite skill book that Mubai had initially noticed, there was also a pair of ice blue trousers. At long last, he could replace his emerald green trousers. Mubai felt a flicker of joy. The trousers he currently wore were still the equipment dropped by minor monsters in the Misty Forest. Rapid leveling had its downsides, primarily that the equipment could not keep pace with his progress. He had originally planned to purchase a new set at a shop upon entering the city, hoping to make do with what he had after his promotion. However, the trial set by Siduji had left Mubai no time for preparation. Nevertheless, this had little impact, as low-level equipment offered minimal enhancement for him. His most significant improvements stemmed from the Death Grimoire and several pieces of epic grade or higher gear. Moreover, in the myriad realms of the game, equipment of epic grade and above would upgrade its base attributes every 5 levels, in accordance with the player's level. Thus, for Mubai, equipment of epic grade and above was of greater value. You have acquired the epic grade item, Ice Blue Magic Trousers. You have obtained the epic grade item, Forgotten One's Staff. You have received the A-class skill book, Summon Shadow Knight. Regrettably, he did not obtain the Death Decay. Mubai felt a tinge of disappointment. He was rather envious of Franklin's ultimate move. As an AoE skill, it appeared far more impressive and effective than Advanced Corpse Explosion. Nevertheless, he was already quite satisfied with the bounty from this quest. Carcass had contributed a mount, which Mubai had managed to exploit twice, thereby acquiring a mythical steed. Franklin also performed admirably, having contributed 3 pieces of epic-grade equipment, including the Curse Crown. After his demise, the equipment requirements for the Curse Crown had also changed, aligning closely with those of the Death Speaker's robe. Even the equipment level had been elevated from 10 to 120 to 10 to 200. The skill, Summon Shadow Knight, was also commendable. significantly enriching Su Mubai's repertoire of summoned units. This unit was more suited as a tank than the skeletal warriors. Curiously, the two pieces of equipment dropped by Franklin did not require identification. However, this was not a matter of concern for Su Mubai, who paid little heed to it. After glancing at the requirements and general attributes of the new items, he concentrated his thoughts and began to exploit them directly. Cataclysm. Objective: Ice Blue Magic Pants. Promotion to level 1. You have acquired the legendary item Frostguard. Frostguard, pants, cloth armor, level 10 to 200, legendary item, durability, 1000. Equipment requirement: Undead Mage class. Spirit 300. Base attributes: level 20, physical defense 240, magic defense 440, health 2400, mana 5600, all attributes 100. Affixes: 1, Spirit 10-2. Ice element resistance 33. When attacking enemies in close combat, their movement speed is reduced by 30. Skill: 1, Frostguard. Active skill harnesses the power of frost to encase oneself in ice, entering a temporary state of relative invulnerability. Instant release, lasting up to 10 seconds, cooldown time 10 minutes. Frost Guardian, a reliable ally. Upon observing the luxurious attributes of Frostguard, a glimmer of joy flashed in Su Mubai's eyes. Although this legendary equipment bore only one skill, it was an exceedingly rare invulnerability skill. While it may only offer relative invulnerability, it could prove life-saving in critical moments. According to the information provided by the multiverse game, there are no skills of absolute invulnerability in the Forbidden Lands. The limit of the Frostguard invulnerability skill is its capacity to perfectly withstand the full force attacks of level 200 legendary creatures. Should the attacks exceed this threshold, Frostguard faces the risk of being breached. The greater the excess, the quicker the breach. Nevertheless, Su Mubai was merely at level 20. In the short term, this skill would be entirely sufficient. Without hesitation, he exchanged the emerald pants for Frostguard, then turned his gaze to the Forgotten One's staff. This was a weapon wielded by liches, undoubtedly more suitable for Su Mubai than the Witheredwood staff. Cataclysm. Objective: Forgotten One's staff. Promotion to level 1. You have acquired the legendary item the Sorrow of the Forgotten. The Sorrow of the Forgotten staff, level 10 to 200, legendary item, durability, 1000. Equipment requirement: advanced hidden class of Undead Mage, Spirit 500. Base attributes: level 20, spell power 2400, spell critical hit 10, critical damage 20, all attributes 100. Affixes: 1, Spirit 10-2. Casting speed 23. Summoning space 50. Attached skill: the Sorrow of the Forgotten. Active skill inflicts 1000 spell power in mixed frost, death, and shadow elemental damage within a 100-meter radius around the target, causing all enemies within the area to forget their skills for the next 5 seconds. Casting time 3 seconds. Cooldown time 10 minutes. Forgetfulness, the most complete form of liberation. Summoning space 50. Su Mubai's attention was immediately drawn to this affix, his excitement palpable. In the multiverse game, calculations for additions and subtractions are performed first, followed by percentages. In other words, this singular attribute can augment the number of Su Mubai's skeletal legion by a staggering 1,000. With this particular trait, other attributes pale in significance. Even if this staff offered no additional benefits, Su Mubai would resolutely equip it. The only aspect worth noting is the equipment requirement for the Woe of the Forgotten. An advanced hidden class? This is yet another novel term, prompting Su Mubai to unconsciously stroke his chin. It appears that hidden classes also possess levels. However, the specifics of this classification remain unclear. Is the Death Sovereign, this exclusive hidden class, the pinnacle of such ranks? When the multiverse game descended, although a plethora of foundational data and information was provided, numerous elements still necessitated players to explore and comprehend within the game itself. Su Mubai duly noted this information and subsequently equipped the staff that was more befitting of his prowess. As for the Witheredwood staff, it was naturally time for retirement. Finally, his gaze fell upon the skill book, and a glimmer of excitement illuminated Su Mubai's eyes. In comparison to equipment, the value of advanced skills is undeniably greater. Cataclysm. Target, summon Shadow Knight. Chapter 60. Summoning the Headless Horseman. Just as Mubai was about to delve into the details, a sudden realization struck him, prompting him to exclaim, "Cancel!" He nearly overlooked this crucial aspect. He opened his attribute panel to inspect his remaining skill points. Regrettably, neither Karkas nor Franklin had dropped any intermediate skill books. Mubai pursed his lips, as he had anticipated acquiring some skill points from these two bosses. Nevertheless, with the additional 50 points from the solo first kill of the epic boss, he currently possessed a total of 62 skill points. This was sufficient. If he were to allocate them to upgrade Death Drain feedback, he could elevate it by 6 levels, while Death Gaze would only increase by 1. Clearly, it was more advantageous to enhance Summon Shadow Knight. Upon advancing from an A-level skill to S-level, the required skill points for further upgrades would indeed escalate. The optimal choice was to upgrade first, preserving the skill level upon advancement. You have surpassed the skill learning requirements for your profession. You have acquired the new skill, Summon Shadow Knight. Mubai, disinterested in the skill details, promptly maxed out this skill in one go. Similar to Summon Skeleton, this summoning skill could only be upgraded to level 9, consuming 18 skill points. Cataclysm. Target, Summon Shadow Knight. Please select the promotion tier. Tier 1, Tier 2, Tier 3. Click to view details. Option 1. Promote to S-level skill, Summon Headless Horseman, no cost. Option 2. Sublimate to SS level skill, Summon Abyss Knight, cost 100 million soul coins. Option 3. Cataclysm to SSS level skill, Summon Death Knight, cost 10,000 years of lifespan. Although he was tempted by the SS level Abyss Knight and the SSS level Death Knight, Mubai ultimately resigned himself to a reluctant choice. He selected the first tier, this torment of witnessing something desirable yet unattainable, always forced to opt for the free option. Who can understand that? Your A-level skill Summon Shadow Knight has been promoted to S-level skill Summon Headless Horseman. Before he could examine the attributes of his new skill, an unexpected system prompt rang out. Notice, the Headless Horseman is a high-ranking commander unit. Your summoning space branch has been unlocked. Initial Commander Space 1. Commander units? Branch unlocked. Commander Space? This brief notification contained a wealth of information. Mubai was momentarily taken aback, then opened his attribute panel to gaze at the summoning space section. He noticed that beneath the original summoning space, a new summoning space had appeared, albeit with different suffixes. Summoning space 340-1340, normal, summoning space 020, commander, was the initial value not 1? Observing the newly added commander summoning space, Mubai's eyes brimmed with confusion. The normal summoning space had increased by 1,000 due to the attribute of Forgotten's Grief. The commander space was invoked due to the death summoning. Mubai immediately recalled the SS skill associated with this profession. He promptly began to examine the equipment and skills that could enhance the summoning space. As expected, with the unlocking of the summoning space branch, the descriptions of these items and abilities exhibited subtle changes. The entries for Summoning Space Expansion and Forgotten One's Lament now included the term Ordinary. However, the Death Summoning skill remained unchanged. Death Summoning, SS, passive skill, no level. Skill effects. 1. Casting time for summoning skills reduced by 75. 2. Cooldown time for summoning skills reduced by 75. 3. Attributes of summoned creatures increased by 100. 4. Maximum summoning space expanded to tenfold. It was precisely the fourth effect of Death Summoning, combined with Mubai's profession's disaster transformation characteristic, that granted him a total of 20 commander summoning spaces, truly deserving of its SS classification. Having discovered the reason, Mubai then turned his attention to the newly learned skill. The title Commander Troops sounded significantly more formidable than ordinary troops. Summon Headless Knight. S. Level 905. Active skill. Summon a Headless Knight to fight for you. Casting time. 5 seconds. Cooldown time. 10 minutes. Mana cost. 5,000 points. The Headless Knight's attributes are enhanced by the player's mental attribute. I am eager to see what distinguishes the commander troops. Mubai raised an eyebrow and wielded his staff. Summon Headless Knight. A pale gray portal materialized beside Mubai. The frost, currently digesting materials on his shoulder, glanced up momentarily before closing its eyes once more. Top, top, top. Two Headless Knights appeared side by side, clad in black heavy armor. Their armor bore the scars of time and battle. One hand tightly gripped the reins while the other held a conical knight's lance. Beneath them, their skeletal steeds stood tall and imposing, also adorned in heavy armor, their hooves ignited with green flames, and their eyes flickering with ghostly light, emanating an aura of chilling death. Despite being called Headless Knights, they wore metallic helmets upon their necks. It was only when the two Headless Knights casually removed their helmets and respectfully bowed to Mubai that he realized beneath the helmets were merely flickering soul flames. There were no skulls to be found. This presence was indeed far more formidable than that of ordinary skeletons. Observing the imposing Headless Knights, Mubai nodded in satisfaction. However, he did not hasten to inspect their data. Instead, he focused his thoughts. Disaster. Target, Headless Knight. Prompt. Do you wish to confirm the replacement of the previous effect and promote the skill to summon Shadow Knights? Cancel. Receiving the same response as when he previously attempted to upgrade the skeletons. Mubai furrowed his brow and glanced at the frost that was digesting materials with closed eyes. Why could the frost, being a summoned entity, upgrade a second time, while the skeletons and Headless Knights could not? Could it be that the latter two are merely summoned by skills? Or perhaps those summoned by skills are not genuine beings? At this thought, Mubai felt a vague suspicion arise within him. This notion could be gleaned from the panels of the three entities. The frost creature possesses a life level, whereas the skeleton and the Headless Knight do not. Regardless of their formidable attributes, they are merely summoned entities. Much like the Headless Knight and the Skeleton Legion previously summoned by Franklin, the panels consistently indicate summoned creatures, and defeating them yields no experience points. Although he was unable to exploit the system this time, Mubai's understanding of the myriad worlds of the game advanced further. How could one level up? Mubai suddenly noticed that after the skill Summon Headless Knight was upgraded, it could indeed be allocated additional points. Glancing at the attributes of the Headless Knight, Mubai expended 5 skill points to elevate this skill to level 10. However, the skill level could still be enhanced. After comparing the changes post-upgrade, a look of realization dawned upon Mubai, and he promptly allocated all remaining skill points to this skill. Remaining skill points: 4. Summon Headless Knight, LV 17. Chapter 61. Commander of Troops, additional update. Headless Knight. No aura attributes. Strength, 16,556. Constitution, 16,556. Agility, 16,556. Spirit, 16,556. Health points, 165, 5600. Attack power, 16556. Physical defense, 33112. Magical defense, 33112. Elemental resistance, Death 20. Shadow 20. Skills, Death Charge LV 9. Headless Immunity LV 9. Death Charge S. Level 9. Charges towards the target at 900 speed, inflicting 900 damage to all enemies in its path. During the charge, strength effects are amplified by 900, and it is unstoppable, immune to control skills. Charge distance, 10 to 200 meters. Cooldown time, 60 seconds. Headless Immunity S. Immunity to all negative effects targeting the head, such as blindness, dizziness, etc. Legion. Summon Shadow Knights to join the Legion, with a maximum summon quantity equal to 42. 5 of the player's commanding summon capacity, discarding decimals, with a minimum summon of 2. Dominion, Defense Aura LV 17. Within a 340-meter radius, all allied units receive a 17 increase in both defenses. Effects do not stack. Being headless, it naturally cannot be dizzy. So this is the commander troop. Mubai gazed in astonishment at the attributes of the Headless Knight. As a summoned entity, the Headless Knight received a slightly higher spiritual attribute bonus than the skeleton. After reaching level 20, Mubai's advanced equipment had all been enhanced, bringing his spirit to an impressive 1533 points. The skeleton had a 0.6 bonus, while the Headless Knight enjoyed a 1. with each level increase in skills. There is also a 10 boost to the attributes of the summoned creature. However, beyond level 9, skill points will no longer enhance the Headless Knight's 4-dimensional attributes and skill levels, but will instead augment the number of Legion and the level of the Dominion aura. For each level gained, the former increases the summon quantity by 2. 5, while the latter enhances the dual defense effect by 1. Remarkably, it even comes with a squad of Shadow Knights. Mubai had not anticipated that this skill could indeed be nested. He originally thought that the first summon capable of nesting would be the Necromancer. Collecting 160 Shadow Knights was quite an achievement. Nodding in satisfaction, Mubai glanced at the countdown for the teleportation portal and waved his hand to commence a series of summons. Soon, 20 Headless Knights formed a line before him, with 160 Shadow Knights neatly arranged behind them. Although these Shadow Knights possessed only half the attributes of the Headless Knights, lacking elemental resistance and the 2 S-class skills, they were instead equipped with a B-class skill. Shadow Charge. B, level 9, charges towards the target at 300 speed, inflicting 300 damage to all enemies in its path. During the charge, strength effects are amplified by 300. Charge distance, 10 to 100 meters, cooldown time, 60 seconds. It remains uncertain how high the summoned Headless Knight skill can be leveled. Mubai gazed upon his knightly legion. With a grand gesture, he summoned them all into the command space. The Shadow Knights, existing alongside the Headless Knight, did not occupy the command space. As he summoned the Headless Knight, Mubai simultaneously replenished the summoning space, with the Curse Crown acting as a power bank. He hardly needed to worry about his mana. There were 340 skeletons, including 540 skeleton warriors and 400 archers and mages each. Among them, 40 skeleton warriors were designated to remain in the summoning space until he resolved the flaw of life sharing. The scene increasingly resembled that of a plague legion. Observing the densely packed army before him, a glimmer of excitement flickered in Mubai's eyes. However, he quickly regained his composure and, with a thought, recalled the army into the summoning space. Instantly, the Forgotten Land was left with only Mubai and Frost, enveloped in an eerie silence. Mubai turned to Frost and smiled slightly. "Little one, you digest quite swiftly, don't you? I am a Dragon King." Frost proudly raised his head. In just a few minutes, his level had already ascended to 6. "Master, may I have that Millennium Ice Crystal?" A glint of longing flashed in Frost's eyes. Ice-type materials were his utmost favorite. Of course, but wait for a moment. Mubai nodded slightly and directly utilized Cataclysm to elevate the epic Millennium Ice Crystal to the legendary 10,000-year Ice Crystal. A dense chill immediately emanated, and Frost's eyes sparkled. As if he had caught the scent of blood, he eagerly exclaimed, "Master, I want it." At those words, Mubai involuntarily shivered and swiftly tossed the 10,000-year ice crystal to Frost. The latter swallowed it eagerly and then closed his eyes once more. With a thought, Mubai recalled Frost into the mount space and turned to step into the portal. "You have returned to East Sea City." As the white light faded, Mubai once again set foot on the soil of East Sea City. It was still the same teleportation plaza, and even the coordinates were identical to when he had departed. The vast plaza remained empty, with him as the sole occupant. The affluent position was still at the novice village number 9527. Not even this fellow had managed to reach level 10, let alone other players. With no players around, who would he earn money from? He wondered if he could trade directly with the locals of the divine Forbidden Land now. Would this fellow incur penalties for being unable to leave the novice village? Reflecting on the resolute contract signed with Rich beyond measure, Mubai couldn't help but chuckle. However, after his journey to the Forgotten Land, he need not wait for the 500 gold coins to commence his next plan. Noticing the 160 gold coins resting in his bag, Mubai waved his hand to summon Frost. The latter promptly restored his form, and once again, the Frost throne coalesced upon his back. At this moment, his level had risen to 7. Roar! With a mighty roar, Frost soared into the sky, carrying Mubai with him. Chapter 62. Even in the Forbidden Lands, one must navigate human affairs do not quarrel. Mubai gently tapped his foot, unfurling the map of EC City. intent on locating the nearest jewelry processing shop. His backpack contained a plethora of gemstones waiting to be set. In the realm of the myriad worlds, golden and dark golden equipment could accommodate a single gem. Epic gear could hold 2, legendary items 3, and mythical gear 4. The 2 formidable bosses, the undead bone dragon, Kakusi and the Forgotten One, Franklin had bestowed upon Mubai a total of 40 level 5 gems, nearly half of which were imbued with mental attributes, amounting to an impressive 18 gems. However, Mubai did not hastily seek to enhance these gems. Instead, he aimed to first assess the situation at the jewelry processing shop. Yet, fate had other plans. As Frost, his mount, took to the skies, they encountered an obstruction. In the distance, a squadron of griffins soared towards them at breakneck speed, each bearing a rider. Upon observing their standardized gear, Mubai quickly surmised the nature of their approach. He had inadvertently crossed paths with the guards of EC City. Had he unwittingly attracted attention due to a surge in teleportation energy? Mubai pondered, signaling Frost a halt. However, he was soon taken aback. The squad leader gestured emphatically for him to cease and barked, "Are you unaware that flying is prohibited in EC City? There exists such a regulation?" Mubai furrowed his brow but complied, guiding Frost to descend to the ground. What choice did he have, given the creature's ominous level was denoted by 3 question marks? Not only did he lack visibility into the squad leader's level, but he could not discern the ranks of the 5 accompanying soldiers either. In the myriad worlds, the ability to probe an opponent's panel information is solely dictated by strength. If one's prowess is comparable, even a 20-level difference might still yield some insight. Conversely, the greater the disparity in strength, the less information could be gleaned. Before him, the guards were but names, illustrating the formidable status of EC City as one of the 10 first-tier main cities. The squad leader swiftly dismounted from his griffin and approached Mubai with purpose. Yet, he failed to notice that his griffin, upon landing, instinctively lowered its head, its body trembling slightly. The remaining griffins in the air grew restless, prompting the guards to tighten their grip on the reins in an attempt to soothe them. Though these griffins possessed considerable strength, they were still subdued in the presence of Frost. This was the terrifying might of a Dragon King. Nonetheless, the guards quickly acclimated to the overwhelming power, their fears subsiding as their bodies ceased to quiver. A frost dragon? The squad leader cast a surprised glance at the majestic creature beside Mubai, a flicker of astonishment crossing his features. Yet, steeling himself to fulfill his duty, he presented Mubai with a citation. "Your name is Bai, correct? Given that you are a newcomer and unfamiliar with the regulations of EC City, I shall impose a fine of merely 100 gold coins this time. Should you transgress again, the consequences will not be so lenient." Perhaps due to the presence of Frost, the squad leader, after finishing his words, took the liberty to remind. To fly within EC City, one must first obtain a flight certificate. It was evident that such a certificate was not easily attainable. However, the newcomer who commanded a frost dragon undoubtedly possessed the qualifications. Nevertheless, even with the frost dragon's arrival in EC City, adherence to local regulations was imperative. 100 gold coins? Why not just rob it? Mubai rolled his eyes and inquired after receiving the fine. "May I ask, where is Lord City Master Situ G at the moment?" A newly arrived individual would hardly know the name of the city master. The squad leader's eyes widened in astonishment as he noticed that this newcomer had already reached level 20. If memory served, the newcomers had only descended yesterday, making his rapid advancement astonishing. Furthermore, he commanded a frost dragon. It was no wonder he had connections with the city master. The squad leader's mind raced, and he discreetly retracted the fine, his expression shifting to a smile. "Little brother, had I known you were acquainted with the city master, I would have realized this was a case of the flood overwhelming the Dragon King's temple. What business do you have with the city master?" "The city master has set a trial for me, which I have now completed, hence I must report back," Mubai replied with a slight smile. It appeared that even in the realm of divine prohibitions, human connections remained essential. The squad leader's demeanor shifted, and he regarded Mubai with newfound respect. "I shall escort you to the city master's residence." With that, the squad leader summoned a griffin and mounted it. "Little brother, Keep up. Can you fly? It seems we must expedite matters. We cannot keep the city master waiting. Just as he prepared to take flight, he sensed something amiss with the griffin beneath him. Creature, is this all the courage you possess? A mere juvenile dragon has you quaking in fear. He awkwardly smiled at Mubai. Mubai promptly signaled Frost to retract its dragon might, allowing the griffin to soar into the sky. Frost followed closely behind, and soon they arrived at the city master's residence in EC City. Plans had to be adjusted. The intended visit to the jewelry workshop would have to be postponed. However, this location was also one of Mubai's objectives. Little brother, this is the city master's residence. We shall dismount. Before the squad leader could finish, a powerful energy enveloped them. The air distorted as Situ Ji emerged, standing mid-air with a staff in hand. What brings you here? Upon seeing Mubai, a flicker of surprise crossed Situ Ji's face. He had sensed the proximity of a mythical creature, albeit a feeble one, prompting him to investigate personally. He had not anticipated encountering Mubai again. However, his gaze quickly shifted to Frost, a dragon king-level frost dragon. The squad leader's pupils widened in disbelief, momentarily forgetting that he had yet to greet the city master. Only then did Situ-ji notice the overlooked squad leader, and with a wave of his hand, he said, "All right, you may attend to your business." Upon hearing this, the latter immediately mounted his griffin and departed. He was acutely aware that the forthcoming matters were beyond the purview of a mere squad leader. "Young one, your prowess far exceeds my expectations," Situ-ji observed closely, scrutinizing Mubai. In his estimation, the latter should still be in the land of oblivion at this moment. Such rapid progress should not be attainable before professional advancement. City Lord Mubai began to speak, but was promptly interrupted by Situ-ji's wave. "Follow me. This is not a place for conversation." With that, he shook his staff, conjuring a portal, and stepped through. "Remember to have that young one shrink down. My reception room cannot withstand his antics." Chapter 63. Profession Advancement. In the requirements of the Divine Dragon Hall upon hearing the words, Ice Frost bared his teeth, but refrained from uttering a sound. He could sense the formidable strength emanating from the elder. "Master, please proceed inside." Ice Frost's voice resonated as he extended his head toward the portal. Mubai nodded slightly and stepped through. Immediately following, Ice Frost's form shimmered with an icy blue radiance, swiftly diminishing in size as he entered after Mubai. With a hum, the portal sealed shut, restoring tranquility over the Lord S Manor. Within the reception hall of the Lord S Manor, Situ-ji occupied the main seat, his gaze fixed upon Ice Frost perched on Mubai's shoulder. He remained silent, staring intently for a full 10 minutes. During this time, Ice Frost's level had ascended to level 8 through the absorption of energy. "Old man, have you finished observing?" Ultimately, Ice Frost could no longer hold back and challenged Situ-ji. Mubai, upon hearing this, gently patted Ice Frost's head and inquired with curiosity, "Lord, is there an issue with Ice Frost?" "No issue at all," Situ-ji replied, shaking his head as he withdrew his gaze. He leisurely lifted the teacup from the table and took a sip before continuing, "Your ability to emerge from the land of oblivion so swiftly is indeed remarkable. It seems your profession is more intricate than merely being a dominator." At these words, Mubai felt a tightening in his chest. He was acutely aware that any encounter with a powerful being from the realm of divine prohibitions would inevitably reveal his secrets. Yet, avoiding such encounters would hinder his rapid growth. The Land of Oblivion had significantly enhanced his abilities. Without this task, reaching level 20 would have been unattainable, let alone acquiring high-tier equipment, skills, or the mythical steed, Ice Frost. Hence, this posed an inextricable dilemma. Even outside the city, he might encounter formidable foes, such as Huaijian. Despite the tumult of thoughts swirling within, Mubai maintained an expression of feigned confusion and asked, "Is there a distinction among dominator professions?" Situ-ji regarded Mubai with a profound gaze before shaking his head. "This is something I'm also uncertain about. Do not be anxious. I harbor no ill intentions toward you. Since you have completed the trial, I shall certainly answer some of your inquiries." As his words fell, a system notification chimed in Mubai's ears. "You have completed the epic quest, Situ-ji's trial." Is that all? What about the quest rewards? The system notification abruptly ceased, prompting Su Mubai to glance at Situji. So, you merely intend to provide me with information regarding the Death Dominator? He mused inwardly, lamenting the lack of exquisite equipment or skills, at the very least, some experience and currency. Despite his internal grievances, Su Mubai donned a facade of earnest attentiveness. After all, the information he sought was indeed crucial to him. Let us begin with your profession. Situji set down his teacup and gradually unfolded the narrative for Su Mubai. Upon concluding his exposition, Su Mubai's comprehension of the myriad realms of the game and the domain of divine prohibitions deepened significantly. In the realm of myriad games, professions are also classified into tiers. However, unlike the multiple tiers of equipment, there are only 4 tiers of professions. 1. Ordinary professions. 2. Hidden professions. 3. Advanced hidden professions. And 4. Exclusive hidden professions. Su Mubai's profession, Lord of Death, is the highest tier of exclusive hidden professions. Normally, such a transition is unattainable at this stage. Even hidden professions can only be accessed by players after reaching level 30. Even C2G could not fathom why Su Mubai was able to transition to Lord of Death from the outset. Unbeknownst to him, this profession was a result of a bug exploited by Su Mubai. Lord, what do you mean by advancement? Su Mubai keenly grasped the information in C2G's words and directly voiced his confusion. Advancement signifies breaking through limits, aligning oneself more closely with the profession. In truth, even for ordinary professions, lower-level adventurers cannot fully unleash their potential. Level 29 represents a bottleneck. Only by breaking through can one elevate their level and maximize their professional capabilities. This is the essence of advancement. At this juncture, C2G paused, gazing at Su Mubai as he continued. The power of the lore profession far exceeds your imagination. After advancing, its might will gradually unfold. What you currently possess is merely the surface. Su Mubai is gaze sharpant, a tripling of attribute bonuses and a tripling of free attribute points. Was this merely the surface? To what incredible extent would the Lord of Death ascend after advancement? Young one, do not rejoice too soon. Situji observed Su Mubai, lifting his teacup for a sip. The ascent from an ordinary profession to the second tier is almost effortless, but you are different. The stronger the profession, the more challenging the breakthrough becomes. Please enlighten me, Lord. Su Mubai understood that the forthcoming information was of utmost importance. Enlightenment is perhaps too grand a term. C2G waved his hand dismissively. I do possess some knowledge regarding the Lord of Death. He cast a glance at the frost perched on Su Mubai's shoulder and smiled. Before you transcend the limits of the divine, forbidden lands, I believe advancement will pose no issue for you. What I wish to convey is the method of advancing as the Lord of Death. Su Mubai's demeanor grew increasingly serious as he focused intently on C2G, awaiting further elaboration. To advance as the Lord of Death, one must experience an abundance of death. Experience an abundance of death? Su Mubai was taken aback. Does this imply I should die more often? C2G discerned his confusion at a glance and shook his head. It is not about your demise. Rather, you must take lives, numerous lives, and they must be human. The creatures spawned by the myriad games, which can respawn upon death, will provide no assistance to your advancement. Upon hearing this, Su Mubai suddenly felt a chill envelop the reception room. C2G regarded Su Mubai with utmost seriousness, enunciating each word clearly. I hope you can grant me a request. Please, Lord, speak. This is the request made to you by the Elder of the Dragon Temple. C2G shook his head and explained. The purpose of the Dragon Temple's existence is to safeguard the entire Dragon Empire. As he spoke, he raised his head, his gaze seemingly piercing through the ceiling. In the near future, the sacred Forbidden Land is destined to erupt into a great war. Only through unification can humanity truly earn the right to step into the myriad realms. Upon saying this, C2G withdrew his gaze and turned to Su Mubai. The Dragon Temple hopes you will advance in another nation. It is evident that for C2G to make such a request, the ascension of the Death Sovereign requires the shedding of countless lives. Although Su Mubai understood this, He was already at level 20 and would soon be able to undergo his first ascension. If he complied with this request, how could he advance himself? The borders had yet to open. Situji noticed Su Mubai's predicament and gently waved his hand, causing a dense elemental force to coalesce before him into a figure. This person possesses a treasure that can transcend national boundaries. Your task is to locate him, though even the Dragon Temple is unaware of his whereabouts. As he spoke, Situji flipped his wrist, revealing a letter and a parchment in his palm. Once you find him, deliver this letter, and he will undoubtedly agree to provide you with that treasure. Naturally, he may ask you to assist him in locating certain items in return. In exchange, you shall receive this parchment, which contains clues regarding a set of gear for the Death Sovereign class. Placing the letter and parchment on the table, Situji gazed at Su Mubai with a serious expression. Bai Yi, will you sign a contract with the Dragon Temple? You may contemplate this. Currently, the Myriad Realms game imposes certain restrictions upon us, but should you enter into a contract, any breach would allow the Dragon Temple to act against you without constraint. Should he aim for rapid advancement within the Dragon Empire at the risk of offending the Dragon Temple? Or should he acquiesce to Situji's request, fostering a good relationship with the Dragon Temple in exchange for clues about the class gear? In truth, compliance was the most prudent choice. The only dilemma for Su Mubai was how to locate this individual, as the Dragon Temple offered no leads. If he remained unable to find him, would he not be perpetually hindered in his advancement? Su Mubai furrowed his brow as he regarded the figure, his expression suddenly shifting. The only obstacle had vanished. As a citizen of the Dragon Empire, was there truly any need for further deliberation? I shall sign. Chapter 64, The Eastern Sea Token. A new home, updated. Did you really not consider it? Situji looked at Su Mubai with astonishment. He was acutely aware that this request was far from simple for the descendants. That individual was notoriously elusive, frequently going off the grid, and even he could not guarantee finding him in the short term. Without hesitation, I too wish to visit the kingdom of cherry blossoms. So Mubai smiled slightly, his gaze resolute. Wasn't that figure Huai Jian? He was still waiting for Su Mubai to collect 10,000 ancient gold coins for him. And he had contact information. Was it necessary to search? This would also provide an opportunity to unlock that treasure chest. Ha ha ha, splendid. Situji had not anticipated Su Mubai's swift agreement. Laughing heartily, I did not misjudge you. As his words fell, a contract for the multiverse game materialized before Su Mubai. He glanced at its contents and promptly affixed his signature. Notice, you have entered into a contract with the Dragon Temple. In the future, you may only advance in other nations. Should you breach this contract, you will be pursued by the Dragon Temple. If the Dragon Empire unifies the divine Forbidden Land, this contract shall become void. Do not worry. We will assist in locating Huai Jian and will inform you immediately with any information. After signing the contract, Situji was in high spirits, patting Su Mubai's shoulder with a smile. Notice, Situji has added you as a friend. Once you reach the 3rd tier, I will recommend you for membership in the Dragon Temple. Thank you, City Lord. Su Mubai put away the envelope and parchment, expressing his gratitude to Situji. You have made concessions for the Dragon Empire, and we old-timers certainly cannot allow you to feel disheartened. Situji raised his teacup and drained it in one gulp, casually tossing a token to Su Mubai, saying, Take this. With it, you shall navigate freely within Eastern Sea City. Eastern Sea Token 007, a special item. A token personally crafted by City Lord Situji in exceedingly limited quantity. Possessing it designates you as the owner of Courtyard 007 in Eastern Sea City. Exclusive to Bai Yi. Upon receiving the unassuming Eastern Sea token, Su Mubai expressed his gratitude once more. What would this token evolve into after promotion? However, Su Mubai did not intend to promote. It was a symbol of status, typically bestowed by those in power, and the possessor would certainly have their information recorded. Promoting the Eastern Sea token offered no advantage to him at present. It was quite a surprise to acquire a courtyard without cost. In the multiverse game, there was no such thing as logging out. Players had to find their own resting places at night. The most economical option was to purchase a tent and survive in the wilderness, albeit with considerable danger. For safety, one had to remain within the city while resting. One could buy a house or rent a room, but all of this required money. Therefore, it was impossible for ordinary players to slack off in the multiverse game. Unless one became a full-time lifestyle player, they would have to venture out daily to slay monsters. With the 007 courtyard, Mubai had finally secured a foothold in Eastern Sea City. The courtyard bestowed by the city lord would certainly not be inexpensive. However, Mubai was more curious about the extent of Situ G's promise of unfettered movement. With the token withdrawn, Mubai tentatively inquired with this. Can I fly in Donghai City? Not only can you fly, but you could also commit acts of violence within the city without consequence. Really? Mubai's eyes sparkled at the response. Situ G coughed, but do not slay too many. Rest assured, I shall only eliminate a few enemies. Mubai narrowed his eyes slightly. Being able to kill within the city meant that Zhao Su and Lu Ruyan would have nowhere to hide. That is good. Situ G sighed in relief, slowly rising to his feet and raising his staff as two portals opened simultaneously. I must visit the headquarters of the Divine Dragon Palace. You should take a look at your new home. With that, Situ G stepped into one of the portals, vanishing from sight. Mubai, filled with envy, also entered the other portal. He wondered if he could learn such a skill that allowed one to traverse anywhere at will. Crossing through the portal, Mubai found himself standing outside a spacious courtyard surrounded by tall, sturdy walls. A formidable metal gate adorned with mysterious patterns marked the entrance, flanked by two guards wielding long spears. His sudden appearance naturally attracted the attention of the guards. Clang! The spears crossed in front of Mubai. This is a private courtyard. Entry is forbidden. The city lord is quite generous, Mubai mused, gazing contentedly at his new abode, and promptly tossed the Donghai token to the guards. This courtyard was significantly larger than the villa he had in Blue Star. It is Lord Bay. Upon receiving the token, the guards displayed evident astonishment, immediately returning it to Mubai with great reverence. At that moment, another guard presented him with a land deed. Lord Bay, this will now be your private domain. Should you encounter any trouble, feel free to notify us. You have obtained land D number 007. Watching the guards retreat, Mubai finally pushed open the gate and entered the courtyard. With the deed in his possession, he could come and go as he pleased, while others would require his consent. Would you like to change the name of the courtyard? As he stepped inside, the system notification chimed in his ear. After a moment's contemplation, he declared, Bay Courtyard. The name is rather uninspired. Perhaps my adoptive fathers could offer some suggestions, and the most liked could replace it. Esteemed Lord of Bay Courtyard, welcome home. Would you like to designate Bay Courtyard as your teleportation point and resurrection point in Donghai City? Replace. Having completed these adjustments, Mubai made his way to the pavilion within the courtyard, where the back of his hand shimmered with a faint light as the Death Codex materialized. Franklin had generously bestowed upon him 1,000 soul points. He could delve into his studies once more. Chapter 65, a new SSS skill. This time, as Mubai opened the Grimoire of Death, he distinctly felt a resistance. As his 1,000 soul points rapidly diminished, this resistance gradually lessened, until his soul points reached 0. Mubai felt a sudden lightness in his hand, and the Grimoire of Death was opened once more. The ancient and enigmatic inscriptions remained indecipherable to him. The chilling force of death descended again, infusing Mubai's mind with a torrent of information. After a considerable duration, the Grimoire of Death closed again, manifesting as a mark upon the back of Mubai's hand. He suddenly experienced an epiphany, as the influx of information brought a gleam of joy to his face. Simultaneously, a system notification echoed in his ears. You have acquired the new skill, Death Domain Leap. Death Domain Leap, SSS, Level 1 050, active skill. Traverse the realm of death, moving at will. Skill effects, 1. Utilize the Death Domain as a springboard to instantaneously leap to a designated location, cleansing all negative effects from oneself. 2. Upon leaping, be shielded by the power of death, rendering oneself immune to all damage and negative effects for 3 seconds. 3. Create a death curtain between two coordinates, allowing you and designated allies to traverse freely. Non-designated units cannot interact with the death curtain, and attacks will pass through it seamlessly. 4. The size and position of the death curtain can be altered at your will. While it exists, allies passing through will not perish, and even if their life reaches 0, they can continue to fight. Instant release. Leap cooldown, 15 seconds. Consuming 1 of maximum mana, with a casting range of 200 meters. Death curtain cooldown, 120 seconds. Consuming 1 of maximum mana per second, lasting up to 30 seconds. With a casting range of 500 meters. Where your thoughts direct, your legion swiftly arrives. Once again, an SSS level skill. Precisely the type of mobility skill Mubai currently lacked. Upon his class change, he had merely awakened an A-level skill and an S skill. After the Book of Death ascended to the Grimoire of Death, he had astonishingly acquired 2 SSS level skills in succession. This remarkable enhancement left even Mubai astounded. Recalling the words of Sidhu, Mubai speculated that it might be related to his promotion. A-level and S-level skills evidently did not align with the prestige of the Death Sovereign class. With a 15-second cooldown on Death Domain Leap, his agility would be significantly augmented. Moreover, the subsequent 3 seconds of invincibility conferred by this SSS level skill far surpassed that of Frost Guardian. As for the Death Curtain, it would greatly enhance the mobility of his undead legion. However, he needed to further examine this skill to master its application effectively. Having reached the limit of SSS level skills in the Divine Forbidden Land, Mubai could not currently acquire further upgrades. After meticulously studying the skill, he gradually rose to his feet. In the next instant, his figure vanished from the spot, reappearing before the gate over 100 meters away. Meanwhile, Mubai unfurled a palm-sized, pale gray light curtain on his shoulder, which instantly pressed down. The frost, still digesting the materials, felt a sudden heaviness in its body and began to plummet freely. Upon abruptly opening its eyes, it realized it had ascended to a high altitude. After passing through the veil of death, a faint gray aura of death lingered around its form. This energy was the reason it could return to life even at the brink of death. Perplexed, the frost hastily flapped its wings, instinctively restoring its size. Suddenly, a frost giant dragon, measuring nearly 5 meters in length, appeared above the Baiyi garden. Master? The frost gazed at Mubai with confusion from a distance of 500 meters. It understood that its current state was undoubtedly due to its master's machinations. Do not be alarmed. Accompany me in experimenting with the skill. Mubai's voice resonated directly within its mind. Before it could fully comprehend, the frost felt the surroundings shift once more. The previously palm-sized pale gray screen above it rapidly expanded, sweeping past its form in an instant. Simultaneously, the veil of death manifested in front of the pavilion, causing the frost's figure to shift accordingly. Is this the master's ability? Manipulating space? The frost looked up at the lofty heights it had just occupied, astonished beyond measure. Soon after, the flames of its soul within its eyes flickered wildly. The veil of death suddenly grew tenfold, sweeping across the small courtyard in a near-instantaneous manner. The undead legion materialized instantly, with 20 headless knights wielding conical lances positioned at the forefront, followed by 160 shadow knights, 500 skeletal warriors, 400 skeletal archers, and 400 skeletal mages were neatly arrayed. This skill is even more formidable than I had imagined. A glint of brilliance flashed in Mubai's eyes. He had merely attempted to connect a piece of the veil of death to his summoning space, yet it had actually worked. As the number of the undead legion increased, the time required to release them all from his summoning space grew longer. Now, with the veil of death, as long as Mubai wished, he could instantly deploy the undead legion to any location within 500 meters. With the elevation of skill levels, this range would only extend further. Moreover, there was the potential for advancement. Mubai recalled Sidhu's words. Only after advancement would the true power of the Death Monarch class gradually reveal itself. However, advancement would require some time. For now, the primary focus was to familiarize himself with the skill Death Domain Teleportation. Subsequently, the Frost witnessed a series of displays. The veil of death changed direction and size at Mubai's will. The undead legion could alternately traverse actively or passively shift, continuously disappearing and reappearing within the Baiyi Garden. Mubai gradually mastered the usage of the Veil of Death. With a mere thought, his figure vanished from the entrance. Death Domain Teleportation. The Frost glanced at its master, who had suddenly seated himself within the pavilion and promptly minimized its size. 29:30. As Mubai completed his silent incantation, he gently waved his hand, and the pale gray light curtain swept across the courtyard, promptly retracting the entire undead legion into the summoning space. In truth, the gesture was entirely unnecessary, for the Shroud of Death moved at Mubai's will alone. He merely wished to perform some action. "Master, you are truly formidable," Frosty exclaimed, darting to the table and showering Mubai with compliments while wagging its tail incessantly. Resembling a rather enthusiastic pug. "Let us refrain from such behavior in public. I wouldn't want to be embarrassed," Mubai admonished, tapping his forehead. "How could the mighty Frost Dragon King behave so doggishly?" "Fear not, I understand." Frosty nodded vigorously, feigning an air of comprehension. It was then that Mubai noticed the creature's experience bar had ceased its fluctuations. "Have you fully digested the materials?" "Indeed, master. My current strength will undoubtedly be of assistance to you." Frosty grinned widely, brimming with confidence. "Oh, let me see the extent of your power enhancement." Mubai raised an eyebrow, accessing Frosty's attribute panel. In the next moment, he was rendered speechless. The growth of a mythic-level being's attributes was truly astonishing. Chapter 66. Without comparison, there can be no harm. Frost. No aura basic attributes. Mythical mount. Frost Dragon King. High-level undead creature. Level 10. Experience 1/1. 2,100,000. Loyalty 100. Influenced by the Deathmaster profession, loyalty never decreases. Movement speed bonus 800 on land, sea, and air. Health points 2. 64 billion 2. 64 billion. Mana points 2. 2 billion 2. 2 billion. Attack power 1. 32 million. Spell power 1. 1 million. Physical defense 1. 1 million. Magical defense 880. 000. Elemental resistances. Ice 80, Death 70, Shadow 60. Others 40 skills. Frost Dragon Breath, Dragon Might. Size reduction. Basic ice spells. Frost Freeze. Passive effect. All ice spell freeze chances and effects are doubled, tenfold. Basic attributes have increased tenfold. Such growth far exceeds Mubai's imagination. He initially believed that a 10 to 20 increase in basic attributes per level for Frost would be commendable, given that its initial attributes were already extraordinarily powerful. However, he could never have anticipated that this creature would double its initial attributes with each level gained, coupled with his advanced undead aura, providing a 60 boost. Frost's health cap surged to 224 billion. In comparison to a mythical being like Frost, Mubai's allocation of 15 free attribute points per level and 3-fold class bonuses seemed utterly insignificant. He wondered how grand the enhancement would be at the second tier. "Why hasn't your size changed?" Closing the panel, Mubai gently patted Frost's head. So what if it was a mythical creature? It had still become his mount. "Master, I am currently in the infancy stage. I will only grow in size upon reaching level 30 and entering the juvenile phase." "Is that so?" Mubai nodded slightly. Level 30, the same as the advancement level for players. Could it be that these formidable creatures also experience enhancements at the same levels as players? Mubai furrowed his brow. "And after the juvenile phase?" "From level 60 to 180 is the growth stage, and after level 180, it reaches adulthood." Upon hearing this, Mubai exhaled in relief. It appeared that these powerful races did not have as many advancement opportunities as humans. According to Situji, humans can advance every 30 levels until they break through to level 240 and reach the 9th tier. This is the essence of human growth. Although their foundation may be lacking, they can gradually catch up to the mightiest races in the myriad realms. However, only a select few can break through to the 9th tier. The journey to truly contend with those formidable races remains long for humanity. This is also the significance of the divine forbidden land. The divine prohibition is to restrict those beings that can be deemed as gods. By the way, what basic ice spells do you know? After posing this question, Mubai swiftly felt the disparity once more. There exists an abundance of skills at my disposal, such as Frost Arrow, Ice Spike, Ice Armor, Frost Shield, and Blizzard, among others. With a sense of pride, Frost raised her head and, after enumerating a multitude of abilities, concluded that there must be nearly 100 spells in total. In the absence of comparison, one cannot truly grasp the extent of the disparity. Mubai found himself momentarily speechless. Why is it that players are restricted to a mere 20 skill slots? In comparison to these formidable races, the human race appears exceedingly feeble. Only through gradual advancement can humanity hope to bridge the gap with these powerful factions. Contemplating this, Mubai felt an increasing anticipation for the imminent progression. However, he refrained from contacting Jian immediately, as he had yet to accumulate the requisite 10,000 ancient gold coins. When seeking assistance from others, it is prudent to first prepare the necessary resources. Moreover, for what he gathered from Sidu Ji, Mubai surmised that Jian would ultimately require him to procure ancient gold coins to exchange for that coveted item. Therefore, it was imperative to first amass a substantial sum of money before approaching Jian. Once he had the funds, he could also elevate his skills, summon skeleton, and corpse explosion. Yet, prior to that, he intended to acquire this item without expending any resources. Mubai glanced at his lifespan and retrieved 58 primary soul stones from his backpack. Of these, 10 were acquired from the wealthy, while the remaining 48 were contributions from 2 epic-level bosses. Cataclysm. Ascending 1 tier. You have obtained 58 intermediate soul stones. However, Mubai did not utilize these soul stones. Instead, he returned them to his backpack. Having previously absorbed 50 advanced soul stones, his lifespan now exceeded 52 years, alleviating any concern of an abrupt demise. Since entering the Infinite World game, Mubai had never engaged in such a prosperous endeavor. With 52 years of life, he could afford to die 5 times. Although he did not believe he would perish easily, possessing this longevity instilled a greater sense of confidence within him. As for the 58 intermediate soul stones, he intended to employ them to test certain hypotheses. Despite having gone 2 days without sleep, Mubai felt no trace of fatigue. He attributed this vigor to the excessive slumber he had indulged in during his previous vegetative state, signaling Frost to grow larger. Mubai ascended to the throne and soared into the sky. This time, no guards obstructed his passage, likely due to Sidu Ji having informed them of his possession of the Eastern Sea Order. Many locals in the city beheld Frost, but did not exhibit excessive astonishment. They merely engaged in hushed discussions before turning their attention elsewhere. From his elevated vantage point, Mubai fully grasped the vastness of Eastern Sea City. The city's boundaries were not discernible at a glance, with the teleportation square situated in the central area. For ordinary players arriving here, it would take several hours to exit the city. Naturally, the teleportation square also featured teleportation arrays, allowing one to reach any city gate for a nominal fee. The cost of in-city teleportation was quite reasonable, making it affordable for the majority. Within the city, one could also spend money on temporary mounts or summon a carriage directly. In essence, as long as one possessed wealth, any endeavor could be considerably facilitated. Soon, Frost arrived above the nearest jewelry processing shop. Death Domain Teleport. Before even touching the ground, Mubai's figure had vanished from the throne, appearing directly at the entrance of the jewelry workshop. The frosty aura was also retracted into the space of his mount. Dear customer, please come in. You have truly arrived at the right place. Our esteemed jewel master at Yushirjai is renowned throughout the city. As he approached the door, a voluptuous young woman greeted him with a warm smile. Her gaze swept over Mubai's luxurious attire, and her smile brightened significantly. A newcomer, so swiftly entering the city, adorned with such opulent gear. This was undoubtedly a valuable client. Even if he was not a significant customer now, he would surely become one in the future. Do you purchase gemstones? Mubai flipping his wrist to reveal a level 5 power gem, a drop from the skeletal dragon, Caicus. He was in no hurry to ascend. After all, ascending would not only increase the synthesis costs but also diminish the success rate. Clearly, synthesizing before ascending would be the more prudent choice. Of course we do. The young woman's eyes sparkled with delight, her voice taking on a sweeter tone. Esteemed guest, please come in. I will introduce you. Mubai nodded slightly, following the young woman into Yushirjai. If his plan unfolded as intended, he would never again face a shortage of gold coins. Chapter 67. Sudden Wealth Update. The sale of attribute gemstones at Yushirjai differed somewhat from Mubai's expectations, as the highest level available was merely 5. This was consistent across all jewelry processing stores in Donghai City. Mubai had never exploited the opportunity to upgrade these level 5 gemstones, and thus he was only now realizing that the utmost level for ordinary attribute gemstones was indeed 5. A level 1 attribute gemstone added 10 points to the corresponding attribute, and with each level increase, the attribute would double. A level 5 gemstone, therefore, augmented the attribute by an impressive 160 points. However, the process of synthesis required 3 gemstones of the same level. The success rate for synthesizing a level 1 into a level 2 was nearly 100, but as one progressed, the likelihood of success diminished significantly. Even the master jeweler at Yushirjai could only achieve a success rate of approximately 70 when attempting to synthesize a level 5 gemstone from 3 level 4 ones. A figure bolstered by his extensive experience and the use of specialized materials that enhance success rates. Above level 5 gemstones were known as radiant gemstones, which are categorized into 3 tiers, each contributing an additional 1 to the corresponding attribute, unless the attribute exceeded 16,000 points. The cost-effectiveness of a level 1 radiant gemstone paled in comparison to that of a level 5 ordinary gemstone. Most crucially, ordinary gemstones could not be synthesized into radiant gemstones. They could only be procured through drops from legendary creatures or crafted by masters of jewelry processing. Fortunately for Mubai, this posed no obstacle, as he too could acquire them without expense. Mr. Bay, I can offer you 1,500 gold coins for the level 5 strength gemstone in your possession, the beautiful woman stated, smiling at Mubai, and added, this is the industry standard and the highest price I can offer. Mubai remained silent, his gaze drifting over the pricing chart displayed on the counter. Level 1 attribute gemstones were priced at 8 gold coins each, level 2 at 30 gold coins, level 3 at 120 gold coins, level 4 at 500 gold coins, and level 5 at 3,000 gold coins. These prices pertained solely to attribute gemstones. Special gemstones, such as those for critical hits or damage, commanded prices 5 times higher. The offer presented to him amounted to merely half the market price. Nonetheless, Mubai was unconcerned. As long as he could procure them, it was a venture without cost. Purchasing level 4 gemstones, upgrading them to level 5, and subsequently selling them would yield a profit of 1,000 gold coins per piece. The only constraint on his financial gain was the quantity of gemstones available at Yushirjai. After some contemplation, Mubai turned to the beautiful woman and inquired, what if it were a level 1 radiant gemstone? What price could you offer? Sir, you truly put me in a difficult position, she replied, casting a charming glance at Mubai. Radiant gemstones are a rare resource in the Empire, and I cannot engage in private transactions. If you truly possess one, I would recommend taking it directly to the auction house. I'm certain you would reap considerable rewards. I was merely asking. Mubai smiled slightly and waved his hand to produce all the gemstones. Calculate the total. I shall sell these to you. I did not expect Mr. Bay to have such a substantial collection. Upon seeing the multitude of level 5 gemstones, the woman's smile broadened, and she immediately began her calculations. Here lie 40 level 5 attribute gems, 6 level 5 special gems, 16 level 2 attribute gems, and 3 level 2 special gems. Is everything in order? After completing the count, the enchanting lady sought confirmation from Mubai. Everything is fine. Very well. That amounts to a total of 105,465 gold coins. The enchanting lady promptly initiated the transaction, her demeanor betraying a fear of his potential regret. Su Mubai smiled faintly and confirmed the trade. You have acquired 105. 465 gold coins. Current balance. 108. 625 gold coins. While appearing calm on the surface, Su Mubai's heart soared with uncontainable excitement. 100,000 gold coins. Why linger with other players? Isn't trading with a local more enticing? Yet, he suppressed his exhilaration and continued. I require a batch of level 4 gems. How many do you possess? Although the enchanting lady could not fathom why Su Mubai would sell level 5 gems to purchase level 4 ones, she saw no reason to refuse a business opportunity. She smiled alluringly and replied, currently, we have 100 level 4 attribute gems and 10 level 4 special gems. May I inquire how many you desire, Mr. Bay? Just this? Su Mubai frowned slightly. In such a large gem processing shop, the inventory seemed rather scarce. Sir, you may not be aware that gems are inherently in short supply. The quantity we acquire daily is limited, hence our modest stock. Moreover, our primary business is gem processing. Su Mubai then recalled that Yushur's studio primarily profited from synthesis, inlaying, and extraction of gems, rather than merely trading them. Very well. I shall take all the level 4 gems. Su Mubai waved his hand grandly, preparing to make the payment when a sudden thought struck him, and he produced the Donghai token, waving it slightly. Might this item afford a discount? Ah, it turns out you are a distinguished guest of the city lord. The enchanting lady delicately covered her red lips, her eyes wide with astonishment, and her address shifted. Lord Bay, with your status, you can almost enjoy a 20% discount at any shop in Donghai City. What a delightful surprise. Su Mubai raised an eyebrow, stowed the Donghai token, and directly traded all his money to her, stating, include all level 4s and exchange the rest for level 3 gems. 10 minutes later, Su Mubai received a substantial collection of gems delivered to him at the entrance of Yushur's studio by the enchanting lady. Thankfully, the gems could stack, otherwise, given his current backpack capacity, he would have struggled to accommodate them. It was only after the enchanting lady had departed, murmuring, it seems Donghai City is about to witness the rise of a significant figure, that he proceeded to the next gem processing shop. Su Mubai, brimming with excitement, sat upon the throne and directed Bing Shuang towards the next destination. He then glanced at the gems within his backpack, and with a thought, activated Cataclysm, level up. For the next 2 hours, Su Mubai explored several gem processing shops in Donghai City. By this time, his equipment was already adorned with level 5 gems. Even more astonishingly, the gold coins in his backpack had soared to a staggering 980,000, just a hair's breadth from reaching the million mark. In every shop, the disparity in inventory between level 3 and level 4 gemstones is minimal, with an initial capital exceeding 100,000 gold coins. Su Mubai engages in a cycle of purchasing from one vendor and selling to another, averaging a profit of over 200,000 gold coins from each establishment. Were it not for the limited capacity of these shops, he could have also acquired a substantial quantity of level 1 and 2 gemstones without expenditure. However, such a strategy would undoubtedly attract too much attention. The only regret lies in the gemstones he has sold, which cannot be repurchased for reuse. After all, regardless of how many times they change hands, they remain the same entities. To indulge in such a venture again, he must wait until these jewelry processing shops have sold out of the gemstones he has previously upgraded. Aside from the gemstones embedded in his fully equipped attire and the 980,000 gold coins, Su Mubai's backpack contains over 40 unenhanced level 5 attribute gemstones. This represents the entirety of the inventory from several jewelry processing shops, including those previously sold to Yushur Zhai, all of which have been reacquired by Su Mubai. Ignoring the puzzled gaze of the beautiful woman, Su Mubai turned and exited Yushur Zhai, intent on transforming all these gemstones into level 1 brilliant gemstones. As he set his sights on the next destination, the Donghai Auction House. Chapter 68. The East Sea Auction House, Soul Currency. Before me stands a magnificent edifice, reminiscent of an ancient castle. The exterior walls are constructed of golden stones, while the bronze door is adorned with intricate patterns that elude Su Mubai's comprehension. The door plaque boldly proclaims the name, East Sea Auction House. Shedding his frost-laden demeanor, Su Mubai strides into the grand hall on the first floor. The hall is illuminated by resplendent crystal chandeliers, and the marble floor gleams with a polished sheen. Renowned paintings and descriptions of auction items grace the walls, enveloped in the aromas of spices and the hum of conversation. Despite the absence of a throng of players in the city, a considerable number of locals frequent the establishment. The spacious hall boasts numerous windows, perhaps a dozen, each designated for the consignment and purchase of items. Here, players can display their possessions, setting an initial bidding price. Typically, consignment lasts for 24 hours, during which the EC auction house collects a fee of 5. Players may opt to extend their consignment period for an additional charge of 1 per day. Beyond the starting price, a buyout price can also be established, allowing an eager buyer to acquire the item immediately, bypassing the waiting period. However, upon further inquiry, Su Mubai discovers that the auction systems utilized by the arrivals and the locals are, in fact, disparate. This implies that players are unable to purchase items consigned by locals, and conversely, locals cannot bid on the possessions of arrivals. It is said that this is a rule established by the multiverse game, designed to safeguard the interests of the arrivals in the early stages of the game, preventing them from being outbid by the locals of the divine Forbidden Land. After all, the players have only just arrived in this world, and their financial means pale in comparison. From the staff, Su Mubai learns that only after a certain number of players advance to the second tier will the two auction systems merge. This is, in some respects, beneficial for players seeking to purchase items. Yet, for someone like Su Mubai, who is in the position of a seller, it is less than favorable. The items he intends to sell are currently beyond the financial reach of the players. Even the wealthiest individual, endowed with the SSS tier god of wealth talent, appears impoverished in Su Mubai's eyes at this moment. Sir, have you decided which items you wish to consign? A gentle reminder emanates from the staff member at the window, noting Su Mubai's silence. I heard there will be an auction? Su Mubai responds, diverting the conversation. Indeed, our EC auction house holds an auction every month, along with a grand auction annually. This month's auction commences tomorrow, the staff member explains, gesturing to the right. If you wish to participate, you may ascend to the second floor from there and procure a ticket. Thank you, Su Mubai acknowledges, turning to follow the indicated path towards the staircase. An arrival wishes to attend the auction? I wager he will be taken aback by the ticket price. A slender youth behind him mutters, rolling his eyes. In his estimation, even an arrival capable of entering the city so swiftly would find the auction ticket beyond their means. You have underestimated that gentleman. The staff member chuckled. Having long been acquainted with auctions, he immediately discerned that Su Mubai's equipment was exceptionally remarkable, with several items being of epic grade or higher. Such an individual could hardly be deterred by ticket prices. Upon ascending to the second floor, Su Mubai was indeed taken aback by the ticket prices. The cheapest seats in the back row were priced at a staggering 1,000 gold coins, while the most luxurious private boxes soared to an astounding 100,000. And this was merely the cost of admission. One could only imagine the exorbitance of the auction items. Glancing at the nearly 1 million gold coins in his backpack, Su Mubai suddenly felt less affluent than he had previously envisioned. With such ticket prices, this amount would surely be insufficient to participate in the auction. Sir, which type of ticket would you like to purchase? I must remind you that we're nearing a sellout. The ticket clerk winked at Su Mubai. Is there a possibility of a discount? One should never pass up an opportunity for savings, Su Mubai thought to himself. Without hesitation, he produced the Eastern Sea token. In the next moment, the clerk's expression brightened as she quickly stood up, presenting him with a golden card. Ah, it turns out you are a distinguished guest of the city lord, Mr. Bai. This is your VIP card. Please take good care of it. VIP card now. 007. Each time the Eastern Sea Auction House holds an auction, you will receive a notification. And using this VIP card, you can teleport directly to the No. 007 private room. With it, you are a guest of the Eastern Sea Auction House. Is it complimentary? Su Mubai was slightly taken aback. The benefits of the Eastern Sea token exceeded his expectations. Indeed, the Eastern Sea Auction House is a property of the city lord, and your presence naturally entitles you to VIP treatment. VIP treatment? Mubai felt a surge of joy as he accepted the card. When you consign or auction items with us, you will enjoy a 50% discount. Furthermore, if you find yourself short of funds during the auction, we can also provide you with an interest-free loan of up to 10,000 soul coins. Soul coins. Mubai's eyes lit up at the mention of this term. He had finally heard it. He quickly inquired, what is the exchange rate between soul coins and gold coins? Generally speaking, one soul coin is equivalent to 10,000 gold coins, though few individuals opt to exchange soul coins for gold. The front desk clerk shook her head, patiently explaining. Each soul coin contains a fragment of temporal energy equivalent to 1 hour of life. However, the temporal energy within soul coins cannot be directly absorbed. It must be refined through special methods. Life soul stones are forged by powerful individuals extracting temporal energy from soul coins. Mr. Bai, how much do you believe a lifespan is worth? Upon hearing this, Mubai suddenly grasped the concept. Lifespan holds varying value for different individuals. For those on the brink of death, an additional hour of life is priceless. Yet for many, an hour may seem trivial, easily squandered in idle contemplation. Mubai recognized that within the realm of divine prohibitions, soul coins were indeed the true currency of value. As for the gold, silver, and copper coins, they merely suffice for daily expenses. Perhaps initially, one could acquire some equipment, yet truly remarkable items can only be procured with soul coins. He couldn't help but reflect on the wealth-accumulating talent of the god of wealth. It was evident that the other party had concealed a substantial amount of information. Otherwise, such a talent could hardly be classified as SSS grade. However, this was understandable, given their lack of familiarity. Stowing away the VIP card, Mubai placed all his first-level brilliant gems on the counter. Were these gems eligible for auction? Naturally, the brilliant gems met the qualifications. The attendant nodded and inquired whether Lord Bay preferred to transact in gold coins or soul coins. Soul coins, he replied. Very well. Our suggested starting bid is 5 soul coins per gem. Based on past experience, the final selling price should range from 9 to 10 soul coins. The auction house will charge a 10 service fee on the total auction amount. However, given your status, you shall only need to pay 5. Mr. Bay, does this arrangement suit you? Not a problem. Mubai nodded slightly and pondered for a moment before asking. Can the value of the items for consignment be counted towards my bidding limit during the auction? He was concerned that if a desirable item appeared, he might find himself without the necessary funds in his inventory, thus unable to participate in the bidding. That would not apply to others, but it certainly does for you. Is that so? Mubai felt a surge of joy in his heart as he waved his hand to produce all his intermediate soul stones. He intended to consign these as well, all to be transacted with soul coins. Chapter 69. Treasures of Unimaginable Wealth in a Moment of Reflection. Mubai retrieved 3 pieces of equipment and a skill book, presenting them to his companion. These items, of course, were the spoils acquired from the Skeleton King, Reggie. Originally classified as dark gold tier equipment, they have been elevated to epic status, suitable for levels 10 to 60 after Mubai's enhancements. The B tier skill, Thunderstrike, was also upgraded to the A tier skill book, Storm Devastation. Such exquisite equipment and skill books were evidently beyond the financial reach of players at this stage, even for the wealthiest among them, who would be unable to offer a fair price. Thus, Mubai contemplated auctioning these items. After hearing the starting bid from the attendant at the front desk, Mubai hastily departed from the EC auction house. Suddenly, a thought struck him. The jewelry workshop in EC City had run out of stock, but other cities still had supplies. If he made the rounds, he could potentially amass a significant fortune. With this thought, his previously calmed heart surged with excitement once more. He soared skyward, heading towards the teleportation square adjacent to the East Sea City's teleportation hall, from where he could journey to other cities. During his travels with newfound wealth, Mubai decided to enhance 2 skills. Prompt: do you confirm the consumption of 10,000 gold coins to overwrite the previous enhancement effect and elevate the skill Summon Advanced Skeleton to a higher tier? Confirm. Your C tier skill, Summon Advanced Skeleton, has successfully been upgraded to the A tier skill, Summon Elite Skeleton. Summon Elite Skeleton, A, Level 9 max, active skill, summons 3 elite skeletons to fight on your behalf. Elite skeleton warrior, elite skeleton archer, elite skeleton mage. Casting time, 3 seconds. Cooldown time, 30 seconds. Mana cost, 3,000 points. Catastrophic traits, 1. The health cap of elite skeleton warriors is increased to 500, and their attack power is boosted by 100. 2. Unlocked 3. Unlocked. The attributes of elite skeletons are enhanced by the player's mental attributes. Each of the 3 unit types bore the prefix elite, though the specifics of their enhancements remained unclear. At this moment, suspended in midair, Mubai did not hasten to summon them. Instead, he proceeded to enhance the next skill. Prompt. Do you confirm the consumption of 10,000 gold coins to overwrite the previous enhancement effect and elevate the skill Corpse Explosion to a higher tier? Confirm. Your C-tier skill, Corpse Explosion, has successfully been upgraded to the A-tier skill, Chain Corpse Explosion. Chain Corpse Explosion, A, level 11 max, active skill, capable of triggering a chain reaction with up to 3 corpses or remains, inflicting magical damage on all enemies within a 20-meter radius of each corpse or remains, cannot be used on boss corpses. Damage, 20 of the target's maximum health at the time of death, 200 spell power. Casting range, 200 meters, instant release, cooldown time, 30 seconds, mana cost, 6,000 points. The enhancements to Chain Corpse Explosion were substantial, rendering it several times more powerful than before. Mubai was thoroughly satisfied with these advancements. At this moment, he noticed that his skill bar had already consumed 11 slots. This was in the absence of any learned low-level skills. With a total of 20 skill slots, he found himself somewhat constrained. He pondered whether an advancement would expand this limitation. Murmuring softly, the teleportation square came into view before Mubai. Just as he was about to initiate Frostfall, his communicator suddenly chimed. It was Fu Jiatianxia. Concurrently, 5 beams of white light illuminated the teleportation square in succession. Had they finally emerged from the novice village? Mubai raised an eyebrow and answered Fu Jiatianxia's voice call. Brother Bai Yi, are you free at the moment? I've come to deliver some funds. The voice of Fu Jiatianxia resonated through the communicator, evidently having just departed from the novice village to reach out to Mubai. I'll come find you. Mubai smiled faintly, controlling Frostfall to descend in altitude. You're coming to find me? Fu Jiatianxia paused momentarily. All right, His words were abruptly interrupted by a way. Look over there. Is that a dragon? The crowd followed his pointing finger, their eyes widening in astonishment. They beheld a fearsome frost dragon soaring towards the teleportation square at an alarming speed. Incredible. There's even a frost dragon in Donghai City, exclaimed the fire elemental mage, known as the bedridden one. Beside him, Feng Yishao glanced at the two with resignation and remarked, Have you forgotten what Bai Ye's mount is? All right, it must be Bai Ye's Frost Dragon King, exclaimed Cotton Candy, eyes sparkling. Look, there's indeed a person seated upon that dragon. As Frostfall descended further, they finally caught sight of Mubai seated regally upon the throne atop the dragon. A wave of envy washed over them. When will we ever have such a formidable mount? Away in the bedridden one exchanged glances, filled with longing. Brother Bai Ye's mount is of mythic caliber. So let us not dream too far. Fu Jiatianxia shook his head. Even I have no idea when I'll be able to afford one. As he spoke, he hastened forward to greet the descending Mubai. Mubai vivto dismis frostel, accepting the 500 gold coins handed to him by Fu Jiatianxia, and smiled. Not bad. You're leveling up faster than in Hong Tuba Yi. The talent from Hong Tuba Yi provided a 20 experience boost for guild members, and Fu Jiatianxia's team had indeed managed to exit the novice village first, which was somewhat unexpected. We owe this to the equipment that Brother Bai Yi sold us. Fu Jiatianxia looked at Mubai with deep appreciation. With those dark gold-grade items, they had advanced ahead of the Bai Yi guild to conquer the hell-level mists of the abyss. Yet, the final boss turned out to be merely of gold rank. This implied that unless a catastrophe-level hidden dungeon was unlocked, dark gold-grade equipment would not appear in the novice village at all. It was precisely for this reason they had managed to exit the novice village just slightly ahead. The others now gazed at Su Mubai in sheer astonishment. As they discovered, apart from the name White Knight, they were unable to discern each other's levels. Had the disparity in strength escalated to such an extent? Maple Leaf glanced at his S-class talent, pondering in silence. Equipment merely serves as an auxiliary. The crux truly lies in the individual. You all should thoroughly explore Donghai City. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Su Mubai smiled and waved his hand, turning to depart. The equipment and skill books he had originally intended to sell were now entrusted to the Donghai auction house. Compared to the locals of the divine forbidden land, the financial prowess of the wealthy held no advantage in the early stages. Brother White Knight, do not rush. Take a look at this, wealthy beyond measure called out to Su Mubai, producing a parchment and grinning. This was just extracted from the money tree today. I trust you will find it intriguing. Upon witnessing the description of the parchment, Su Mubai was taken aback, casting a surprised glance at wealthy beyond measure. Indeed, an SSS-class talent is not to be underestimated. On only the second day, such a remarkable item had been procured. To my esteemed mentors, I apologize. Today, I shall provide only 2 updates for now. I am utterly stumped. Rest assured, additional updates will follow, albeit a bit later. Chapter 70. The Uniqueness of the Sovereign of Death. Additional update. Scroll of Destiny. A legendary item that grants you a singular opportunity to roll the dice of fate. If you roll a 1, misfortune befalls you. A roll of 2 yields nothing. Rolling between 3 to 6 brings you good fortune, with higher rolls bestowing more generous rewards. Gambler, are you truly confident you want to roll a 1? This legendary artifact presents a 1 in 6 chance of punishment, another 1 in 6 for no consequence, with the remainder promising rewards. Such odds, in the eyes of a gambler, are akin to a guarantee of winning. However, Su Mubai is no mere gambler. He is a master of the game. In his hands, this scroll transforms into a mythical artifact, and the possibility of punishment may very well vanish. Thus, when Fu Jiatianxia unveiled the scroll, Su Mubai halted his steps. He found the Scroll of Destiny intriguing. How much for it? He inquired. Not for sale. Fu Jiatianxia replied with a smile. It is a gift. A gift? Su Mubai regarded him intently, withholding his response as he awaited further elaboration. He understood that free offerings often come at a steep price. This legendary item is a gift, but what I seek is a deeper collaboration with you, Bai Yi, Fu Jiatianxia elucidated. Initially, he had aimed to recruit Bai Yi into his fold. However, following their transaction in the novice village, he realized that someone of Bai Yi's caliber would never be subservient. They could only collaborate. At that time, Fu Jiatianxia had still considered himself on equal footing with Bai Yi, but a series of system announcements soon shifted his perspective, slaying epic-level bosses single-handedly, unlocking the mount leaderboard ahead of schedule, and acquiring a mythical mount on the very first day of gameplay. Each achievement reshaped his worldview. This individual was someone to be courted, even at the cost of his own advantage. With his financial resources combined with Bai Yi's prowess, they could swiftly establish dominance in the Forbidden Lands. Thus, the current scene unfolded. A deeper collaboration? Su Mubai inquired with keen interest. Pray tell, how do you envision this cooperation? He suddenly entertained the notion of enticing Fu Jiatianxia to his side. While he had no need for a party, having such a wealthy benefactor could indeed prove advantageous. This is not the place for discussion. Shall we find a tavern to converse in detail? Fu Jiatianxia suggested, patting his stomach. He had not indulged in a decent meal all day and saw this as an opportunity to satisfy his culinary cravings. Finally, a grand feast awaited him. While steamed buns could stave off hunger, they were far from delectable. Nearby, Away's eyes sparkled at the mention of food, whispering excitedly, "Haha, for this feast. I've abstained from steamed buns for quite some time. My hunger level is now at 60. I shall feast heartily." Cotton Candy clenched her fist, her eyes brimming with anticipation for the upcoming delicacies. Yet, Su Mubai paused, taken aback. Hunger level? The myriad worlds of the game possess such a property? At this moment, he suddenly awakened to the realization that since entering the game, he had not consumed anything, yet he felt no pangs of hunger. In a realistic game world, this was quite illogical. The reason Mubai had not noticed this anomaly was that prior to entering the game, he had not eaten for quite some time. How does a comatose person sustain themselves? He promptly opened his attributes panel and scrutinized it carefully. However, to his surprise, there was no indication of hunger on the panel. Could it be due to the Death Dominator class? A faint suspicion began to form in Mubai's mind. Not only hunger, but there should also be attributes related to fatigue. In the early stages of the game, players with low attributes still required sleep and rest. This was evident from the unmistakable weariness displayed by the wealthy few. In their eagerness to leave the novice village, they undoubtedly had not taken a moment to rest. Yet Mubai felt not a trace of fatigue. Noticing Mubai's prolonged silence, the wealthy few could not help but prompt him. What does Brother Bay think? Only then did Mubai come to his senses, close the panel, and respond. We can discuss cooperation, but it will have to wait until I'm finished. No hurry on my part. I shall reserve this parchment for you, Brother Bay, and you can inform me once you're done. The wealthy few smiled slightly, indicating their understanding. Very well. Mubai nodded slightly, preparing to depart, when suddenly his steps faltered. Not far away, 5 beams of white light flickered as another group emerged from the novice village, led by Bay. Originally intending to approach, Bay hesitated upon spotting Mubai, his pupils narrowing in surprise. How could his level remain unseen? How on earth had this individual leveled up? For a moment, Bay's expression fluctuated between uncertainty and contemplation. After a brief pause, he decided to halt his advance and turn away, reasoning it best to keep his distance from this extraordinary individual until his own talents had matured. Now that he was entering the city, the growth of the Bay Guild would multiply. When his own strength expanded, he would surely rival Bay. Mubai's hesitation was not due to Bay and his group, but rather an epiphany he had just experienced. At this juncture, teams possessing S-class players should be gradually entering the city. Would Lu Ruyan and Zhao Su, that detestable duo, be among them? Regardless, it would be prudent to wait and see. If they were indeed part of this batch of players, it would significantly save him trouble. With this thought, Mubai's gaze grew increasingly cold. Compared to seeking revenge, earning money could afford to wait. As anticipated, beams of white light began to appear in succession, with players materializing at the East Sea City teleportation square. Each S-class talent player had almost certainly formed their own small teams within a novice village. Naturally, their chosen teammates were all A-class talent holders. Even so, this group of players arriving from various novice villages to East Sea City numbered only a scant few dozen. However, these individuals were scattered across the vast teleportation square, rendering Mubai unable to see them all at once. As players began to depart from all directions, a thought crossed Mubai's mind. In conjunction with the Veil of Death, the undead legion swiftly descended and surrounded the teleportation square. The deceptions of the years, the horrors of accidents, the helplessness of the comatose, and the suffocating despair experienced before entering the game lingered vividly in his memory. A surge of vengeful fury elevated Mubai to a state of complete disregard for the feelings of other players. His formidable strength served as the foundation for his unrestrained actions. The existence of the Donghai Decree empowered him to encircle the teleportation square without hesitation. Those wishing to leave must first await his confirmation regarding the presence of the treacherous couple. Chapter 71. Mubai, I have finally found you. What has transpired? How could there suddenly be so many skeletons? I have only just exited the novice village. Surely, I am not already facing a monster siege? What am I thinking? This is one of the 10 first-tier main cities of the Divine Dragon Empire. How could it possibly be breached? Yet look at these skeletons, aside from their names. Everything else is a question mark. Elite skeleton warriors, and there is a parenthesis by Yi. Good heavens, these skeletons were all summoned by Bai Yi. What a jest. Bai Yi has only just left the novice village not long ago. How could he summon so many skeletons all at once? They are everywhere. There must be at least 1,000 of them. And those knights who exude an air of superiority, what exactly does Bai Yi intend to do? The sudden emergence of the undead legion sparked a fervent discussion. The dozens of players who had just stepped out of the novice village came to a complete halt, too frightened to proceed. They had already witnessed many being repelled by the skeletons. Whether it was the colossal swords of the skeleton warriors or the lances of the shadow knights and headless knights, they sent chills down their spines. On the periphery, skeletal mages and archers lurked menacingly. A single question flashed through everyone's mind. What does Bai Yi truly intend? Does he wish to slaughter them all? This is a main city. Any act of aggression would lead to arrest. What gives him the audacity to act this way? As he gazed at the elite skeleton warriors blocking his path, Hong Tu-Ba-Ye's expression darkened. So, Bai Yi, I chose to retreat into the shadows. Yet you insist on confronting me? In Hong Tu-Ba-Ye's view, Bai Ye's actions were clearly directed at him. His face fluctuated between shades of anger and despair as he turned around, only to find that Bai Yi had not even spared him a glance. A breath of relief washed over him, but simultaneously, a sense of humiliation surged within him. I have regarded you as a hypothetical adversary. Yet it seems you have not taken me seriously at all. Even the wealthy and powerful individuals who were preparing to indulge themselves halted their advance, gazing with uncertainty at the suddenly materialized undead legion. Even Fu Jia Tianxia, who possessed an SSS-level talent, was taken aback. Is this the extent of Bai Ye's power? Is simply beyond exaggeration. Feng Yishao clenched his fists, then weakly released them, a hint of confusion flickering in his eyes. The prowess he took pride in pales in comparison to Bai Yi's. No, he is not even worthy to be compared. He could not even contend with a single skeleton summoned by Bai Yi. Confronted by the formidable elite skeleton warriors, a profound sense of helplessness enveloped Feng Yishao. He harbored a vague feeling that he would not be able to withstand even a single strike from one of these skeletons. And yet, Bai Yi had effortlessly summoned over 1,000 of such skeletons with a mere wave of his hand. Just how powerful is he? Fu Jiatianxia was the first to regain his composure, casting a puzzled glance at Mubai. Brother Bai Yi, what are you doing? Oh, nothing much. Just looking for a couple of individuals, replied Mubai before gracefully leaping, and frost erupted from his Mount space. This time, he did not take his seat upon the throne of frost, but stood directly between the twin horns of the dragon's head. The emergence of the frost dragon instantly captivated everyone's attention. Gazing upon this mythical steed, the eyes of the elite players brimmed with envy. Do not be anxious. Simply cooperate with me in one matter, and your safety shall be guaranteed. The frost dragon hovered not too high, yet allowed all to see Mubai and hear his voice clearly. Upon his utterance, murmurs erupted among the crowd. Silence. Mubai snorted coldly, and the frost dragon responded by exhaling a gust of breath. Instantly, the temperature plummeted, and a terrifying pressure descended upon them. Good heavens! All attributes reduced by 50. Is this truly the power of a mythical mount? This is outrageous. As Mubai's gaze swept across the assembly, the chatter ceased abruptly. The dragon's might was more than sufficient to subdue these mere level 10 players. Listen closely. Mubai surveyed the crowd, waiting until all fell silent before continuing. You may leave, but you must do so through me. As his words settled, discontent arose among the crowd. Who do you think you are? What if we don't comply? This is the main city. Go ahead and try to take action. What bravado. If you dare, just try. Before the two most vocal dissenters could finish their threats, they were abruptly pierced by arrows. Two damage numbers, both exceeding 10,000, appeared as they collapsed lifelessly to the ground, dropping 2 pieces of equipment and several dozen silver coins. Gulp. The onlookers collectively swallowed hard, astonished as they stared at Mubai. No one dared to approach the fallen players to collect their belongings. Merely uttering a few words had cost them their lives. Was this not the main city? Had Bai Yi lost his mind? Meanwhile, Hong Tu-Ba was drenched in cold sweat, gripped by fear. Thank goodness I spoke slowly. Otherwise, I too would have met my demise. Killing in the main city? How audacious! Did Bai Yi not fear the city guard? This individual was not one to provoke. He was nothing short of a lunatic. Is there anyone else with objections? Mubai's gaze scanned each person, and none dared to meet his eyes. The oppressive aura of the dragon, coupled with his decisive actions and the terrifying undead army, instilled a deep-seated fear within them. However, Mubai was not merely observing them. He was searching for Lu Ruyan and Zhao Su. Yet, among this crowd, neither of their figures could be found. Had they failed to awaken their S-level talents? Su Mubai furrowed his brow, yet he did not retract the undead army immediately. Here and there, glimmers of white light flickered. Perhaps the duo had simply lagged behind. His intent in directing everyone to move in this particular way was to prevent chaos and avoid overlooking anyone. Under the threat posed by Su Mubai, those present had no choice but to comply. At that moment, two beams of white light flashed. A man and a woman materialized in the teleportation square. Clearly bewildered by the unfolding situation, their faces were filled with confusion. Zhao Su hastily grabbed the arm of a passing player and inquired, "My friend, what is going on? Can't you see for yourself?" The individual shot Zhao Su a glare, unleashing his ire upon him. However, in the next moment, his steps faltered as his gaze fell upon the enchanting Lu Ruyan, adorned in a flowing lavender gown, wielding a staff, her exquisite features and striking figure captivating. "This beautiful lady, quickly follow me this way. Be wary of provoking Bai Yi, lest you meet your demise." Zhao Su's countenance darkened with fury, momentarily oblivious to the mention of Bai Yi. Only Lu Ruyan, with keen eyes, noticed Su Mubai standing majestically atop the head of the frost dragon not far away. It truly was him. Lu Ruyan's eyes widened in astonishment, her hand instinctively covering her mouth, her voice tinged with both shock and a hint of joy. At that instant, Zhao Su also came to his senses, taking a step back to create distance between himself and Lu Ruyan, a flicker of excitement crossing his eyes. To avoid causing any trouble, he refrained from speaking, opting instead to send a text message to Lu Ruyan via his communicator. "Rising sun, Ruyan, our continued enjoyment in the world of games depends on you. Worldly reign. Hee, with just a slight effort, I can easily manage. Tonight, I'll show you the latest video." A confident smile graced Lu Ruyan's lips as she disregarded the advances of the other player and strode purposefully towards Su Mubai. Su Mubai, noticing the two, felt a surge of determination, vanishing from the frost dragon's head and reappearing directly in front of Lu Ruyan. Startled, Lu Ruyan quickly regained her composure, her smile transforming into a look of feigned distress. Tears began to well in her eyes, as if she desired to embrace Su Mubai yet felt uncertain. "Mubai, I finally found you." Once, this Oscar-worthy performance had deceived Su Mubai utterly. Yet now, he was no longer susceptible to such ruses. Confronting Lu Ruyan, the tumult of his anger began to settle into calmness. Previously, when shrouded in ignorance, Lu Ruyan had seemed to him the epitome of perfection, her personality an impeccable flattery, providing him with a sense of comfort. However, upon realizing her true nature, a wave of nausea washed over him. How deceptive, how utterly false. He mused, reflecting on how he had been so foolishly ensnared by this woman for so long. With a sardonic glance at Lu Ruyan, who was wholly engrossed in her act, Su Mubai's lips curled into a slight smirk. "What a coincidence, I feel the same." Chapter 72, Brothers of the White Knight flee. The city guard is approaching. At that moment, Zhao Su also approached, offering assistance. "Mr. Su, you have no idea. Miss Lu has nearly turned the entire novice village upside down in search of you." "Oh, is that so?" Su Mubai raised an eyebrow. "I wouldn't dare to deceive." Zhao Su wore a fawning smile, but before he could finish his sentence, his expression suddenly shifted to one of sheer horror, as if he had witnessed something truly terrifying. His face turned as pale as a sheet. This indescribable sense of dread threw Zhao Su into disarray, causing him to emit a scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig, and he attempted to flee. However, just as his piercing wail echoed, it abruptly ceased. Under the weight of Su Mubai's death gaze, Zhao Su could not withstand even a second before collapsing lifelessly to the ground, an item spilling from his corpse. Another life claimed, "This White Knight truly is a madman. Why hasn't he the city guard arrived yet?" It seems that White Knight has encircled this place solely to hunt these two individuals. It must be so, look. Even the undead legion has ceased to prevent anyone from leaving. What do they do to offend White Knight? We must leave. What are we still waiting for? If we die, that would cost us a decade of life. No rush. Let us observe the spectacle first. I have said nothing. Why would White Knight wish to kill me? Haha, still intent on watching the show? Be careful lest you become part of it. I shall be the first to flee. Zhao Su's final screams drew the attention of all, and the skeletal army loosened their encirclement, allowing everyone to depart freely. Yet some lingered, watching from a distance while whispering amongst themselves. Zhao Su's sudden demise, coupled with the grotesque contortion of his face before death, caused Lu Ruyan to exclaim, "Ah, Mubai, why did you kill him? Had it not been for their team-up, if Su Mubai had attacked, there would have been a system notification, and Lu Ruyan would have never realized it was Su Mubai's doing. Even now, her mind buzzed with confusion. What transpired? Su Mubai clearly did nothing. Why did Zhao Su perish so horrifically? That brief scream sent chills down Lu Ruyan's spine. What kind of extraordinary skill is this? Can a mere glance bring about death? More crucially, why did Su Mubai suddenly attack Zhao Su? As this thought crossed her mind, a flicker of terror flashed in Lu Ruyan's eyes, and her heart plummeted. It's over. He must know something. Instinctively, Lu Ruyan attempted to retreat, but Su Mubai seized her firmly. What is this? Didn't you just say you finally found me? Why the sudden urge to run? Su Mubai coldly regarded Lu Ruyan. His intention in not eliminating both individuals at once was to ensure that this pair of wretched souls would witness each other's tragic ends. Moreover, the method of their demise would solely be death gaze. Only in this manner could they truly experience fear and despair, thereby allowing Su Mubai to fully unleash the fury within his heart. And no, they were merely frightened. Lu Ruyan trembled as she spoke, forcing herself to regain her composure while her mind raced with frantic thoughts. How much did he truly know? If he were merely aware of her relationship with Zhao Su, perhaps there could still be a chance for redemption. But what if he comprehended everything? How could she possibly survive this ordeal? Damn it! Despite her meticulous calculations, she had never anticipated that Su Mubai would suddenly turn against her. How could he know, especially in such a vegetative state? Just as Lu Ruyan was engulfed in panic, the voice of Fu Jiatianxia rang out abruptly. Brother Baiyi, we must flee. The city guard is approaching. From the horizon, a squadron of griffins soared into view, each robust creature bearing a formidable member of the city guard. They were swift to respond to emergencies, arriving faster than the ground forces. In a moment of desperation, Fu Jiatianxia shouted without a moment to spare, prompting the nearby players to scatter as if they had seen a ghost. To openly notify Baiyi of impending danger was to disregard the risk of being implicated. In an instant, only his original 4 companions remained by Fu Jiatianxia's side. Feng Yi and the others wore grave expressions but chose to stay. Standing resolutely with Fu Jiatianxia, Baiyi was doomed. He had slain 3 individuals, and it was uncertain how long he would be imprisoned. Indeed, only a madman like him would dare commit murder within the main city. No matter how powerful he was, could he truly resist the city guard? By the time he emerged from incarceration, we would have all leveled up significantly. It was amusing to see him boast. I wonder how he would manage now. As the city guard arrived, the onlookers among the players began to revel in schadenfreude. However, recalling past events, they deliberately hushed their conversations, fearful of Su Mubai overhearing. Yet Su Mubai remained unfazed, not even turning his body, merely raising a hand to gesture dismissively. It's fine, continue with your tasks. I will contact you once I am done. He showed no inclination to flee, instead holding Lu Ruyan with one hand, calmly observing Zhao Su's lifeless form. Only when Zhao Su's body transformed into a wisp of white light did Su Mubai grasp Lu Ruyan and leap onto the frost dragon's head. Upon a player's demise, if their body remained, it indicated they had yet to opt for resurrection. Thus, they could lie in wait for teammates to revive them. At that moment, the squadron of city guards reached the teleportation square, their griffins agitated by the frost dragon's imposing presence. With a gentle tap of his toes, Su Mubai signaled the frost dragon to retract its power, offering a slight smile to the leader. We meet again. Lord Baiyi, your commotion has drawn quite a bit of attention. The leader, the very same officer who had previously issued a citation to Su Mubai, remarked with a wry smile, his gaze sweeping over the undead legion. He had received word that this visitor possessed the esteemed 007 Dong High Order, a token of the city lord's favor. Such an individual, whether slaying several visitors or local residents, would hardly be deemed a significant issue. His presence was merely to advise against escalating the situation further. It is advisable to refrain from summoning the Legion of the Undead to encircle the teleportation square, if possible. I apologize for the inconvenience caused. Mubai waved his hand to dismiss the Legion of the Undead and offered an apologetic smile to the squad leader, assuring him, "Rest assured, I will resolve this matter swiftly." As his words faded, frost erupted into the air, leaving behind dozens of astonished elite players, frozen in disbelief. Wait, are you just leaving like that? They could not fathom how, merely on the second day of the game, Bayi had already become a figure of reverence among the city guards. The squad leader gazed in the direction of the receding frost, helplessly rubbing his forehead in exasperation. It seems that this little ancestor will continue to stir up trouble in the Resurrection Hall. Chapter 73. A confrontation in the Resurrection Hall. The frost swiftly vanished from sight, leaving the squad leader with a resigned sigh as he retrieved his communicator to report the incident. Given the involvement of the esteemed lord of the city, he was not in a position to make unilateral decisions. Soon, the voice of the captain resonated through the device, instructing him to maintain order and disregard other matters. With this directive, the squad leader stowed away the communicator and led his team skyward. The Resurrection Hall was not akin to the teleportation square. It lay amidst a bustling marketplace, teeming with pedestrians, and they needed to hasten their way there. Meanwhile, dozens of elite players, the first to emerge from the novice village, stood in utter disbelief at the unexpected prowess displayed by Bayi. To commit murder in the main city without facing any repercussions was beyond their wildest expectations. Many were relieved that they had refrained from speaking loudly earlier. Had they perished, whom could they turn to for justice? A flicker of brilliance flashed in the depths of Fu Jiatianxia's eyes as he turned to collect the belongings dropped by Mubai. The others, having overheard his conversation with Bayi, dared not intervene. The commotion dissipated, and the crowd quickly scattered, eager to explore the newly unveiled city. A roar echoed as frost descended before the Resurrection Hall, drawing the attention of passers-by. In a nearby corner, two players trembled at the sight of Mubai, only to breathe a sigh of relief when he ignored them, hastily retreating in the opposite direction. If given a second chance, they would never dare provoke such a madman again. Merely boasting had led to a life-threatening situation. To kill and then remain unscathed within the city was simply unfathomable. What terrified them most was the realization that upon being slain by Bayi, their lifespans had been abruptly reduced by 20 years. From henceforth, they vowed never to cross paths with Bayi again, lest they meet an untimely demise without understanding how it had come to pass. Mubai waved his hand to dismiss Frost and strode directly into the Resurrection Hall. At that moment, Zhao Su had revived but appeared exceedingly frail, his gaze dazed, as if still ensnared by the paralyzing fear of the death gaze. With a thud, Mubai unceremoniously tossed Lu Ruyin beside Zhao Su, the noise finally rousing him from his stupor. Upon meeting Mubai's gaze, Zhao Su's already pale complexion turned even more ashen. Thun. Before he could articulate a complete thought, Lu Ruyin, with her disheveled hair, interjected, "Mubai, he forced me. My heart has always belonged to you. You must believe me. Have you forgotten our 5 years together? Please forgive me. I promise it was all a ruse." As her words trailed off, the cool down for death gaze concluded, and without hesitation, Mubai cast a glance at Lu Ruyin. In the next instant, she collapsed with a blood-curdling scream, her face contorting in agony as her body quivered. Soul drain activated, soul points 0-1. The system notification chimed in Mubai's ears, prompting him to furrow his brow slightly. Previously, when Zhao Su was slain, he only received an increment of 0-1, a figure far lower than he had anticipated. The 1,000 soul points provided by Franklin were instantly depleted upon opening the death scriptures. The next attempt required a staggering 5,000 soul points, a revelation that took Mubai by surprise. To eliminate one individual for a mere 0-1 meant that he would need to vanquish 50,000 people. It was no wonder that the Dragon Temple sought to advance in foreign lands. Which nation could withstand such relentless slaughter? Only the land of cherry blossoms seemed destined to bear this grim gift. Bang! Upon witnessing Lu Rian's contorted demise, Zhao Su was utterly paralyzed with fear. He collapsed before Su Mubai, his mouth agape, yet he found himself at a loss for words. The fact that Su Mubai could so callously eliminate Lu Rian indicated that he was fully aware of everything. It was all over, completely finished. Faced with such a terrifying Su Mubai, Zhao Su could scarcely fathom how to secure even a sliver of hope. The previous death had cost him 20 years of his lifespan, leaving him with a mere 56 years. Thus, if he were to be killed 3 more times, his existence would be extinguished entirely. More daunting than death itself was the overwhelming dread instilled by Su Mubai's abilities. Mr. Su, I was wrong. I truly was. I beseech you. Before he could finish his plea for mercy, Su Mubai stepped forward, placing him firmly beneath his foot. Zhao Su's face was pressed against the floor, his nose contorted, emitting muffled whimpers, yet he could not utter a coherent word. Such a person warranted no further words from Su Mubai. He turned his gaze toward Lu Ruyan's lifeless form, narrowing his eyes slightly. Upon a player's demise, they could observe their surroundings from a third-person perspective before resurrection, though they could neither hear nor speak nor send messages. The persistence of Lu Ruyan's body signified her choice not to revive. This state could last a maximum of 30 minutes before she would automatically resurrect in the nearest main city. Su Mubai was in no rush. 30 minutes was a trivial wait. Today he must eradicate this pair of wretched souls. 10 minutes elapsed, and Lu Ruyan's body remained intact. Su Mubai let out a cold chuckle, looking down at Zhao Su. Death stare. Woo-woo. In the next instant, Zhao Su began to thrash violently. But within less than a second, he fell completely silent. Soul drain activated, soul points 0. 1. An hour later, Lu Ruyan had met her demise twice more, while Zhao Su had perished for the 4th time at the hands of Su Mubai. This time, no body remained. He disintegrated entirely before Su Mubai's eyes. Lu Ruyan, still stalling for time, was so terrified by this sight that she chose to resurrect immediately, falling to her knees before Su Mubai, tearfully imploring, "Mubai, I beg you, spare my life. I only have 8 years left. If you kill me again, I will truly perish. Please, will you not let me go? I am not yet finished with life." Sobbing, 55555. The sound of Lu Ruyan's weeping echoed in the resurrection hall, yet Su Mubai paid no heed. His attention was entirely captivated by the recently sounded system notification. Chapter 74. Revenge fulfilled, preparing for a shopping spree. The soul absorption is effective, soul points 1. This time, upon vanquishing Zhao Su, a soul point was directly awarded. Su Mubai narrowed his eyes. Is the complete annihilation of a person truly the swiftest means to accrue soul points? What precise factors influence this? Is it level or rank? Mubai, say something, will you? I crumpled on the ground. Lu Ruyan's disheveled hair framed her tear-streaked face. Seeing that Su Mubai ignored her, she crawled forward desperately, attempting to grasp his leg. Having endured the gaze of death 3 times, her spirit was on the brink of collapse. If only she could survive, she would be willing to do anything at this moment. You are the least deserving of survival, wretch. Su Mubai scoffed, kicking Lu Ruyan away. Uttering the first words he spoke upon entering the resurrection hall. Yet, his frigid words plunged her into a frigid abyss. In that instant, despair enveloped Lu Ruyan entirely. She comprehended that Su Mubai would never spare her. Gazing up at Su Mubai, her pitiable appearance evoked deep sympathy. Her tear-filled eyes reflected a tumult of emotions. Regret, fear, despair, but these sentiments were now irrelevant to Su Mubai. Before Lu Ruyan could utter another word, a glimmer of gray flashed in his eyes. Gaze of death. The terrifying energy of death descended, and overwhelming dread surged once more. Lu Ruyan let out a heart-wrenching scream, no matter how often she endured it. The sensation of terror rendered her powerless. As the damage numbers emerged, the resurrection hall in Donghai City fell into utter silence. Lu Ruyan's body disintegrated before Su Mubai, just as Zhao Su's had, leaving no trace behind. Soul absorption is effective, soul points 1. Su Mubai waved his hand, collecting all the items dropped by the two, turning silently to exit the resurrection hall. Taking a deep breath, he looked up at the radiant sky, exhaling a heavy sigh. The long-cherished vengeance had finally been exacted, although only 2 days had passed since he uncovered the truth and resolved the matter with his own hands. Su Mubai had harbored an inexplicable feeling until Lu Rian met her ultimate demise. At that moment, a wave of relief washed over him, and clarity dawned upon his mind. Now it was time to savor the game of myriad realms. Murmuring softly, Su Mubai stretched lazily. The resentment that once plagued him now dissipated entirely. Having achieved his initial objective, his future endeavors would entail ascending step by step to the pinnacle of the game. In this world where strength reigns supreme, only by becoming sufficiently powerful can one truly wield control over their fate. Lord Baiyi, is it done? The team leader peeked into the resurrection hall. Indeed. Sorry for the trouble. Su Mubai offered an apologetic smile. It's no bother at all. The squad leader waved his hand, indicating that the lord of the city had personally ordered not to intervene. He was merely acting under orders. All right, disperse. There is nothing worth watching. The city guard began to disperse the onlookers, and Su Mubai summoned Frost to depart. Soon, he returned to the teleportation square. Over an hour had passed, and the square had lost its earlier vibrancy. The latest batch of players emerging from the novice village had mostly exited, numbering only a handful, perhaps just several dozen in the entirety of EC City. Su Mubai estimated that it would take some time for the next group of players to arrive. By then, the player count in EC City would increase rapidly. After all, players awakening A and B grade talents significantly outnumbered those of S grade and above. The difference between S grade and A grade may seem minimal, yet the probability of awakening is astronomically different. According to the information provided by the Infinite Realm game, the probability of awakening an S grade talent is a mere 1 in 10 million. The chances decrease tenfold for the higher SS and SSS grades. In contrast, the probability for awakening A grade talents is elevated to 1 in 1,000. With Blue Star's population at 8 billion, this translates to a staggering 8 million A grade talent players. A salute to the 8 million warriors. The probability for awakening B grade talent is even more impressive, soaring to 10. Surprisingly, the highest awakening probabilities are not found among E and F grade talents, but rather C and D grades, which together boast an awakening probability of 70. This implies that the awakening chances for E and F grade talents are quite similar to those of B grade. However, for Su Mubai, the only aspect that piqued his interest was the exceedingly rare SSS grade talent players. For everyone else, there was little distinction. Guided by Frost, Su Mubai arrived at the teleportation hall adjacent to the square. With a mere thought, he summoned Frost back, and his figure vanished. Death Domain Transition. In the next moment, he found himself before the entrance of the teleportation hall. Unlike the desolate teleportation square, this hall bustled with local inhabitants coming and going. They traversed to various cities via these teleportation arrays. The hall was vast, stretching beyond his line of sight. It was divided into numerous sections, with a colossal stone pillar at the center, adorned with nearly 100 directional signs. Each sign bore descriptions corresponding to the teleportation array's locations. The largest teleportation array faced true north, guarded by more formidable sentinels. This array led to the imperial capital, and after inquiring, Su Mubai shook his head in disappointment. To access the imperial capital through the teleportation array, one must reach the 5th tier. This meant that the minimum level requirement to enter the capital was 120. Given the difficulty of leveling up in the Infinite Realm game, it would be a considerable time before anyone could use the teleportation array to reach the capital. Even with Su Mubai's possession of the EC token, it was not possible. Of course, those with sufficient strength could venture from the wilderness to the capital. Yet the formidable high-level monsters along the route would not be so accommodating. In addition to the Imperial Capital Teleportation Array, there were 9 other somewhat larger arrays. These are the gateways leading to the remaining 9 primary cities. The smaller teleportation arrays correspond to 81 secondary cities. This place serves as the teleportation hub for the entire Eastern Sea city. Mubai approached the nearest primary city teleportation array, and the guard cast a casual glance at him, stating, "The teleportation fee is 100 gold coins, and a minimum of 100 individuals is required for a single transfer. You are the 82nd person. Please pay and wait over there." Beside the teleportation array, there was a resting area where dozens of people were seated, taking a break. Mubai found himself momentarily speechless. Not only was the teleportation fee exorbitant, but he also had to wait until enough people gathered to initiate the transfer. This was undoubtedly a scheme orchestrated by capitalists. Noticing Mubai's lack of action, the guard chuckled and continued, "If you prefer not to wait, you could spend 2,000 gold coins to use this exclusive teleportation array." At that moment, Mubai noticed a much smaller, yet exquisite teleportation array adjacent to the larger one. How amusing. 20 times the fee for the privilege of a solitary transfer. Quite a reasonable proposition indeed. Mubai's lips twitched in response, and with a flick of his wrist, he produced the Eastern Sea token. "Discount." The guard's expression shifted in surprise, and he quickly responded, "My lord, you jest. There is no charge for you to use the teleportation array. Please go ahead." What a delightful turn of events. Mubai smiled faintly and stepped onto the solo teleportation array. His destination, Ling City. Chapter 75. The Chosen Worker. As the blinding light faded, Mubai found himself in the bustling teleportation square of Ling City, having transitioned his resurrection point to the city's resurrection hall. This locale, much like Donghai City, was devoid of any players in the vicinity. Surveying his surroundings, he noted that as the closest primary city to Donghai City, the architectural styles of both cities bore a striking resemblance. However, Ling City favored a palette adorned with splashes of red, in stark contrast to the azure tones cherished by Donghai City. Having learned from his previous interception, Mubai refrained from summoning his mount, Ice Frost, immediately. Instead, he prudently opted for a horse-drawn carriage to register for a flying license. The fee was rather steep. Upon exiting the flight registration office, he summoned Ice Frost and made his way to the nearest jewelry processing shop. The cost of acquiring a flying license was a staggering 3,000 gold coins, a price that, while considerable, was not outrageous given the rarity of flying mounts. As Ice Frost soared above Ling City, it naturally drew the attention of the local players. Due to the existence of a mount leaderboard, everyone recognized it as the Mount of Baiyi. Consequently, news of Baiyi swiftly circulated among the players within city. Unperturbed, Mubai paid no heed to the chatter, having not even opened the Ling City chat channel. His singular purpose for being here was to amass wealth. Wasn't it more enticing to wield the Donghai token in Donghai City? After spending over an hour, Mubai thoroughly ransacked the jewelry processing outlets in Ling City. The inventory here was comparable to that of the Jadestone Workshop, and he added over 60 level 5 gems to his satchel. Having already embedded gems into his possessions, his haul exceeded that of Donghai City. Upon exiting the last jewelry shop, Mubai did not hasten to depart. Instead, he turned his gaze toward the nearby store. After browsing its offerings, he emerged disappointed. The establishment primarily dealt in tailoring, with a counter showcasing various cloth armors and backpack items. However, the quality of these products was markedly low, with the highest grade being merely bronze. Their main business model revolved around crafting high-tier items for clients, contingent upon the provision of materials by the customers themselves. After visiting several different types of shops, he found this to be a recurring theme. For Mubai, the cost-effectiveness of trading these items was unacceptably low. Not only was it a waste of time, but the total yield from a single shop was inferior to that of a single level 5 gem. With no further interest, Mubai took to the skies on Ice Frost, heading towards the teleportation hall for his next destination. He began to grasp the structure of the Jie game. Players wishing to procure high-tier items from locals would have to wait until the auction house data was interconnected. Aside from that, participation in the auction required purchasing a ticket. However, beyond the exorbitant ticket prices, the treasures eligible for auction were clearly beyond the reach of players at their current stage. For the foreseeable future, Only the locals of the divine forbidden land would partake in the auctions. In the early stages of the game, aside from exceptional players like Mubai, only the affluent Tianxia had the potential to engage in the unfolding events. It was not until the moon hung high and the night deepened that Mubai returned to Donghai City, observing the additional 580 level 5 gems in his backpack. He felt no exhilaration as he had anticipated. Instead, he let out a soft sigh. It seemed imperative to have a serious discussion with Tianxia. If he could bring this individual under his banner, it would alleviate many burdens. The mere acquisition of these gems had consumed half a day, which felt like a considerable waste of time for Mubai. Despite this, he had only managed to traverse the 10 level 1 main cities. The vast expanse of the Dragon Empire, however, boasted 81 level 2 main cities and 80 level 3 cities. It was impractical to expect he could visit them all by himself. Nevertheless, money remained an essential resource. Premium equipment, items, and even extended lifespans could be procured with soul coins. For Mubai, resources and longevity were indispensable for significantly enhancing his power. Hence, beyond leveling up, the pursuit of wealth was also a necessity. Yet, relying solely on himself for every endeavor would inevitably encroach upon his precious training time. Consequently, Mubai found himself in urgent need of an agent to manage such commercial affairs on his behalf. Much like before his incapacitation, when he entrusted his company to professional managers, he only needed to oversee the fundamental aspects of finance and personnel management, while the minutiae could be left to others. In the realm of the myriad worlds, Tianxia, endowed with the god of wealth talent, emerged as the optimal choice. Moreover, in this setting, the binding nature of system contracts far surpassed that of the Blue Star continent. As long as everything was predetermined, there was no cause for concern regarding Tianxia's potential for personal gain. Furthermore, as long as Mubai maintained his overwhelming strength, who would dare to scheme against him? This realization fortified Mubai's confidence in successfully incorporating Tianxia into his ranks, a conviction more reliable than any system contract. With this thought, Mubai made his decision. As he exited the teleportation hall, he dialed Tianxia's communication device. However, before he could utter a word, Tianxia's voice resonated through the communicator. "Brother Bei, are you done with your tasks?" It was evident how eager Tianxia was for a profound collaboration. This urgency was likely linked to Mubai's relentless prowess in the main city. Previously, although Tianxia had entertained this notion, he had not exhibited such impatience. As a businessman, he understood that such fervor could jeopardize the forthcoming negotiations. Yet, faced with an entity as formidable as Mubai, Tianxia could not afford to be overly cautious. After weighing the pros and cons, he concluded that achieving deep cooperation with Mubai, even at the expense of some profit, would yield unimaginable benefits. This was a gut feeling, a feeling that had manifested twice in Tianxia's past life. The first time was 2 decades ago, when he resolutely invested his entire fortune into the real estate market, continuously snowballing his wealth through pledged loans. That singular moment propelled him from an ordinary individual to a higher social echelon. The second instance of such intuition occurred when he preemptively divested the majority of his property projects, successfully evading a disastrous downturn in the housing market. And now, we find ourselves at the third occasion. Upon hearing this, Mubai couldn't help but smile faintly. As the former CEO, he could easily discern that the other party's demeanor had already surrendered the initiative to him. After a brief pause of 2 seconds, Mubai calmly remarked, "Once you are done, let us find a place to converse." "Ha ha ha. I have been eagerly awaiting this phrase. How about at the Fenghua restaurant?" "Sounds good." Once the call ended, Mubai located the position of Fenghua restaurant on the map, only for a message from FGTN Shi to arrive. FGTN Shi, Fenghua restaurant, private room number 1, eagerly awaiting the esteemed arrival of Brother Bei. Mubai raised an eyebrow, a subtle smile playing on his lips. As a chosen worker, might you be a tad too proactive? Chapter 76. Where can one sever the artery? Although the Wind and Flower Tavern is not the finest establishment in EC City, it occupies a considerable area, boasting 7 floors. Upon stepping into the tavern, The opulent decor immediately conveys that the expenditures here are substantial. Led by a server, Mubai ascended directly to the top floor via the elevator. Inside the private room numbered 1, only the affluent individual known as Fu Jia Tianxia waited. In such a setting, he chose not to bring along any teammates. Upon seeing Mubai enter the room, Fu Jia Tianxia promptly rose to greet him and instructed the staff, "You may begin serving the dishes. My dear brother Bai Yi, you must savor the culinary delights of this forbidden land. They are sure to astonish you," he exclaimed with a jovial smile, inviting Mubai to take a seat. There lingered a hint of reminiscence in Fu Jia Tianxia's eyes, evidently having dined here with his team earlier that day. "Oh, I shall indulge in them thoroughly," Mubai replied with a slight smile, not rushing to address the main matter at hand. "Ha ha ha. Rest assured, you will be pleased," Fu Jia Tianxia declared, pouring a glass of wine for Mubai before lowering his voice. "It is said that even more exquisite dishes exist, capable of bestowing additional states or enhancing attributes, though they are not yet available to the public." He raised his glass, adding, "Next time, I shall endeavor to procure some of those advanced delicacies. I hope you will forgive me this time." "Your thoughtfulness is appreciated," Mubai remarked, clinking his glass with Fu Jia Tianxia's and consuming the fine wine in one gulp. Though he was not subject to hunger, he still relished the exquisite cuisine. Subsequently, neither party broached the subject of collaboration, and they continued to enjoy each other's company while toasting. It was only after all 10 dishes had been served and the staff had exited the private room that Fu Jia Tianxia finally set down his glass and addressed the matter at hand. "My brother Bai Yi, I shall speak plainly. You are aware of my talents. While my combat abilities may be lacking, no one can rival my prowess in generating wealth. To be forthright, I am preparing to establish a commercial guild, and I am curious about your thoughts on a deep collaboration." His eyes sparkled with fervor, as if he could already envision the prosperous future. However, upon hearing this, Mubai slowly shook his head. "Let us forego the notion of collaboration." At this pronouncement, the smile on Fu Jia Tianxia's face faltered slightly. Yet, Mubai continued, "Perhaps we could consider an alternative approach." "Please speak freely." Fu Jia Tianxia's eyes brightened with interest. Nevertheless, in the next moment, he was rendered speechless. "I do not require a partner for collaboration, but rather an agent." Mubai toyed with the exquisite wine glass, his gaze locked onto Fu Jia Tianxia's. "I believe you are exceptionally suited for this role." Fu Jia Tianxia found himself momentarily at a loss. Was it the intention to discuss collaboration? How had it turned into an interview? No matter how formidable one might be, is it appropriate to be so domineering? The corners of Fu Jia Tianxia's brows twitched slightly. This time, he contemplated relinquishing a portion of his profits. Even if it meant incurring some losses, it would not matter. However, he never anticipated that Bai Yi would boldly propose that he work for him outright. What ist? After all, he possessed an SSS-level talent. Although he indeed could not match Bai Yi in strength, was this not a bit too much? Chuckling, Fu Jia Tianxia attempted to dismiss Mubai's proposal with a polite refusal. Yet, Mubai shook his head earnestly, insisting, "I am not jesting." Fu Jia Tianxia regarded Mubai with surprise. From their very first encounter, he recognized that this young man was extraordinary, even without the multiverse game. He was certainly no ordinary individual in Blue Star. Yet, at this moment, he could not fathom why the other party would behave this way. Could he not discern the rejection in his words? Furrowing his brow, Fu Jia Tianxia was about to speak when he saw Mubai produce a gemstone the size of a thumb and place it on the table. A 5th-level gemstone? Fu Jia Tianxia's pupils constricted. Such a gem would augment attributes by 160 points, an immense boost for early players. This must be the loot from that epic-level boss. What? Before he could finish his thought, Fu Jia Tianxia abruptly stood in shock. He even rubbed his eyes in disbelief at the scene that had just unfolded. The gemstone had been 5th level a moment ago, yet in the next instant, it transformed into a 1st-level radiant gem. Its description changed from 160 strength to 1 strength. A percentage boost, undoubtedly indicative of something more sophisticated. This is my talent. By consuming some resources, I can elevate an item by 1 level. Mubai smiled gently, succinctly outlining the nature of his advancement. Being my agent will only yield greater profits for you. Such a talent exists? Fu Jiatian slowly resumed his seat, the astonishment on his face still palpable. For the first time, he began to consider Mubai's proposition seriously. Truth be told, witnessing the effects of Mubai's talent had stirred something within him. The only lingering question was, if he were to become the other S-agent, what magnitude of profit could he expect? With this thought, Fu Jiatian steadied his mind and inquired, if I were to handle these matters on your behalf, how much profit do you intend to share? Since Mubai was being forthright, he too chose to forego any circumlocution. Profits are what truly matter. Everything else is mere nonsense. The bait had been cast. A smirk graced Mubai's lips as he slowly raised a finger. 10. Fu Jiatian squinted, beginning to weigh his options. However, he soon found no need for deliberation, for Mubai shook his head once more and softly stated, not 10, but 1. What? 1? Are you trying to insult me? Even though Fu Jiatian possessed remarkable emotional control, he could not help but feel a surge of frustration at Mubai's words. Bai, this is rather excessive, don't you think? Fu Jiatian paused for a moment before speaking. Who would strike at the main artery right from the outset? He chose to trust his intuition, determined to collaborate with Bai, or rather, to work for him. However, he was resolute in his desire to secure as many benefits as possible for himself. With this thought in mind, Fu Jiatian took a deep breath and said, 1% is far too low. Let us first examine this before proceeding, shall we? As his words settled in the air, he unveiled his complete talent for the first time. Chapter 77. The game officially commences, the decision of wealthy dominance. Upon witnessing the complete version of the God of Wealth talent, Mubai cast a profound glance at wealthy dominance. This old rascal had indeed concealed much in the previously released talent information. God of Wealth, SSS level exclusive talent skill. Skill effects, 1. Money tree. Once a day, you may shake the money tree to randomly receive between 1 to 999 gold coins, with an additional chance of acquiring special treasures. Should your wealth fall below 10,000 gold coins, you will receive a minimum of 500 gold coins, and when your wealth exceeds 10 million gold coins, the currency obtained from the money tree will be upgraded to soul coins. 2. Abundant wealth. The currency you carry increases by 1 daily, with a certain probability of 5 increase upon leveling up. The higher your level, the greater the probability. 3. No loss. Upon your demise, you will not drop any gold coins or items. In the instant of death, you may utilize currency to offset the lifespan lost due to death. 4. Fortunate wealth. Each genuine transaction you engage in has a certain chance of yielding additional gains. The larger the transaction amount relative to your total assets, the higher the probability. 5. Path of the God of Wealth. When your wealth first surpasses 10 million gold coins, you will transition into the unique hidden profession, God of Wealth. Although players cannot alter the content of the talent, equipment, and item information they release, they can conceal a portion of it. Wealthy dominance had previously kept the vast majority hidden. Even the 3 pieces of information sent to Mubai were only half revealed. Mubai had anticipated this. Yet he was taken aback to discover that the God of Wealth SSS level talent provided no enhancement to combat prowess whatsoever. All effects merely served to augment wealth and procure treasures. Only the final ability might bestow wealthy dominance with combat capabilities that far exceed the ordinary. After all, the unique hidden profession is second only to exclusive hidden professions in terms of significance. Even a profession like the God of Wealth, which evidently leans toward commerce, undoubtedly possesses numerous formidable abilities. However, for wealthy dominance to transition to this new profession, he must first accumulate 10 million gold coins. After reviewing the complete God of Wealth talent, a flicker of doubt crossed Mubai's eyes. Is it possible that every SSS level talent inherently comes with a unique hidden profession? Or is God of Wealth merely an exceptional case? Contemplating this, Mubai turned his gaze to his own talent. Cataclysm, unique forbidden level exclusive talent skill. Skill effects 1. Promotion. Permanently elevate any entity by 1 grade with no cost. 2. Sublimation. By consuming certain resources, you may permanently elevate any entity by 2 grades. 3. Cataclysm. By sacrificing a portion of your lifespan, you may permanently elevate any entity by 3 grades and bestow upon it the cataclysmic trait. Usage restrictions. Cannot be applied to the talent itself, cannot affect the player's essence, cannot influence the cataclysmic trait, and repeated use on the same target will override previous enhancements. Grade surpassing limitations are untraceable, unreplicable, and unstealable. Upon the complete demise of player by Yi, it will vanish. In comparison to God of Wealth, while Cataclysm boasts only 3 effects, each is sufficiently potent. Merely ascending in rank could enable Mubai to amass wealth at a pace surpassing even that of the God of Fortune. Moreover, the calamity traits render this talent truly deserving of its unique and forbidden status. Presently, he possesses 3 calamity traits, each one exceptionally formidable, and he has only unlocked a single professional calamity trait so far. As long as his lifespan permits, he could potentially imbue all items with these terrifying calamity traits. The most crucial aspect is that the God of Fortune talent does not encompass attributes such as being untraceable, unreplicable, or unstealable. Noticing Mubai's silence, Rich beyond measure smiled slightly, mistakenly believing that his opponent was astonished by the complete effects of his talent. Brother Bai Yi, do you truly consider one to be a fair price? Mubai smiled, remaining silent, merely revealing the quantity of gold coins within his backpack. Rich beyond measure abruptly sprang from his seat, his expression shifting through various stages in an instant. Shock, confusion, disbelief. At that moment, he could no longer conceal his emotions and exclaimed, 10 million gold coins? How is that possible? He even began to question who, between himself and Bai Yi, truly embodied the God of Fortune. Even if resources could be consumed to enhance items, there would still be a cost. How could his opponent have amassed such wealth in such a short time? He naturally understood that revealing such a sum of gold was a clear message. If he agreed, he could immediately transition to the God of Fortune. This was precisely why Rich beyond measure was so eager to collaborate with Bai Yi. He recognized that only by partnering with this supreme individual could he expedite his class change and secure the capital necessary to thrive in the myriad realms of the game. Yet he could hardly fathom that just 2 days into the game, Bai Yi could present 10 million gold coins. At that moment, a sudden impulse to agree surged within Rich beyond measure. However, recalling that he would bear full responsibility for all matters while receiving a mere one of the profits, he hesitated. Mubai did not rush him. Instead, he calmly poured himself a glass of wine, savoring it leisurely. This wealth was, of course, earned today. Aside from the level 5 gems, he could profit approximately 1 million gold coins from the sale of level 3 to 4 gems by utilizing the primary cities. Coupled with the profits from Donghai City, the total amount of gold coins conveniently exceeded 10 million. In stark contrast to Mubai's composure, Rich beyond measure found himself in a state of turmoil. He was inclined to agree, yet a sense of reluctance lingered within him. One was simply too paltry. For a moment, the room fell silent. Just as Rich beyond measure wrestled with his internal conflict, a sudden barrage of system announcements decisively swayed his resolve. Blue Star Region announcement. The number of players entering cities has surpassed 10,000. The Myriad Realms game is officially opened. After 24 hours, the requirement to leave the novice village will be reduced to level 5. 3 days later, all novice villages will close, and remaining players will be teleported to their respective cities. 10 Blue Star Region announcement. The Blue Star Region's level leaderboard, equipment leaderboard, and wealth leaderboard are now officially active. 10 simultaneously, Mubai also received a series of system prompts. Notification. You have ascended to the top of the Blue Star Region's level leaderboard, occupying the first position, with your total experience surpassing that of all others combined, enhancing the effect of your title significantly. Notification. You possess 6 pieces of equipment that meet the ranking requirements, securing the top 5 positions, further amplifying the effect of your title. Notification. You have reached the summit of the Blue Star Region's wealth leaderboard, standing alone in the first position, thereby enhancing the effect of your title. Notification: you can currently rank first in the Blue Star region's level leaderboard, equipment leaderboard, wealth leaderboard, and mount leaderboard, elevating your title to an unparalleled status. As Mubai finished reading the notifications, he had yet to peruse the details of his new title and the three major leaderboards when he noticed Fu Jia Tian Xia, seemingly resolute, abruptly declaring, 5. I only require 5. Is he raising the stakes now? Just 5? Mubai furrowed his brow, casting a puzzled glance at Fu Jia Tian Xia. He struggled to comprehend the rationale behind such a proposition, particularly at the moment he had ascended to the pinnacle of all leaderboards. Meeting Mubai's scrutinizing gaze, Fu Jia Tian Xia took a deep breath and elaborated, 5. Not as your agent, but rather as a direct signatory of a soul contract. If you entrust all your business affairs to my complete management, then 95 of all that I possess shall belong to you. At that moment, his eyes shone with determination akin to someone seeking membership in a prestigious organization. Mubai was momentarily taken aback. So, the 5 you speak of is not what I would provide you, but rather what you intend to retain? I merely wished for you to work for me. Yet you're choosing to sell your very soul? Fu Jia Tian Xia's decision indeed caught Mubai off guard. A soul contract, once breached, entails consequences far graver than mere penalties. It could result in eradication from the fabric of the multiversal game on a soul level. One must admit, Fu Jia Tian Xia is audacious and astute. This is a high-stakes gamble. Should he sign the soul contract and align himself with Mubai, even retaining a mere 5 of his wealth could potentially yield more than his previous 100. Most crucially, this move would provide him with a formidable support system within the multiversal game. Chapter 78. Is there a limit to cheating? Upon seeing Mubai's silence, Fu Jia Tian Xia felt a sinking sensation in his heart. Could it be that not even 5 would be granted? However, his apprehension soon dissipated. Are you serious? Never have I been so earnest. Fu Jia Tian Xia nodded resolutely. His gaze was profound, as if he could glimpse the future through Mubai. Then, may our collaboration be fruitful. Mubai smiled as he rose, extending his right hand towards Fu Jia Tian Xia. He understood that the other party was wagering on his ability to maintain this edge. But what of it? For Mubai, there was no detriment. Once the soul contract was established through the Myriad Realms game, he could confidently entrust all business matters to Fu Jia Tian Xia. With the god of wealth talent in play, the latter would undoubtedly excel even further. Moreover, he was on the brink of truly transforming into the god of wealth. Boss, I shall begin drafting the soul contract immediately. A smile finally graced Fu Jia Tian Xia's face as he grasped Mubai's hand. As the two signed the contract, the players across Blue Star erupted in response to the previous system announcement. Countless chat channels in novice villages buzzed with activity, messages flashing across the screen at lightning speed. What does this mean? The game is only now officially commencing? What was everything prior? Just good fortune, deliberately granting you time to acclimate to the data. I wondered why leveling up was so arduous. It turns out we could leave at level 5 once the experts departed the village. Tomorrow we can enter the city. How exhilarating. Exhilarating my foot. We can barely navigate the novice village. What will we accomplish outside? Perhaps we won't even find a place to rest. The Myriad Realms game is forcing us to devise ways to enhance our strength. I was planning to languish in the novice village after my early morning session, and now you tell me we must leave in 3 days? Damn, refund me. Are you out of your mind? The only thing you can refund is your life. Haha, once life is lost, there is no need to play anymore. I must hasten to conquer the misty forest. This district-wide announcement completely disrupted the rhythm of the majority of players. No one anticipated such a mandatory exit from the village. The novice village at least provided free lodging, but once in the city, everything would come at a cost. Even if one wished to be idle, there would be no opportunity. The emergence of this announcement compelled many low-level players, who originally planned to take a back seat, to start strategizing for the future. If venturing out to grind monsters seemed daunting, they could only become full-time lifestyle players. Of course, many were filled with anticipation, for entering the city signified greater opportunities. In addition to this, players began to explore the newly unveiled 3 major leaderboards. Although they were somewhat prepared for it by Yi to top the charts, witnessing the leaderboard in reality still left them astounded. Blue Star Region level rankings: first place, by Yi, level 20, Dragon Empire second place, Sanchi Qing Feng, level 11, Dragon Empire third place, Fei Li Ku Si, level 11, Sanctuary Empire fourth place, Pei Luan, level 11, North Radiance Empire fifth place, Yin Tuo Luo, level 11, White Elephant Kingdom sixth place, Yudu Ming, level 11, Sakura Kingdom 7th place, Alay Si, level 11, Illuminated Federation 8th place, Taiyang Ho E, level 11, Kaoria Kingdom 9th place, Qianxia, level 10, Dragon Empire 10th place, Wei Na Si, level 10, Illuminated Federation in the level rankings. Bai Ye's name stands like an insurmountable mountain, glaringly displayed at the pinnacle with a remarkable level 20. From the 2nd to the 8th place, all bear the same level 11. The rapid ascent of these 7 individuals to level 11 is attributed to their SSS level talents. However, despite possessing the same SSS level talent, the affluent individual has failed to even make it onto the leaderboard. Such is the predicament, for the wealth-gathering talent does not enhance combat strength. Though these players with SSS talents seem to trail Mubai by a mere 9 levels, the reality reveals a substantial disparity. Since their entry into the game, their cumulative experience points to reach level 11 barely amount to 2 million. In stark contrast, Mubai has amassed over 66 million experience points. This 9-level gap represents a staggering difference of over 30 times. This discrepancy is further magnified by Mubai's time spent not solely on leveling up. He has squandered more than 10 hours merely in the pursuit of scavenging and reselling gemstones. This serves as his motivation to seek an agent. While he is unperturbed by the prospect of others catching up, Mubai's aspirations have never been confined to mere players. He does not wish to squander time on monetary concerns. The divine Forbidden Land is merely the inception of his journey, with the myriad worlds constituting the true odyssey. Hence, elevating his strength remains paramount. Among the newly unveiled 3 rankings, the level leaderboard stands as the least alarming. The subsequent 2 rankings truly leave everyone astounded. Blue Star Region Equipment Rankings. Minimum requirement: epic level items. First place, Dylan's Crystal Ball, legendary item, by Yi second place. Curse Crown, legendary item, by Yi third place. Woe of the Forgotten, legendary item, by Yi fourth place. Frost Guardian, legendary item, by Yi fifth place. Robes of the Whispering Dead, legendary item, by Yi sixth place. Qing Ming, epic item, Sanchi Qing Feng 7th place. Necklace of Undying Will, epic item, by Yi. The equipment rankings abruptly cease at 7th place. To qualify for the leaderboard, items must be at least of epic caliber. Aside from Sanchi Qing Feng, who barely claims 6th place with the epic Qing Ming, all other equipment belongs exclusively to Bai Yi. Moreover, the top 5 are uniformly legendary items. Outside of Jubai City, in a level 15 map, Sanchi Qing Feng ponders thoughtfully while gripping the Azure Longsword. This sword is a growth-type equipment inherently bestowed by his talent. Moreover, the finest equipment he possessed was merely a level 5 golden item dropped by Reggie in the hellish misty forest of extreme difficulty. From where did Bai Yi acquire such an abundance of legendary gear? There has been no announcement of a legendary boss's first kill, has there? The remaining players with SSS level talents were utterly taken aback upon seeing this leaderboard. What ist? While we still revel in a few golden tier items, you have commenced the wholesale distribution of legendary artifacts? Is this reasonable? Yet, regardless of their thoughts, this remains an undeniable reality. Furthermore, the absurdity did not cease there. Wealth ranking of the Blue Star region. First place, Bai Yi, 10. 23 million gold coins. That was it. The wealth leaderboard, much like the Mount leaderboard, displayed a solitary name. Upon seeing Bai Yi's name accompanied by an impressive 8-digit gold sum, players throughout the divine Forbidden Land fell into silence. If it were possible, everyone would wish to report this. With an unparalleled lead in levels, unmatched strength, wholesale legendary equipment, mythical mounts, and over 10 million gold coins, Even the district announcements were solely triggered by him. Good heavens, the third day of a multiverse game has only just begun. Where does one encounter such a multifaceted warrior? Even cheating must have its limits. Chapter 79, A Swift Departure, Transaction Contract, Additional Update. In the East Sea City, within the luxurious confines of the Fenghua Tavern's private room number 1, the external disturbances had no bearing on the solemnity of the contract being forged between the two parties. After verifying the details, a radiant purple beam descended from the multiverse game, coalescing into a translucent contract. Without the slightest hesitation, the affluent individual inscribed his name upon the document, followed suit by Mubai. In an instant, the soul contract transformed into two beams of light, each merging into the center of their foreheads. Notification: you have entered into a soul contract with the affluent one. Henceforth, the counterpart shall have full authority over all commercial matters between you. 95% of their future wealth and ownership shall belong to you. Violation of this contract will result in soul annihilation. As the system notification echoed, the affluent one opened his eyes, a smile gracing his features as he addressed Mubai. Boss, I look forward to your guidance in the future. Please proceed with your class change. Mubai nodded slightly, a hint of a smile adorning his face. From this moment forward, the sole god of wealth in the multiverse game would be his subordinate. Upon successful signing of the contract, Mubai promptly transferred 10 million gold coins to the affluent one, who was instantly enveloped in a glorious golden light, indicating the commencement of his class change. The brilliance was intense, showing no signs of dissipating quickly. After observing for a moment, Mubai shifted his attention to the title that had undergone several enhancements, culminating in a name change. Swift Departure. When equipped with this title, all experience points acquired through any channel are increased by 100. It remains as unadorned, yet practical as ever. The name Swift Departure is indeed quite fitting. Reattaching the title, Mubai couldn't help but smirk. Following the successive enhancements, the experience boost had escalated from 20 to an impressive 100. With this title, Mubai's already extraordinary leveling speed was destined to render other players utterly envious. 5 minutes later, the affluent one's class change concluded. As the golden light faded, his outward appearance showed little alteration. However, Mubai could distinctly sense a significant transformation in his aura. Did you learn any skills? The affluent one shook his head in mild disappointment, revealing the skills he had just acquired. Money Shield, A. Passive skill, no level. For each gold coin possessed in your inventory, you gain 1 point of shield with a maximum level 100,000. If no damage is sustained for 10 minutes, the shield will refresh. Transaction Contract, A. Level 102, active skill. You may enter into a transaction contract with a target. Once signed, both parties can trade regardless of spatial distance, as long as they remain in the same nation. Current contract capacity, 01. Instant release, cooldown time of 24 hours. Consuming 10 of mana. After showcasing his skills, a massive golden ingot suddenly appeared in the affluent one's hands. Other skills could be purchased with this remarkable item. Fortune God S Ingot, profession exclusive, wealthy beyond imagination. Offhand item, non-droppable, non-tradable level. 10, follows character, attributes. All attributes 50 health, 2000 mana, 2000 special effect. Insufficient level. Unavailable. This is the ingot of the Fortune God. You can learn the Fortune God S professional skills through it, though the price is rather steep. The Fortune God S ingot is akin to the Book of Death, a profession-specific item. However, its fundamental attributes are merely comparable to those of an epic item at level 10, far inferior to the upgraded Death Tome. Upon inspection, I noticed that the second skill can only be learned after advancement. Wealthy beyond imagination sighed, feeling that this unique hidden profession was not as formidable as he had envisioned. He had anticipated that upon changing professions, he would gain tremendous power, only to discover he had merely 2 skills, one defensive and the other non-combat. Yet Mubai smiled. From the words of Sidhu Ji, it became clear that only through continuous advancement could one truly harness the capabilities of the profession. A first-tier player could hardly unleash the true potential of a powerful vocation. It was already commendable that the Fortune God had 2 A-tier skills right after transitioning, considering that he himself had only possessed 1 A-tier and 1 S-tier skill at the beginning. While it is true that the skills were not of the same type, and thus not directly comparable, the trading contract skill could be immensely beneficial for Mubai. However, it still required some advancement. Allow me to enhance it for you. With a mere thought, Mubai utilized Cataclysm to simultaneously enhance both skills along with the Fortune God's ingot. By signing the soul contract, boosting wealthy beyond imagination was akin to bolstering his own commercial empire, and Mubai felt no need to be secretive about it. The only regret he harbored was that this profession could not be enhanced for free. The system prompt remained the same, indicating that it had surpassed the confines of the divine forbidden zone. Mubai couldn't help but furrow his brow. When he initially transformed into a cataclysmic necromancer, he had not encountered such a prompt. Was this a bug that had since been rectified? Or did the profession selection in the Starry Hall not belong to the divine forbidden zone? Yet, that seemed incorrect as well. According to Sidhu G, there should be other dominant professions within the divine forbidden zone. Shaking his head, Mubai chose to relinquish the matter. Clarity would come in time. What truly concerned him was whether the upgraded trading contract would meet his expectations. If it did, then he would require no further preparation and could directly seek out Huaijian and head to the Cherry Blossom Kingdom. Boss, your talent is extraordinary. Wealthy beyond imagination, gaze at the suddenly enhanced exclusive item and skills, enviously regarding Mubai. While this talent did not directly augment combat power, it bore infinite potential. Enough. There will be more moments for you to be astonished. Let us first observe the effects of the enhanced trading contract. Mubai waved his hand, prompting wealthy beyond imagination to promptly reveal the skill attributes. A slight smile crept upon Mubai's lips. It's done. Little Sakura, are you ready to experience the impending calamity of the undead?